Section 1 of Jātaka Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jātaka Tales by H.D. Francis and E.J. Thomas. Introduction. We find in Hesiod the story of Jason, the son of Æson, who by the will of the immortal gods achieved the many lamentable labors imposed on him by the haughty King Peleus, and who, after his grievous toils, carried off the bright-eyed maiden and made her his wife. This is a form of the tale known as the hero's tasks, which exists among the most widely scattered peoples. The comparative mythologists have explained it as a myth of the spring rains and the moon, but it does not fit into any of the theories of folktales prepared for its reception. Benfey held that although the impulse to invent folktales is a feature of general human nature, yet the existing folktales of Europe and Asia, as a matter of fact, originated in India. But this theory, too, is contradicted by the Jason story. Andrew Lang has compared various forms of it found among peoples not related either to language or culture. The Algonquin Indians, the Samoans, and the Zulus besides European races. It also exists in an Indian shape in the present selection of birth stories from the Jātaka, number 220. This instance suggests, and many more could be given, that it is too early to speak of a science of folk tales. The investigators are not yet even agreed upon a scientific method. The great authority of Benfey has popularized the view that Indian folk tales originated with the Buddhists. His work was done before the Jātaka, the great collection of Buddhist birth stories, was known, and it is now possible to see from the stories themselves that, so far from Buddhism being a great source of folk tales, the bulk of those which occur in the Jātaka are pre-Buddhistic and merely adaptations of Indian tales. Benfey's main argument for the Buddhistic origin of Indian folk tales was the fact that traces of Buddhism appeared to be found in the Panchatantra, the Indian collection of tales which has become widely known in the West as the Fables of Bidpai. From this he inferred that the Panchatantra was a Buddhist work revised by Brahmins. But we now know that the work was of Brahmin origin, and had been revised in the versions which Benfey used by Buddhist or Jain editors. This has been proved by Dr. Hurtel, who has edited and translated a much earlier form of the Panchatantra known as the Tantra Kayika, which is purely Brahmanistic and without any Buddhist features. The question of the history of Indian folk tales has not been simplified by this discovery, but it has made it impossible to look for their origin in Buddhism. The Jātaka, as we possess it, occurs in the second of the three great divisions of the Pali Buddhist scriptures, and the miscellaneous collection of discourses, Khuddaka Nikaya, of this division. It consists of 547 Jātakas, each containing an account of the life of Gautama Buddha during some incarnation in one of his previous existences as a bodhisattva, or being destined to enlightenment, before he became Buddha, the enlightened one. This number does not correspond to exactly 547 stories, because some of the tales occur more than once in a different setting, or in a variant version, and occasionally several stories are included in one birth. Each separate story is embedded in a framework which forms the story of the present. This is generally an account of some incident in the life of the historic Buddha, such as an act of disobedience or folly among the brethren of the order, the discussion of a question of ethics, or an instance of eminent virtue. Buddha then tells a story of the past, an event in one of his previous existences which explains the present incident as a repetition of the former one, or as a parallel case, and shows the moral consequences. To adapt such an ancient tale was in general a simple matter, as it was not necessary to make the actors Buddhists. The tale might be told of a past time when there was no Buddha in existence, and in which the ideas are those of ordinary Hinduism. The one feature necessary for the story is that the bodhisattva in some character should appear. When the tale itself contained no instance of a wise person who could play the part of the bodhisattva, modification was necessary, though this is often done by making the bodhisattva a divinity or a sage who witnesses the events and recites the gathas, the verses with which the tale concludes. Some of the stories of the past are evidently manufactured by adapting the circumstances in the story of the present and building up a story of the past out of it. Verses occur in all the births. In the first division of the work, there is one verse in each tale. In the second, 2, and so on in increasing number. It is these verses alone which are canonical, the prose being a commentary explaining how the verses came to be spoken. But even here there is evidence of adaptation. Some of the stories of the past contain no verses, and in order to make the whole correspond to one type, verses are inserted in the frame story and spoken by the Buddha, after or during the recitation of the story of the past. An instance will be found in Jātaka 206, page 173. Buddhism took over the Hindu doctrine of rebirth and karma, but moralized it. Rebirth in heaven is no longer due to performing animal sacrifices or inflicting of self-torture, but to practicing the virtues emphasized by Buddha: almsgiving, truth-speaking, forgiveness of enemies. But this teaching, which is the prominent one in the Jātaka, is not the essence of Buddhism. Doing good actions can never lead to salvation. Whoever shall do nothing but good works will receive nothing but excellent future rewards. The aim of the disciple is not to accumulate merit, but to win insight. Yet although much of the Jātaka is merely moral instruction to the unconverted, it also expounds teaching which leads to enlightenment, such as the doctrine of impermanence, belief in the Buddha, the rejection of superstitious rites, freedom from lust, hatred, and delusion, and other bonds which the disciple must break as he advances on the noble path. With regard to the question of the relation of the Jātaka to non-Buddhist Indian works, important results are reached by Frank in his article Jātaka Mahabharata Parallelen. He was shown by the detailed examination of a number of parallel tales, as well as of verses common to the Jātaka and Mahabharata, that neither work is directly dependent on the other, but that they are connected only through common sources. A more difficult question is the relation of the beast fables to the fables of Aesop. Benfey became so firmly assured of the Greek origin of such fables in the Panchatantra that he refused to place the origin of that work earlier than 200 BC, on the ground that this was the earliest date at which the knowledge of Aesop's fables could have reached India. But in the Jātaka we now possess evidence for putting the existence of these fables in India much earlier. On several Buddhist stupas in India are carved representations of scenes in some of the Jātaka tales and fables. The earliest and most important of these monuments is the stupa of Bharut, a village 120 miles southwest of Allahabad, the remains of which were discovered by Sir A. Cunningham in 1873. Carved in relief on the railings are a number of scenes of Jātaka tales and fables with their titles. 28 have been identified, several so-called Aesopic fables being among them. The date of the stupa is put on epigraphical grounds between 250 to 200 BC, and we may assert the existence of Jātaka tales as early as the 4th century BC, while the tales and fables which Buddhism adopted must be much older. The first feeling of the folklorists on the publication of the Jātaka was one of disappointment. Benfey's investigations had all been on the assumption of a great Buddhist source for Indian tales, and the Jātaka contained hardly anything which bore out current theories. It was suggested that the Pali scholars had played their best trumps, or were trying to win tricks with cards which they kept up their sleeve. But the Jātaka had merely left the folklorist without a card for the game. The stories, instead of being a scanty contribution to the Aesopic question, made it obsolete. They proved the existence of a great body of Indian fable independent of any Greek source. As Mr. Jacobs has said, it is idle to talk of a body of literature, Aesop, amounting to 300 numbers being derived from another, the Jātaka, running also to 300, when they have only a dozen items in common. The much smaller question that remains is how, after setting aside the bulk of Jātaka beast fables as of Indian origin, are we to explain the parallelism in about a dozen which more or less resemble Aesop? More than this number have been compared, but many of the parallelisms, which were taken for granted as long as a common origin was assumed, have no value now that the question is open. Mr. Jacobs quotes Jātaka 30, 32, 34 with 45, 136, 143, 146, 189, 215, 294, 308, 374, 383, 426, and among them are parallels to such well-known fables as the ass in the lion's skin, the wolf and the lamb, and the fox and the crow. It is not necessary for the present purpose to prove that even these are related in origin. The independent origin of similar tales is still a tenable theory, but it is possible to show, on the assumption that they are connected, that a path of transmission from India to Greece was open long before communications were established by Alexander. This was from India to Persia and from Persia to Asia Minor. It can also be shown that tales from India actually reached Persia and the Euphrates district independently of any Greek mediation. Relations with India in the 6th century BC are shown by the inscriptions of Darius the Great, 521 to 485 BC, especially in one at Persepolis, which mentions Indus, the Indus district, and Gandhara among the peoples who brought him tribute. In the story of Ahikar, we have a Persian or Babylonian story which Benfrey identified with a well-known Indian type. It is the tale of a king's minister who falls into disfavor and is restored through his skill in answering certain problems that had been sent to the king. This tale occurs in several Indian forms, and in Pali in a much inflated version as the Mahamagga Jātaka, 546. The 19 problems that occur in it are given below. The identity of several of the problems with the Indian, as well as the structure of the tale, is strong confirmation of the identity of the stories. One of the problems is the biblical judgment of Solomon, for which Salzburger had already suggested a Persian origin. The date of the tale in Persia must be at least of the 5th century BC, as fragments of an Aramaic version of it have been discovered in a Persian military colony of Jews at Elephantine, which was established there during the supremacy of the Persians over Egypt. The penetration of the Ahikar story may be anterior to the Persian conquest of Babylon. That there were trade relations very early with India may be inferred from the Semitic origin of the Indian alphabet. Jātaka 339 speaks of a voyage from Indian to Bavaru, which is probably Babylon, Babalu. Mr. Jacobs gives several parallels to Indian fables from Midrash Rabbah, a rabbinical commentary on the Pentateuch and 5 rolls. This work is a compilation much later than the date of the entry of Greeks into India, but it contains fables which possess Indian features not found in the corresponding Greek fables, and it shows communication with India outside Greek influence. According to Winter and Wuncha, this midrash is in part Babylonian, the older parts being Palestinian. The fables occurring in it are used as illustrations and have appearance of having been orally acquired. On Genesis 26 is told the fable of the Egyptian partridge which extracts a bone from the throat of a lion, as in Jātaka 308, not a wolf, as in Aesop, Ham 276, 276b. On Esther 3:6, a bird which builds its nest on the seashore that was threatened by the waves tries to bail out the water with its beak and is rebuked by another bird. Compare Jātaka 146, which is without a parallel in Aesop. On Esther 3:1 is told the story of a man who has a she-ass, its foal, and a sow. To the latter he gives unstinted food, but to the others in proportion. The foal inquires of its mother why the idle sow should be so fed. The ass replies, "The hour will soon come when you will see the sow's fate, and understand that it was well fed not out of favor, but for a disgraceful end." When the feast comes, the fatted sow is killed, and the moral explained to the foal. So in Jātaka 30, where an ox and its younger brother take the place of the ass and foal. But in Aesop, Ham 113, a heifer pities a working ox. At the feast it is taken to be slaughtered, and the ox smiles and points the moral. By Aesop we mean the Greek fables of various dates, which have become collected under that name. Although the traditions as to the historical existence of Aesop are of no value, it is significant that Phrygia occurs most frequently as a home of Aesop. The name is probably Phrygian. Aesopos is the name of a river of Phrygia and Mysia, and so of a Trojan at the siege of Troy. The priority, or rather independence of Greek fable, may be considered certain. But if in the case of a few it is necessary to infer a connection with the East, then we have a natural explanation in the relations of the Greeks of Asia Minor with their eastern neighbors and with Persia. Greek relations with Persia need no detailed proof. The Persian tale of Herodotus referred to on Jātaka 67, page 70, shows how such stories could easily pass to Greece. The works showing the closest relationship with the Jātaka are naturally Buddhist compositions such as the Pali Karya Pitaka, the Sanskrit Jātakamala, Scheffner's collection of Tibetan tales, and Chinese translations from Buddhist Sanskrit sources. The most extensive connection with non-Buddhistic collections is, apart from the Mahabharata, the Panchatantra, 3 of the frame stories of which honor the Jātaka, as well as a variant of a 4th, 141, 206, 208, 349, and a number of single tales. A detailed comparison shows much the same result as in Frank's investigation of the Mahabharata tales, and that is, no direct borrowing on either side, but common inheritance from an earlier source. It was firmly held by Benfey that the Vaitalapankavinsatika, 25 Tales of a Vampire, was of Buddhist origin. It is true that a version of it has found its way to the Buddhist Mongols, where it is known as the Siddhi Kur, but it is difficult to imagine such a thesaurus of intrigue originating in a Buddhist community. The only traces of it in the Jātaka are 145, of which the Vet number 21 shows a greatly elaborated version, Jātaka 527, Vet 16, and possibly a much moralized version of number 2 in Jātaka 200. We are dealing with a much simpler problem than the oral transmission of folk tales when we find Jātaka stories in medieval and modern European literature, such as that of the robbers in the treasure of Chaucer's Pardoner's Tale, Jātaka 48, or of the plowshares eaten by mice, Jātaka 218, and the tortoise and geese, Jātaka 215, among La Fontaine's fables. These tales can be proved to have spread over Europe through literary channels. The Panchatantra was translated into Pahlavi from an imperfect Indian manuscript for the Sassanid king Khosrau Anushirwan, who reigned from 531 to 579 AD. This translation has disappeared, but the closest representatives of it exist in Syriac and Arabic versions known as Kalila and Dimna, and in English as The Fables of Bidpai. From these, and especially from the Arabic, Latin translations were made in the Middle Ages. Their history properly belongs to the genealogy of Panchatantra. A list of them is given in Lancerot's French translation of the Panchatantra, Paris, 1871. The present selection has been made with the purpose of bringing together the Jātaka stories of most interest, both intrinsically and also from the point of view of the folklorist. The translation adopted, with slight revision to remove inconsistencies, is taken from the complete edition translated under the editorship of Professor E. B. Cowell, Cambridge, 1895 to 1907. The thanks of the editors are due to Sir J. H. Marshall, CIE, Director General of Archaeology in India, who has had photographs expressly taken for the illustrations of the Jātakas on the carvings of the Bharut Stupa, as well as to Professor E. G. Rapson, who has given much help and advice in their preparation and selection. E.J.T. February 1916. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Jātaka Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. The Little Gildmaster. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares and Kasi, the Bodhisattva was born into a guildmaster's family, and growing up became guildmaster, being called Guildmaster Little. A wise and clever man was he, with a keen eye for signs and omens. One day, on his way to wait upon the king, he came on a dead mouse lying on the road, and, taking note of the position of the stars at that moment, he said, "Any decent young fellow with his wits about him has only to pick that mouse up, and he might start a business and keep a wife." His words were overheard by a young man of good family, but reduced circumstances, who said to himself, "That's a man who has always got a reason for what he says." And accordingly, he picked up the mouse, which he sold for a farthing at a tavern for their cat. With the farthing, he got molasses and took drinking water in a water pot. Coming on flower gatherers returning from the forest, he gave each a tiny quantity of the molasses and ladled the water out to them. Each of them gave him a handful of flowers, with the proceeds of which, next day, he came back again to the flower grounds provided with more molasses and a pot of water. That day the flower gatherers, before they went, gave him flowering plants with half the flowers left on them, and thus in a little while he obtained 8 pennies. Later, one rainy and windy day, the wind blew down a quantity of rotten branches and boughs and leaves in the king's pleasance, and the gardener did not see how to clear them away. Then up came the young man with an offer to remove the lot, if the wood and leaves might be his. The gardener closed with the offer on the spot. Then this apt pupil of Gildmaster Little repaired to the children's playground, and in a very little while had got them by bribes of molasses to collect every stick and leaf in the place into a heap at the entrance to the pleasance. Just then the king's potter was on the lookout for fuel to fire bowls for the palace, and coming on this heap, took the lot off his hands. The sale of his wood brought in 16 pennies to the pupil of Gildmaster Little, as well as 5 bowls and other vessels. Having now 24 pennies in all, a plan occurred to him. He went to the vicinity of the city gate with a jar full of water, and supplied 500 mowers with water to drink. Said they, "You've done us a good turn, friend. What can we do for you?" "Oh, I'll tell you when I want your aid," said he, and as he went about, he struck up an intimacy with a land trader and a sea trader. Said the former to him, "Tomorrow there will come to town a horse dealer with 500 horses to sell." On hearing this piece of news, he said to the mowers, "I want each of you today to give me a bundle of grass, and not to sell your own grass till mine is sold." "Certainly," said they, and delivered the 500 bundles of grass at his house. Unable to get grass for his horses elsewhere, the dealer purchased our friend's grass for 1,000 pieces. Only a few days later, his sea-trading friend brought him news of the arrival of a large ship in port, and another plan struck him. He hired for 8 pence a well-appointed carriage which plied for hire by the hour, and went in great style down to the port. Having bought the ship on credit and deposited his signet ring as security, he had a pavilion pitched hard by, and said to his people as he took his seat inside, "When merchants are being shown in, let them be passed on by 3 successive ushers into my presence." Hearing that a ship had arrived in port, about 100 merchants came down to buy the cargo, only to be told that they could not have it, as a great merchant had already made a payment on account. So away they all went to the young man, and the footman duly announced them by 3 successive ushers, as had been arranged beforehand. Each man of the 100 severally gave him 1,000 pieces to buy a share in the ship, and then a further 1,000 each to buy him out altogether. So it was with 200,000 pieces that this pupil of Gildmaster Little returned to Benares. Actuated by a desire to show his gratitude, he went with 100,000 pieces to call on Gildmaster Little. "How did you come by all this wealth?" asked the Gildmaster. "In 4 short months, simply by following your advice," replied the young man, and he told him the whole story, starting with the dead mouse. Thought Lord High Gildmaster Little, on hearing all this, "I must see that a young fellow of these parts does not fall into anybody else's hands." So he married him to his own grown-up daughter and settled all the family estates on the young man. And at the Gildmaster's death, he became Gildmaster in that city. And the Bodhisattva passed away to fare according to his deserts. The King and the Stick-Gatherer. Once on a time in Benares, Brahmadatta the king, having gone in great state to his pleasance, was roaming about looking for fruits and flowers when he came on a woman who was merrily singing away as she picked up sticks in the grove. Falling in love at first sight, the king became intimate with her, and the Bodhisattva was conceived then and there. Feeling as heavy within as though weighed down with the bolt of Indra, the woman knew that she would become a mother, and told the king so. He gave her the signet ring from his finger and dismissed her with these words: "If it be a girl, spend this ring on her nurture, but if it be a boy, bring ring and child to me." When the woman's time was come, she bore the Bodhisattva, and when he could run about and was playing in the playground, a cry would arise: "No, father has hit me!" Hearing this, the Bodhisattva ran away to his mother and asked who his father was. "You are the son of the king of Benares, my boy." "What proof of this is there, mother?" "My son, the king on leaving me gave me this signet ring and said, 'If it be a girl, spend this ring on her nurture, but if it be a boy, bring ring and child to me.'" "Why then don't you take me to my father, mother?" Seeing that the boy's mind was made up, she took him to the gate of the palace and bade their coming be announced to the king. Being summoned in, she entered and, bowing before his majesty, said, "This is your son, sire." The king knew well enough that this was the truth, but shame before all his court made him reply, "He is no son of mine." "But here is your signet ring, sire. You will recognize that."
"Nor is this my signet ring."
Then said the woman, "Sire, I have now no witnesses to prove my words, except to make an act of truth. Wherefore, if this child is yours, I pray that he may stay in mid-air, but if not, may he fall to earth and be killed." So saying, she seized the Bodhisattva by the foot and threw him up into the air. Seated cross-legged in mid-air, the Bodhisattva in sweet tones repeated this stanza to his father, declaring the truth. "Your son am I, great monarch. Rear me, sire. The king rears others, but much more his child." Hearing the Bodhisattva thus teach the truth to him from mid-air, the king stretched out his hands and cried, "Come to me, my boy. None but me shall rear and nurture you." 1,000 hands were stretched out to receive the Bodhisattva, but it was into the arms of the king and of no other that he descended, seating himself in the king's lap. The king made him viceroy and made his mother queen consort. At the death of the king, his father, he came to the throne by the title of King Katavahana, the faggot-bearer, and after ruling his realm righteously, passed away to fare according to his deserts. King Makhādeva's Gray Hairs. Once on a time in Matilla, in the realm of Videha, there was a king named Makhādeva, who was righteous and ruled righteously. For successive periods of 84,000 years, he had respectively amused himself as prince, ruled as viceroy, and reigned as king. All these long years had he lived, when one day he said to his barber, "Tell me, friend barber, when you see any gray hairs in my head." So one day, years and years after, the barber did find among the raven locks of the king a single gray hair, and he told the king so.
"Pull it out, my friend,"
said the king, "and lay it in my palm." The barber accordingly plucked the hair out with his golden tongs and laid it in the king's hand. The king had at that time still 84,000 years more to live, but nevertheless, at the sight of that one gray hair, he was filled with deep emotion. He seemed to see the king of death standing over him, or to be cooped within a blazing hut of leaves. "Foolish Makhādeva," he cried,
Gray hairs have come upon you before you have been able to rid yourself of the depravities.
And as he thought and thought about the appearance of his gray hair, he grew aflame within. The sweat rolled down from his body, whilst his raiment oppressed him and seemed intolerable. "This very day," thought he, "I must renounce the world for a hermit's life." To his barber he gave the grant of a village, which yielded 100,000 pieces of money. He sent for his eldest son and said to him,
"My son, gray hairs are come upon me, and I am become old. I have had my fill of human joys, and fain would taste the joys divine. The time for my renunciation has come. Take the sovereignty upon yourself. As for me, I will take up my abode in the pleasance called Makhádeva's mango grove, and there tread the ascetic's path."
As he was thus bent on becoming a hermit, his ministers drew near and said, "What is the reason, sire, of your becoming a hermit?" Taking the gray hair in his hand, the king repeated this stanza to his ministers.
"Lo, these gray hairs that are on my head appear are death's own messengers that come to rob my life. 'Tis time I turned from worldly things, and in the hermit's path sought saving peace."
And after these words, he renounced his sovereignty that selfsame day and became a recluse. Dwelling in that very mango grove of Makhādeva, he there during 84,000 years fostered the 4 perfect states within himself, and dying with ecstasy full and unbroken, was reborn in the realm of Brahma. Passing thence, he became a king again in Matila under the name of Nemi, and after uniting his scattered family, once more became a hermit in that same mango grove, winning the 4 perfect states, and passing thence once more to the realm of Brahma. The cold half of the month. Once on a time, at the foot of a certain mountain, there were living together in one and the same cave 2 friends, a lion and a tiger. The Bodhisattva was living at the foot of the same hill as a hermit. Now one day a dispute arose between the 2 friends about the cold. The tiger said it was cold in the dark half of the month, whilst the lion maintained that it was cold in the light half. As the 2 of them together could not settle the question, they put it to the Bodhisattva. He repeated this stanza: "In light or dark half, whensoe'er the wind doth blow, 'tis cold, for cold is caused by wind, and therefore I decide you both are right." Thus did the Bodhisattva make peace between those friends. End of section 2. Section 3 of Jātaka Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. The Feast for the Dead. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, a Brahmin who was versed in the 3 Vedas and world-famed as a teacher, being minded to offer a feast for the dead, had a goat fetched and said to his pupils, "My sons, take this goat down to the river and bathe it, then hang a wreath round its neck, adorn it with 5 sprayed garlands, and bring it back." "Very good," said they, and down to the river they took the goat, where they bathed and adorned the creature and set it on the bank. The goat, becoming conscious of the deeds of its past lives, was overjoyed at the thought that on this very day it would be freed from all its misery, and laughed aloud like the smashing of a pot. Then at the thought that the Brahmin, by slaying it, would bear the misery which it had borne, the goat felt a great compassion for the Brahmin, and wept with a loud voice. "Friend goat," said the young Brahmins, "your voice has been loud both in laughter and in weeping. What made you laugh, and what made you weep?" "Ask me your question before your master." So with the goat they came to their master and told him of the matter. After hearing their story, the master asked the goat why it laughed and why it wept. Hereupon the animal, recalling its past deeds by its power of remembering its former existence, spoke thus to the Brahmin.
In times past, Brahmin, I, like you, was a Brahmin versed in the mystic texts of the Vedas, and I, to offer a feast for the dead, killed a goat for my offering. All through killing that single goat, I have had my head cut off 500 times, all but one. This is my 500th and last birth, and I laughed aloud when I thought that this very day I should be freed from my misery. On the other hand, I wept when I thought how, whilst I, who for killing a goat had been doomed to lose my head 500 times, was today being freed from my misery, you, as a penalty for killing me, would be doomed to lose your head, like me, 500 times. Thus it was out of compassion for you that I wept.
Fear not, goat, said the Brahmin. I will not kill you.
What is this you say, Brahmin? Said the goat. Whether you kill me or not, I cannot escape death today.
Fear not, goat. I will go about with you to guard you.
Weak is your protection, Brahmin, and strong is the force of my evil doing.
Setting the goat at liberty, the Brahmin said to his disciples, Let us not allow anyone to kill this goat. And accompanied by the young men, he followed the animal closely about. The moment the goat was set free, it reached out its neck to browse on the leaves of a bush growing near the top of a rock. And that very instant, a thunderbolt struck the rock, rending off a mass which hit the goat on the outstretched neck and tore off its head. And people came crowding round. In those days, the Bodhisattva had been born a tree divinity in that selfsame spot. By his supernatural powers, he now seated himself cross-legged in mid-air, while all the crowd looked on, thinking to himself, If these creatures only knew the fruit of evil-doing, perhaps they could desist from killing. In his sweet voice, he taught them the truth in this stanza. If folk but knew the truth that their existence is pain, then living things would cease from taking life. Stern is the slayer's doom. Thus did the great being preach the truth, scaring his hearers with the fear of hell. And the people hearing him were so terrified at the fear of hell that they left off taking life. And the Bodhisattva, after establishing the multitude of the commandments by preaching the truth to them, passed away to fare according to his deserts. The people, too, remained steadfast in the teaching of the Bodhisattva and spent their lives in charity and other good works, so that, in the end, they attained to the city of the gods. The Monkey and the Ogre. In past times, we are told, there was a thick forest on this spot, and in the lake here dwelt a water ogre who used to devour everyone who went down into the water. In those days, the Bodhisattva had come to life as the king of the monkeys, and was as big as the fawn of a red deer. He lived in that forest at the head of a troop of no less than 80,000 monkeys whom he shielded from harm. Thus did he counsel his subjects.
My friends, in this forest there are trees that are poisonous and lakes that are haunted by ogres. Mind to ask me first, before you either eat any fruit which you have not eaten before, or drink of any water where you have not drunk before.
Certainly, said they readily. One day they came to a spot where they had never visited before. As they were searching for water to drink after their day's wanderings, they came on this lake. But they did not drink. On the contrary, they sat down watching for the coming of the Bodhisattva. When he came up, he said,
Well, my friends, why don't you drink?
We waited for you to come.
Quite right, my friends,
said the Bodhisattva. Then he made a circuit of the lake and scrutinized the footprints round, with the result that he found that all the footsteps led down into the water and none came up again.
Without doubt, thought he to himself, this is the haunt of an ogre.
So he said to his followers,
You are quite right, my friends, in not drinking of this water, for the lake is haunted by an ogre.
When the water ogre realized that they were not entering his domain, He assumed the shape of a horrible monster with a blue belly, a white face, and bright red hands and feet. In this shape he came out from the water and said,
"Why aren't you seated here? Go down into the lake and drink."
But the Bodhisattva said to him,
"Are you not the ogre of this water?"
"Yes, I am,"
was the answer.
"Do you not take as your prey all those who go down into the water?"
"Yes, I do. From small birds upwards, I never let anything go which comes down into my water. I will eat the lot of you, too."
"But we shall not let you eat us. Just drink the water." "Yes, we will drink the water and yet not fall into your power."
"How do you suppose to drink the water, then?"
"Ah, you think we have to go down into the water to drink, whereas we shall not enter the water at all. But the whole 80,000 of us will take a reed each and drink therewith from your lake as easily as we could through a hollow stalk of lotus, and you will not be able to eat us."
And he repeated the latter half of the following stanza, the first half being added by the master when, as Buddha, he recalled the incident. "I found the footprints all lead down, none back. With reeds we'll drink, you shall not take my life." So saying, the Bodhisattva had a reed brought to him. Then, calling to mind the 10 perfections displayed by him, he recited them in a solemn asseveration and blew down the reed. Straightway the reed became hollow throughout, with a single knot being left in all its length. In this fashion he had another and another brought, and blew down them. But if this were so, he could never have finished, and accordingly the foregoing sentence must not be understood in this literal sense. Next the Bodhisattva made the tour of the lake, and commanded, saying,
"Let all the reeds growing here become hollow throughout."
Now, thanks to the great virtues of the saving goodness of Bodhisattvas, their commands are always fulfilled, and thenceforth every single reed that grew round that lake became hollow throughout. In this kappa, or era, there are 4 miracles which endure through the whole era. What are the 4? Well, they are, first, the sign of the hare and the moon, which will last through the whole era. Secondly, the spot where the fire was put out, as told in the Jātaka, which shall remain untouched by fire throughout the era. Thirdly, on the site of Gatikara's house, no rain shall ever fall while this era lasts. And lastly, the reeds that grow round this lake shall be hollow throughout during the whole of the era. Such are the 4 era miracles, as they are called. After giving this command, the Bodhisattva seated himself with a reed in his hands. All the other 80,000 monkeys too seated themselves round the lake, each with a reed in his hands. And at the same moment when the Bodhisattva sucked the water up through his reed, they all drank too in the same manner as they sat on the bank. This was the way they drank, and not one of them could the water ogre get. So he went off in a rage to his own habitation. The Bodhisattva too, with his following, went back into the forest. The Guilty Dogs. Once on a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the result of a past act of the Bodhisattva was that he came to life as a dog, and dwelt in a great cemetery at the head of several hundred dogs. Now one day the king set out for his pleasance in his chariot of state, drawn by white-skinned horses, and after amusing himself all the day in the grounds, came back to the city after sunset. The carriage harness they left in the courtyard, still hitched on to the chariot. In the night it rained, and the harness got wet. Moreover, the king's dogs came down from the upper chambers and gnawed the leatherwork and straps. Next day they told the king, saying, "Sire, dogs have got in through the mouth of the sewer, and have gnawed the leatherwork and straps of your majesty's carriage." Enraged at the dogs, the king said, "Kill every dog you see!" Then began a great slaughter of dogs, and the creatures, finding that they were being slain whenever they were seen, repaired to the cemetery to the Bodhisattva. "What is the meaning," asked he, "of your assembling in such numbers?" They said,
The king is so enraged at the report that the leatherwork and straps of his carriage have been gnawed by dogs within the royal precincts that he has ordered all dogs to be killed. Dogs are being destroyed wholesale, and great peril has arisen," thought the Bodhisattva to himself.
No dogs from without can get into a palace so closely watched. It must be the thoroughbred dogs inside the palace who have done it. At present, nothing happens to real culprits while the guiltless are being put to death. What if I were to discover the culprits to the king and so save the lives of my kith and kin?
He comforted his kinfolk by saying,
"Have no fear, I will save you. Only wait here till I see the king."
Then, guided by the thoughts of love and calling to mind the 10 perfections, he made his way alone and unattended into the city, commanding thus,
"Let no hand be lifted to throw stick or stone at me."
Accordingly, when he made his appearance, not a man grew angry at the sight of him. The king, meantime, after ordering the dog's destruction, had taken his seat in the Hall of Justice, and straight to him ran the Bodhisattva, leaping under the king's throne. The king's servants tried to get him out, but his majesty stopped them. Taking heart a little, the Bodhisattva came forth from under the throne and, bowing to the king, said, "Is it you who are having the dogs destroyed?"
Yes, it is I.
"What is their offense, King of Men?"
They have been gnawing the straps and leather covering of my carriage.
"Do you know the dogs who actually did the mischief?"
No, I do not.
"But, your majesty, if you do not know for certain the real culprits, it is not right to order the destruction of every dog that is seen."
It was because dogs had gnawed the leather of my carriage that I ordered them all to be killed.
Do your people kill all dogs without exception, or are there some dogs who are spared?
Well, some are spared, the thoroughbred dogs of my own palace.
Sire, just now you were saying that you had ordered the universal slaughter of all dogs wherever you found because dogs had gnawed the leather of your carriage, whereas now you say that the thoroughbred dogs of your own palace escaped death. Therefore, you are following the 4 evil courses of partiality, dislike, ignorance, and fear. Such courses are wrong and not king-like, for kings in trying cases should be as unbiased as the beam of a balance. But in this instance, since the royal dogs go scot-free whilst poor dogs are killed, this is not the impartial doom of all dogs alike, but only the slaughter of poor dogs. And moreover, the great being, lifting up his sweet voice, said, "Sire, it is not justice that you are performing." And he taught the truth to the king in this stanza. "The dogs that in the royal palace grow, the well-bred dogs, so strong and fair of form, not these, but only we are doomed to die. Here's no impartial sentence meted out to all alike. 'Tis slaughter of the poor." After listening to the Bodhisattva's words, the king said,
Do you, in your great wisdom, know who it actually was that gnawed the leather of my carriage?
"Yes, sire."
Who was it?
"The thoroughbred dogs that live in your own palace."
How can it be shown that it was they who gnawed the leather?
"I will prove it to you."
Do so, dog sage.
"Then send for your dogs and have a little buttermilk and kusa grass brought in."
The king did so.
Then said the great being, "Let this grass be mashed up in the buttermilk and make the dogs drink it."
The king did so, with the result that each several dog, as he drank, vomited, and they all brought up bits of leather.
Why, it is like a judgment of a perfect Buddha himself,
cried the king, overjoyed, and he did homage to the Bodhisattva by offering him the royal umbrella. And the Bodhisattva taught the truth in the 10 stanzas on righteousness in the Tesakuna Jātaka, beginning with the words, "Walk righteously, great king of princely race." Then, having established the king in the 5 commandments, and having exhorted his majesty to be steadfast, the Bodhisattva handed back to the king the white umbrella of kingship.
At the close of the great being's words, the king commanded that the lives of all creatures should be safe from harm. He ordered that all dogs from the Bodhisattva downwards should have a constant supply of food such as he himself ate, and abiding by the teachings of the Bodhisattva, he spent his life long in charity and other good deeds, so that when he died he was reborn in the world of gods. The dog's teaching endured for 10,000 years. The Bodhisattva also lived to a ripe old age, and then passed away to fare according to his deserts. The Discontented Ox. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as an ox named Big Red on the landowner's estate in a certain hamlet, and he had a younger brother who was known as Little Red. There were only these two brothers to do all the draft work of the family. Also, the landowner had an only daughter whose hand was asked in marriage for his son by a gentleman of the town. And the parents of the girl, with a view to furnishing dainty fare for the wedding guests, began to fatten up a pig named Munika. Observing this, Little Red said to his brother, "All the loads that have to be drawn for this household are drawn by you and me, my brother. Yet all they give us for our pains is sorry grass and straw to eat. Yet here is the pig being victualled on rice. What can be the reason why he should be treated to such fare?" Said his brother, "My dear Little Red, envy him not, for the pig eats the food of death. It is but to furnish a relish for the guests at their daughter's wedding that the family are feeding up the pig. Wait but a little time, and the guests will be coming. Then you will see that pig lugged out of his quarters by the legs, killed, and in process of conversion into curry." And so saying, he repeated this stanza: "Then envy not poor Munika, 'tis death he eats. Contented, munch your frugal chaff, the pledge and guarantee of length of days." Not long afterwards, the guests did arrive, and Munika was killed and cooked into all manner of dishes. Said the Bodhisattva to Little Red, "Did you see Munika, dear brother?" "I have indeed seen, brother, the outcome of Munika's feasting. Better 100, nay, 1,000 times than such food as ours, though it be but grass, straw, and chaff. For our fare harms us not, and it is a pledge that our lives will not be cut short." End of section 3. Section 4 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Peacock's Wooing. Once on a time, in the first cycle of the world's history, the quadrupeds chose the lion as their king, the fishes the monster fish Ananda, and the birds the golden mallard. Now, the king golden mallard had a lovely young daughter, and her royal father granted her any boon she might ask. The boon she asked for was to be allowed to choose a husband for herself, and the king, in fulfillment of his promise, mustered all the birds together in the country of the Himalayas. All manner of birds came, mallards, peacocks, and all other birds, and they flocked together on a great plateau of bare rock. Then the king sent for his daughter and bade her go and choose a husband after her own heart. As she reviewed the crowd of birds, her eye lighted on the peacock with his neck of jeweled sheen and tail of varied hue, and she chose him, saying, "Let this be my husband." Then the assembly of the birds went up to the peacock and said, "Friend Peacock, this princess, in choosing her husband from among all these birds, has fixed her choice on you." Carried away by his extreme joy, the peacock exclaimed, "Until this day you have never seen how active I am." And in defiance of all decency in the midst of the assembly, he spread his wings and began to dance. And in dancing he exposed himself. Filled with shame, King Golden Mallard said, "This fellow has neither modesty within his heart, nor decency in his outward behavior. I certainly will not give my daughter to one so shameless." And there, in the midst of all that assembly of the birds, he repeated this stanza: "A pleasing note is yours, a lovely back, a neck and hue like lapis lazuli. A fathom's length your outstretched feathers reach. Withal, your dancing loses you, my child." Right in the face of the whole gathering, King Royal Mallard gave his daughter to a young Mallard, a nephew of his. Covered with shame at the loss of the Mallard princess, the Peacock rose straight up from the place and fled away, and King Golden Mallard too went back to his dwelling place. The Fowler and the Quails. Once upon a time, when King Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a quail and lived in the forest at the head of many thousands of quails. In those days, a fowler who caught quails came to that place, and he used to imitate the note of a quail till he saw that the birds had been drawn together, when he flung his net over them and whipped the sides of the net together, so as to get them all huddled up in a heap. Then he crammed them into his basket, and going home sold his prey for a living. Now one day the Bodhisattva said to those quails, "This fowler is making havoc among our kinsfolk. I have a device whereby he will be unable to catch us. Henceforth, the very moment he throws the net over you, let each one put his head through a mesh, and then all of you together must fly away with the net to such place as you please, and there let it down on a thorn brake. This done, we will all escape from our several meshes." "Very good," said they, all in ready agreement. On the morrow, when the net was cast over them, they did just as the Bodhisattva had told them. They lifted up the net and let it down on the thorn brake, escaping themselves from underneath. While the fowler was still disentangling his net, evening came on, and he went away empty-handed. On the morrow and following days, the quails played the same trick, so that it became the regular thing for the fowler to be engaged till sunset, disentangling his net, and then to betake himself home empty-handed. Accordingly, his wife grew angry and said, "Day by day you return empty-handed. I suppose you've got a second establishment to keep up elsewhere." "No, my dear," said the fowler, "I have no second establishment to keep up. The fact is, those quails have come to work together now. The moment my net is over them, off they fly with it and escape, leaving it on a thorn brake. Still, they won't live in unity always. Don't you bother yourself. As soon as they start bickering among themselves, I shall bag the lot, and that will bring a smile to your face to see." And so saying, he repeated this stanza to his wife: "While concord reigns, the birds bear off the net. When quarrels rise, they'll fall a prey to me." Not long after this, one of the quails, in alighting on their feeding ground, trod by accident on another's head. "Who trod on my head?" angrily cried this latter. "I did, but I didn't mean to. Don't be angry," said the first quail. But notwithstanding this answer, the other remained as angry as before. Continuing to answer one another, they began to bandy taunts, saying, "I suppose it is you, single-handed, who lift up the net." As they wrangled thus one another, the Bodhisattva thought to himself, "There's no safety with one who is quarrelsome. The time has come when they will no longer lift up the net, and thereby they will come to great destruction. The fowler will get his opportunity. I can stay here no longer." And thereupon he with his following went elsewhere. Sure enough, the fowler came back again a few days later, and first collecting them together by imitating the note of a quail, flung his net over them. Then said one quail, "They say when you were at work lifting the net, the hair of your head fell off. Now's your time, lift away." The other rejoined, "When you were lifting the net, they say both your wings molted. Now's your time, lift away." But whilst they were each inviting the other to lift the net, the fowler himself lifted the net for them and crammed them in a heap into his basket and bore them off home, so that his wife's face was wreathed with smiles. The oldest of the animals. Once on a time, hard by a great banyan tree on the slopes of the Himalayas, there dwelt 3 friends, a partridge, a monkey, and an elephant. And they came to lack respect and subordination one to another, and had no ordering of their common life. And the thought came to them that it was not seemly for them to live in this way, and that they ought to find out which of their number was the senior, and to honor him. As they were engaged thinking which was the oldest, one day an idea struck them. Said the partridge and the monkey to the elephant as they all three sat together at the foot of that banyan tree, "Friend elephant, how big was this banyan tree when you remember it first?" Said the elephant,
"When I was a baby, this banyan was a mere bush over which I used to walk, and as I stood astride of it, its topmost branches used to reach up to my belly. I've known the tree since it was a mere bush."
Next, the monkey was asked the same question by the other two, and he replied, "I had only to stretch out my neck as I sat on the ground, and I could eat the topmost sprouts of this banyan. So I've known this banyan since it was very tiny." Then the partridge was asked the same question by the two others, and he said, "Friends, of old there was a great banyan tree at such and such a spot. I ate its seeds and voided them here. That was the origin of this tree. Therefore I have knowledge of this tree from before it was born, and I am older than the pair of you." Hereupon the monkey and the elephant said to the sage partridge,
"Friend, you are the oldest. Henceforth you shall have from us acts of honor and veneration, marks of obeisance and homage, respect of word and deed, salutation and all due homage, and we will follow your counsels. You, for your part, henceforth will please impart such counsel as we need." Thenceforth the partridge gave them counsel, and established them in the commandments, which he also undertook himself to keep. Being thus established in the commandments, and becoming respectful and subordinate among themselves, with proper ordering of their common life, these three made themselves sure of rebirth in heaven at this life's close. The Crane and the Crab. Once on a time the Bodhisattva came to life in a certain forest haunt, as the divinity of a tree which stood near a certain lotus pond. In those days, the water used every summer to fall very low in a certain pond, not very big, which was plentiful stocked with fish. Catching sight of these fish, a certain crane said to himself, "I must find a way to cajole and eat these fish." So he went and sat down in deep thought by the side of the water. Now when the fishes caught sight of him, they said, "Of what are you thinking, my lord, as you sit there?" "I'm thinking about you," was the reply. "And what is your lordship thinking about us?" "The water in this pool being low, food scarce, and the heat intense. I was wondering to myself as I sat here, what in the world you fishes would do." "And what are we to do, my lord?" "Well, if you take my advice, I will take you up one by one in my beak, and carry you all off to a fine large pool, covered with the 5 varieties of lotuses, and there put you down." "My lord," said they, "no crane ever took the slightest thought for fishes since the world began. Your desire is to eat us one by one." "No, I will not eat you while you trust me," said the crane. "If you don't take my word that there is such a pond, send one of your number to go with me and see for himself." Believing the crane, the fish presented to him a great big fish, blind of one eye by the way, who they thought would be a match for the crane, whether afloat or ashore, and they said, "Here's the one to go with you." The crane took the fish off and put him in the pool, and after showing him the whole extent of it, brought him back again and put him in along with the other fish in his old pond, and he held forth to them on the charms of the new pool. After hearing this report, they grew eager to go there and said to the crane, "Very good, my lord, please take us across." First of all, the crane took that big one-eyed fish again and carried him off to the edge of the pool so that he could see the water, but actually alighted in a varana tree which grew on the bank. Dashing the fish down in a fork of the tree, he pecked it to death, after which he picked him clean and let the bones fall at the foot of the tree. Then back he went and said, "I've thrown him in, who's next?" And so he took the fish one by one and ate them all, till at last when he came back he could not find another left. But there was still a crab remaining in the pond. So the crane, who wanted to eat him up too, said, "Mr. Crab, I've taken all those fishes away and turned them into a fine large pool covered all over with lotuses.
Come along, I'll take you too." "How will you carry me across?" said the crab. "Why, on my back, to be sure," said the crane. "Ah, but you might drop me like that," said the crab. "I won't go with you." "Don't be frightened. I'll keep tight hold of you all the way," thought the crab to himself. "He hasn't put the fish in the pool, but if he would really put me in, that would be capital. If he does not, why, I'll nip his head off and kill him." So he spoke thus to the crane. "You'll never be able to hold me tight enough, friend crane, whereas we crabs have got an astonishingly tight grip. If I might take hold of your neck with my claws, I could hold it tight and then would go along with you." Not suspecting that the crab wanted to trick him, the crane gave his assent. With his claws, the crab gripped hold of the crane's neck as with the pincers of a smith, and said, "Now you can start." The crane took him and showed him the pool first, and then started off for the tree. "The pool lies this way, uncle," said the crab, "but you're taking me the other way." "Very much your dear uncle am I," said the crane, "and very much my nephew are you. I suppose you thought me your slave to lift you up and carry you about. Just cast your eye on that heap of bones at the foot of the tree, as I ate up all those fish. So I will eat you too," said the crab. "It was through their own folly that those fish were eaten by you, but I shan't give you the chance of eating me. No, what I shall do is to kill you. For you fool that you were, did not see that I was tricking you. If we die, we will both die together. I'll chop your head clean off." And so saying, he gripped the crane's weasand with his claws as with pincers. With his mouth wide open and tears streaming from his eyes, the crane, trembling for his wife, said, "Lord, indeed, I will not eat you. Spare my life." "Well, then, just step down to the pool and put me in," said the crab. Then the crane turned back and stepped down as directed to the pool, and placed the crab on the mud at the water edge. But the crab, before entering the water, nipped off the crane's head as deftly as if he were cutting a lotus stalk with a knife. The divinity who dwelt in the tree, marking this wonderful thing, made the whole forest ring with applause, repeating this stanza in sweet tones. "Guile profits not your very guileful folk. Mark what the guileful crane got from the crab." End of section 4. Section 5 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Haughty Slave. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life again as a landowner. Another landowner, a friend of his, was an old man himself, but had a young wife who had borne him a son and heir. Said the old man to himself, "As soon as I am dead, this girl, being so young as she is, will marry heaven knows whom, and spend all my money instead of handing it over to my son. Wouldn't it be my best course to bury the money safely in the ground?" So, in the company of a household slave of his named Nanda, he went to the forest and buried his riches at a certain spot, saying to the slave, "My good Nanda, reveal this treasure to my son after I am gone, and don't let the wood be sold." After giving this injunction to his slave, the old man died. In due course the son grew up, and his mother said to him, "My son, your father in the company of Nanda buried his money. Get it back and look after the property of the family." So one day he said to Nanda, "Uncle, is there any treasure which my father buried?"
"Yes, my lord."
"Where is it buried?"
"In the forest, my lord."
"Well, then, let us go there." And he took a spade and a basket, and going to the scene, said to Nanda, "Well, uncle, where's the money?" But by the time Nanda had got up to the treasure and was standing right over it, he was so puffed up by the money that he abused his master, saying,
"You servant of a slave wench's son, how should you have any money here?"
The young gentleman, pretending not to have heard this insolence, simply said, "Let us be going then," and took the slave back home with him. 2 or 3 days later he returned to the place, but again Nanda abused him as before. Without any abusive rejoinder, the young gentleman came back and turned the matter over in his mind. Thought he to himself, "At starting, this slave always means to reveal where the money is, but no sooner does he get there than he falls to abusing me. The reason of this I do not see, but I could find out if I were to ask my father's old friend, the landowner." So he went to the Bodhisattva, and laying the whole business before him, asked his friend what was the real reason of such behavior. Said the Bodhisattva, "The spot at which Nanda stands to abuse you, my friend, is the place where your father's money is buried. Therefore, as soon as he starts abusing you again, say to him, 'Whom are you talking to, you slave?' Pull him from his perch, take the spade, dig down, remove your family treasure, and make the slave carry it home for you." And so saying, he repeated this stanza: "Methinks the gold and jewels buried lie where Nanda, low-born slave, so loudly bawls." Taking a respectful leave of the Bodhisattva, the young gentleman went home, and taking Nanda went to the spot where the money was buried. Faithfully following the advice he had received, he brought the money away and looked after the family property. He remained steadfast in Bodhisattva's counsels, and after a life spent in charity and other good works, he passed away to fare according to his deserts. The Pigeon and the Crow. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a pigeon. Now the Benares folk of those days, as an act of goodness, used to hang up straw baskets in divers places for the shelter and comfort of the birds, and the cook of the Gildmaster of Benares hung up one of these baskets in his kitchen. In this basket the Bodhisattva took up his abode, sallying out at daybreak in quest of food and returning home in the evening, and so he lived his life. But one day a crow, flying over the kitchen, snuffed up the goodly savor from the salt and fresh fish and meat there, and was filled with longing to taste it. Casting about how to have his will, he perched hard by, and at evening saw the Bodhisattva come home and go into the kitchen. "Ah," thought he, "I can manage it through the pigeon." So back he came next day at dawn, and when the Bodhisattva sallied out in quest of food, kept following him about from place to place like his shadow. So the Bodhisattva said, "Why do you keep with me, friend?" "My lord," answered the crow, "your demeanor has won my admiration, and henceforth it is my wish to follow you." "But your kind of food and mine, friend, are not the same," said the Bodhisattva. "You will be hard put to if you attach yourself to me." "My lord," said the crow, "when you are seeking your food, I will feed too, by your side." "So be it then," said the Bodhisattva, "only you must be earnest." And with this admonition to the crow, the Bodhisattva ranged about pecking up grass seeds, whilst the other went about turning over cow dung and picking out the insects underneath till he had got his fill. Then back he came to the Bodhisattva and remarked, "My lord, you give too much time to eating. Excess therein should be shunned." And when the Bodhisattva had fed and reached home again at evening, in flew the crow with him into the kitchen. "Why, our bird has brought in another home with him," exclaimed the cook, and hung up a second basket for the crow. And from that time onward the two birds dwelt together in the kitchen. Now one day the Gildmaster had in a store of fish, which the cook hung up about the kitchen. Filled with greedy longing at the sight, the crow made up his mind to stay at home next day and treat himself to this excellent fare. So all the night long he lay groaning away, and next day when the Bodhisattva was starting in search of food, and cried, "Come along, friend crow," the crow replied, "Go without me, my lord, for I have a pain in my stomach." "Friend," answered the Bodhisattva, "I never heard of crows having pains in their stomachs before. True, crows feel faint in each of the 3 night watches, but if they eat a lamp wick, their hunger is appeased for the moment. You must be hankering after the fish in the kitchen here. Come now, man's food will not agree with you. Do not give way like this, but come and seek your food with me." "Indeed, I am not able, my lord," said the crow. "Well, your own conduct will show," said the Bodhisattva. "Only fall not a prey to greed, but stand steadfast." And with this exhortation, away he flew to find his daily food. The cook took several kinds of fish and dressed some one way, some another. Then, lifting the lids off his saucepans a little to let the steam out, he put a colander on the top of one and went outside the door, where he stood wiping the sweat from his brow. Just at that moment, out popped the crow's head from the basket. A glance told him that the cook was away, and "Now or never," thought he, "is my time. The only question is, shall I choose minced meat or a big lump?" Arguing that it takes a long time to make a full meal of minced meat, he resolved to take a large piece of fish and sit and eat it in his basket. So out he flew and alighted on the colander. Click went the colander.
"What can that be?"
said the cook, running in on hearing the noise. Seeing the crow, he cried,
"Oh, there's that rascally crow wanting to eat my master's dinner. I have to work for my master, not for that rascal. What's he to me, I should like to know?" So first, shutting the door, he caught the crow and plucked every feather off his body. Then he pounded up ginger with salt and cumin and mixed in sour buttermilk, finally sousing the crow in the pickle and flinging him back into his basket. And there the crow lay groaning, overcome by the agony of his pain. At evening, the Bodhisattva came back and saw the wretched plight of the crow. "Ah, greedy crow," he exclaimed, "you would not heed my words, and now your own greed has worked against you." So saying, he repeated this stanza: "The headstrong man who, when exhorted, pays no heed to friends who kindly counsel give, shall surely perish like the greedy crow who laughed to scorn the pigeon's warning words." Then exclaimed, "I too can no longer dwell here." The Bodhisattva flew away. But the crow died there and then, and the cook flung him, basket and all, on the dust heap. The Foolish Friend. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva gained his livelihood as a trader. In those days, in a border village in Kasi, there dwelt a number of carpenters, and it chanced that one of them, a bald gray-haired man, was planing away at some wood with his head glistening like a copper bowl, when a mosquito settled on his scalp and stung him with its dart-like sting. Said the carpenter to his son, who was seated hard by, "My boy, there's a mosquito stinging me on the head. Do drive it away."
"Hold still then, father," said the son. "One blow will settle it."
At that very time, the Bodhisattva had reached that village in the way of trade, and was sitting in the carpenter's shop.
"Rid me of it,"
said the father.
"All right, father,"
answered the son, who was behind the old man's back, and, raising a sharp axe on high with intent to kill only the mosquito, he cleft his father's head in twain, so the old man fell dead on the spot. Thought the Bodhisattva, who had been an eye-witness of the whole scene, "Better than such a friend is an enemy with sense, whom fear of men's vengeance will deter from killing a man." And he recited these lines: "Sense-lacking friends are worse than foes with sense. Witness the son that sought the gnat to slay, but cleft, poor fool, his father's skull in twain." So saying, the Bodhisattva rose up and departed, passing away in after days to fare according to his deserts. And as for the carpenter, his body was buried by his kinsfolk. The Stupid Monkeys. Once on a time, when the Brahmadatta was king of Benares, a festival was proclaimed in the city, and at the first summoning notes of the festival drum, out poured the townsfolk to keep holiday. Now in those days, a tribe of monkeys was living in the king's pleasance, and the king's gardener thought to himself, "They're holiday making up in the city. I'll get the monkeys to do the watering for me and be off to enjoy myself with the rest." So saying, he went to the king of the monkeys, and first dwelling on the benefits his majesty and his subjects enjoyed from residence in the pleasance, in the way of flowers and fruit and young shoots to eat, ended by saying, "Today there's holiday making up in the city, and I'm off to enjoy myself. Couldn't you water the young trees while I'm away?"
"Oh, yes," said the monkey.
"Only mind you do," said the gardener. And off he went, giving the monkeys the water skins and wooden watering pots to do the work with. Then the monkeys took the water skins and watering pots and fell to watering the young trees.
"But we must mind not to waste the water," observed their king. "As you water, first pull each young tree up and look at the size of its roots. Then give plenty of water to those whose roots strike deep, but only a little to those with tiny roots. When the water is all gone, we shall be hard put to it to get more."
To be sure,
said the other monkeys, and did as he bade them. At this juncture, a certain wise man, seeing the monkeys thus engaged, asked them why they pulled up tree after tree and watered them according to the size of their roots.
"Because such are our king's commands,"
answered the monkeys. Their reply moved the wise man to reflect how, with every desire to do good, the ignorant and foolish only succeed in doing harm. And he recited this stanza: "'Tis knowledge crowns endeavor with success, for fools are thwarted by their foolishness. Witness the ape that killed the garden trees." With this rebuke to the king of the monkeys, the wise man departed with his followers from the pleasance. End of section 5. Section 6 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Robbers and the Treasure. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, there was a Brahmin in a village who knew the charm called Vedabha. Now this charm, so they say, was precious beyond all price. For if at a certain conjunction of the planets the charm was repeated, and the gaze bent upwards to the skies, straightway from the heavens there rained the 7 things of price: gold, silver, pearl, coral, cat's eye, ruby, and diamond. In those days the Bodhisattva was a pupil of this Brahmin, and one day his master left the village on some business or other, and came with the Bodhisattva to the country of Seti. In a forest by the way dwelt 500 robbers, known as the Dispatchers, who made the way impassable. And these caught the Bodhisattva and the Vedabha Brahmin. Why, you ask, are they called the Dispatchers? Well, the story goes that of every 2 prisoners they made, they used to dispatch one to fetch the ransom, and that's why they were called the Dispatchers. If they captured a father and son, they told the father to go for the ransom to free his son. If they caught a mother and her daughter, they sent the mother for the money. If they caught 2 brothers, they let the elder go. And so, too, if they caught a teacher and his pupil, it was the pupil they set free. In this case, therefore, they kept the Vedabha Brahmin and sent the Bodhisattva for the ransom. And the Bodhisattva said with a bow to his master, "In a day or 2 I shall surely come back. Have no fear. Only fail not to do as I shall say. Today will come to pass the conjunction of the planets, which brings about the rain of things of price. Take heed lest, yielding to this mishap, you repeat the charm and call down the precious shower. For if you do, calamity will certainly befall both you and this band of robbers." With this warning to his master, the Bodhisattva went his way in quest of the ransom. At sunset, the robbers bound the Brahmin and laid him by the heels. Just at this moment, the full moon rose over the eastern horizon, and the Brahmin, studying the heavens, knew that the great conjunction was taking place.
"Why," thought he, "should I suffer this misery? By repeating the charm, I will call down the precious rain, pay the robbers the ransom, and go free." So he called out to the robbers, "Friends, why do you take me a prisoner?"
"To get ransom, reverend sir,"
said they. "Well, if that is all you want," said the Brahmin, "make haste and untie me. Have my head bathed and new clothes put on me, and let me be perfumed and decked with flowers. Then leave me to myself."
The robbers did as he bade them, and the Brahmin, marking the conjunction of the planets, repeated his charm with eyes uplifted to the heavens. Forthwith, the things of price poured down from the skies. The robbers picked them all up, wrapping their booty into bundles with their cloaks. Then, with their brethren, they marched away, and the Brahmin followed in the rear. But as luck would have it, the party was captured by a second band of 500 robbers.
"Why do you seize us?" said the first to the second.
"For booty," was the answer.
"If booty is what you want, seize on that Brahmin who, by simply gazing up at the skies, brought down riches as rain. It was he who gave us all that we've got."
So the second band of robbers let the first band go, and seized on the Brahmin, crying,
"Give us riches too!"
"It would give me great pleasure," said the Brahmin, "but it will be a year before the requisite conjunction of planets takes place again. If you will only be so good as to wait till then, I will invoke the precious shower for you."
"Rascally Brahmin!" cried the angry robbers. "You made the other band rich offhand, but want us to wait a whole year?"
And they cut him in two with a sharp sword and flung his body in the middle of the road. Then, hurrying after the first band of robbers, they killed every man of them, too, in hand-to-hand fight, and seized the booty. Next they divided into two companies and fought among themselves, company against company, till 250 men were slain. And so they went on killing one another till only 2 were left alive. Thus did those 1,000 men come to destruction. Now, when the 2 survivors had managed to carry off the treasure, they hid it in the jungle near a village, and one of them sat there, sword in hand, to guard it, whilst the other went into the village to get rice and have it cooked for supper. But true is the saying, and greed is verily the root of ruin. He who stopped by the treasure thought, "When my mate comes back, he'll want half of this. Suppose I kill him the moment he gets back." So he drew his sword and sat waiting for his comrade's return. Meanwhile, the other had equally reflected that the booty had to be halved, and thought to himself,
"Suppose I poison the rice and give it him to eat, and so kill him and have the whole treasure to myself."
Accordingly, when the rice was boiled, he first ate his own share, and then put poison in the rest, which he carried back with him to the jungle. But scarce had he set it down, when the other robber cut him in two with his sword and hid the body away in a secluded spot. Then he ate the poisoned rice and died then and there. Thus, by reason of the treasure, not only the Brahmin but all the robbers came to destruction. Howbeit, after a day or two, the Bodhisattva came back with the ransom, not finding his master where he had left him, but seeing treasure strewn all round about. His heart misgave him that, in spite of his advice, his master must have called down a shower of treasure from the skies, and that all must have perished in consequence. And he proceeded along the road. On his way he came to where his master's body lay cloven in twain upon the way. "Alas!" he cried, "he is dead through not heeding my warning." Then with gathered sticks he made a pyre and burnt his master's body, making an offering of wild flowers. Further along the road he came upon the 500 dispatchers, and further still upon the 250, and so on by degrees until at last he came to where lay only 2 corpses. Marking how of the 1,000 all but 2 had perished, and feeling sure that there must be 2 survivors and that these could not refrain from strife, he pressed on to see where they had gone. So on he went till he found the path by which, with the treasure, they had turned into the jungle, and there he found the heap of bundles of treasure, and one robber lying dead with his rice bowl overturned at his side. Realizing the whole story at a glance, the Bodhisattva set himself to search for the missing man, and at last found his body in the secret spot where it had been flung. "And thus," mused the Bodhisattva, "through not following my counsel, my master in his self-will has been the means of destroying not himself only, but 1,000 others also. Truly, that they seek their own gain by mistaken and misguided means shall reap ruin, even as my master. And he repeated this stanza. Misguided effort leads to loss, not gain. Thieves killed Vedabha, and themselves were slain. Thus spake the Bodhisattva, and he went on to say, and even as my master's misguided and misplaced effort in causing the rain of treasure to fall from heaven wrought both his own death and the destruction of others with him, even so shall every other man who by mistaken means seeks to compass his own advantage utterly perish and involve others in his destruction. With these words did the Bodhisattva make the forest ring, and in this stanza did he preach the truth, while the tree divinities shouted applause. The treasure he contrived to carry off to his own home, where he lived out his term of life in the exercise of almsgiving and other good works. And when his life closed, he departed to the heaven he had won. Great King Goodness. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life again as the child of the queen, and on his name day they gave him the name of Prince Goodness, Silava. At the age of 16 his education was complete, and later he came at his father's death to be king, and ruled his people righteously under the title of the Great King Goodness. At each of the 4 city gates he built an almory, another in the heart of the city, and yet another at his own palace gates, 6 in all. And at each he distributed alms to poor travelers and the needy. He kept the commandments and observed the fast days. He abounded in patience, loving kindness, and mercy. And in righteousness he ruled the land, cherishing all creatures alike with the fond love of a father for his baby boy. Now one of the king's ministers had dealt treacherously in the king's harem, and this became matter of common talk. The ministers reported it to the king. Examining into the matter himself, the king found the minister's guilt to be clear. So he sent for the culprit and said, "O blinded by folly, you have sinned and are not worthy to dwell in my kingdom. Take your substance and your wife and family and go hence." Driven thus from the realm, that minister left the Kasi country, and entering the service of the king of Kosala, gradually rose to be that monarch's confidential adviser. One day he said to the king of Kosala,
Sire, the kingdom of Benares is like a goodly honeycomb, untainted by flies. Its king is feebleness itself, and a trifling force would suffice to conquer the whole country.
Hereon the king of Kosala reflected that the kingdom of Benares was large, and considering this in connection with the advice that a trifling force could conquer it, he grew suspicious that his adviser was a hireling stubborn to lead him into a trap.
"Traitor!" he cried. "You are paid to say this."
Indeed I am not, answered the other. I do but speak the truth. If you doubt me, send men to massacre a village over his border, and see whether they are caught and brought before him. The king does not let them off scot-free, and even load them with gifts.
"He shows a very bold front in making his assertion," thought the king. "I will test his counsel without delay."
And accordingly he sent some of his creatures to harry a village across the Benares border. The ruffians were captured and brought before the king of Benares, who asked them, saying, "My children, why have you killed my villagers?"
"Because we could not make a living," said they.
"Then why did you not come to me?" said the king. "See that you do not do the like again." And he gave them presents and sent them away. Back they went and told this to the king of Kosala. But this evidence was not enough to nerve him to the expedition, and a second band was sent to massacre another village, this time in the heart of the kingdom. These too were likewise sent away with presents by the king of Benares. But even this evidence was not deemed strong enough, and a third party was sent to plunder the very streets of Benares, and these, like their forerunners, were sent away with presents. Satisfied at last that the king of Benares was an entirely good king, the king of Kosala resolved to seize on his kingdom and set out against him with troops and elephants. Now in these days, the king of Benares had 1,000 gallant warriors who would face the charge even of a rut elephant, whom the launched thunderbolt of Indra could not terrify, a matchless band of invincible heroes ready at the king's command to reduce all India to his sway. These, hearing the king of Kosala was coming to take Benares, came to their sovereign with the news and prayed that they might be dispatched against the invader.
"We will defeat and capture him, sire," said they, "before he can set foot over the border." "Not so, my children," said the king. "None shall suffer because of me. Let those who covet kingdoms seize mine if they will." And he refused to allow them to march against the invader. Then the king of Kosala crossed the border and came to the middle country, and again the ministers went to the king with renewed entreaty, but still the king refused. And now the king of Kosala appeared outside the city and sent a message to the king, bidding him either yield up the kingdom or give battle. "I fight not," was the message of the king of Benares in reply. "Let him seize my kingdom." Yet a third time the king's ministers came to him and besought him not to allow the king of Kosala to enter, but to permit them to overthrow and capture him before the city. Still refusing, the king bade the city gates be opened, and seated himself in state aloft upon his royal throne with his 1,000 ministers round him. Entering the city and finding none to bar his way, the king of Kosala passed with his army to the royal palace. The doors stood open wide, and there on his gorgeous throne with his 1,000 ministers around him sate the great King Goodness in state. "Seize them all!" cried the king of Kosala. "Tie their hands tightly behind their backs, and away with them to the cemetery. There dig holes and bury them alive up to the neck, so that they cannot move hand or foot. The jackals will come at night and give them sepulchre." At the bidding of the ruffianly king, his followers bound the king of Benares and his ministers and hauled them off. But even in this hour, not so much as an angry thought did the king of goodness harbor against the ruffians. And not a man among his ministers, even when they were being marched off in bonds, could disobey the king, so perfectly is said to have been the discipline among his followers. So King Goodness and his ministers were led off and buried up to the neck in pits in the cemetery, the king in the middle and the others on either side of him. The ground was trampled in upon them, and there they were left. Still meek and free from anger against his oppressor, King Goodness exhorted his companions, saying, "Let your hearts be filled with naught but love and charity, my children." Now at midnight the jackals came trooping to the banquet of human flesh, and at sight of the beasts the king and his companions raised a mighty shout all together, frightening the jackals away. Halting, the pack looked back, and seeing no one pursuing, again came forward. A second shout drove them away again, but only to return as before. But a third time, seeing that not a man amongst them all pursued, the jackals thought to themselves,
"These must be men who are doomed to death."
They came on boldly, even when the shout was again being raised. They did not turn tail. On they came, each singling out his prey, the chief jackal making for the king, and the other jackals for his companions. Fertile in resource, the king marked the beast's approach, and, raising his throat as if to receive the bite, fastened his teeth in the jackal's throat with a grip like a vice. Unable to free its throat from the mighty grip of the king's jaws, and fearing death, the jackal raised a great howl. At his cry of distress, the pack conceived that their leader must have been caught by a man. With no heart left to approach their own destined prey, away they all scampered for their lives. Seeking to free itself from the king's teeth, the trapped jackal plunged madly to and fro, and thereby loosened the earth above the king. Hereupon the latter, letting the jackal go, put forth his mighty strength, and, plunging from side to side, got his hands free. Then, clutching the brink of the pit, he drew himself up and came forth like a cloud scudding before the wind. Bidding his companions be of good cheer, he now set to work to loosen the earth round them and to get them out, till with all his ministers he stood free once more in the cemetery. Now it chanced that a corpse had been exposed in that part of the cemetery which lay between the respective domains of two goblins, and the goblins were disputing over the division of the spoil.
"We can't divide it ourselves,"
said they.
"but this King Goodness is righteous. He will divide it for us. Let us go to him."
So they dragged the corpse by the foot to the king and said,
"Sire, divide this man and give us each our share."
"Certainly I will, my friends," said the king, "but as I am dirty, I must bathe first." Straightway, by their magic power, the goblins brought to the king the scented water prepared for the usurper's bath. And when the king had bathed, they brought him the robes which had been laid out for the usurper to wear. When he had put these on, they brought his majesty a box containing the 4 kinds of scent. When he had perfumed himself, they brought flowers of divers kinds, laid out upon jeweled fans in a casket of gold. When he had decked himself with the flowers, the goblins asked whether they could be of any further service, and the king gave them to understand that he was hungry. So away went the goblins and returned with rice flavored with all the choicest flavors which had been prepared for the usurper's table. And the king, now bathed and scented, dressed and arrayed, ate of the dainty fare. Thereupon the goblins brought the usurper's perfumed water for him to drink in the usurper's own golden bowl, not forgetting to bring the golden cup too. When the king had drunk and had washed his mouth and was washing his hands, they brought him fragrant betel to chew, and asked whether his majesty had any further commands. "Fetch me," said he, "by your magic power, the sword of state which lies by the usurper's pillow." And straightway the sword was brought to the king. Then the king took the corpse, and setting it upright, cut it in 2 down the chine, giving 1/2 to each goblin. This done, the king washed the blade and girded it on his side. Having eaten their fill, the goblins were glad of heart, and in their gratitude asked the king what more they could do for him. "Set me by your magic power," said he, "in the usurper's chamber, and set each of my ministers back in his own house."
"Certainly, sire,"
said the goblins, and forthwith it was done. Now in that hour the usurper was lying asleep on the royal bed in his chamber of state, and as he slept in all tranquility, the good king struck him with the flat of the sword upon the belly. Waking up in a fright, the usurper saw by the lamplight that it was the great King Goodness. Summoning up all his courage, he rose from his couch and said, "Sire, it is night. A guard is set and doors are barred, and none may enter. How then came you to my bedside, sword in hand and clad in robes of splendor?" Then the king told him in detail all the story of his escape. Then the usurper's heart was moved within him, and he cried, "O king, I, though blessed with human nature, knew not your goodness, but knowledge thereof was given to the fierce and cruel goblins, whose food is flesh and blood. Henceforth, I, sire, will not plot against such signal virtue as you possess." So saying, he swore an oath of friendship upon his sword and begged the king's forgiveness. And he made the king lie down upon the bed of state, while he stretched himself out on a little couch. On the morrow at daybreak, when the sun had risen, his whole host of every rank and degree was mustered by beat of drum at the usurper's command. In their presence he extolled King Goodness, as if raising the full moon on high in the heavens. And right before them all, he again asked the king's forgiveness and gave him back his kingdom, saying, "Henceforth, let it be my charge to deal with rebels. Rule thou thy kingdom, with me to keep watch and ward." And so saying, he passed sentence on the slanderous traitor, and with his troops and elephants went back to his own kingdom. Seated in majesty and splendor beneath a white umbrella of sovereignty upon a throne of gold with legs, as of a gazelle, the great King Goodness contemplated his own glory and thought thus within himself, "Had I not persevered, I should not be in the enjoyment of this magnificence, nor would my 1,000 ministers be still numbered among the living. It was by my perseverance that I recovered the royal state I had lost, and saved the lives of my 1,000 ministers.
Verily, we should strive on unremittingly with dauntless hearts, seeing that the fruit of perseverance is so excellent."
And therewithal the king broke into this heartfelt utterance.
"Toil on, my brother, still in hope stand fast, nor let thy courage flag and tire. Myself I see, who, all my woes o'erpast, am master of my heart's desire."
Thus spoke the Bodhisattva in the fullness of his heart, declaring how sure it is that the earnest effort of the good will come to maturity. After a life spent in right doing, he passed away to fare thereafter according to his deserts. End of section 6. Section 7 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prince Five Weapons. Once on a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, it was as his queen's child that the Bodhisattva came to life once more. On the day when he was to be named, the parents inquired as to their child's destiny from 800 Brahmins, to whom they gave their heart's desire in all pleasures of sense. Marking the promise which he showed of a glorious destiny, these clever soothsaying Brahmins foretold that, coming to the throne at the king's death, the child should be a mighty king endowed with every virtue. Named and renowned for his exploits with 5 weapons, he should stand peerless in all Jambudvipa. And because of this prophecy of the Brahmins, the parents named their son Prince Five Weapons. Now, when the prince was come to years of discretion and was 16 years old, the king bade him go away and study. "With whom, sire, am I to study?" asked the prince.
"With the world-famed teacher in the town of Takasila, in the Gandhara country. Here is his fee," said the king, handing his son 1,000 pieces.
So the prince went to Takasila and was taught there. When he was leaving, his master gave him a set of 5 weapons, armed with which, after bidding adieu to his old master, the prince set out from Takasila for Benares. On his way he came to a forest haunted by a goblin named Hairy Grip, and at the entrance to the forest, men who met him tried to stop him, saying, "Young student, do not go through that forest. It is the haunt of the goblin Hairy Grip, and he kills everyone he meets." But bold as a lion, the self-reliant Bodhisattva pressed on, till in the heart of the forest he came on the goblin. The monster made himself appear in stature as tall as a palm tree, with a head as big as an arbor and huge eyes like bowls, with 2 tusks like turnips and the beak of a hawk. His belly was blotched with purple, and the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet were blue-black.
"Whither away?" cried the monster. "Halt! You are my prey!"
"Goblin," answered the Bodhisattva, "I knew what I was doing when I entered this forest. You will be ill-advised to come near me, for with a poisoned arrow I will slay you where you stand." And with this defiance, he fitted to his bow an arrow dipped in deadliest poison and shot it at the goblin. But it only stuck on to the monster's shaggy coat. Then he shot another and another, till 50 were spent, all of which merely stuck on to the goblin's shaggy coat. Hereon the goblin, shaking the arrows off so that they fell at his feet, came at the Bodhisattva, and the latter, again shouting defiance, drew his sword and struck at the goblin. But, like the arrows, his sword, which was 33 inches long, merely stuck fast in the shaggy hair. Next, the Bodhisattva hurled his spear, and that stuck fast also. Seeing this, he smote the goblin with his club, but, like his other weapons, that too stuck fast. And thereupon the Bodhisattva shouted, "Goblin, you never heard yet of me, Prince Five Weapons. When I ventured into this forest, I put my trust not in my bow and other weapons, but in myself. Now will I strike you a blow which shall crush you into dust." So saying, the Bodhisattva smote the goblin with his right hand, but the hand stuck fast upon the hair. Then in turn with his left hand, and with his right and left feet, he struck at the monster, but hand and feet alike clave to the hide. Again shouting,
I will crush you into dust." He butted the goblin with his head, and that too stuck fast. Yet even when thus caught and snared in fivefold wise, the Bodhisattva, as he hung upon the goblin, was still fearless, still undaunted. And the monster thought to himself, "This is a very lion among men, a hero without a peer, and no mere man. Though he is caught in the clutches of a goblin like me, yet not so much as a tremor will he exhibit. Never since I first took to slaying travelers upon this road have I seen a man to equal him. How comes it that he is not frightened?" Not daring to devour the Bodhisattva offhand, he said, "How is it, young student, that you have no fear of death?" "Why should I?" answered the Bodhisattva. "Each life must surely have its destined death. Moreover, within my body is a sword of adamant, which you will never digest if you eat me. It will chop your inwards into mincemeat, and my death will involve yours too. Therefore it is that I have no fear." By this, it is said, the Bodhisattva meant the sword of knowledge which was within him. Hereon the goblin fell a-thinking. "This young student is speaking the truth and nothing but the truth," thought he. "Not a morsel so big as a pea could I digest of such a hero. I'll let him go." And so, in fear of his life, he let the Bodhisattva go free, saying, "Young student, you are a lion among men. I will not eat you. Go forth from my hand, even as the moon from the jaws of Rahu, and return to gladden the hearts of your kinfolk, your friends, and your country." "As for myself, goblin," answered the Bodhisattva, "I will go. As for you, it was your sins in bygone days that caused you to be reborn a ravening, murderous, flesh-eating goblin. And if you continue in sin in this existence, you will go on from darkness to darkness. But having seen me, you will be unable thenceforth to sin any more. Know that to destroy life is to ensure rebirth either in hell, or as a brute, or as a ghost, or as a titan. Or if the rebirth be into the world of men, then such sin cuts short the days of a man's life." In this and other ways, the Bodhisattva showed the evil consequences of the 5 bad courses, and the blessing that comes from the 5 commandments, and so wrought in divers ways upon that goblin's fears that by his teaching he converted the monster, imbuing him with self-denial and establishing him in the 5 commandments. Then, making the goblin the divinity of that forest, with a right to receive offerings and charging him to remain steadfast, the Bodhisattva went his way, making known the change in the goblin's mood as he issued from the forest. And in the end he came armed with the 5 weapons to the city of Benares, and presented himself before his parents. In later days, when king, he was a righteous ruler, and after a life spent in charity and other good works, he passed away to fare thereafter according to his deserts. A Brahmin's Spell. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as the child of the queen consort. When he grew up, he mastered every accomplishment, and when at his father's death he came to be king, he proved to be a righteous king. Now he used to play at dice with his family priest, and as he flung the golden dice upon the silver dice board, he would sing this catch for luck. "'Tis nature's law that rivers wind, trees grow of wood by law of kind, and given opportunity, all women work iniquity." As these lines always made the king win the game, the priest was in a fair way to lose every penny he had in the world. And in order to save himself from utter ruin, he resolved to seek out a little maid that had never seen another man, and then to keep her under lock and key in his own house. "For," thought he, "I couldn't imagine to look after a girl who has seen another man, so I must take a newborn baby girl and keep her under my thumb as she grows up, with a close guard over her, so that none may come near her, and that she may be true to one man. Then I shall win of the king and grow rich." Now he was skilled in bodily signs,
and seeing a poor woman who was about to become a mother, and knowing that her child would be a girl, he paid the woman to come and be confined in his house, and sent her away after her confinement with a present. The infant was brought up entirely by women, and no men other than himself were ever allowed to set eyes on her. When the girl grew up, she was subject to him, and he was her master. Now while the girl was growing up, the priest forbore to play with the king. But when she was grown up and under his own control, he challenged the king to a game. The king accepted, and play began. But when in throwing the dice the king sang his lucky catch, the priest added, "Always excepting my girl." And then luck changed, and it was now the priest who won while the king lost. Thinking the matter over, the Bodhisattva suspected the priest had a virtuous girl shut up in his house, and enquiry proved his suspicions true. Then, in order to work her fall, he sent for a clever scamp and asked whether he thought he could seduce the girl. "Certainly, sire," said the fellow. So the king gave him money and sent him away with orders to lose no time. With the king's money, the fellow bought perfumes and incense and aromatics of all sorts, and opened a perfumery shop close to the priest's house. Now the priest's house was 7 stories high, and had 7 gateways, at each of which a guard was set, a guard of women only, and no man but the Brahmin himself was ever allowed to enter. The very baskets that contained the dust and sweepings were examined before they were passed in. Only the priest was allowed to see the girl, and she had only a single waiting woman. This woman had money given her to buy flowers and perfumes for her mistress, and on her way she used to pass near a shop which the scamp had opened. And he, knowing very well that she was the girl's attendant, watched one day for her coming, and rushing out of his shop, fell at her feet, clasping her feet tightly with both hands, and blubbering out, "Oh, my mother, where have you been all this long time?" And when his confederates who stood by his side cried, "What a likeness! Hand and foot, face and figure, even in style of dress, they are identical!" As one and all kept dwelling on the marvelous likeness, the poor woman lost her head. Crying out that it must be her boy, she too burst in tears. And with weeping and tears the two fell to embracing one another. Then said the man, "Where are you living, mother?" "Up at the priest's, my son. He has a young wife of peerless beauty, a very goddess for grace, and I'm her waiting woman." "And whither away now, mother?" "To buy her perfumes and flowers." "Why go elsewhere for them? Come to me for them in future," said the fellow, and he gave the woman beetle, bdellium, and so forth, and all kinds of flowers, refusing all payment. Struck with the quantity of flowers and perfumes which the waiting woman brought home, the girl asked why the Brahmin was so pleased with her that day. "Why do you say that, my dear?" asked the old woman. "Because of the quantity of things you have brought home." "No, it isn't that the Brahmin was free with his money," said the old woman, "for I got them at my son's." And from that day forth, she kept the money the Brahmin gave her, and got her flowers and other things free of charge at the man's shop. And he, a few days later, made out to be ill and took to his bed. So when the old woman came to the shop and asked for her son, she was told he had been taken ill. Hastening to his side, she fondly stroked his shoulders as she asked what ailed him, but he made no reply. "Why don't you tell me, my son?" "Not even if I were dying could I tell you, mother." "But if you don't tell me, whom are you to tell?" "Well then, mother, my malady lies solely in this, that hearing the praises of your young mistress's beauty, I have fallen in love with her. If I win her, I shall live. If not, this will be my deathbed." "Leave that to me, my boy," said the old woman cheerily, "and don't worry yourself on this account." Then, with a heavy load of perfumes and flowers to take with her, she went home and said to the Brahmin's young wife, "Alas,
He is my son in love with you, merely because I told him how beautiful you are. What is to be done?" "If you can smuggle him in here," replied the girl, "you have my leave." Hereupon the old woman set to work, sweeping together all the dust she could find in the house, from top to bottom. This dust she put into a huge flower basket and tried to pass out with it. When the usual search was made, she emptied dust over the woman on guard, who fled away under such ill treatment. In like manner she dealt with all the other watchers, smothering in dust each one in turn that said anything to her. And so it came to pass from that time forward, no matter what the old woman took in or out of the house, there was nobody bold enough to search her. Now was the time. The old woman smuggled the scamp into the house in a flower basket and brought him to her young mistress. He succeeded in wrecking the girl's virtue and actually stayed a day or two in the upper rooms, hiding when the priest was at home and enjoying the society of his mistress when the priest was off the premises. A day or two passed, and the girl said to her lover, "Sweetheart, you must be going now."
"Very well, only I must cuff the Brahmin first."
"Certainly," said she, and hid the scamp. Then when the Brahmin came in again, she exclaimed, "Oh, my dear husband, I should so like to dance. If you would play the lute for me."
"Dance away, my dear," said the priest, and struck up forthwith.
"But I shall be too ashamed if you're looking. Let me hide your handsome face first with a cloth, and then I will dance."
"All right," said he, "if you're too modest to dance otherwise."
So she took a thick cloth and tied it over the Brahmin's face so as to blindfold him. And blindfolded as he was, the Brahmin began to play the lute. After dancing a while, she cried, "My dear, I should so like to hit you once on the head."
"Hit away,"
said the unsuspecting dotard. Then the girl made a sign to her paramour, and he softly stole up behind the Brahmin and smote him on the head. Such was the force of the blow that the Brahmin's eyes were like to start out of his head, and a bump rose up on the spot. Smarting with pain, he called to the girl to give him her hand, and she placed it in his.
"Ah, it's a soft hand," said he, "but it hits hard."
Now, as soon as the scamp had struck the Brahmin, he hid, and when he was hidden, the girl took the bandage off the priest's eyes and rubbed his bruised head with oil. The moment the Brahmin went out, the scamp was stowed away in his basket again by the old woman, and so carried out of the house. Making his way at once to the king, he told him the whole adventure. Accordingly, when the Brahmin was next in attendance, the king proposed a game with dice. The Brahmin was willing, and the king caused the gaming circle to be drawn. As the king made his throw, he sang his old catch, and the Brahmin, ignorant of the girl's naughtiness, added his,
"Always excepting my girl,"
and nevertheless lost. Then the king, who did know what had passed, said to the priest, "Why accept her? Her virtue has given way. Ah, you dreamed that by taking a girl in the hour of her birth and by placing a sevenfold guard round her, you could be certain of her. Why, you couldn't be certain of a woman even if you had her inside you and always walked about with her. No woman is ever faithful to one man alone. As for that girl of yours, she told you she should like to dance, and having first blindfolded you as you played the lute to her, she let her paramour strike you on the head and then smuggled him out of the house. Where then is your exception?" And so saying, the king repeated this stanza: "Blindfold a luting, by his wife beguiled, the Brahmin sat, who tried to rear a paragon of virtue undefiled. Learn hence to hold the sex in fear." In such wise did the Bodhisattva expound the truth to the Brahmin, and the Brahmin went home and taxed the girl with the wickedness of which she was accused. "My dear husband, who can have said such a thing about me?" said she. "Indeed, I am innocent. Indeed, it was my own hand, and nobody else's that struck you. And if you do not believe me, I will brave the ordeal of fire, and swear that no man's hand has touched me but yours, and so I will make you believe me."
"So be it," said the Brahmin, and he had a quantity of wood brought and set light to it. Then the girl was summoned. "Now," said he, "if you believe your own story, brave these flames." Now before, this girl had instructed her attendant as follows.
"Tell your son, mother, to be there and to seize my hand just as I am about to go into the fire."
And the old woman did as she was bidden, and the fellow came and took his stand among the crowd. Then, to delude the Brahmin, the girl, standing there before all the people, exclaimed with fervor,
"No man's hand but thine, Brahmin, has ever touched me, and by the truth of my asseveration, I call on this fire to harm me not."
So saying, she advanced to the burning pile, when up dashed her paramour, who seized her by the hand, crying shame on the Brahmin who could force so fair a maid to enter the flames. Shaking her hand free, the girl exclaimed to the Brahmin that what she had sworn was now undone, and that she could not now brave the ordeal of fire. "Why not?" said the Brahmin.
"Because," she replied, "my asseveration was that no man's hand but thine had ever touched me, and now here is a man who has seized hold of my hand."
But the Brahmin, knowing that he was tricked, drove her from him with blows. Such, we learn, is the wickedness of women. What crime will they not commit, and then, to deceive their husbands, what oaths will they not take? Aye, in the light of day, that they did it not. So false-hearted are they. Therefore has it been said, a sex composed of wickedness and guile, unknowable, uncertain as the path of fishes in the water, womankind, hold truth for falsehood, falsehood for the truth. As greedily as cows seek pastures new, women unsated yearn for mate on mate, thievish and cruel as a sweet-voiced snake. They know all tricks wherewith to gull mankind. End of section 7. Section 8 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Value of a Brother. This story was told by the master while at Jedavana about a certain countrywoman. For it fell out once in Kosala that 3 men were plowing on the outskirts of a certain forest, and that robbers plundered folk in that forest and made their escape. The victims came, in the course of a fruitless search for the rascals, to where the 3 men were plowing. "Here are the forest robbers, disguised as husbandmen," they cried, and hauled the trio off as prisoners to the king of Kosala. Now time after time there came to the king's palace a woman who with loud lamentations begged for herewith to be covered. Hearing her cry, the king ordered a shift to be given her, but she refused it, saying this was not what she meant. So the king's servants came back to his majesty and said that what the woman wanted was not clothes, but a husband. Then the king had the woman brought into his presence and asked her whether she really did mean a husband. "Yes, sire," she answered, "for a husband is a woman's real covering, and she that lacks a husband, even though she be clad in garments costing 1,000 pieces, goes bare and naked indeed." And to enforce this truth, the following sutta should be recited here. Like kingless kingdoms, like a stream run dry, so bare and naked is a woman seen, who having brothers 10, yet lacks a mate. Pleased with the woman's answer, the king asked what relation the 3 prisoners were to her, and she said that one was her husband, one her brother, and one her son. "Well, to mark my favor," said the king, "I give you one of the 3. Which will you take?" "Sire," was her answer, "if I live I can get another husband and another son, but as my parents are dead, I can never get another brother. So give me my brother, sire." Pleased with the woman, the king set all 3 men at liberty,
And thus this one woman was the means of saving 3 persons from peril. When the matter came to the knowledge of the brotherhood, they were lauding the woman in the hall of truth when the master entered. Learning on enquiry what was the subject of their talk, he said, "This is not the first time, brethren, that this woman has saved those 3 from peril. She did the same in days gone by." And, so saying, he told a story of the past. The Grateful Animals. Once on a time, Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares. He had a son named Prince Wicked. Fierce and cruel was he, like a scotched snake. He spoke to nobody without abuse or blows. Like grit in the eye was this prince to all folk, both within and without the palace, or like a ravening ogre, so dreaded and fell was he. One day, wishing to disport himself in the river, he went with a large retinue to the waterside, and a great storm came on, and utter darkness set in. "Hi there," cried he to his servants, "take me into midstream, bathe me there, and then bring me back again." So they took him into midstream, and there took counsel together, saying, "What will he do to us when king? Let us kill the wicked wretch here and now." "So in you go, you pest," they cried as they flung him into the water. When they made their way ashore, they were asked where the prince was, and replied, "We don't see him. Finding the storm come on, he must have come out of the river and gone home ahead of us." The courtiers went into the king's presence, and the king asked where his son was. "We do not know, sire," they said. "A storm came in, and we came away in the belief that he must have gone on ahead." At once the king had the gates thrown open. Down to the riverside he went, and bade diligent search be made up and down for the missing prince. But no trace of him could be found, for in the darkness of the storm he had been swept away by the current, and coming across a tree trunk had climbed onto it, and so floated downstream, crying lustily in the agony of his fear of drowning. Now there had been a guild merchant living in those days at Benares who had died, leaving 40 crores buried in the banks of that same river. And because of his craving for riches, he was reborn as a snake at the spot under which lay his dear treasure. And also in the selfsame spot another man had hidden 30 crores, and because of his craving for riches, was reborn as a rat at the same spot. In rushed the water into their dwelling place, and the 2 creatures, escaping by the way by which the water rushed in, were making their way athwart the stream, when they chanced upon the tree trunk to which the prince was clinging. The snake climbed up at one end, and the rat at the other, and so both got a footing with the prince on the trunk. Also there grew on the river bank a silk cotton tree, in which lived a young parrot, and this tree, being uprooted by the swollen waters, fell into the river. The heavy rain beat down the parrot when it tried to fly, and it alighted in its fall upon the same tree trunk. And so there were now these 4 floating downstream together upon the tree. Now the Bodhisattva had been reborn in those days as a Brahmin in the northwest country. Renouncing the world for the hermit's life, on reaching manhood, he had built himself a hermitage by the bend of the river, and there he was now living. As he was pacing to and fro at midnight, he heard the loud cries of the prince, and thought thus within himself, "This fellow creature must not perish thus before the eyes of so merciful and compassionate a hermit as I am. I will rescue him from the water and save his life." So he shouted cheerily, "Be not afraid, be not afraid," and plunged across the stream, seized hold of the tree by one end, and being as strong as an elephant, drew it in on the bank with one long pull, and set the prince safe and sound upon the shore. Then, becoming aware of the snake, and the rat, and the parrot, he carried them to his hermitage, and there, lighting a fire, warmed the animals first, as being the weaker, and afterwards the prince. This done, he brought fruits of various kinds and set them before his guests, looking after the animals first, and the prince afterwards. This enraged the young prince, who said within himself,
This rascally hermit pays no respect to my royal birth, but actually gives brute beasts precedence over me." And he conceived hatred against the Bodhisattva. A few days later, when all four had recovered their strength and the waters had subsided, the snake bade farewell to the hermit with these words: "Father, you have done me a great service. I am not poor, for I have 40 crores of gold hidden at a certain spot. Should you ever want money, all my hoard shall be yours. You have only to come to the spot and call Snake." Next the rat took his leave with a like promise to the hermit as to his treasure, bidding the hermit come and call out, "Rat!" Then the parrot bade farewell, saying, "Father, silver and gold I have none, but should you ever want for choice rice, come to where I dwell and call out, 'Parrot!' and I, with the aid of my kinsfolk, will give you many wagon loads of rice." Last came the prince. His heart was filled with base ingratitude, and with a determination to put his benefactor to death, if the Bodhisattva should come to visit him. But concealing his intent, he said, "Come, father, to me when I am king, and I will bestow on you the 4 requisites." So saying, he took his departure, and not long after succeeded to the throne. The desire came on the Bodhisattva to put their professions to the test, and first of all he went to the snake, and standing hard by its abode, called out, "Snake!" At the word, the snake darted forth, and with every mark of respect said, "Father, in this place there are 40 crores in gold. Dig them up and take them all." "It is well," said the Bodhisattva. "When I need them, I will not forget." Then bidding adieu to the snake, he went on to where the rat lived and called out, "Rat!" And the rat did as the snake had done, going next to the parrot and calling out, "Parrot!" The bird at once flew down at his call from the treetop and respectfully asked whether it was the Bodhisattva's wish that he, with the aid of his kinsfolk, should gather paddy for the Bodhisattva from the region around the Himalayas. The Bodhisattva dismissed the parrot also with the promise that, if need arose, he would not forget the bird's offer. Last of all, being minded to test the king in his turn, the Bodhisattva came to the royal pleasance, and on the day after his arrival made his way, carefully dressed, into the city on his round for alms. Just at that moment, the ungrateful king, seated in all his royal splendor on his elephant of state, was passing in rightwise procession round the city, followed by a vast retinue. Seeing the Bodhisattva from afar, he thought to himself, "Here's that rascally hermit come to quarter himself and his appetite on me. I must have his head off before he can publish to the world the service he rendered me." With this intent, he signed to his attendants, and on their asking what was his pleasure, said, "Methinks yonder rascally hermit is here to importune me. See that the ill-omened ascetic does not look at me, but seize and bind him, flog him at every street corner, and then march him out of the city, chop off his head at the place of execution, and impale his body on a stake." Obedient to their king's command, the attendants laid the innocent great being in bonds and flogged him at every street corner on the way to the place of execution. But all their floggings failed to move the Bodhisattva, or to wring from him any cry of, "Oh, my mother and father!" All he did was to repeat this stanza: "They knew the world who framed this proverb true, a log pays better salvage than some men." These lines he repeated wherever he was flogged, till at last the wise among the bystanders asked the hermit what service he had rendered to the king. Then the Bodhisattva told the whole story, ending with the words, "So it comes to pass that by rescuing him from the torrent, I brought all this woe upon myself. And when I bethink me how I have left unheeded the words of the wise of old, I exclaim as you have heard." Filled with indignation at the recital, the nobles and Brahmins and all classes with one accord cried out, "This ungrateful king does not recognize even the goodness of this good man who saved his majesty's life. How can we have any profit from this king? Seize the tyrant!
And in their anger they rushed upon the king from every side and slew him there and then, as he rode on his elephant, with arrows and javelins and stones and clubs and any weapons that came to hand. The corpse they dragged by the heels to a ditch and flung it in. Then they anointed the Bodhisattva king and set him to rule over them. As he was ruling in righteousness, one day the desire came on him again to try the snake and the rat and the parrot, and followed by a large retinue, he came to where the snake dwelt. At the call of "Snake," came out the snake from his hole, and with every mark of respect said,
"Here, my lord, is your treasure. Take it."
Then the king delivered the 40 crores of gold to his attendants, and proceeding to where the rat dwelt, called Rat, out came the rat and saluted the king and gave up his 30 crores. Placing this treasure, too, in the hands of his attendants, the king went on to where the parrot dwelt and called, "Parrot!" And in like manner the bird came, and bowing down to the king's feet, asked whether it should collect rice for his majesty. "We will not trouble you," said the king, "till rice is needed. Now let us be going." So with the 70 crores of gold, and with the rat, the snake, and the parrot as well, the king journeyed back to the city. Here in a noble place, to the state story of which he mounted, he caused the treasure to be lodged and guarded. He had a golden tube made for the snake to dwell in, a crystal casket to house the rat, and a cage of gold for the parrot. Every day, too, by the king's command, food was served to the 3 creatures in vessels of gold, sweet parched corn for the parrot and snake, and scented rice for the rat. And the king abounded in charity and all good works. Thus in harmony and goodwill with one another, these 4 lived their lives, and when their end came, they passed away to fare according to their deserts. End of section 8. Section 9 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great Dreams. This story was told by the master while at Jetavana about 16 wonderful dreams. For in the last watch of one night, so tradition says, the king of Kosala, who had been asleep all the night, dreamed 16 great dreams, and woke up in a great fright and alarm as to what they might portend for him. So strong was the fear of death upon him that he could not stir, but lay there huddled up on his bed. Now, when the night grew light, his Brahmins and chaplains came to him, and with due obeisance asked whether his majesty had slept well.
"How could I sleep well, my directors?" answered the king. "For just at daybreak I dreamed 16 wonderful dreams, and I have been in terror ever since. Tell me, my directors, what it all means."
"We shall be able to judge on hearing them." Then the king told them his dreams and asked what those visions would entail upon him. The Brahmins fell a wringing their hands. "Why wring your hands, Brahmins?" asked the king. "Because, sire, these are evil dreams."
"What will come of them?" said the king.
"One of 3 calamities: harm to your kingdom, to your life, or to your riches."
"Is there a remedy, or is there not?"
"Undoubtedly, these dreams in themselves are so threatening as to be without remedy, but nonetheless we will find a remedy for them. Otherwise, what boots our much study and learning?"
"What then do you propose to do to avert the evil?"
"Wherever 4 roads meet, we would offer sacrifice, sire."
"My directors," cried the king in his terror, "my life is in your hands. Make haste and work my safety."
"Large sums of money and large supplies of food of every kind will be ours," thought the exultant Brahmins, and bidding the king have no fear, they departed from the palace. Outside the town they dug a sacrificial pit and collected a host of 4-footed creatures, perfect and without blemish, and a multitude of birds. But still they discovered something lacking, and back they kept coming to the king to ask for this, that, and the other. Now their doings were watched by Queen Malika, who came to the king and asked what made these Brahmins keep coming to him.
"I envy you," said the king,
A snake in your ear, and you not to know of it."
"What does your majesty mean?"
"I have dreamed, oh, such unlucky dreams. The Brahmins tell me they point to one of 3 calamities, and they are anxious to offer sacrifices to avert the evil. And this is what brings them here so often."
"But has your majesty consulted the chief Brahmin, both of this world and of the world of gods?"
"Who, pray, may he be, my dear?"
asked the king. "Know you not that chief personage of all the world, the all-knowing and pure, the spotless master Brahmin? Surely he, the Lord Buddha, will understand your dreams. Go ask him."
"And so I will, my queen," said the king, and away he went to the monastery, saluted the master, and sat down.
"What, pray, brings your majesty here so early in the morning?" asked the master in his sweet tones.
"Sir," said the king, "just before daybreak I dreamed 16 wonderful dreams, which so terrified me that I told them to the Brahmins. They told me that my dreams boded evil, and that to avert the threatened calamity they must offer sacrifice wherever 4 roads met. And so they are busy with their preparations, and many living creatures have the fear of death before their eyes. But I pray you, who are the chiefest personage in the world of men and gods, you into whose ken comes all possible knowledge of things past, present, and to be, I pray you, tell me what will come of my dreams, Lord."
"True it is, sire, that there is no other save me who can tell what your dreams signify, or what will come of them. I will tell you. Only first of all, relate to me your dreams as they appeared to you."
"I will, sir," said the king, and at once began this list, following the order of the dream's appearance. Bulls first, and trees and cows and calves, horse, dish, she-jackal, water-pot, a pond, raw rice, and sandalwood, and gourds that sank, and stones that swam, with frogs that gobbled up black snakes, a crow with gold-plumed retinue, and wolves in panic fear of goats.
How is it, sir, that I had the following one of my dreams? Methought 4 black bulls, like collyrium in hue, came from the 4 cardinal directions to the royal courtyard with avowed intent to fight, and people flocked together to see the bullfight, till a great crowd had gathered. But the bulls only made a show of fighting, roared and bellowed, and finally went off without fighting at all. This was my first dream. What will come of it?"
"Sir, that dream shall have no issue in your days or in mine. But hereafter, when kings shall be niggardly and unrighteous, and when folk shall be unrighteous, in days when the world is perverted, when good is waning and evil waxing apace, in those days of the world's backsliding, there shall fall no rain from the heavens, the feet of the storm shall be lamed, the crops shall wither, and famine shall be on the land. Then shall the clouds gather as if for rain from the 4 quarters of the heavens. There shall be haste first to carry indoors the rice and crops that the women have spread in the sun to dry, for fear the harvest should get wet. And then with the spade and basket in hand, the men shall go forth to bank up the dikes. As though in sign of coming rain, the thunder shall bellow, the lightning shall flash from the clouds. But even as the bulls in your dream that fought not, so the clouds shall flee away without raining. This is what shall come of this dream. But no harm shall come therefrom to you, for it was with regard to the future that you dreamed this dream. What the Brahmins told you was said only to get themselves a livelihood." And when the master had thus told the fulfillment of this dream, he said, "Tell me your second dream, sire."
"Sir," said the king, "my second dream was after this manner. Methought little tiny trees and shrubs burst through the soil, and when they had grown scarce a span or 2 high, they flowered and bore fruit. This was my second dream. What shall come of it?"
"Sire," said the master, "this dream shall have its fulfillment in days when the world has fallen into decay and when men are short-lived. In times to come, the passions shall be strong. Quite young girls shall go to live with men,
It shall be with them after the manner of women, and they shall conceive and bear children. The flowers typify their issues, and the fruit their offspring. But you, sire, have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your third dream, O great king.
Methought, sir, I saw cows suckling the milk of calves which they had borne that self-same day. This was my third dream. What shall come of it?
This dream, too, shall have its fulfillment only in days to come, when respect shall cease to be paid to age. For in the future, men, showing no reverence for parents or parents-in-law, shall themselves administer the family estate, and if such be their good pleasure, shall bestow food and clothing on the old folks, but shall withhold their gifts, if it be not their pleasure to give. Then shall the old folks, destitute and dependent, exist by favor of their own children, like big cows suckled by calves a day old. But you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your fourth dream.
Methought, sir, I saw men unyoking a team of draft oxen, sturdy and strong, and setting young steers to draw the load, and the steers, proving unequal to the task, laid on them, refused, and stood stock still, so that wains moved not on their way. This was my fourth dream. What shall come of it?
Here again the dream shall not have its fulfillment until the future, in the days of unrighteous kings. For in days to come, unrighteous and niggardly kings shall show no honor to wise lords, skilled in precedent, fertile in expedient, and able to get through business, nor shall appoint to the courts of law and justice aged counselors of wisdom and of learning in the law. Nay, they shall honor the very young and foolish, and appoint such to preside in the courts. And these latter, ignorant alike of statecraft and of practical knowledge, shall not be able to bear the burden of their honors or to govern, but because of their incompetence shall throw off the yoke of office, whereon the aged and wise lords, albeit right able to cope with all difficulties, shall keep in mind how they were passed over, and shall decline to aid, saying, "It is no business of ours, we are outsiders, let the boys of the inner circle see to it." Hence they shall stand aloof, and ruin shall assail those kings on every hand. It shall be even as when the yoke was laid on the young steers, who were not strong enough for the burthen, and not upon the team of sturdy and strong draft oxen, who alone were able to do the work. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your fifth dream.
Methought, sir, I saw a horse with a mouth on either side, to which fodder was given on both sides, and it ate with both its mouths. This was my fifth dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall have its fulfillment only in the future, in the days of unrighteous and foolish kings, who shall appoint unrighteous and covetous men to be judges. These base ones, fools, despising the good, shall take bribes from both sides as they sit in the seat of judgment, and shall be filled with this twofold corruption, even as the horse that ate fodder with two mouths at once. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your sixth dream.
Methought, sir, I saw people holding out a well-scoured golden bowl worth 100,000 pieces, and begging an old jackal to stale therein. And I saw the beast do so. This was my sixth dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall only have its fulfillment in the future. For in the days to come, unrighteous kings, though sprung of a race of kings, mistrusting the scions of their old nobility, shall not honor them, but exalt in their stead in the low-born, whereby the nobles shall be brought low, and the low-born raised to lordship. Then shall the great families be brought by very need to seek to live by dependence on the upstarts, and shall offer them their daughters in marriage. And the union of the noble maidens with the low-born shall be like unto the staling of the old jackal into the golden bowl. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your seventh dream.
A man was weaving rope, sir, and as he wove, he threw it down at his feet. Under his bench lay a hungry she-jackal, which kept eating the rope as he wove, but without the man knowing it. This is what I saw. This was my seventh dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall not have its fulfillment till the future. For in days to come, women shall lust after men, and strong drink and finery, and gadding abroad, and after the joys of this world. In their wickedness and profligacy, these women shall drink strong drink with their paramours, and they shall flaunt in garlands and perfumes and unguents, and heedless of even the most pressing of their household duties, they shall keep watching for their paramours, even at crevices high up in the outer wall. Aye, they shall pound up to the very seed corn that should be sown on the morrow, so as to provide good cheer. In all these ways shall they plunder the store won by the hard work of their husbands in field and byre, devouring the poor men's substance, even as the hungry jackal under the bench ate up the rope of the rope-maker as he wove it. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 8th dream.
Methought, sir, as I saw at a palace gate a big pitcher which was full to the brim, and stood amid a number of empty ones, and from the 4 cardinal points, and from the 4 intermediate points as well, there kept coming a constant stream of people of all the 4 castes, carrying water in pipkins and pouring it into the full pitcher, and the water overflowed and ran away. But none the less, they still kept on pouring more and more water into the overflowing vessel, without a single man giving so much as a glance at the empty pitchers. This was my 8th dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall not have its fulfillment until the future. For in days to come the world shall decay, the kingdom shall grow weak, its kings shall grow poor and niggardly. The foremost among them shall have no more than 100,000 pieces of money in his treasury. Then shall these kings in their need set the whole of the country folk to work for them. For the king's sake shall the toiling folk, leaving their own work, sow grain and pulse, and keep watch and reap and thresh and garner. For the king's sake shall they plant sugar canes, make and drive sugar mills, and boil down the molasses. For the king's sake shall they lay out flower gardens and orchards, and gather in the fruits. And as they gather in all the diverse kinds of produce, they shall fill the royal garners to overflowing, not giving so much as a glance at their own empty barns at home. Thus it shall be like filling up the full pitcher, heedless of the quite empty ones. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 9th dream.
Methought, sir, as I saw a deep pool with shelving banks all round, and overgrown with the 5 kinds of lotuses, from every side 2-footed creatures and 4-footed creatures flocked thither to drink of its waters. The depths of the middle were muddy, but the water was clear and sparkling at the margin, where the various creatures went down into the pool. This was my 9th dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall not have its fulfillment till the future. For in days to come kings shall grow unrighteous. They shall rule after their own will and pleasure, and shall not execute judgment according to righteousness. These kings shall hunger after riches and wax fat on bribes. They shall not show mercy, love, and compassion toward their people, but be fierce and cruel, amassing wealth by crushing their subjects like sugar canes in a mill, and by taxing them even to the uttermost farthing. Unable to pay the oppressive tax, the people shall fly from village and town and the like, and take refuge upon the borders of the realm. The heart of the land shall be a wilderness, while the borders shall teem with people, even as the water was muddy in the middle of the pool and clear at the margin. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 10th dream.
Methought, sir, I saw rice boiling in a pot without getting done. By not getting done, I mean that it looked as though it were sharply marked off and kept apart, so that the cooking went on in 3 distinct stages. For part was sodden, part hard and raw, and part just cooked to a nicety. This was my 10th dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall not have its fulfillment till the future. For in days to come kings shall grow unrighteous, the people surrounding the kings shall grow unrighteous too, as also shall Brahmins and householders, townsmen and country folk. Yes, all people alike shall grow unrighteous, not excepting even sages and Brahmins. Next, their very tutelary deities, the spirits to whom they offer sacrifice, the spirits of the trees and the spirits of the air, shall become unrighteous also. The very winds that blow over the realms of these unrighteous kings shall grow cruel and lawless. They shall shake the mansions of the skies, and thereby kindle the anger of the spirits that dwell there, so that they will not suffer rain to fall. Or, if it does rain, it shall not fall on all the kingdom at once, nor shall the kindly shower fall on all tilled or sown lands alike, to help them in their need. And, as in the kingdom at large, so in each several district and village, and over each separate pool or lake, the rain shall not fall at one and the same time on its whole expanse. If it rain on the upper part, it shall not rain upon the lower. Here the crops shall be spoiled by a heavy downpour. There wither for very drought, and here again thrive apace with kindly showers to water them. So the crops sown within the confines of a single kingdom, like the rice in the one pot, shall have no uniform character. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 11th dream.
Methought, sir, I saw sour buttermilk bartered for precious sandalwood, worth 100,000 pieces of money. This was my 11th dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall not have its fulfillment till the future, in the days when my doctrine is waning. For in days to come many greedy and shameless brethren shall arise, who for their belly's sake shall preach the very words in which I inveighed against greed. Because they have deserted by reason of their belly, and have taken their stand on the side of the heretics, they shall fail to make their preaching lead up to nirvana. Nay, their only thought as they preach shall be by fine words and sweet voices to induce men to give them costly raiment and the like, and to be minded to give such gifts. Others again seated in the highways, at the street corners, at the doors of kings' palaces, and so forth, shall stoop to preach for money, yea, for mere coin kahapanas, half kahapanas, padas, and masakas. And as they thus barter away for food or raiment, or for kahapanas and half kahapanas, my doctrine, the worth whereof is nirvana, they shall be even as those who bartered away for sour buttermilk, precious sandalwood worth 100,000 pieces. Howbeit you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 12th dream.
Methought, sir, as I saw empty pumpkins sinking in the water, what shall come of it?
This dream also shall not have its fulfillment to the future, in the days of unrighteous kings, when the world is perverted. For in those days shall kings show favor not to the scions of nobility, but to the low-born only, and these latter shall become great lords, whilst the nobles sink into poverty. Alike in the royal presence, in the palace gates, in the council chamber, and in the courts of justice, the words of the low-born alone, whom empty pumpkins typify, shall be stablished as though they had sunk down till they rested on the bottom. So too in the assemblies of the brotherhood, in the greater and lesser conclaves, and in enquiries regarding bowls, robes, lodging, and the like. The counsel only of the wicked and the vile shall be considered to have saving power, not that of modest brethren. Thus everywhere it shall be as when the empty pumpkin sank. Howbeit you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 13th dream. Hereupon the king said,
Methought, sir, I saw huge blocks of solid rock, as big as houses, floating like ships upon the waters.
What shall come of it? This dream also shall not have its fulfillment before such times as those of which I have spoken. For in those days unrighteous kings shall show honor to the low-born, who shall become great lords, whilst the nobles sink into poverty. Not to the nobles, but to the upstarts alone shall respect be paid. In the royal presence, in the council chamber, or in the courts of justice, the words of the nobles learned in the law, and it is they whom the solid rocks typify, shall drift idly by, and not sink deep into the hearts of men. When they speak, the upstarts shall merely laugh them to scorn, saying, What is this these fellows are saying? So too in the assemblies of the brethren, as aforesaid, men shall not deem worthy of respect the excellent among the brethren. The words of such shall not sink deep, but drift idly by, even as when the rocks floated upon the waters. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 14th dream.
Methought, sir, I saw tiny frogs, no bigger than minute flowerets, swiftly pursuing huge black snakes, chopping them up like so many lotus stalks and gobbling them up. What shall come of this?
This dream too shall not have its fulfillment to those days to come, such as those of which I have spoken, when the world is decaying. For then shall men's passions be so strong, and their lusts so hot, that they shall be the thralls of the very youngest of their wives for the time being, at whose sole disposal shall be slaves and hired servants, oxen, buffaloes, and all cattle, gold and silver, and everything that is in the house. Should the poor husband ask where the money, say, or a robe is, at once he shall be told that it is where it is, that he should mind his own business, and not be so inquisitive as to what is or is not in her house. And therewithal in divers ways the wives with abuse and goading taunts shall establish their dominion over their husbands, as over slaves and bondservants. Thus shall it be like as when the tiny frogs, no bigger than minute flowerets, gobbled up the big black snakes. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 15th dream.
Methought, sir, I saw a village crow, in which dwelt the whole of 10 vices, escorted by a retinue of those birds, which, because of their golden sheen, are called royal golden mallards. What shall come of it? This dream too shall not have its fulfillment till the future, till the reign of weakling kings. In the days to come, kings shall arise who know nothing about elephants or other arts, and shall be cowards in the field. Fearing to be deposed and cast from their royal estate, they shall raise to power not their peers, but their footmen, bath attendants, barbers, and such like. Thus, shut out from royal favor and unable to support themselves, the nobles shall be reduced to dancing attendants on the upstarts, as when the crow had royal golden swans for a retinue. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom. Tell me your 16th dream. Heretofore, sir, it always used to be panthers that preyed on goats. But methought I saw goats chasing panthers and devouring them, munch, 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 whilst at bare sight of the goats afar off, terror-stricken wolves fled quaking with fear and hid themselves in their fastnesses in the thicket. Such was my dream. What shall come of it?
This dream too shall not have its fulfillment till the future, till the reign of unrighteous kings. In those days the low-born shall be raised to lordship and be made royal favorites, whilst the nobles shall sink into obscurity and distress. Gaining influence in the courts of law because of their favor with the king, these upstarts shall claim perforce the ancestral estates, the raiment, and all the property of the old nobility. And when these latter plead their rights before the courts, then shall the king's minions have them cudgeled and bastinadoed and taken by the throat and cast out with words of scorn, such as, "Know your place, fools! What? Do you dispute with us? The king shall know of your insolence, and we will have your hands and feet chopped off and other correctives applied." Hereupon the terrified nobles shall affirm that their own belongings really belong to the overbearing upstarts, and will tell the favorites to accept them. And they shall hie them home and there cower in an agony of fear. Likewise evil brethren shall harry at pleasure good and worthy brethren, till these latter, finding none to help them, shall flee to the jungle. And this oppression of the nobles and of the good brethren, by the low-born and by the evil brethren, shall be like the scaring of wolves by goats. Howbeit, you have nothing to fear therefrom, for this dream too has reference to future times only. It was not truth, it was not love for you, that prompted the Brahmins to prophesy as they did. No, it was greed of gain and the insight that is bred of covetousness that shaped all their self-seeking utterances. Thus did the master expound the importance of these 16 great dreams, adding, "You, sire, are not the first to have these dreams. They were dreamed by kings of bygone days also, and then as now the Brahmins found in them a pretext for sacrifices, whereupon at the instance of the wise and good, the Bodhisattva was consulted, and the dreams were expounded by them of old time, in just the same manner as they have now been expounded." End of section 9. Section 10 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Converted Miser. Once on a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, there was a Gildmaster, Eliza by name, who was worth 80 crores and had all the defects which fall to the lot of man. He was lame and crook-backed and had a squint. He was an unconverted infidel and a miser, never giving of his store to others nor enjoying it himself. His house was like a pool haunted by ogres. Yet for 7 generations his ancestors had been bountiful, giving freely of their best. But when he became Gildmaster, he broke through the traditions of his house, burning down the almonry and driving the poor with blows from his gates. He hoarded his wealth. One day, when returning home from attendance on the king, he saw a yokel who had journeyed far and was aweary, seated on a bench and filling a mug from a jar of rank spirits and drinking it off, with a dainty morsel of stinking dried fish as a relish. At the sight, he felt a thirst for spirits, but he thought to himself, "If I drink, others will want to drink with me, and that means a ruinous expense." So he walked about, keeping his thirst under. But as time wore on, he could do so no longer. He grew as yellow as old cotton, and the veins stood out on his sunken frame. On a day, retiring to his chamber, he lay down hugging his bed. His wife came to him and rubbed his back as she asked, "What has gone amiss with my lord?" What follows is to be told in the words of the former story. But when she in her turn said, "Then I'll only brew liquor enough for you," he said, "If you make the brew in the house, there will be many on the watch, and to send out for the spirits and sit and drink it here is out of the question." So he produced 1 single penny and sent a slave to fetch him a jar of spirits from the tavern. When the slave came back, he made him go from the town to the riverside and put the jar down in a thicket near the highway. "Now be off," said he, and made the slave wait some distance off, while he filled his cup and fell to. Now the Gildmaster's father, who for his charity and other good works has been reborn as Saka in the realm of gods, was at that moment wondering whether his bounty was still kept up or not, and became aware of the stopping of his bounty and of his son's behavior. He saw how his son, breaking through the traditions of his house, had burnt the almonry to the ground, had driven the poor with blows from his gates, and how, in his miserliness, fearing to share with others, that son had stolen away to a thicket to drink by himself. Moved by the sight, Saka cried, "I will go to him and make my son see that deeds must have their consequences. I will work his conversion and make him charitable and worthy of rebirth in the realm of gods." So he came down to earth and once more trod the ways of men, putting on the semblance of the Gildmaster Eliza, with the latter's lameness and crooked back and squint. In this guise he entered the city of Rajagaha and made his way to the palace gate, where he bade his coming be announced to the king. "Let him approach," said the king, and he entered and stood with due obeisance before his majesty. "What brings you here at this unusual hour, Lord Gildmaster?" said the king. "I am come, sire, because I have in my house 80 crores of treasure. Deign to have them carried to fill the royal treasury."
"Nay, my lord Gildmaster, the treasury within my palace is greater than this."
"If you, sire, will not have it, I shall give it away to whom I will."
"Do so by all means, Gildmaster," said the king.
"So be it, sire," said the pretended Eliza, as with due obeisance he departed from the presence to the Guildmaster's house. The servants all gathered round him, but not one could tell that it was not their real master. Entering, he stood on the threshold and sent for the porter, to whom he gave orders that if anybody resembling himself should appear and claim to be Guildmaster of the house, they should soundly cudgel such a one and throw him out. Then, mounting the stairs to the upper story, he sat down on a gorgeous couch and sent for Eliza's wife. When she came, he said with a smile, "My dear, let us be bountiful." At these words, wife, children, and servants all thought, "It is a long time since he was this way minded. It must be through drinking today that he is so good-natured and generous." And his wife said to him, "Be as bountiful as you please, my husband." "Send for the crier," said he, "and bid him proclaim by beat of drum all through the city that everyone who wants gold, silver, diamonds, pearls, and the like is to come to the house of Eliza, the Guildmaster." His wife did as he bade, and a large crowd soon assembled at the door carrying baskets and sacks. Then Saka bade the treasure chambers be thrown open and cried, "This is my gift to you. Take what you will and go your ways." And the crowd seized on the riches there stored and piled them in heaps on the floor and filled the bags and vessels they had brought, and went off laden with the spoils. Among them was a countryman who yoked Eliza's oxen to Eliza's carriage, filled it with the 7 things of price, and journeyed out of the city along the high road. As he went along, he drew near the thicket and sang the Guildmaster's praises in these words, "May you live to be 100, my good lord Eliza. What you have done for me this day will enable me to live without doing another stroke of work. Whose were these oxen? Yours. Whose was this carriage? Yours. Whose was the wealth in the carriage? Yours again. It was no father or mother who gave me all this. No, it came solely from you, my lord." These words filled the Guildmaster with fear and trembling. "Why, the fellow is mentioning my name in his talk," said he to himself. "Can the king have been distributing my wealth to the people?" At the bare thought, he bounded from the bush and recognizes his own oxen and cart, seized the oxen by the cord, crying, "Stop, fellow! These oxen and this cart belong to me!" Down leaped the man from the cart, angrily exclaiming, "You rascal! Eliza the Guildmaster is giving away his wealth to all in the city. What has come to you?" And he sprang at the Guildmaster and struck him on the back like a falling thunderbolt, and went off with the cart. Eliza picked himself up, trembling in every limb, wiped off the mud, and hurrying after his cart, seized hold of it. Again the countryman got down, and seizing Eliza by the hair, doubled him up and thumped him about the head for some time. Then, taking him by the throat, he flung him back the way he had come and drove off. Sobered by this rough usage, Eliza hurried off home. There, seeing folk make off with the treasure, he fell to laying hands on here a man and there a man, shrieking, "Hi! What's this? Is the king despoiling me?" And every man he laid hands on knocked him down. Bruised and smarting, he sought to take refuge in his own house, when the porters stopped him with, "Hulloa, you rascal! Where might you be going?" And first, thrashing him soundly with bamboos, they took their master by the throat and threw him out of doors. "There is none but the king left to see me righted," groaned Eliza, and betook himself to the palace. "Why, oh why, sire," he cried, "have you plundered me like this?"
"Nay, it was not I, my lord Guildmaster," said the king. "Did you not yourself come and declare your intention of giving your wealth away if I would not accept it? And did you not then send the cry around and carry out your threat? Oh, sire, indeed it was not I that came to you on such an errand. Your majesty knows how near and close I am, and how I never give away so much as the tiniest drop of oil, which a blade of grass will take up. May it please your majesty to send for him who has given my substance away, and to question him on the matter.
Then the king sent for Saka. And so exactly alike were the two that neither the king nor his court could tell which was the real Gildmaster. Said the miser Eliza,
Who and what, sire, is this Gildmaster? I am the Gildmaster.
Well, really I can't say which is the real Eliza, said the king. Is there anybody who can distinguish them for certain?
Yes, sire, my wife.
So the wife was sent for and asked which of the two was her husband. And she said Saka was her husband and went to his side. Then in turn Eliza's children and servants were brought in and asked the same question. And all with one accord declared Saka was the real Gildmaster. Here it flashed across Eliza's mind that he had a wart on his head hidden among his hair, the existence of which was known only to his barber. So, as a last resource, he asked that his barber might be sent for to identify him. Now at this time the Bodhisattva was his barber. Accordingly, the barber was sent for and asked if he could distinguish the real from the false Eliza.
I could tell, sire, said he, if I might examine their heads.
Then look at both their heads, said the king.
On the instant, Saka caused a wart to rise on his head. After examining the two, the Bodhisattva reported that, as both alike had got warts on their heads, he couldn't for the life of him say which was the real man. And therewithal he uttered this stanza. Both squint, both halt, both men are hunchbacks too, and both have warts alike. I cannot tell which of the two the real Eliza is. Hearing his last hope thus fail him, the Gildmaster fell into a tremble, and such was his intolerable anguish at the loss of his beloved riches that down he fell in a swoon. Thereupon Saka put forth his transcendental powers, and, rising in the air, addressed the king thence in these words,
Not Eliza am I, O king, but Saka.
Then those around wiped Eliza's face and dashed water over him. Recovering, he rose to his feet and bowed to the ground before Saka, king of gods. Then said Saka,
Eliza, mine was the wealth, not thine. I am thy father, and thou art my son. In my lifetime I was bountiful toward the poor, and rejoiced in doing good. Wherefore I am advanced to this high estate, and am become Saka. But thou, walking not in my footsteps, art grown a niggard, and a very miser. Thou hast burnt my almonry to the ground, driven the poor from the gate, and hoarded thy riches. Thou hast no enjoyment thereof thyself, nor has any other human being. But thy store is become like a pool haunted by ogres, whereat no man may slake his thirst. Albeit, if thou wilt rebuild mine almonry, and show bounty to the poor, it shall be accounted to thee for righteousness. But if thou wilt not, then will I strip thee of all that thou hast, and cleave thy head with this thunderbolt of Indra, and thou shalt die.
At this threat, Eliza, quaking for his life, cried out,
Henceforth I will be bountiful.
And Saka accepted his promise, and, still seated in mid-air, established his son in the commandments and preached the truth to him, departing thereafter to his own abode. And Eliza was diligent in almsgiving and other good works, and so assured his rebirth thereafter in heaven. The Valiant Dwarf. Once on a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a Brahmin in a market town in the north country, and when he was grown up, he studied under a teacher of worldwide fame at Takasila. There he learnt the 3 Vedas and the 18 branches of knowledge, and completed his education, and he became known as the Sage Little Bowman.
Leaving Dhakasala, he came to the Andhra country in search of practical experience. Now it happened that in his birth the Bodhisattva was somewhat of a crooked little dwarf, and he thought to himself,
If I make my appearance before any king, he's surely to ask what a dwarf like me is good for. And should I not use a tall, broad fellow as my stalking horse and earn my living in the shadow of his more imposing personality?
So he betook himself to the weaver's quarter, and there, espying a huge weaver named Bhimasena, saluted him, asking the man's name.
Bhimasena is my name,
said the weaver. And what makes a fine man like you work at so sorry a trade?
Because I can't get a living any other way.
We've no more, friend. The whole continent can show no such archer as I am, but kings would scorn me because I am a dwarf. And so you, friend, must be the man to vaunt your prowess with the bow, and the king will take you into his pay and make you ply your calling regularly. Meantime, I shall be behind you to perform the duties that are laid upon you, and so shall earn my living in your shadow. In this manner, we shall both of us thrive and prosper. Only do as I tell you.
Done! With you!
said the other. Accordingly, the Bodhisattva took the weaver with him to Benares, acting as a little page of the bow and putting the other in the front. And when they were at the gates of the palace, he made him send word of his coming to the king. Being summoned into the royal presence, the pair entered together and, bowing, stood before the king.
What brings you here? Said the king. I am a mighty archer, said Bhimasena. There is no archer like me in the whole continent.
What pay would you want to enter my service?
1,000 pieces a fortnight, sire.
What is this man of yours?
He's my little page, sire.
Very well, enter my service. So Bhimasena entered the king's service, but it was the Bodhisattva who did all his work for him. Now in those days there was a tiger in the forest in Kasi which blocked a frequented high road and had devoured many victims. When this was reported to the king, he sent for Bhimasena and asked whether he could catch the tiger.
How could I call myself an archer, sire, if I couldn't catch a tiger?
The king gave him largesse and sent him on the errand. And home to the Bodhisattva came Bhimasena with the news.
All right, said the Bodhisattva. Away you go, my friend.
But you're not coming too?
No, I won't go, but I'll tell you a little plan.
Please do, my friend.
Well, don't you be rash and approach the tiger's lair alone. What you will do is to muster a strong band of country folk to march in the spot with 1,000 or 2,000 bows. When you know that the tiger is aroused, you bolt into the thicket and lie down flat on your face. The country folk will beat the tiger to death, and as soon as he is quite dead, you bite off a creeper with your teeth and draw near to the dead tiger, trailing the creeper in your hand. At the sight of the dead body of the brute, you will burst out with, "Who has killed the tiger? I meant to lead it by a creeper like an ox to the king, and with this intent had just stepped into the thicket to get a creeper. I must know who killed the tiger before I could get back with my creeper." Then the country folk will be very frightened and bribe you heavily not to report them to the king. You will be credited with slaying the tiger, and the king, too, will give you lots of his money.
Very good,
said Bhimasena, and off he went and slew the tiger just as the Bodhisattva had told him. Having thus made the road safe for travelers, back he came with a large following to Benares, and said to the king,
I have killed the tiger, sire. The forest is safe for travelers now.
Well pleased, the king loaded him with gifts. Another day, tidings came that a certain road was infested with a buffalo, and the king sent Bhimasena to kill it. Following the Bodhisattva's directions, he killed the buffalo in the same way as the tiger, and returned to the king, who once more gave him lots of money. He was a great lord now. Intoxicated by his new honors, he treated the Bodhisattva with contempt and scorned to follow his advice, saying,
I can get on without you. You think there's no man but yourself.
This and many other harsh things did he say to the Bodhisattva. Now, a few days later, a hostile king marched upon Benares and beleaguered it, sending a message to the king summoning him either to surrender his kingdom or to do battle. And the king of Benares ordered Bhimasena out to fight him. So Bhimasena was armed cap a pee in soldierly fashion and mounted on a war elephant sheathed in complete armor. And the Bodhisattva, who was seriously alarmed that Bhimasena might get killed, armed himself cap a pee also and seated himself modestly behind Bhimasena. Surrounded by a host, the elephant passed out of the gates of the city and arrived in the forefront of the battle. At the first notes of the martial drum, Bhimasena fell a-quaking with fear.
"If you fall now, you'll get killed,"
said Bodhisattva, and accordingly fastened a cord round him, which he held tight to prevent him from falling off the elephant. But the sight of the field of battle proved too much for Bhimasena, and the fear of death was so strong on him that he fouled the elephant's back.
"Ah," said the Bodhisattva, "the present does not tally with the past. Then you affected the warrior. Now your prowess is confined to befouling the elephant you ride on."
And so saying, he uttered this stanza.
"You vaunted your prowess, and loud was your boast. You swore you would vanquish the foe. But is it consistent, when faced with their host, to vent your emotions, sir, so?"
When the Bodhisattva had ended these taunts, he said,
"But don't you be afraid, my friend. Am not I here to protect you?"
Then he made Bhimasena get off the elephant and bade him wash himself and go home.
"And now, to win renown this day,"
said the Bodhisattva, raising his battle cry as he dashed into the fight. Breaking through the king's camp, he dragged the king out and took him alive to Benares. In great joy at his prowess, his royal master loaded him with honors, and from that day forward all India was loud with the fame of the sage little bowman. To Bhimasena he gave largesse and sent him back to his own home, whilst he himself excelled in charity and all good works, and at his death passed away to fare according to his deserts. End of section 10. Section 11 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Stolen Jewels. Once on a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva, having perfected his education, became one of the king's ministers. One day the king, with a large following, went into his pleasance, and after walking about the woods, felt a desire to disport himself in the water. So he went down into the royal tank and sent for his harem. The women of the harem, removing the jewels from their heads and necks and so forth, laid them aside with their upper garments in boxes under the charge of female slaves, and then went down into the water. Now as the queen was taking off her jewels and ornaments and laying them with her upper robe on a box, she was watched by a female monkey, which was hidden in the branches of a tree hard by. Conceiving a longing to wear the queen's pearl necklace, this monkey watched for the slave in charge to be off her guard. At first the girl kept looking all about her in order to keep the jewels safe, but as time wore on, she began to nod. As soon as the monkey saw this, quick as the wind she jumped down, and quick as the wind she was up the tree again, with the pearls round her own neck. Then, for fear the other monkeys should see it, she hid this string of pearls in a hole in the tree and sat on guard over her spoils as demurely as though nothing had happened. By and by the slave awoke, and, terrified at finding the jewels gone, saw nothing else to do but scream out, "A man has run off with the queen's pearl necklace!" Up ran the guards from every side, and, hearing this story, told it to the king. "Catch the thief," said his majesty, and away went the guards, searching high and low for the thief in the pleasance. Hearing the din, a poor superstitious rustic took his heels in alarm. "There he goes!" cried the guards, catching sight of the runaway, and they followed him up till they caught him, and with blows demanded what he meant by stealing such precious jewels. Thought he, "If I deny the charge, I shall die with the beating I shall get from these ruffians. I'd better say I took it." So he confessed to the theft and was hauled off a prisoner to the king. "Did you take those precious jewels?" asked the king. "Yes, your majesty." "Where are they now?" "Please, your majesty, I'm a poor man. I've never in my life owned anything, even a bed or a chair of any value, much less a jewel. It was the Gildmaster who made me take that valuable necklace, and I took it and gave it to him. He knows all about it." Then the king sent for the Gildmaster and asked whether the rustic had passed the necklace on to him.
"Yes, sire," was the answer.
"Where is it then?"
"I gave it to your majesty's family priest."
Then the priest was sent for and interrogated in the same way, and he said he had given it to the chief musician, who in his turn said he had given it to a courtesan as a present. But she, being brought before the king, utterly denied ever having received it. Whilst the five were thus being questioned, the sun set. "It's too late now," said the king. "We will look into this tomorrow." So he handed the five over to his ministers and went back into the city. Hereupon the Bodhisattva fell a-thinking. "These jewels," thought he, "were lost inside the grounds while the rustic was outside. There was a strong guard at the gates, and it was impossible for anyone inside to get away with the necklace. I do not see how anyone, whether inside or out, could have managed to secure it. The truth is, this poor wretched fellow must have said he gave it to the Gildmaster merely in order to save his own skin, and the Gildmaster must have said he gave it to the priest in the hope that he would get off if he could mix the priest up in the matter. Furthermore, the priest must have said he gave it to the chief musician because he thought the latter would make the time pass merrily in prison, whilst the chief musician's object in implicating the courtesan was simply to solace himself with her company during imprisonment. Not one of the whole five has anything to do with the theft. On the other hand, the grounds swarm with monkeys, and the necklace must have got into the hands of one of the female monkeys." When he had arrived at this conclusion, the Bodhisattva went to the king with the request that the suspects might be handed over to him and that he might be allowed to examine personally into the matter. "By all means, wise friend," said the king, "examine into it." Then the Bodhisattva sent for his servants and told them where to lodge the five prisoners, saying, "Keep strict watch over them, listen to everything they say, and report it all to me." Then his servants did as he bade them. As the prisoners sat together, the Gildmaster said to the rustic, "Tell me, you wretch, where you and I ever met before this day. Tell me when you gave me that necklace." "Worshipful sir," said the other, "it has never been mine to own aught so valuable even as a stool or bedstead that wasn't rickety. I thought that with your help I should get out of this trouble, and that's why I said what I did. Be not angry with me, my lord," said the priest in turn to the Gildmaster. "How then you came to pass on to me what this fellow had never given to you?" "I only said so because I thought that if you and I, both high officers of state, stand together, we can soon put the matter right." "Brahmin," now said the chief musician to the priest, "when, pray, did you give the jewel to me?" "I only said I did," answered the priest, "because I thought you would help to make the time pass more agreeably." Lastly, the courtesan said, "Oh, you wretch of a musician! You know you never visited me, nor I you. So when could you have given me the necklace, as you say?" "Why be angry, my dear?" said the musician. "We have got to keep our house together for a bit, so let us put a cheerful face on it and be happy together." This conversation being reported to the Bodhisattva by his agents, he felt convinced the five were all innocent of the robbery, and that a female monkey had taken the necklace. "And I must find a means to make her drop it," said he to himself. So he had a number of bead necklaces made. Next he had a number of monkeys caught and turned loose again, with strings of beads on their necks, wrists, and ankles. Meantime, the guilty monkey kept sitting in the trees watching her treasure. Then the Bodhisattva ordered a number of men to observe every monkey in the grounds carefully, till they saw one wearing the missing pearl necklace, and then frightened her into dropping it. Tricked out in their new splendor, the other monkeys strutted about till they came to the real thief, to whom they said, "See our necklaces?" Jealousy overcoming her prudence, she exclaimed, "They're only beads." and put on her own necklace of real pearls. This was at once seen by the watchers, who promptly made her drop the necklace, which they picked up and brought to the Bodhisattva. He took it to the king, saying, "Here, sire, is the necklace. The 5 prisoners are innocent. It was a female monkey in the pleasance that took it." "How came you to find that out?" asked the king. "And how did you manage to get possession of it again?" Then the Bodhisattva told the whole story, and the king thanked the Bodhisattva, saying, "You are the right man in the right place." And he uttered this stanza in praise of the Bodhisattva. "For war men crave the hero's might, for counsel sage sobriety, boon comrades for their jollity, but judgment when in parlous plight." Over and above these words of praise and gratitude, the king showered treasures upon the Bodhisattva like a storm cloud pouring rain from the heavens. After following the Bodhisattva's counsels through a long life spent in charity and good works, the king passed away to fare thereafter according to his deserts. The Too Clever Merchant. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into a merchant's family and on name day was named Wise. When he grew up, he entered into partnership with another merchant named Wisest and traded with him. And these two took 500 wagons of merchandise from Benares to the country districts, where they disposed of their wares, returning afterwards with the proceeds to the city. When the time for dividing came, Wisest said, "I must have double share." "Why so?" asked Wise. "Because while you are only wise, I am wisest, and wise ought to have only 1 share to wisest's 2. "But we both had an equal interest in the stock and trade, and in the oxen and wagons. Why should you have 2 shares?" "Because I am wisest." And so they talked away till they fell to quarreling. "Ah," thought Wisest, "I have a plan." And so he made his father hide in a hollow tree, enjoining the old man to say, when the 2 came, "Wisest should have a double portion." This arranged, he went to the Bodhisattva and proposed to him to refer the claim for a double share to the competent decision of the tree divinity. Then he made his appeal in these words, "Lord, decide our cause." Hereupon the father, who was hidden in the tree, in a changed voice asked them to state the case. The cheat addressed the tree as follows: "Lord, here stands Wise, and here stand I, Wisest. We have been partners in trade. Declare what share each should receive." "Wise should receive 1 share, and Wisest 2, was the response. Hearing this decision, the Bodhisattva resolved to find out whether it was indeed a tree divinity or not. So he filled the hollow trunk with straw and set it on fire. And Wisest's father was half roasted by the rising flames and clambered up by clutching hold of a bough. Falling to the ground, he uttered this stanza: "Wise rightly, Wisest wrongly got his name. Through Wisest I'm nigh roasted in the flame." Then the 2 merchants made an equal division, and each took half, and at their deaths passed away to fare according to their deserts. The Loquacious Brahmin. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was one of the king's courtiers, and the king's family priest of those days was so talkative and long-winded that when he once started, no one else could get a word in. So the king cast about for someone to cut the priest short, and looked high and low for such an one. Now at that time there was a cripple in Benares who was a wonderful marksman with stones, and the boys used to put him in a little cart and draw him to the gates of Benares, where there was a large branching banyan tree covered with leaves. There they would gather round and give him halfpence, saying, "Make an elephant," or "Make a horse," and the cripple would throw stone after stone till he had cut the foliage into the shapes asked for, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. On his way to his pleasance, the king came to the spot, and all the boys scampered off in fear of the king, leaving the cripple there helpless. At the sight of the litter of leaves, the king asked, as he rode by his chariot, who had cut the leaves off, and he was told that the cripple had done it. Thinking that there might be a way to stop the priest's mouth,
The king asked where the cripple was, and was shown him sitting at the foot of the tree. Then the king had him brought to him, and motioning his retinue to stand apart, said to the cripple, "I have a very talkative priest. Do you think you could stop his talking?"
"Yes, sire, if I had a pea-shooter full of dry goat's dung," said the cripple.
Then the king had him taken to the palace and set with a pea-shooter full of dry goat's dung behind a curtain with a slit in it, facing the priest's seat. When the Brahmin came to wait upon the king and was seated on the seat prepared for him, his majesty started a conversation, and the priest forthwith monopolized the conversation, and no one else could get a word in. Hereon the cripple shot the pellets of goat's dung one by one, like flies through the slit in the curtain right into the priest's gullet. And the Brahmin swallowed the pellets down as they came, like so much oil, till all had disappeared. When the whole pea-shooter full of pellets was lodged in the priest's stomach, they swelled to the size of half a peck, and the king, knowing they were all gone, addressed the Brahmin in these words,
"Reverend sir, so talkative are you that you have swallowed down a pea-shooter full of goat's dung without noticing it. That's about as much as you will be able to take in a sitting. Now go home and take a dose of panic seed and water by way of emetic, and put yourself right again."
From that day the priest kept his mouth shut and sat as silent during conversation as though his lips were sealed.
"Well, my ears are indebted to the cripple for this relief,"
said the king, and bestowed on him 4 villages, one in the north, one in the south, one in the west, and one in the east, producing 100,000 a year. The Bodhisattva drew near to the king and said, "In this world, sire, skill should be cultivated by the wise. Mere skill in aiming has brought this cripple all this prosperity." So saying, he uttered this stanza, "Prize skill, and note the marksman lame, for villagers reward his aim." The 3 Fishes. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, there lived in the river of Benares 3 fishes named Very Thoughtful, Thoughtless, and Duly Thoughtful. And they came downstream from the wild country to where men dwelt. Hereupon Duly Thoughtful said to the other 2, "This is a dangerous and perilous neighborhood where fishermen catch fish with nets, basket traps, and such like tackle. Let us be off to the wild country again." But so lazy were the other 2 fishes and so greedy that they kept putting off their going from day to day until they had let 3 months slip by. Now fishermen cast their nets into the water, and Very Thoughtful and Thoughtless were swimming on ahead in quest of food, when in their folly they blindly rushed into the net. Duly Thoughtful, who was behind, observed the net and saw the fate of the other 2. "I must save these lazy fools from death," thought he. So first he dodged round the net and splashed in the water in front of it like a fish that has broken through and gone upstream. And then, doubling back, he splashed about behind it, like a fish that has broken through and gone downstream. Seeing this, the fishermen thought the fish had broken the net, and all got away. So they pulled it in one corner, and the 2 fishes escaped from the net into the open water again. This is the way they owed their lives to Duly Thoughtful. End of section 11. Section 12 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lucky Sneeze. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, he had in his service a Brahmin who professed to tell whether swords were lucky or not, and all came to pass as in the introductory story. And the king called in the surgeons and had him fitted with a false tip to his nose, which was cunningly painted for all the world like a real nose. And then the Brahmin resumed his duties again about the king. Now Brahmadatta had no son, only a daughter and a nephew, whom he had brought up under his own eye. And when these 2 grew up, they fell in love with one another. So the king sent for his counselors and said to them, "My nephew is heir to the throne. If I give him my daughter to wife, he shall be anointed king." But on second thoughts, he decided that as in any case his nephew was like a son, he had better marry him to a foreign princess and give his daughter to a prince of another royal house. For he thought this plan would give him more grandchildren and vest in his line the scepters of 2 several kingdoms. And after consulting with his counselors, he resolved to separate the 2, and they were accordingly made to dwell apart from one another. Now they were 16 years old and very much in love, and the young prince thought of nothing but how to carry off his cousin from her father's palace. At last the plan struck him of sending for a wise woman, to whom he gave a pocketful of money.
"And what am I to do for this?"
said she. "There is nothing you can't do. Tell me how you can get my uncle to let his daughter out of the palace." And she promised to help him, and said that she would tell the king that his daughter was under the influence of witchcraft, but that, as the demon had possessed her so long that he was off his guard, she would take the princess one day in a carriage to the cemetery with a strong escort under arms, and there, in a magic circle, lay the princess on a bed with a dead man under it, and with 108 douches of scented water wash the demon out of her.
"And when on this pretext I bring the princess to the cemetery," continued the wise woman, "mind that you just reach the cemetery before us in your carriage with an armed escort, taking some ground pepper with you. Arrived at the cemetery, you will leave your carriage at the entrance and dispatch your men to the cemetery grove, while you yourself go to the top of the mound and lie down as though dead. Then I will come and set up a bed over you on which I will lay the princess. Then will come the time when you must sniff at the pepper till you sneeze 2 or 3 times, and when you sneeze, we will leave the princess and take to our heels. Thereon you and the princess must bathe all over, and you must take her home with you."
"Capital," said the prince, "a most excellent device." So away went the wise woman to the king, and he fell in with her idea, as did the princess when it was explained to her. When the day came, the old woman told the princess their errand, and said to the guards on the road in order to frighten them,
"Listen, under the bed that I shall set up there will be a dead man, and that dead man will sneeze. And mark well that so soon as he has sneezed, he will come out from under the bed and seize on the first person he finds. So be prepared, all of you."
Now the prince had already got to the place and got under the bed as had been arranged. Next the crone led off the princess and laid her upon the bed, whispering to her not to be afraid. At once the prince sniffed at the pepper and fell a-sneezing. And scarce had he begun to sneeze before the wise woman left the princess, and with a loud scream was off, quicker than any of them. Not a man stood his ground. One and all they threw away their arms and bolted for dear life. Hereon the prince came forth and bore off the princess to his home, as had been before arranged. And the old woman made her way to the king and told him what had happened. "Well," thought the king, "I always intended her for him, and they've grown up together like ghee and rice porridge." So he didn't fly into a passion, but in course of time made his nephew king of the land, with his daughter as queen consort. Now the new king kept on in his service the Brahmin who professed to tell the temper of swords, and one day as he stood in the sun, the false tip of the Brahmin's nose got loose and fell off. And there he stood, hanging his head for very shame. Never mind, laughed the king. "Sneezing is good for some, but bad for others. One sneeze lost you your nose, whilst I have to thank a sneeze for both my throne and queen." So saying, he uttered this stanza. "Our diverse fates this moral show, what brings one weal may work another woe." So spake the king, and after a life spent in charity and other good works, he passed away to fare according to his deserts. The Hypocritical Jackal. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a rat, perfect in wisdom and as big as a young boar. He had his dwelling in the forest, and many hundreds of other rats owned his sway. Now there was a roving jackal who espied this troop of rats, and fell to scheming how to beguile and eat them. And he took up his stand near their home with his face to the sun, snuffing up the wind and standing on one leg. Seeing this when out on his road in quest of food, the Bodhisattva conceived the jackal to be a saintly being, and went up and asked his name. "Godly is my name," said the jackal. "Why do you stand on only one leg?" "Because if I stood on all four at once, the earth would not bear my weight. That is why I stand on one leg only." "Why do you keep your mouth open?" "To take the air. I live on air. It is my only food." "And why do you face the sun?" "To worship him." "What uprightness," thought the Bodhisattva, and thenceforward he made a point of going, attended by the other rats, to pay his respects morning and evening to the saintly jackal. And when the rats were leaving, the jackal seized and devoured the hindermost one of them, wiped his lips, and looked as though nothing had happened. In consequence of this, the rats grew fewer and fewer, till they noticed the gaps in their ranks, and, wondering why this was so, asked the Bodhisattva the reason. He could not make it out, but suspecting the jackal, resolved to put him to the test. So next day he let the other rats go out first, and himself brought up the rear. The jackal made a spring on the Bodhisattva, who, seeing him coming, faced round and cried, "So this is your saintliness, you hypocrite and rascal!" And he repeated the following stanza: "Where saintliness is but a cloak, whereby to cozen guileless folk, and screen a villain's treachery, the cat-like nature there we see." So saying, the king of the rats sprang at the jackal's throat and bit his windpipe asunder, just under the jaw, so that he died. Back trooped the other rats and gobbled up the body of the jackal with a crunch, crunch, crunch. That is to say, the foremost of them did, for they say there was none left for the last comers. And ever after the rats lived happily in peace and quiet. The Golden Goose. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a Brahmin, and growing up was married to a bride of his own rank, who bore him 3 daughters named Nanda, Nandavati, and Sundari Nanda. The Bodhisattva dying, they were taken in by neighbors and friends, whilst he was born again into the world as a golden goose, endowed with consciousness of its former existences. Growing up, the bird viewed his own magnificent size and golden plumage, and remembered that previously he had been a human being. Discovering that his wife and daughters were living on the charity of others, the goose bethought him of his plumage like hammered and beaten gold, and how by giving them a golden feather at a time, he could enable his wife and daughters to live in comfort. So away he flew to where they dwelt, and alighted on the top of the central beam of the roof. Seeing the Bodhisattva, the wife and girls asked where he had come from, and he told them that he was their father who had died and been born a golden goose, and that he had come to visit them and put an end to their miserable necessity of working for hire.
"You shall have my feathers," said he, "one by one, and they will sell for enough to keep you all in ease and comfort."
So saying, he gave them one of his feathers and departed. And from time to time he returned to give them another feather, and with the proceeds of their sale these Brahmin women grew prosperous and quite well-to-do. But one day the mother said to her daughters, "There's no trusting animals, my children. Who's to say your father might not go away one of these days and never come back again? Let us use our time and pluck him clean next time he comes, so as to make sure of all his feathers." Thinking this would pain him, the daughters refused. The mother, in her greed, called the golden goose to her one day when he came, and then took him with both hands and plucked him. Now the Bodhisattva's feathers had this property, that if they were plucked out against his wish, they ceased to be golden and became like a crane's feathers. And now the poor bird, though he stretched his wings, could not fly, and the woman flung him into a barrel and gave him food there. As time went on, his feathers grew again, though they were plain white ones now, and he flew away to his own abode and never came back again. The Grateful Mouse. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a stone cutter, and growing up became expert in working stones. Now in the Kasi country there dwelt a very rich merchant who had amassed 40 crores in gold. And when his wife died, so strong was her love of money that she was reborn a mouse and dwelt over the treasure. And one by one the whole family died, including the merchant himself. Likewise, the village became deserted and forlorn. At the time of our story, the Bodhisattva was quarrying and shaping stones on the site of this deserted village, and the mouse used often to see him as she ran about to find food. At last she fell in love with him, and bethinking her how the secret of all her vast wealth would die with her, she conceived the idea of enjoying it with him. So one day she came to the Bodhisattva with a coin in her mouth. Seeing this, he spoke to her kindly and said, "Mother, what has brought you here with this coin?"
"It is for you to lay out yourself and to buy meat with for me as well, my son."
Nowise loth, he took the money and spent a halfpenny of it on meat which he brought to the mouse, who departed and ate her heart's content. And this went on, the mouse giving the Bodhisattva a coin every day, and he in return supplying her with meat. But it fell out one day that the mouse was caught by a cat.
"Don't kill me," said the mouse.
"Why not?" said the cat. "I'm as hungry as can be, and really must kill you to allay the pangs."
"First, tell me whether you're always hungry or only hungry today."
"Oh, every day finds me hungry again."
"Well then, if this be so, I will find you always in meat. Only let me go."
"Mind you do then," said the cat, and let the mouse go. As a consequence of this, the mouse had to divide the supplies of meat she got from the Bodhisattva into 2 portions, and gave one half to the cat, keeping the other for herself. Now, as luck would have it, the same mouse was caught another day by a second cat, and had to purchase her release on the same terms. So now the daily food was divided into 3 portions. And when a third cat caught the mouse and a like arrangement had to be made, the supply was divided into 4 portions. And later a 4th cat caught her, and the food had to be divided among 5, so that the mouse, reduced to such short commons, grew so thin as to be nothing but skin and bone. Remarking how emaciated his friend was getting, the Bodhisattva asked the reason. Then the mouse told him all that had befallen her. "Why didn't you tell me all this before?" said the Bodhisattva. "I'll help you out of your troubles." So he took a block of the purest crystal and scooped out a cavity in it and made the mouse get inside. "Now stop there," said he, "and don't fail to fiercely threaten and revile all who come near." So the mouse crept into the crystal cell and waited. Up came one of the cats and demanded his meat.
"Away, vile grimalkin," said the mouse. "Why should I supply you? Go home and eat your kittens."
Infuriated at these words, and never suspecting the mouse to be inside the crystal, the cat sprang at the mouse to eat her up, and so furious was its spring that it broke the walls of its chest, and its eyes started from its head. So that cat died, and its carcass tumbled down out of sight. And the like fate in turn befell all 4 cats. And ever after the grateful mouse brought the Bodhisattva 2 or 3 coins instead of 1 as before, and by degrees she thus gave him the whole of the hoard. In unbroken friendship the 2 lived together till their lives ended, and they passed away to fare according to their deserts. End of section 12. Section 13 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Treacherous Chameleon. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a lizard. When he grew up, he dwelt in a big burrow in the river bank with a following of many hundreds of other lizards. Now the Bodhisattva had a son, a young lizard, who was great friends with a chameleon whom he used to clip and embrace. This intimacy being reported to the Lizard King, he sent for his young son and said that such friendship was misplaced, for chameleons were low creatures, and that if the intimacy was persisted in, calamity would befall the whole of the tribe of lizards, and he enjoined his son to have no more to do with the chameleon. But the son continued in his intimacy. Again and again did the Bodhisattva speak with his son, but finding his words of no avail, and foreseeing danger to the lizards from the chameleon, he had an outlet cut on one side of their burrow, so that there might be a means of escape in time of need. Now, as time went on, the young lizard grew to a great size, whilst the chameleon never grew any bigger. And as these mountainous embraces of the young giant grew painful indeed, the chameleon foresaw that they would be the death of him if they went on a few days longer, and he resolved to combine with a hunter to destroy the whole tribe of lizards. One day in the summer, the ants came out after a thunderstorm, and the lizards darted hither and thither, catching them and eating them. Now there came into the forest a lizard trapper with spade and dogs to dig out lizards, and the chameleon thought what a haul he would put in the trapper's way. So he went up to the man, and lying down before him, asked why he was about in the forest.
"To catch lizards," was the reply.
"Well, I know where there's a burrow of hundreds of them," said the chameleon. "Bring fire and brushwood and follow me."
And he brought the trapper to where the lizards dwelt.
"Now," said the chameleon, "put your fuel in there and smoke the lizards out. Meantime, let your dogs be all round and take a big stick in your hand. Then, as the lizards dash out, strike them down and make a pile of the slain."
So saying, the treacherous chameleon withdrew to a spot hard by, where he lay down with his head up, saying to himself,
"This day I shall see the back of my enemy."
The trapper set to work to smoke the lizards out, and fear for their lives drove them helter-skelter from their burrow. As they came out, the trapper knocked them on the head, and if he missed them, they fell a prey to his dogs. And so there was a great slaughter among the lizards. Realizing that this was the chameleon's doing, the Bodhisattva cried, "One should never make friends of the wicked, for such bring sorrow in their train. A single wicked chameleon has proved the bane of all these lizards." So saying, he escaped by the outlet he had provided, uttering this stanza: "Bad company can never end in good. Through friendship with one sole chameleon, the tribe of lizards met their end." The Cunning Jackal. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born a jackal, and dwelt in a charnel grove with a great following of jackals, of whom he was king. And at that time there was a festival held at Rajagaha, and a very wet festival it was, with everybody drinking hard. Now a parcel of rogues got hold of victual and drink in abundance, and putting on their best clothes, sang and made merry over their fare. By midnight the meat was all gone, though the liquor still held out. Then, on one asking for more meat and being told there was none left, said the fellow, "Victuals never lack when I'm about. I'll off to the charnel grove, kill a jackal prowling about to eat the corpses, and bring back some meat." So saying, he snatched up a club and made his way out of the city by the sewer to the place, where he lay down, club in hand, feigning to be dead. Just then, followed by the other jackals, the Bodhisattva came up and marked the pretended corpse. Suspecting the fraud, he determined to sift the matter. So he went round to the lee side and knew by the scent that the man was not really dead. Resolving to make the man look foolish before leaving him, the Bodhisattva stole near and took hold of the club with his teeth and tugged at it. The rascal did not leave go. Not perceiving the Bodhisattva's approach, he took a tighter grip. Hereon the Bodhisattva stepped back a pace or two and said, "My good man, if you had been dead, you would not have tightened your grip on your club when I was tugging at it, and so have betrayed yourself." So saying, he uttered this stanza: "Thy tightening grip upon thy club doth show thy rank imposture. Thou'rt no corpse, I trow." Finding that he was discovered, the rogue sprang to his feet and flung his club at the Bodhisattva, but missed his aim.
"Be off, you brute," said he. "I've missed you this time." Turning around, the Bodhisattva said, "True, you've missed me, but be assured you will not miss the torments of the great hell and the 16 lesser hells." Empty-handed, the rogue left the cemetery and, after bathing in a ditch, went back into the city by the way he had come. The Foolhardy Jackal. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a maned lion and dwelt at Gold Den in the Himalayas. Bounding forth one day from his lair, he looked north and west, south and east, and roared aloud as he went in quest of prey. Slaying a large buffalo, he devoured the prime of the carcass, after which he went down to a pool, and, having drunk his fill of crystal water, turned to go towards his den. Now a hungry jackal, suddenly meeting the lion, and being unable to make his escape, threw himself at the lion's feet. Being asked what he wanted, the jackal replied, "Lord, let me be your servant."
"Very well," said the lion. "Serve me, and you shall feed on prime meat."
So saying, he went with the jackal, following to Gold Den. Thenceforth the lion's leavings fell to the jackal, and he grew fat. Lying one day in his den, the lion told the jackal to scan the valleys from the mountaintop to see whether there were any elephants or horses or buffaloes about, or any other animals of which he, the jackal, was fond. If any such were in sight, the jackal was to report and say with due obeisance, "Shine forth in thy might, Lord." Then the lion promised to kill and eat, giving a part to the jackal. So the jackal used to climb the heights, and whenever he espied below beasts to his taste, he would report it to the lion, and, falling at his feet, say, "Shine forth in thy might, Lord." Hereon the lion would nimbly bound forth and slay the beast, even if it were a rutting elephant, and share the prime of the carcass with the jackal. Gutted with his meal, the jackal would then retire to his den and sleep. Now, as time went on, the jackal grew bigger and bigger till he grew haughty. "Have I not 2 forelegs?" he asked himself. "Why am I a pensioner day by day on others' bounty? Henceforth I will kill elephants and other beasts for my own eating. The Lion King of beasts only kills them because of the formula, 'Shine forth in thy might, Lord.' I'll make the lion call out to me, 'Shine forth in thy might, jackal,' and then I'll kill an elephant for myself." Accordingly, he went to the lion, and pointing out that he had long lived on what the lion had killed, told his desire to eat an elephant of his own killing, ending with a request to the lion to let him, the jackal, couch in the lion's corner in Gold Den, whilst the lion was to climb the mountain to look out for an elephant. The quarry found, he asked that the lion should come to him in the den and say, "Shine forth in thy might, jackal." He begged the lion not to grudge him this much. Said the lion, "Jackal, only lions can kill elephants, nor has the world ever seen a jackal able to cope with them. Give up this fancy and continue to feed on what I kill." But say what the lion could, the jackal would not give way, and still pressed his request. So at last the lion gave way, and, bidding the jackal couch in the den, climbed the peak and thence espied an elephant en route. Returning to the mouth of the cave, he said, "Shine forth in thy might, jackal." Then from Gold Den the jackal nimbly bounded forth, looked around him on all 4 sides, and, thrice raising its howl, sprang at the elephant, meaning to fasten on its head. But missing his aim, he alighted at the elephant's feet. The infuriated brute raised its right foot and crushed the jackal's head, trampling the bones into powder. Then, pounding the carcass into a mass and dunging upon it, the elephant dashed, trumpeting into the forest. Seeing all this, the Bodhisattva observed, "Now shine forth in thy might, jackal," and uttered this stanza: "Your mangled corpse, your brains mashed into clay, prove how you've shone forth in your might today." Thus spake the Bodhisattva, and living to a good old age, he passed away in the fullness of time to fare according to his deserts. The Foolish Crows. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a sea spirit.
Now a crow with his mate came down in quest of food to the seashore where, just before, certain persons had been offering to the Nagas a sacrifice of milk, and rice, and fish, and meat, and strong drink, and the like. Up came the crow, and with his mate ate freely of the elements of the sacrifice, and drank a great deal of the spirits. So they both got very drunk. Then they wanted to disport themselves in the sea, and were trying to swim on the surf, when a wave swept the hen crow out to sea, and fish came and gobbled her up.
"Oh, my poor wife is dead,"
cried the crow, bursting into tears and lamentations. Then a crowd of crows were drawn by his wailing to the spot to learn what ailed him. And when he told them how his wife had been carried out to sea, they all began with one voice to lament. Suddenly the thought struck them that they were stronger than the sea, and that all they had to do was to empty it out and rescue their comrade. So they set to work with their bills to empty the sea out by mouthfuls, betaking themselves to dry land to rest so soon as their throats were sore with the salt water. And so they toiled away till their mouths and jaws were dry and inflamed, and their eyes bloodshot, and they were ready to drop for weariness. Then in despair they turned to one another and said that it was in vain they labored to empty the sea, for no sooner had they got rid of the water in one place than more flowed in, and there was all their work to do over again. They would never succeed in bailing the water out of the sea. And so saying, they uttered this stanza: "Our jaws are tired, our mouths are sore, the sea refilleth evermore." Then all the crows fell to praising the beauty of her beak and eyes, her complexion, figure, and sweet voice, saying that it was her excellences that had provoked the sea to steal her from them. But as they talked this nonsense, the sea spirit made a bogey appear from the sea, and so put them all to flight. In this wise they were saved. End of section 13. Section 14 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Greedy Jackal Caught. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was reborn into life as a jackal and dwelt in the forest by the riverside. Now an old elephant died by the banks of the Ganges, and the jackal, finding the carcass, congratulated himself on lighting upon such a store of meat. First he bit the trunk, but that was like biting a plow handle. "There's no eating here," said the jackal, and took a bite at a tusk. But that was like biting bones. Then he tried an ear, but that was like chewing the rim of a winnowing basket. So he fell to on the stomach, but found it as tough as a grain basket. The feet were no better, for they were like a mortar. Next he tried the tail, but that was like the pestle. "That won't do either," said the jackal, and having failed elsewhere to find a toothsome part, he tried the rear and found that like eating a soft cake. "At last," said he, "I found the right place," and ate his way right into the belly, where he made a plenteous meal off the kidneys, heart, and the rest, quenching his thirst with the blood. And when night came on, he lay down aside. As he lay there, the thought came into the jackal's mind: "This carcass is both meat and house to me, and wherefore should I leave it?" So there he stopped and dwelt in the elephant's innards, eating away. Time wore on till the summer sun and the summer winds dried and shrank the elephant's hide, until the entrance by which the jackal had got in was closed, and the interior was in utter darkness. Thus the jackal was, as it were, cut off from the world and confined in the inner space between the worlds. After the hide, the flesh dried up and the blood was exhausted. In a frenzy of despair, he rushed to and fro, beating against his prison walls in the fruitless endeavor to escape. But as he bobbed up and down inside like a ball of rice in a boiling saucepan, soon a tempest broke, and the downpour moistened the shell of the carcass and restored it to its former state, till light shone like a star through the way by which the jackal had got in. "Saved! Saved!" cried the jackal,
and backing into the elephant's head, made a rush head first at the outlet. He managed to get through, it is true, but only by leaving all his hair on the way. And first he ran, then he halted, and then sat down and surveyed his hairless body, now smooth as a palm stem. "Ah," he exclaimed, "this misfortune has befallen me because of my greed, and my greed alone. Henceforth I will not be greedy, nor ever again get into the carcass of an elephant." And this terror found expression in this stanza. "Once bitten, twice shy. Ah, great was my fear of elephants inwards. Henceforth I'll steer clear." And with these words the jackal made off, nor did he ever again so much as look either at that or at any other elephant's carcass. And thenceforth he was never greedy again. The Rash Magician. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into the family of a wealthy Brahmin. Arriving at years of discretion, he went to study at Takasila, where he received a complete education. In Benares, as a teacher, he enjoyed worldwide fame and had 500 young Brahmins as pupils. Among these was one named Sanjiva, to whom the Bodhisattva taught the spell for raising the dead to life. But though the young man was taught this, he was not taught the counter-charm. Proud of his new power, he went with his fellow pupils to the forest wood gathering, and there came on a dead tiger. "Now see me bring this tiger to life again," said he. "You can't," said they. "You look and you will see me do it." "Well, if you can, do so," said they, and climbed up in a tree forthwith. Then Sanjiva repeated his charm and struck the dead tiger with a potsherd. Up started the tiger, and quick as lightning sprang at Sanjiva and bit him on the throat, killing him outright. Dead fell the tiger then and there, and dead fell Sanjiva too at the same spot. So there the two lay dead side by side. The young Brahmins took their wood and went back to their master, to whom they told the story. "My dear pupils," said he, "mark herein how by reason of showing favor to the sinful and paying honor where it was not due, he has brought all this calamity upon himself." And so saying, he uttered this stanza: "Befriend a villain, aid him in his need, and like that tiger which Sanjiva raised to life, he straight devours you for your pains." Such was the Bodhisattva's lesson to the young Brahmins, and after a life of almsgiving and other good deeds, he passed away to fare according to his deserts. The Two Good Kings. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was conceived by his queen consort, and the ceremonies proper to her state having been duly done, she was afterwards safely delivered. On his name day, the name they gave him was Prince Brahmadatta. In course of time he grew up, and at 16 years went to Takasila for his education, where he mastered all branches of learning, and on his father's death he became king in his stead, and ruled with uprightness and all rectitude, administering justice with no regard had to his own will or whim. And as he ruled thus justly, his ministers on their part were also just. Thus, while all things were justly done, there was none who brought a false suit into court. Presently all the bustle of suitors caused within the precincts of the palace. All day long the ministers might sit on the bench and go away without seeing a single suitor. The courts were deserted. Then the Bodhisattva thought to himself, "Because of my just government, not one suitor comes to try issue in court. The old hubbub is quiet, the courts of law are deserted. Now I must search whether I have any fault in me, which, if I find, I will eschew it and live a good life hereafter." From that time he tried continually to find some one who would tell him of a fault, but of all who were about him at court he could not find one such. Nothing could he hear but good of himself. "Perhaps," thought he, "they are all so much afraid of me that they say no ill of me, but only good." And so he went about to try those who were outside his walls. But with these it was just the same.
Then he made inquisition of the citizens at large, and outside the city questioned those who belonged to the suburbs at the 4 city gates. Still there was none who had any fault to find. Nothing but praises could he hear. Lastly, with intent to try the countryside, he entrusted all government to his ministers, and mounted in his carriage, and taking only the driver with him, left the city in disguise. All the country he traversed, even to the frontier, but not a fault finder could he light upon. All he could hear was only his own praises. So back he turned from the marches, and set his face homewards again by the high road. Now it fortuned that at this very time Malika, the king of Kosala, had done the very same thing. He too was a just king, and he had been searching for his faults. But amongst those about him there was none who had any fault to find. And hearing nothing but praise, he had been making enquiry throughout all the country, and had but then arrived at the same spot. These two met in a place where the carriage road was deeply sunk between 2 banks, and there was no room for one carriage to pass another.
"Get your carriage out of the way,"
said King Malika's driver to the driver of the king of Benares.
"No, no," said he, "out of the way with yours. Know that in this carriage sits the great monarch Brahmadatta, lord of the kingdom of Benares."
"Not so, driver," replied the other. "In this carriage sits the great King Malika, lord of the realm of Kosala. It is for you to make way, and to give place to the carriage of our king."
"Why, here's a king too," thought the driver of the king of Benares. "What in the world is to be done?"
Then a thought struck him. He would inquire what should be the age of the 2 kings, so that the younger should give way to the elder. And he made enquiry of the other driver how old his king was. But he learnt that both were of the same age. Thereupon he asked the extent of this king's power, wealth, and glory, and all points touching his caste and clan and his family. Discovering that both of them had a country 300 leagues long, and that they were alike in power, wealth, glory, and the nature of their family and lineage. Then he bethought him that place might be given to the better man, so he requested that the other driver should describe his master's virtues. The man replied by the first verse of poetry following, in which he set forth his monarch's faults as though they were so many virtues.
"Rough to the rough, King Malika the mild with mildness sways, masters the good by goodness, and the bad with badness pays. Give place, O driver, such are this monarch's ways."
"Oh," said the man of the king of Benares, "is that all you have to say about your king's virtues?"
"Yes,"
said the other. "If these are his virtues, what must his vices be?"
"Vices be it then," quoth he, "if you will, but let us hear what your king's virtues may be like."
"Listen then,"
rejoined the first, and repeated the second verse.
"He conquers wrath by mildness, the bad with goodness sways. By gifts the miser vanquishes, and lies with truth repays. Give place, O driver, such are this monarch's ways."
At these words, both King Malika and his driver descended from their carriage, and loosed the horses, and moved it out of the way to give place to the king of Benares. Then the king of Benares gave good admonition to King Malika, saying, "Thus and thus must you do." After which he returned to Benares, and there gave alms and did good all his life, till at the last he went to swell the hosts of heaven. And King Malika took the lesson to heart, and after traversing the length and breadth of the land, and lighting upon none who had any fault to find in him, returned to his own city, where he gave alms all his life and did good, till at the end he too attained to heaven. End of section 14. Section 15 of Jātaka Tales by H.D. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grateful Elephant. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, there was a village of carpenters not far from the city, in which 500 carpenters lived. They would go up the river in a vessel and enter the forest, where they would shape beams and planks for house buildings and put together the framework of 1-story or 2-story houses, numbering all the pieces from the main post onwards. These then they brought down to the riverbank and put them all aboard. Then, rowing downstream again, they would build houses to order as it was required of them. After which, when they received their wage, they went back again for more materials for the building, and in this way they made their livelihood. Once it befell that, in a place where they were at work in shaping timbers, a certain elephant trod upon a splinter of acacia wood, which pierced his foot and caused it to swell up and fester, and he was in great pain. In his agony, he caught the sound of these carpenters cutting wood.
"There are some carpenters will cure me,"
thought he, and limping on 3 feet, he presented himself before them and lay down close by. The carpenters, noticing his swollen foot, went up and looked. There was the splinter sticking in it. With a sharp tool they made incision about the splinter, and, tying a string to it, pulled it right out. Then they lanced a gathering and washed it with warm water and doctored it properly. And in a very short time the wound was healed. Grateful for this cure, the elephant thought,
"My life has been saved by the help of these carpenters. Now I must make myself useful to them."
So ever after that, he used to pull up trees for them, or when they were chopping, he would roll up the logs, or bring them their adzes and any tools they might want, holding everything in his trunk like grim death. And the carpenters, when it was time to feed him, used to bring him each a portion of food, so that he had 500 portions in all. Now this elephant had a young one, white all over, a magnificent high-bred creature. The elephant reflected that he was now old, and he had better bring his young one to serve the carpenters, and himself be left free to go. So without a word to the carpenters, he went off into the wood and brought his son to them, saying,
"This young elephant is a son of mine. You saved my life, and I give him to you as a fee for your leechcraft. From henceforth he shall work for you."
So he explained to the young elephant that it was his duty to do the work which he had been used to do himself, and then went away into the forest, leaving him with the carpenters. So after that time the young elephant did all their work, faithfully and obediently, and they fed him as they had fed the other, with 500 portions for a meal. His work once done, the elephant would go play about in the river and then return again. The carpenter's children used to pull him by the trunk and play all sorts of pranks with him in water and out. Now noble creatures, be they elephants, horses, or men, never dung or stale in the water. So this elephant did nothing of the kind when he was in the water, but waited until he came out upon the bank. One day rain had fallen up river, and by the flood a half-dry cake of his dung was carried into the river. This floated down to the Benares landing place, where it stuck fast in a bush. But then the king's elephant keepers had brought down 500 elephants to give them a bath. But the creatures scented this soil of a noble animal, and not one would enter the water. Up went their tails, and off they all ran. The keepers told this to the elephant trainers, who replied, "There must be something in the water then." So orders were given to cleanse the water, and there in the bushes this lump was seen. "That's what the matter is," cried the men. So they brought a jar and filled it with water. Next, powdering the stuff into it, they sprinkled the water over the elephants, whose bodies then became sweet. At once they went down into the river and bathed. When the trainers made their report to the king, they advised him to secure the elephant for his own use and profit. The king accordingly embarked upon a raft and rowed upstream until he arrived at the place where the carpenters had settled. The young elephant, hearing the sound of drums as he was playing in the water, came out and presented himself before the carpenters, who one and all came forth to do honor to the king's coming, and said to him, "Sire, if woodwork is wanted, what need to come here? Why not send and have it brought to you?"
"No, no, good friends," the king answered. "'Tis not for wood that I come.
"But for this elephant here."
"He is yours, sire." But the elephant refused to budge.
"What do you want me to do, gossip elephant?" asked the king.
Order the carpenters to be paid for what they have spent on me, sire."
"Willingly, friend."
And the king ordered 100,000 pieces of money to be laid by his tail and trunk, and by each of his 4 feet. But this was not enough for the elephant. Go he would not. So to each of the carpenters was given a pair of cloths, and to each of their wives robes to dress in, nor did he omit to give enough whereby his playmates, the children, should be brought up. Then, with a last look upon the carpenters and the women and the children, he departed in company with the king. To his capital city the king brought him, and city and stable were decked out with all magnificence. He led the elephant round the city in solemn procession, and thence into his stable, which was fitted up with splendor and pomp. There he solemnly sprinkled the elephant, and appointed him for his own riding. Like a comrade he treated him, and gave him the half of his kingdom, taking as much care of him as he did of himself. After the coming of this elephant, the king won supremacy over all India. In course of time, the Bodhisattva was conceived by the queen consort, and when her time was near come to be delivered, the king died. Now, if the elephant learnt news of the king's death, he was sure to break his heart. So he was waited upon as before, and not a word said. But the next neighbor, the king of Kosala, heard of the king's death.
"Surely the land is at my mercy,"
thought he, and marched with a mighty host to the city, and beleaguered it. Straight the gates were closed, and a message was sent to the king of Kosala. "Our queen is near the time of her delivery, and the astrologers have declared that in 7 days she shall bear a son. If she bears a son, we will not yield the kingdom, but on the 7th day we will give you battle. For so long we pray you wait." And to this the king agreed. In 7 days the queen bore a son. On his name day they called him Prince Windheart, because, said they, he was born to win the hearts of the people. On the very same day that he was born, the townsfolk began to do battle with the king of Kosala. But as they had no leader, little by little the army gave way, great though it was. The courtiers told this news to the queen, adding, "Since our army loses ground in this way, we fear defeat. But the state elephant, our king's bosom friend, has never been told that the king is dead, and a son born to him, and that the king of Kosala is here to give us battle. Shall we tell him?" "Yes, do so," said the queen. So she dressed up her son and laid him in a fine linen cloth, after which she, with all the court, came down from the palace and entered the elephant's stable. There she laid the babe at the elephant's feet, saying, "Master, your comrade is dead, but we feared to tell it to you, lest you might break your heart. This is your comrade's son. The king of Kosala has run a leaguer about the city, and is making war upon your son. The army is losing ground. Either kill your son yourself, or else win the kingdom back for him." At once the elephant stroked the child with his trunk, and lifted him upon his own head. Then, making moan and lamentation, he took him down and laid him in his mother's arms, and with the words,
"I will master the king of Kosala,"
he went forth hastily. Then the courtiers put his armor and caparison on him, and unlocked the city gate, and escorted him thither. The elephant emerging trumpeted, and frightened all the host, so that they ran away, and broke up the camp. Then, seizing the king of Kosala by his topknot, he carried him to the young prince, at whose feet he let him fall. Some rose to kill him, but them the elephant stayed, and he let the captive king go with this advice:
"Be careful for the future, and be not presumptuous by reason that our prince is young."
After that, the power over all India fell into the Bodhisattva's own hand, and not a foe was able to rise up against him. The Bodhisattva was consecrated at the age of 7 years as King Windheart. Just was his reign, and when he came to life's end, he attained to heaven. The Pet Elephant. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born of a Brahmin family. On growing up, he left his worldly home and took to the religious life, and in time became the leader of a company of 500 anchorites, who all lived together in the region of Himalaya. Amongst these anchorites was a headstrong and unteachable person named Indasamana Gota. He had a pet elephant. The Bodhisattva sent for him when he found this out and asked if he really did keep a young elephant. Yes, the man said, he had an elephant which lost its dam. Well, said the Bodhisattva, when elephants grow up they kill even those who foster them, so you had better not keep it any longer. But I can't live without him, my teacher, was the reply. Oh well, said the Bodhisattva, you'll live to repent it. Howbeit, he still reared the creature, and by it grew to an immense size. It happened once that the anchorites had all gone far afield to gather roots and fruits in the forest, and they were absent for several days. At the first breath of the south wind, this elephant fell in a frenzy.
Destruction to this hut, thought he. I'll smash the water jar. I'll overturn the stone bench. I'll tear up the pallet. I'll kill the hermit, and then off I'll go.
So he sped into the jungle and waited, watching for their return. His master came first, laden with food for his pet. As soon as he saw him, he hastened up, thinking all was well. Out rushed the elephant from the thicket, and seizing him in his trunk, dashed him to the ground. Then, with a blow on the head, crushed the life out of him, and madly trumpeting, he scampered into the forest. The other anchorites brought this news to the Bodhisattva. Said he, "We should have no dealings with the bad." And then he repeated these 2 verses. Friendship with evil let the good eschew. The good who know what duty bids them do, they will work mischief, be it soon or late, even as the elephant his master slew. But if a kindred spirit thou shalt see, in virtue, wisdom, learning like to thee, choose such a one to be thine own true friend. Good friends and blessing go in company. In this way, the Bodhisattva showed his band of anchorites that it is well to be docile and not obstinate. Then he performed Indasamana Gota's obsequies, and, cultivating the excellences, came at last into Brahma's heaven. The Mongoose and the Snake. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a certain village as one of a Brahmin family. When he came of age, he was educated at Dhaksala. Then, renouncing the world, he became a recluse, cultivated the faculties and the attainments, and dwelt in the region of Himalaya, living upon wild roots and fruits which he picked up in his goings to and fro. At the end of his cloistered walk lived a mongoose in an ant-heap, and not far off a snake lived in a hollow tree. These 2, snake and mongoose, were perpetually quarreling. The Bodhisattva preached to them the misery of quarrels and the blessing of cultivating friendship, and reconciled the 2 together, saying, "You ought to cease your quarreling and live together at one." When the serpent was abroad, the mongoose at the end of the walk lay with his head out of the hole in his ant-hill, and his mouth open, and thus fell asleep, heavily drawing his breath in and out. The Bodhisattva saw him sleeping there, and asking him, "Why, what are you afraid of?" repeated the first stanza. "Creature, your egg-born enemy a faithful friend is made. Why sleep you there with teeth all bare? Of what are you afraid?"
"Father," said the mongoose, "never despise a former enemy, but always suspect him."
And he repeated the second stanza.
"Never despise an enemy, nor ever trust a friend. A fear that springs from unfeared things uproots and makes an end."
"Fear not," replied the Bodhisattva. "I have persuaded the snake to do you no harm. Distrust him no more." With this advice, he proceeded to cultivate the 4 excellences and became destined for Brahma's heaven. And the others too passed away to fare hereafter according to their deeds. The Jackal betrayed by his howl. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a young lion, and the king of many lions. With a suite of lions he dwelt in Silver Cave. Nearby was a jackal living in another cave. One day after a shower of rain, all the lions were together at the entrance of their leader's cave, roaring loudly and gamboling about as lions use. As they were thus roaring and playing, the jackal too lifted up his voice.
"Here's this jackal giving tongue along with us,"
said the lions. They felt ashamed and were silent. When they all fell silent, the Bodhisattva's cub asked him this question. "Father, all these lions that were roaring and playing about have fallen silent for very shame on hearing yon creature. What creature is it that betrays itself thus by its voice?" And he repeated the first stanza. "Who is it with a mighty cry makes Dadara resound? Who is it, Lord of Beasts, and why has he no welcome found?" At his son's words, the old lion repeated the second stanza.
"The jackal of all beasts most vile, 'tis he that makes that sound. The lions loathe his business, while they sit in silence round."
End of section 15. Section 16 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pennywise Monkey. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, he had a counselor who was his right-hand man and gave him advice in things spiritual and temporal. There was a rising on the frontier, and the troops there stationed sent the king a letter. The king started, rainy season though it was, and formed a camp in his park. The Bodhisattva stood before the king. At that moment, the people had steamed some peas for the horses and poured them out into a trough. One of the monkeys that lived in the park jumped down from a tree, filled his mouth and hands with the peas, then up again, and sitting down in the tree, he began to eat. As he ate, one pea fell from his hand upon the ground. Down dropped at once all the peas from his hand and mouth, and down from the tree he came, to hunt for the lost pea. But that pea he could not find. So he climbed up his tree again, and sat still, very glum, looking like someone who had lost 1,000 in some lawsuit. The king observed how the monkey had done, and pointed it out to the Bodhisattva.
"Friend, what do you think of that?" he asked.
To which the Bodhisattva made answer, "King, this is what fools of little wit are wont to do. They spend £1 to win a penny." And he went on to repeat the first stanza. A foolish monkey living in the trees, O king, when both his hands were full of peas, has thrown them all away to look for one. There is no wisdom, sire, in such as these. Then the Bodhisattva approached the king and, addressing him again, repeated the second stanza. Such are we, O mighty monarch, such all those that greedy be, losing much to gain a little, like the monkey and the pea. On hearing this address, the king turned and went straight back to Benares. And the outlaws, hearing that the king had set forth from his capital to make mincemeat of his enemies, hurried away from the borders. The Incomparable Archer. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was conceived as the son of the queen consort. She was safely delivered, and on his name day they gave him the name of Asadisa Kumara, Prince Peerless. About the time he was able to walk, the queen conceived one who was also to be a good being. She was safely delivered, and on the name day they called the babe Brahmadatta Kumara, or Prince Heaven Sent. When Prince Peerless was 16, he went to Takasila for his education. There, at the feet of a world-famed teacher, he learnt the 3 Vedas and the 18 accomplishments. In the science of archery, he was peerless, and he returned to Benares. When the king was on his deathbed, he commanded that Prince Peerless should be king in his stead, and Prince Brahmadatta the viceroy. Then he died, after which the kingship was offered to Peerless, who refused, saying that he cared not for it. So they consecrated Brahmadatta to be king by sprinkling him. Peerless cared nothing for glory, and wanted nothing. While the younger brother ruled, Peerless lived in all royal state. the slaves came and slandered him to his brother. "Prince Peerless wants to be king," said they. Brahmadatta believed them and allowed himself to be deceived. He sent some men to take Peerless prisoner. One of Prince Peerless's attendants told him what was afoot. He waxed angry with his brother and went away into another country. When he arrived there, he sent in word to the king that an archer was come and awaited him.
"What wages does he ask?" the king inquired.
100,000 a year.
"Good," said the king. "Let him enter."
Peerless came into the presence and stood waiting.
"You are the archer?"
asked the king. "Yes, sire."
"Very well. I take you into my service."
After that, Peerless remained in the service of this king. But the old archers were annoyed at the wage which was given him. "Too much," they grumbled. One day it so happened that the king went out into his park. There, at foot of a mango tree, where a screen had been put up before a certain stone seat of ceremony, he reclined upon a magnificent couch. He happened to look up, and there, right at the treetop, he saw a cluster of mango fruit.
"It is too high to climb for,"
thought he. So, summoning his archers, he asked them whether they could cut off yon cluster with an arrow and bring it down for him. "Oh," said they, "that is not much for us to do, but your majesty has seen our skill often enough. The newcomer is so much better paid than we that perhaps you might make him bring down the fruit." Then the king sent for Peerless and asked him if he could do it. "Oh, yes, your majesty, if I may choose my position."
"What position do you want?"
"The place where your couch stands." The king had the couch removed and gave place. Peerless had no bow in his hand. He used to carry it underneath his body cloth, so he must needs have a screen. The king ordered a screen to be brought and spread for him, and our archer went in. He doffed the white cloth which he wore over all, and put on a red cloth next to his skin. Then he fastened his girdle and donned a red waistcloth. From a bag he took out a sword in pieces, which he put together and girt on his left side. Next he put on a mail coat of gold, fastened his bow case over his back, and took out his great ramshorn bow, made in several pieces, which he fitted together, fixed the bowstring, red as coral, put a turban upon his head. Twirling the arrow with his nails, he threw open the screen and came out, looking like a Naga prince just emerging from the riven ground. He went to the place of shooting, arrow set to bow, and then put this question to the king. "Your majesty," said he, "am I to bring this fruit down with an upward shot or by dropping the arrow upon it?" "My son," said the king, "I have often seen a mark brought down by the upward shot, but never one taken in the fall. You had better make the shaft fall on it." "Your majesty," said the archer, "this arrow will fly high. Up to the heaven of the 4 great kings it will fly, and then return of itself. You must please be patient till it returns." The king promised. Then the archer said again, "Your majesty, this arrow in its upshot will pierce the stalk exactly in the middle, and when it comes down, it will not swerve a hair's breadth either way, but hit the same spot to a nicety, and bring down the cluster with it." Then he sped the arrow forth swiftly. As the arrow went up, it pierced the exact center of the mango stalk. By the time the archer knew his arrow had reached the place of the 4 great kings, he let fly another arrow with greater speed than the first. This struck the feather of the first arrow and turned it back. Then itself went up as far as the heaven of the 33 gods. There the deities caught and kept it. The sound of the falling arrow as it cleft the air was as the sound of a thunderbolt.
"What is that noise?"
asked every man. "That is the arrow falling," our archer replied. The bystanders were all frightened to death, for fear the arrow should fall on them. But Peerless comforted them. "Fear nothing," said he, "and I will see that it does not fall on the earth." Down came the arrow, not a hairbreadth out either way, but neatly cut through the stalk of the mango cluster. The archer caught the arrow in one hand and the fruit in the other, so that they should not fall upon the ground. "We never saw such a thing before," cried the onlookers at this marvel. How they praised the great man, how they cheered and clapped and snapped their fingers, thousands of kerchiefs waving in the air. In their joy and delight, the courtiers gave presents to Peerless amounting to 10 millions of money, and the king too showered gifts and honors upon him like rain. While the Bodhisattva was receiving such glory and honor at the hands of this king, 7 kings who knew that there was no Prince Peerless in Benares drew a leaguer around the city and summoned its king to fight or yield. The king was frightened out of his life.
"Where is my brother?"
he asked. "He is in the service of a neighboring king," was the reply.
"If my dear brother does not come," said he, "I am a dead man. Go fall at his feet in my name, appease him, bring him hither."
His messengers came and did their errand. Peerless took leave of his master and returned to Benares. He comforted his brother and bade him fear nothing, then scratched a message upon an arrow to this effect: "I, Prince Peerless, am returned. I mean to kill you all with one arrow which I will shoot at you. Let those who care for life make their escape." This he shot so that it fell upon the very middle of a golden dish, from which the 7 kings were eating together. When they read the writing, they all fled, half dead with fright. Thus did our prince put to flight 7 kings, without shedding even so much blood as a little fly might drink. Then, looking upon his younger brother, he renounced his lusts and forsook the world, cultivated the faculties and the attainments, and at his life's end came to Brahma's heaven. The Magic Treasures. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, 4 Brahmins, brothers, of the land of Kasi, left the world and became hermits. They built themselves 4 huts in a row in the highlands of the Himalaya, and there they lived. The eldest brother died, and was born as Saka. Knowing who he had been, he used to visit the others every 7 or 8 days, and lend them a helping hand. One day he visited the eldest of the anchorites, and after the usual greeting, took his seat to one side.
"Well, sir, how can I serve you?" he inquired.
The hermit, who was suffering from jaundice, replied,
"Fire is what I want."
Saka gave him a razor axe. A razor axe is so called because it serves as razor or as axe, according as you fit it into the handle.
"Why," said the hermit, "who is there to get me firewood with this?"
"If you want a fire, sir," replied Saka, "all you have to do is to strike your hand upon the axe and say, 'Fetch wood and make a fire.' The axe will fetch the wood and make you the fire."
After giving him this razor axe, he next visited the second brother and asked him the same question.
"How can I serve you, sir?"
Now there was an elephant track by his hut, and the creatures annoyed him. So he told Saka that he was annoyed by elephants and wanted them to be driven away. Saka gave him a drum.
"If you beat upon this side, sir," he explained, "your enemies will run away. But if you strike the other, they will become your firm friends, and will encompass you with an army in 4-fold array."
Then he handed him the drum. Lastly, he made a visit to the youngest, and asked as before how he could serve him. He too had jaundice, and what he said was,
"Please give me some curds."
Saka gave him a milk bowl with these words,
"Turn this over if you want anything, and a great river will pour out of it, and will flood the whole place, and it will be able even to win a kingdom for you."
With these words he departed. After this axe used to make fire for the eldest brother, the second used to beat upon one side of his drum and drive the elephants away, and the youngest had his curds to eat. About this time, a wild boar that lived in a ruined village lit upon a gem possessed of magic power. Picking up the gem in his mouth, he rose in the air by its magic. From afar he could see an isle in mid-ocean, and there he resolved to live. So descending, he chose a pleasant spot beneath a fig tree, and there he made his abode. One day he fell asleep under the tree with the jewel lying in front of him. Now a certain man from the Kasi country, who had been turned out of doors by his parents as a ne'er-do-well, had made his way to a seaport, where he embarked on shipboard as a sailor's drudge. In mid-sea, the ship was wrecked, and he floated upon a plank to this island. As he wandered in search of fruit, he espied our boar fast asleep. Quietly he crept up, seized the gem, and found himself by magic rising through the air. He alighted on the fig tree and pondered. "The magic of this gem," thought he, "has taught yon boar to be a skywalker. That's how he got here, I suppose. Well, I must kill him and make a meal of him first, and then I'll be off." So he snapped off a twig, dropping it upon the boar's head. The boar woke up, and seeing no gem, ran trembling up and down. The man up in the tree laughed. The boar looked up, and seeing him, ran his head against the tree and killed himself. The man came down, lit a fire, cooked the boar, and made a meal. Then he rose up in the sky and set out on his journey. As he passed over the Himalaya, he saw the hermit settlement. So he descended and spent 2 or 3 days in the eldest brother's hut, entertaining and entertained, and he found out the virtue of the axe. He made up his mind to get it for himself, so he showed our hermit the virtue of his gem and offered to exchange it for the axe. The hermit longed to be able to pass through mid-air, and struck the bargain. The man took the axe and departed. But before he had gone very far, he struck upon it and said, "Axe, smash that hermit's skull and bring the gem to me." Off flew the axe, clove the hermit's skull, and brought the gem back. Then the man hid the axe away and paid a visit to the second brother. With him the visitor stayed a few days and soon discovered the power of his drum. Then he exchanged his gem for the drum, as before, and as before made the axe cleave the owner's skull. After this, he went on to the youngest of the 3 hermits, found out the power of the milk bowl, gave his jewel in exchange for it, and as before sent his axe to cleave the man's skull. Thus he was now owner of jewel, axe, drum, and milk bowl, all 4. He now rose up and passed through the air. Stopping hard by Benares, he wrote a letter which he sent by a messenger's hands, that the king must either fight him or yield. On receipt of this message, the king sallied forth to seize the scoundrel. But he beat on one side of his drum and was promptly surrounded by an army in 4-fold array. When he saw that the king had deployed his forces, he then overturned the milk bowl, and a great river poured forth. Multitudes were drowned in the river of curds. Next he struck upon his axe. "Fetch me the king's head!" cried he. Away went the axe and came back and dropped the head at his feet. Not a man could raise hand against him. So encompassed by a mighty host, he entered the city and caused himself to be anointed king under the title of King Dadi Vahana, or carried on the curds, and ruled righteously. One day, as the king was amusing himself by casting a net into the river, he caught a mango fruit fit for the gods, which had floated down from Lake Kanamunda. When the net was hauled out, the mango was found and shown to the king. It was a huge fruit, as big as a basin, round and golden in color. The king asked what the fruit was. "Mango," said the foresters. He ate it and had the stone painted in his park and watered with milk water. The tree sprouted up, and in 3 years it bore fruit. Great was the worship paid to this tree. Milk water was poured about it. Perfumed garlands with 5 sprays were hung upon it. Wreaths were festooned about it. A lamp was kept burning and fed with scented oil, and all round it was a screen of cloth. The fruit was sweet and had the color of fine gold. King Dadi Vahana, before sending presents of these mangoes to other kings, used to prick with a thorn that place in the stone where the sprout would come from, for fear of their growing the like by planting it. When they ate the fruit, they used to plant the stone, but they could not get it to take root. They inquired the reason and learned how the matter was. One king asked his gardener whether he could spoil the flavor of this fruit and turn it bitter on the tree. Yes, the man said he could. So his king gave him 1,000 pieces and sent him on his errand. So soon as he had arrived in Benares, the man sent a message to the king that a gardener was come. The king admitted him to the presence. After the man had saluted him, the king asked, "You are a gardener?" "Yes, sire," said the man, and began to sound his own praises. "Very well," said the king. "You may go and assist my park keeper." So after that, these used both to talk after the royal grounds. The newcomer managed to make the park look more beautiful by forcing flowers and fruit out of their season. This pleased the king, so that he dismissed the former keeper and gave the park into sole charge of the new one. No sooner had this man got the park into his own hands than he planted nymphs and creepers about the choice mango tree. By and by the nymphs sprouted up. Above and below, root with root, and branch with branch, these were all entangled with the mango tree. Thus this tree, with its sweet fruit, grew bitter as the bitter-leaved nymph by the company of this noxious and sour plant. As soon as the gardener knew that the fruit had gone bitter, he took to his heels. King Dadivahana went a-walking in his pleasance and took a bite of the mango fruit. The juice in his mouth tasted like nasty nymph. Swallow it he could not, so he coughed and spat it out. Now at that time the Bodhisattva was his temporal and spiritual counselor. The king turned to him. "Wise sir, this tree is as carefully cared for as ever, and yet its fruit has gone bitter. What's the meaning of it?" And asking this question, he repeated the first stanza. "Sweet was once the mango's savor, sweet its scent, its color gold. What has caused this bitter flavor? For we tend it as of old." The Bodhisattva explained the reason in the second stanza. "Round about the trunk entwining, branch with branch and root with root, see the bitter creeper climbing, that is what has spoiled your fruit. So you see, bad company will make the better follow suit." On hearing this, the Bodhisattva caused all the nymphs and creepers to be removed, and their roots pulled up. The noxious soil was all taken away, and the sweet earth put in its place. And the tree was carefully fed with sweet water, milk water, scented water. Then, by absorbing all this sweetness, its fruit grew sweet again. The king put his former gardener in charge of the park, and after his life was done, passed away to fare according to his deserts. End of section 16. Section 17 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ass in the Lion's Skin. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a farmer's family, and when he grew up, he got a livelihood by tillage. At the same time, there was a merchant who used to go about hawking goods, which a donkey carried for him. Wherever he went, he used to take his bundle off the ass and throw a lion's skin over him, and then turn him loose in the rice and barley fields. When the watchmen saw this creature, they imagined him to be a lion, and so durst not come near him. One day this hawker stopped at a certain village, and while he was getting his own breakfast cooked, he turned the ass loose in a barley field with the lion skin on. The watchmen thought it was a lion, and durst not come near, but fled home and gave the alarm. All the villagers armed themselves and hurried to the field, shouting and blowing on conches and beating drums. The ass was frightened out of his wits, and gave a hee-haw. Then the Bodhisattva, seeing that it was a donkey, repeated the first stanza. "Nor lion nor tiger I see, not even a panther is he, but a donkey, the wretched old hack, with a lion's skin over his back. As soon as the villagers learnt that it was only an ass, they cudgeled him till they broke his bones, and then went off with the lion's skin. When the merchant appeared and found that his ass had come to grief, he repeated the second stanza. The donkey, if he had been wise, might long the green barley have eaten. A lion's skin was his disguise, but he gave a hee-haw and got beaten. As he was in the act of uttering these words, the ass expired. The merchant left him and went his way. The Priest in Horse-Trappings. Once upon a time, when the king Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born of his chief queen. He came of age and his father passed away, and then he became king and ruled in righteousness. The Bodhisattva had a family priest named Ruhaka, and this Ruhaka had an old Brahmin woman to wife. The king gave the Brahmin a horse accoutred with all its trappings, and he mounted the horse and went to wait upon the king. As he rode along on the back of his richly caparisoned steed, the people on this side and that were loud in its praise. "See that fine horse," they cried. "What a beauty!" When he came home again, he went into his mansion and told his wife. "Good wife," said he, "our horse is passing fine. Right and left the people are all speaking in praise of it." Now his wife was no better than she should be, and full of deceit. So she made reply to him thus.
"Ah, husband, you do not know wherein lies the beauty of this horse. It is all in his fine trappings. Now, if you would make yourself fine like the horse, put his trappings on yourself and go down into the street, prancing along horse fashion. You will see the king, and he will praise you, and all the people will praise you."
This fool of a Brahmin listened to it all, but did not know what she proposed. So he believed her and did as she said. All that saw him laughed aloud. "There goes a fine professor," said they all, and the king cried shame on him. "Why, my teacher," said he, "has your bile gone wrong? Are you crazy?" At this, the Brahmin thought that he must have behaved amiss, and he was ashamed. So he was wroth with his wife, and made haste home, saying to himself, "The woman has shamed me before the king and all his army. I will chastise her and turn her out of doors." But the crafty woman found out that he had come home in anger. She stole a march on him and departed by a side door, and made her way to the palace, where she stayed 4 or 5 days. When the king heard of it, he sent for his priest and said to him, "My teacher, all womankind are full of faults. You ought to forgive this lady." And with intent to make him forgive, he uttered the first stanza. "Even a broken bowstring can be mended and made whole. Forgive your wife, and cherish not this anger in your soul." Hearing this, Ruhaka uttered the second. "While there is bark and workmen too, 'tis easy to buy bowstrings new. Another wife I will procure. I've had enough of this one, sure." So saying, he sent her away, and took him another Brahmin woman to wife. Ingratitude punished. Once upon a time, when King Brahmadatta reigned over Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as his chief queen's son. On his name day, they called him Prince Paduma, the Lotus Prince. After him came 6 younger brothers. One after another, these 7 came of age and married and settled down, living as the king's companions. One day the king looked out into the palace courts, and as he looked, he saw these men with a great following on their way to wait upon himself. He conceived the suspicion that they meant to slay him and seize his kingdom. So he sent for them, and after this fashion bespake them. "My sons, you may not dwell in this town, so go elsewhere, and when I die, you shall return and take the kingdom which belongs to our family." They agreed to their father's words, and went home weeping and wailing. "It matters not where we go," they cried, and taking their wives with them, They left the city and journeyed along the road. By and by they came to a wood where they could get no food or drink, and being unable to bear the pangs of hunger, they determined to save their lives at the woman's cost. They seized the youngest brother's wife and slew her. They cut her body into 13 parts and ate it. But the Bodhisattva and his wife set aside one portion and ate the other between them. Thus they did 6 days, and slew and ate 6 of the women. And each day the Bodhisattva set one portion aside, so that he had 6 portions saved. On the 7th day, the others would have taken the Bodhisattva's wife to kill her, but instead he gave them the 6 portions which he had kept. "Eat these," said he. "Tomorrow I will manage." They all did eat the flesh, and when the time came that they fell asleep, the Bodhisattva and his wife made off together. When they had gone a little space, the woman said, "Husband, I can go no further." So the Bodhisattva took her upon his shoulders, and at sunrise he came out of the wood. When the sun was risen, said she, "Husband, I am thirsty." "There is no water, dear wife," said he. But she begged him again and again, till he struck his right knee with his sword and said, "Water there is none, but sit you down and drink the blood here from my knee." And so she did. By and by they came to the mighty Ganges. They drank, they bathed, they ate all manner of fruits, and rested in a pleasant spot. And there, by a bend of the river, they made a hermit's hut and took up their abode in it. Now it happened that a robber in the regions of Upper Ganges had been guilty of high treason. His hands and feet and his nose and ears had been cut off, and he was laid in a canoe and left to drift down the great river. To this place he floated, groaning aloud with pain. The Bodhisattva heard his piteous wailing. "While I live," said he, "no poor creature shall perish for me." And to the river bank he went and saved the man. He brought him to the hut, and with astringent lotions and ointments he tended his wounds. But his wife said to herself, "Here is a nice lazy fellow he has fetched out of the Ganges to look after," and she went about spitting for disgust at the fellow. Now when the man's wounds were growing together, the Bodhisattva had him to dwell there in the hut along with his wife, and he brought fruits of all kinds from the forest to feed both him and the woman. And as they thus dwelt together, the woman fell in love with the fellow and committed sin. Then she desired to kill the Bodhisattva and said to him, "Husband, as I sat on your shoulder when I came out from the forest, I saw yon hill and vowed that if ever you and I should be saved and come to no harm, I would make offering to the Holy Spirit of the hill. Now the spirit haunts me, and I desire to pay my offering." "Very good," said the Bodhisattva, not knowing her guile. He prepared an offering, and delivering to her the vessel of offering, he climbed the hilltop. Then his wife said to him, "Husband, not the hill spirit, but you are my chief of gods. Then in your honor first of all I will offer wild flowers, and walk reverently round you, keeping you on the right, and salute you, and after that I will make my offering to the mountain spirit." So saying, she placed him facing a precipice, and pretended to salute him by offering flowers and walking round him. Thus getting behind him, she smote him on the back and hurled him down the precipice. Then she cried in her joy, "I have seen the back of my enemy!" And she came down from the mountain and went into the presence of her paramour. Now the Bodhisattva tumbled down the cliff, but he stuck fast in a clump of leaves on the top of a fig tree where there were no thorns. Yet he could not get down the hill, so there he sat among the branches, eating the figs. It happened that a huge lizard king used to climb the hill from the foot of it, and would eat the fruit of this fig tree. That day he saw the Bodhisattva and took to flight. In the next day he came and ate some fruit on one side of it. Again and again he came, till at last he struck up a friendship with the Bodhisattva.
"How did you get to this place?"
he asked, and the Bodhisattva told him how.
"Well, don't be afraid," said the lizard, and taking him on his own back, he descended the hill and brought him out of the forest. There he set him upon the high road and showed him what way he should go, and himself returned to the forest. The other proceeded to a certain village and dwelt there till he heard of his father's death. Upon this he made his way to Benares. There he inherited the kingdom which belonged to his family and took the name of King Lotus. The 10 rules of righteousness for kings he did not transgress, and he ruled uprightly. He built 6 halls of bounty, one at each of the 4 gates, one in the midst of the city, and one before the palace. And every day he distributed in gifts 600,000 pieces of money. Now the wicked wife took her paramour upon her shoulders, and came forth out of the forest, and she went a-begging among the people, and collected rice and gruel to support him withal. If she was asked what the man was to her, she would reply, "His mother was sister to my father, he is my cousin, to him they gave me. Even if he were doomed to death, I would take my own husband upon my shoulders, and care for him, and beg food for his living." "What a devoted wife," said all the people, and thenceforward they gave her more food than ever. Some of them also offered advice, saying, "Do not live in this way. King Lotus is lord of Benares. He has set all India in a stir by his bounty. It will delight him to see you. So delighted will he be that he will give you rich gifts. Put your husband in this basket and make your way to him." So saying, they persuaded her and gave her a basket of osiers. The wicked woman placed her paramour in the basket, and taking it up she repaired to Benares, and lived on what she got at the halls of bounty. Now the Bodhisattva used to ride to an alms hall upon the back of a splendid elephant richly dight. And after giving alms to 8 or 10 people, he would set out again for home. Then the wicked woman placed her paramour in the basket, and taking it up, she stood where the king was used to pass. The king saw her. "Who is this?" he asked.
"A devoted wife,"
was the answer. He sent for her, and recognized who she was. He caused the man to be put down from the basket, and asked her, "What is this man to you?" "He is the son of my father's sister, given me by my family. My own husband," she answered.
"Ah, what a devoted wife!" cried they all, for they knew not the ins and outs of it, and they praised the wicked woman. "What? Is this scoundrel your cousin? Did your family give him to you?" asked the king. "Your husband, is he?" She did not recognize the king, and, "Yes, my lord," she said, as bold as you like. "And is this the king of Benares' son? Are you not the wife of Prince Lotus, the daughter of such and such a king, your name so and so? Did you not drink the blood from my knee? Did you not fall in love with this rascal and throw me down a precipice? Ah, you thought that I was dead, and here you are with death written upon your own forehead, and here I am, alive." Then he turned to his courtiers. "Do you remember what I told you when you questioned me? My 6 younger brothers slew their 6 wives and ate them, but I kept my wife unhurt and brought her to Ganges' bank, where I dwelt in a hermit's hut. I hauled a condemned criminal out of the river and supported him. This woman fell in love with him and threw me down a precipice, but I saved my life by showing kindness. This is no other than the wicked woman who threw me off the crag. This and no other is the condemned wretch." And then he uttered the following verses. "'Tis I, no other, and this queen is she. The Handel's knave, no other, there you see. Quoth she, this is the husband of my youth. Women deserve to die, they have no truth. With a great club beat out the scoundrel's life, who lies in wait to steal his neighbor's wife. Then take the faithful harlot by and by, and shear off nose and ears before she die." But although the Bodhisattva could not swallow his anger and ordained this punishment for them, he did not do accordingly. But he smothered his wrath and had the basket fixed upon her head so fast that she could not take it off. The villain he had placed in the same,
and they were driven out of his kingdom. End of section 17. Section 18 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Goblin City. Once upon a time, there was in the island of Ceylon a goblin town called Sirisavatu, peopled by she-goblins. When a ship is wrecked, these adorn and deck themselves, and taking rice and gruel, with trains of slaves and their children on their hip, they come up to the merchants. In order to make them imagine that theirs is a city of human beings, they make them see here and there men plowing and tending kine, herds of cattle dogs, and the like. Then, approaching the merchants, they invite them to partake of the gruel, rice, and other food which they bring. The merchants, all unaware, eat what is offered. When they have eaten and drunken and are taking their rest, the goblins address them thus: "Where do you live? Where do you come from? Whither are you going? And what errand brought you here?" "We were shipwrecked here," they reply. "Very good, noble sirs," the others make answer. "'Tis 3 years ago since our own husbands went on board ship. They must have perished. You are merchants too. We will be your wives." Thus they led them astray by their women's wiles and tricks and dalliance until they get them into the goblin city. Then, if they have any others already caught, they bind these with magic chains and cast them into the house of torment. And if they find no shipwrecked men in the place where they dwell, they scour the coast as far as the river Kalyani on one side and the island of Nagadipa on the other. This is their way. Now it happened once that 500 shipwrecked traders were cast ashore near the city of these she-goblins. The goblins came up to them and enticed them till they brought them to their city. Those whom they had caught before, they bound with magic chains and cast them into the house of torment. Then the chief goblin took the chief man, and the others took the rest, till 500 had 500 traders, and they made the men their husbands. Then in the night time, when her man was asleep, the chief she-goblin rose up and made her way to the house of death, slew some of the men and ate them. The others did the same. When the eldest goblin returned from eating men's flesh, her body was cold. The eldest merchant embraced her and perceived that she was a goblin. "All the 500 of them must be goblins," he thought to himself. "We must make our escape." So in the early morning, when he went to wash his face, he bespake the other merchants in these words: "These are goblins and not human beings. As soon as other shipwrecked men can be found, they will make them their husbands and will eat us. Come, let us escape." 250 of them replied, "We cannot leave them. Go ye if ye will, but we will not flee away." Then the chief trader, with 250 who were ready to obey him, fled away in fear of the goblins. Now at that time the Bodhisattva had come into the world as a flying horse, white all over, and beaked like a crow, with hair like munja grass, possessed of supernatural power, able to fly through the air. From Himalaya he flew through the air until he came to Ceylon. There he passed over the ponds and tanks of Ceylon, and ate the paddy that grew wild there. As he passed on thus, he thrice uttered human speech filled with mercy, saying, "Who wants to go home? Who wants to go home?" The traders heard this saying and cried, "We are going home, master," joining their hands and raising them respectfully to their foreheads. "Then climb upon my back," said the Bodhisattva. Thereat some of them climbed up, some laid hold of his tail, and some remained standing, with a respectful salute. Then the Bodhisattva took up even those who stood still saluting him, and conveyed all of them, even 250, to their own country, and set down each in his own place. Then he went back to his place of dwelling. And the she-goblins, when other men came to that place, slew those 250 who were left and devoured them. The Telltale Parrot. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came into the world as a young parrot. His name was Radha, and his younger brother was named Potapada. While they were yet quite young, both of them were caught by a Fowler and handed over to a Brahmin in Benares. The Brahmin cared for them as if they were his children, but the Brahmin's wife was a wicked woman. There was no watching her. The husband had to go away on business and addressed his young parrots thus: "Little dears, I am going away on business. Keep watch on your mother in season and out of season. Observe her whether or not any man visits her." So off he went, leaving his wife in charge of the young parrots. As soon as he was gone, the woman began to do wrong. Night and day the visitors came and went. There was no end to them. Potapada, observing this, said to Radha, "Our master gave this woman into our charge, and here she is doing wickedness. I will speak to her." "Don't," said Radha. But the other would not listen. "Mother," said she, "why do you commit sin?" How she longed to kill him! But making as though she would fondle him, she called him to her. "Little one, you are my son. I will never do it again. Here then, the dear." So he came out. Then she seized him, crying, "What? You preach to me? You don't know your measure." And she wrung his neck and threw him into the oven. The Brahmin returned. When he had rested, he asked the Bodhisattva, "Well, my dear, what about your mother? Does she do wrong or no?" And as he asked the question, he repeated the first couplet: "I come, my son, the journey done, and now I am at home again. Come, tell me, is your mother true? Does she make love to other men?" Radha answered, "Father dear, the wise speak not of things which do not conduce to blessing, whether they have happened or not." And he explained this by repeating the second couplet: "For what he said, he now lies dead, burnt up beneath the ashes there. It is not well the truth to tell, lest Potapata's fate I share." Thus did the Bodhisattva hold forth to the Brahmin. And he went on, "This is no place for me to live in either." Then, bidding the Brahmin farewell, he flew away to the woods. The Choice of a Husband. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta ruled in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a Brahmin's son. He came of age and received his education at Takasila. Then, on returning, he became a famous teacher. Now, there was a Brahmin who had 4 daughters. These 4 were wooed by 4 persons, as told above. The Brahmin could not decide to whom to give them. "I will inquire of the teacher," thought he, "and then he shall have them to whom they should be given." So he came into the teacher's presence and repeated the first couplet: "One is good and one is noble. One has beauty, one has years. Answer me this question, Brahmin. Of the 4, which best appears?" Hearing this, the teacher replied, "Even though there be beauty and the like qualities, a man is to be despised if he fail in virtue. Therefore the former is not the measure of a man. Those that I like are the virtuous." And in explanation of this matter, he repeated the second couplet: "Good is beauty, to the aged show respect, for this is right. Good is noble birth, but virtue, that is my delight." When the Brahmin heard this, he gave all his daughters to the virtuous wooer. The Foolhardy Crow. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta reigned as king in Benares, the Bodhisattva became a marsh crow and dwelt by a certain pool. His name was Viraka the Strong. There arose a famine in Kasi. Men could not spare for food for the crows, nor make offering to goblins and nagas. One by one the crows left the famine-stricken land and betook them to the woods. A certain crow named Savitaka, who lived at Benares, took with him his lady crow and went to the place where Viraka lived, making his abode beside the same pool. One day this crow was seeking food about the pool.
He saw how Virika went down into it and made a meal of some fish, and afterwards came up out of the water again and stood drying his feathers. "Under the wing of that crow," thought he, "plenty of fish are to be got. I will become his servant." So he drew near. "What is it, sir?" asked Virika. "I want to be your servant, my lord," was the reply. Virika agreed, and from that time the other served him. And from that time Virika used to eat enough fish to keep him alive, and the rest he gave to Savitaka as soon as he had caught them. And when Savitaka had eaten enough to keep him alive, he gave what was over to his wife. After a while pride came into his heart. "This crow," said he, "is black, and so am I, and eyes and beak and feet too. There is no difference between us. I don't want his fish. I will catch my own." So he told Virika that for the future he intended to go down to the water and catch fish himself. Then Virika said, "Good friend, you do not belong to a tribe of such crows as are born to go into the water and catch fish. Don't destroy yourself." But in spite of this attempt to dissuade him, Savitaka did not take the warning to heart. Down he went to the pool, down into the water, but he could not make his way through the weeds and come out again. There he was, entangled in the weeds, with only the tip of his beak appearing above the water. So, not being able to breathe, he perished there beneath the water. His mate noticed that he did not return, and went to Virika to ask news of him. "My lord," she asked, "Savitaka is not to be seen. Where is he?" And as she asked him this, she repeated the first stanza. "Oh, have you seen Savitaka, O Virika? Have you seen my sweet-voiced mate, whose neck is like the peacock in its sheen?" When Virika heard it, he replied, "Yes, I know where he's gone," and recited the second stanza. "He was not born to dive beneath the wave, but what he could not do he needs must try. So the poor bird has found a watery grave, entangled in the weeds, and left to die." When the Lady Crow heard it, weeping, she returned to Benares. End of section 18. Section 19 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Woodpecker, Tortoise, and Antelope. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva became an antelope and lived within a forest in a thicket near a certain lake. Not far from the same lake sat a woodpecker perched at the top of a tree, and in the lake dwelt a tortoise. And the three became friends and lived together in amity. A hunter wandering about in the wood observed the Bodhisattva's footprint at the going down into the water, and he set a trap of leather strong like an iron chain and went his way. In the first watch of the night the Bodhisattva went down to drink and got caught in the noose, whereat he cried the cry of capture. Thereupon the woodpecker flew down from her treetop, and the tortoise came out of the water and consulted what was to be done. Said the woodpecker to the tortoise, "Friend, you have teeth. Bite this snare through. I will go and see to it that the hunter keeps away, and if we both do our best, our friend will not lose his life." To make this clear, he uttered the first stanza. "Come, tortoise, tear the leathern snare, and bite it through and through, and of the hunter I'll take care, and keep him off from you." The tortoise began to gnaw the leather thong. The woodpecker made his way to the hunter's dwelling. At dawn of day the hunter went out, knife in hand. As soon as the bird saw him start, he uttered a cry, flapped his wings, and struck him in the face as he left the front door. "Some bird of ill omen has struck me," thought the hunter. He turned back and lay down for a little while. Then he rose up again and took his knife. The bird reasoned within himself. "The first time he went out by the front door, so now he will leave by the back." And he sat him down behind the house. The hunter too reasoned in the same way. "When I went out by the front door, I saw a bad omen. Now I will go out by the back." And so he did. But the bird cried out again and struck him in the face. Finding that he was again struck by a bird of ill omen, the hunter exclaimed, "This creature will not let me go!" And turning back, he lay down until sunrise. And when the sun was risen, he took his knife and started. The woodpecker made all haste back to his friends. "Here comes the hunter!" he cried. By this time the tortoise had gnawed through all the thongs but one tough thong. His teeth seemed as though they would fall out, and his mouth was all smeared with blood. The Bodhisattva saw the young hunter coming on like lightning, knife in hand. He burst the thong and fled into the woods. The woodpecker perched upon his treetop, but the tortoise was so weak that he lay where he was. The hunter threw him into a bag and tied it to a tree. The Bodhisattva observed that the tortoise was taken and determined to save his life. So he let the hunter see him and made as though he were weak. The hunter saw him and, thinking him to be weak, seized his knife and set out in pursuit. The Bodhisattva, keeping just out of his reach, led him into the forest. And when he saw that they had come far away, gave him the slip and returned swift as the wind by another way. He lifted the bag with his horns, threw it upon the ground, ripped it open, and let the tortoise out. And the woodpecker came down from the tree. Then the Bodhisattva thus addressed them both. "My life has been saved by you, and you have done a friend's part to me. Now the hunter will come and take you. So do you, friend woodpecker, migrate elsewhere with your brood, and you, friend tortoise, dive into the water." They did so. The master, as the all-enlightened one, uttered the second stanza. "The tortoise went into the pond, the deer into the wood, and from the tree the woodpecker carried away his brood." The hunter returned and saw none of them. He found his bag torn, picked it up, and went home sorrowful. And the three friends lived all their life long in unbroken amity, and then passed away to fare according to their deeds. The Crocodile and the Monkey. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life at the foot of the Himalaya as a monkey. He grew strong and sturdy, big of frame, well-to-do, and lived by a curve of the river Ganges in a forest haunt. Now at that time there was a crocodile dwelling in the Ganges. The crocodile's mate saw the great frame of the monkey, and she conceived a longing for his heart to eat. So she said to her lord,
"Sir, I desire to eat the heart of that great king of monkeys."
"Good wife," said the crocodile, "we live in water, and he lives on dry land. How can we catch him?"
"By hook or by crook," she replied. "Caught he must be. If I don't get him, I shall die."
"All right," answered the crocodile, consoling her. "Don't trouble yourself. I have a plan. I will give you his heart to eat." So when the Bodhisattva was sitting on the bank of the Ganges, after taking a drink of water, the crocodile drew near and said, "Sir Monkey, why do you live on bad fruits in this old familiar place? On the other side of the Ganges, there is no end to the mango trees and breadfruit trees, with fruit sweet as honey. Is it not better to cross over and have all kinds of wild fruit to eat?" "Lord Crocodile," the monkey made answer, "deep and wide is the Ganges. How shall I get across?" "If you will go, I will mount you on my back and carry you over." The monkey trusted him and agreed. "Come here then," said the other, "up on my back with you." And up the monkey climbed. But when the crocodile had swum a little way, he plunged the monkey under the water. "Good friend, you are letting me sink," cried the monkey. "What is that for?" Said the crocodile, "You think I am carrying you out of pure good nature. Not a bit of it. My wife has a longing for your heart, and I want to give it to her, to eat." "Friend," said the monkey, "it is nice of you to tell me. Why, if our heart were inside us when we go jumping among the treetops, it would be all knocked to pieces." "Well, where do you keep them?" asked the other. The Bodhisattva pointed out a fig tree with clusters of ripe fruit standing not far off.
"See," said he, "there are our hearts hanging on yon fig tree."
"If you will show me your heart," said the crocodile, "then I won't kill you."
"Take me to the tree, and I will point it out to you, hanging upon it."
The crocodile brought him to the place. The monkey leapt off his back, and climbing up the fig tree, sat upon it.
"Oh, silly crocodile," said he, "you thought there were creatures that kept their hearts in a treetop. You are a fool, and I have outwitted you. You may keep your fruit to yourself. Your body is great, but you have no sense."
And then, to explain this idea, he uttered the following stanzas.
"Rose apple, breadfruit, mangoes too across the water there I see. Enough of them, I want them not. My fig is good enough for me. Great is your body, verily, but how much smaller is your wit. Now go your ways, Sir Crocodile, for I have had the best of it."
The crocodile, feeling as sad and miserable as if he had lost 1,000 pieces of money, went back sorrowing to the place where he lived. The Brahmin and the Acrobat. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as one of a family of poor acrobats that lived by begging. So when he grew up, he was needy and squalid, and by begging he lived. There was at the time in a certain village of Kasi a Brahmin whose wife was bad and wicked, and did wrong. And it befell that the husband went abroad one day upon some matter, and her lover, watching his time, went to visit the house. After she had received him, he said, "I will eat a bit before I go." So she made ready the food, and served up rice hot with sauce and curry, and gave it to him, bidding him eat. She herself stood at the door, watching the Brahmin's coming. And while the lover was eating, the Bodhisattva stood waiting for a morsel. At that moment the Brahmin set his face for home, and his wife saw him drawing nigh, and ran in quickly. "Up, my man, he's coming!" And she made her lover go down into the storeroom. The husband came in. She gave him a seat, and water for washing the hands, and upon the cold rice that was left by the other, she turned out some hot rice, and set it before him. He put his hand into the rice, and felt that it was hot above and cold below. "This must be someone else's leavings," thought he, and so he asked the woman about it in the words of the first stanza. "Hot at top and cold at bottom. Not alike it seems to be. I would ask you for the reason. Come, my lady, answer me." Again and again he asked, but she, fearing lest her deed should be discovered, held her peace. Then a thought came into our tumbler's mind. "The man down in the storeroom must be a lover, and this is the master of the house. The wife says nothing for fear that her deed be made manifest. So ho! I will declare the whole matter, and show the Brahmin that a man is hidden in his larder." And he told him the whole matter, how that when he had gone out from his house, another had come in, and had done evil, how he had eaten the first rice, and the wife had stood by the door to watch the road, and how the other man had been hidden in the storeroom. And in so saying, he repeated the second stanza. "I am a tumbler, sir. I came on begging here intent. He that you seek is hiding in the storeroom where he went." By his topknot he hailed the man out of the storeroom, and bade him take care not to do the like again, and then he went away. The Brahmin rebuked and beat them both, and gave them such a lesson that they were not likely to do the same again. Afterwards he passed away to fare according to his deserts. The Tortoise and the Geese. Once on a time, Brahmadatta was king of Benares, and the Bodhisattva, being born to one of the king's court, grew up and became the king's adviser in all things human and divine. But this king was very talkative, and when he talked there was no chance for any other to get in a word, and the Bodhisattva, wishing to put a stop to his much talking, kept watching for an opportunity. Now there dwelt a tortoise in a certain pond in the region of Himalaya. Two young wild geese, searching for food, struck up an acquaintance with him, and by they grew close friends together. One day these two said to him,
"Friend Tortoise, we have a lovely home in Himalaya, on a plateau of Mount Sitakuta, in a cave of gold. Will you come with us?"
"Why," said he, "how can I get there?"
"Oh, we will take you if only you can keep your mouth shut and say not a word to anybody."
"Yes, I can do that," said he. "Take me along."
So they made the tortoise hold a stick between his teeth, and themselves taking hold of the two ends, they sprang up into the air. The village children saw this and exclaimed, "There are 2 geese carrying a tortoise by a stick." By this time the geese, flying swiftly, had arrived at the space above the palace of the king at Benares. The tortoise wanted to cry out,
"Well, what if my friends do carry me? What is that to you, you caitiffs?"
and he let go of the stick from between his teeth, and falling into the open courtyard, he split in 2. What an uproar there was! "A tortoise has fallen in the courtyard and broken in 2, they cried. The king, with the Bodhisattva and all his court, came up to the place, and seeing the tortoise, asked the Bodhisattva a question. "Wise sir, what made this creature fall?" "Now's my time," thought he. "For a long while I have been wishing to admonish the king, and I have gone about seeking my opportunity. No doubt the truth is this: the tortoise and the geese became friendly. The geese must have meant to carry him to Himalaya, and so made him hold a stick between his teeth, and then lifted him into the air. Then he must have heard some remark, and wanted to reply, and not being able to keep his mouth shut, he must have let himself go, and so he must have fallen from the sky, and thus come by his death." So thought he, and addressing the king, "O king, that they have too much tongue, that set no limit to their speaking, ever come to such misfortunes as this?" And he uttered the following verses. "The tortoise needs must speak aloud, although between his teeth a stick he bit, yet spite of it he spoke, and fell beneath. And now, O mighty master, mark it well, see thou speak wisely, see thou speak in season. To death the tortoise fell, he talked too much, that was the reason." "He is speaking of me," the king thought to himself, and asked the Bodhisattva if it was so. "Be it you, O great king, or be it another," replied he, "whosoever talks beyond measure comes by some misery of this kind." And so he made the thing manifest, and thenceforward the king abstained from talking, and became a man of few words. End of section 19. Section 20 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Stolen Plowshares. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came into this world as the son of one of the king's court. When he grew up, he was made a Lord Justice. At that time, 2 traders, one from a village and one of the town, were friends together. The villager deposited with the townsman 500 plowshares. The other sold these and kept the price, and in the place where they were, he scattered mouse dung. By and by came the villager and asked for his plowshare. "The mice have eaten them up," said the cheat, and pointed out the mouse dung to him. "Well, so be it," replied the other. "What can be done with things which the mice have eaten?" Now, at the time of bathing, he took the other trader's son, and set him in a friend's house in an inner chamber, bidding them not suffer him to go out any whither. And having washed himself, he went to his friend's house. "Where's my son?" asked the cheat. "Dear friend," he replied, "I took him with me and left him on the riverside, and when I was gone down into the river, there came an osprey, and seized your son in his extended claws, and flew up into the air. I beat the water, shouted, struggled, but could not make him let go." "Lies!" cried the rogue. "No osprey can carry off a boy." "Let be, dear friend. If things happen that should not, how can I help it? Your son has been carried off by an osprey, as I say." The other reviled him. "Ah, you scoundrel! You murderer! Now I will go to the judge and have you dragged before him." And he departed. The villager said, "As you please," and went to the court of justice. The rogue addressed the Bodhisattva thus.
"My lord, this fellow took my son with him to bathe, and when I asked where he was, he answered that an osprey had carried him off. Judge my cause."
"Tell the truth," said the Bodhisattva, asking the other.
"Indeed, my lord," he answered, "I took him with me, and a hawk has carried him off."
"But where in the world are there ospreys which carry off boys?"
"My lord," he answered, "I have a question to ask you. If ospreys cannot carry off boys into the air, can mice eat iron plowshares?"
"What do you mean by that?"
"My lord, I deposited in this man's house 500 plowshares. The man told me that the mice had devoured them, and showed me the droppings of the mice that had done it. My lord, if mice eat plowshares, then ospreys carry off boys. But if mice cannot do this, neither will hawks carry the boys off. This man says the mice ate my plowshares. Give sentence where they are eaten or no. Judge my cause."
He must have meant, thought the Bodhisattva, to fight the trickster with his own weapons. "Well devised," said he, and then he uttered these 2 verses. "Well planned indeed, the biter bit, the trickster tricked, a pretty hit. If mice can eat a plowshare, why, ospreys away with boys can fly. A rogue outrogued with tit for tat, give back the plow, and after that, perhaps the man who lost the plow may give your son back to you now."
Thus he that had lost his son received him again, and he received his plowshares that had lost it, and afterwards both passed away to fare according to their deeds. The Hero's Tasks. Once upon a time reigned at Benares a king named Yasapani the Glorious. His chief captain was named Kalaka, or Blackie. At that time the Bodhisattva was his family priest, and had the name of Dhammadāja, the banner of the faith. There was also a man, Chatapani, maker of ornaments to the king. The king was a good king, but his chief captain swallowed bribes in the judging of causes. He was a backbiter. He took bribes and defrauded the rightful owners. On a day, one who had lost his suit was departing from the court, weeping and stretching out his arms, when he fell in with the Bodhisattva as he was going to pay his service to the king. Falling at his feet, the man cried out, telling how he had been worsted in his cause.
"Although such as you, my lord, instruct the king in things of this world and the next, the commander-in-chief takes bribes and defrauds rightful owners."
The Bodhisattva pitied him. "Come, my good fellow," said he, "I will judge your cause for you." And he proceeded to the courthouse. A great company gathered together. The Bodhisattva reversed the sentence and gave judgment for him that had the right. The spectators applauded. The sound was great. The king heard it and asked,
"What sound is this I hear?"
"My lord king," they answered, "it is a cause wrongly judged that has been judged aright by the wise Dhammadāja. That is why there is this shout of applause." The king was pleased and sent for the Bodhisattva.
"They tell me," he began, "that you have judged a cause."
"Yes, great king, I have judged that which Kalaka did not judge aright."
"Be you judge from this day," said the king. "It will be a joy for my ears and prosperity for the world."
He was unwilling, but the king begged him.
"In mercy to all creatures, sit you in judgment."
And so the king won his consent. From that time Kalaka received no presents, and losing his gains he spoke calumny of the Bodhisattva before the king, saying,
"O mighty king, the wise Dhammadāja covets your kingdom."
But the king would not believe, and bade him say not so.
"If you do not believe me," said Kalaka, "look out of the window at the time of his coming. Then you will see that he has got the whole city into his own hands."
The king saw the crowd of those that were about him in his judgment hall. "There is his retinue," thought he. He gave way. "What are we to do, captain?" he asked.
"My lord, he must be put to death."
"How can we put him to death without having found him out in some great wickedness?"
"There is a way," said the other.
"What way?"
"Tell him to do what is impossible, and if he cannot, put him to death for that."
"But
What is impossible to him?"
"My lord king," replied he, "it takes 2 years, or twice 2, for a garden with good soil to bear fruit, being planted and tended. Send for him and say, 'We want a garden to disport ourselves in tomorrow. Make us a garden.' This he will not be able to do, and we will slay him for that fault." The king addressed himself to the Bodhisattva.
"Wise sir, we have sported long enough in our old garden. Now we crave to sport in a new. We shall sport tomorrow. Make us a garden. If you cannot make it, you must die."
The Bodhisattva reasoned, "It must be that Kalika has set the king against me, because he gets no presents."
"If I can," he said to the king, "O mighty king, I will see to it." And he went home. After a good meal he lay upon his bed thinking. Sokka's place grew hot. Sokka, reflecting, perceived the Bodhisattva's difficulty. He made haste to him, entered his chamber, and asked him,
"Wise sir, what think you on?"
poised the while in mid-air.
"Who are you?" asked the Bodhisattva.
"I am Sokka."
"The king bids me make a garden. That is what I am thinking upon."
"Wise sir, do not trouble. I will make you a garden like the groves of Nandana and Sitalata. In what place shall I make it?"
"In such and such a place," he told him. Sokka made it and returned to the city of the gods. Next day the Bodhisattva beheld the garden there in very truth, and sought the king's presence. "O king, garden is ready. Go to your sport." The king came to the place and beheld a garden girt with a fence of 18 cubits, vermilion tinted, having gates and ponds, beautiful with all manner of trees, laden heavy with flowers and fruit. "The sage has done my bidding," said he to Kalika. "Now what are we to do?"
"O mighty king," replied he, "if he can make a garden in one night, can he not seize upon your kingdom?"
"Well, what are we to do?"
"We will make him perform another impossible thing."
"What is that?" asked the king.
"We will bid him make a lake possessed of 7 precious jewels."
The king agreed, and thus addressed the Bodhisattva. "Teacher, you have made a park. Make now a lake to match it, with the 7 precious jewels. If you cannot make it, you shall not live." "Very good, great king," answered the Bodhisattva. "I will make it if I can." Then Sokka made a lake of great splendor, having 100 landing places, 1,000 inlets, covered over with lotus plants of 5 different colors, like the lake in Nandana. Next day the Bodhisattva beheld this also, and told the king, "See, the lake is made." And the king saw it, and asked of Kalika what was to be done.
"Bid him, my lord, make a house to suit it," said he.
"Make a house, teacher," said the king to the Bodhisattva, "all of ivory, to suit with the park and the lake. If you do not make it, you must die." The Sokka made him a house likewise. The Bodhisattva beheld it next day and told the king. When the king had seen it, he asked Kalika again what was to do. Kalika told him to bid the Bodhisattva make a jewel to suit the house. The king said to him, "Wise sir, make a jewel to suit with this ivory house. I will go about looking at it by the light of the jewel. If you cannot make one, you must die." Then Sokka made him a jewel too. Next day the Bodhisattva beheld it and told the king. When the king had seen it, he again asked Kalika what was to be done.
"Mighty king," answered he, "I think that there is some divinity who does each thing that the Brahmin Damadaja wishes. Now bid him make something which even a divinity cannot make. Not even a deity can make a man with all 4 virtues. Therefore bid him make a keeper with these 4. So the king said, "Teacher, you have made a park, a lake, and a palace, and a jewel to give light. Now make me a keeper with 4 virtues to watch the park. If you cannot, you must die." "So be it," answered he.
If it be possible, I will see to it." He went home, had a good meal, and lay down. When he awoke in the morning, he sat upon his bed, and thought thus: "What the great King Saka can make by his power, that he has made. He cannot make a park keeper with 4 virtues. This being so, it is better to die forlorn in the woods than to die at the hand of other men." So, saying no word to any man, he went down from his dwelling and passed out of the city by the chief gate, and entered the woods, where he sat him down beneath a tree and reflected upon the religion of the good. Saka perceived it, and in the fashion of a forester he approached the Bodhisattva, saying, "Brahmin, you are young and tender. Why sit you here in this wood, as though you had never seen pain before?" As he asked it, he repeated the first stanza. "You look as though your life must happy be, yet the wild woods you would homeless go, like some poor wretch whose life was misery, and pine beneath this tree in lonely woe." To this the Bodhisattva made answer in the second stanza: "I look as though my life must happy be, yet to the wild woods I would homeless go, like some poor wretch whose life was misery, and pine beneath this tree in lonely woe, pondering the truth that all the saints do know." Then Saka said, "If so, then why, Brahmin, are you sitting here?" "The king," he made answer, "requires a park keeper with 4 good qualities. Such an one cannot be found. So I thought, why perish by the hand of man? I will go off to the woods and die a lonely death. So here I came, and here I sit." Then the other replied, "Brahmin, I am Saka, king of the gods. By me was your park made, and those other things. The park keeper possessed of 4 virtues cannot be made. But in your country there is one, Chatapani, who makes ornaments for the head, and he is such a man. If a park keeper is wanted, go and make this workman the keeper." With these words, Saka departed to his city divine, after consoling him and bidding him fear no more. The Bodhisattva went home, and having broken his fast, he repaired to the palace gates, and there in that spot he saw Chatapani. He took him by the hand and asked him, "Is it true, as I hear, Chatapani, that you are endowed with the 4 virtues?" "Who told you so?" asked the other. "Saka, king of the gods." "Why did he tell you?" He recounted all and told the reason. The other said, "Yes, I am endowed with the 4 virtues." The Bodhisattva, taking him by the hand, led him into the king's presence. "Here, mighty monarch, is Chatapani, endowed with 4 virtues. If there is need of a keeper for the park, make him keeper." "Is it true, as I hear," the king asked him, "that you have 4 virtues?" "Yes, mighty king." "What are they?" he asked. "I envy not, and drink no wine. No strong desire, no wrath is mine," said he. "Chatapani," cried the king, "did you say you have no envy?" "Yes, O king, I have no envy." "What experience was it that made you to be without envy?" "Listen, my lord," said he, and then he told him why he felt no envy in the following lines. "A chaplain once in bonds I threw, which thing a woman made me do. He built me up in holy lore, since when I never envied more." Then the king said, "Dear Chatapani, what has made you to abstain from strong drink?" And the other answered in the following verse: "Once I was drunken, and I ate my own son's flesh upon my plate. Then, touched with sorrow and with pain, swore never to touch drink again." Then the king said, "But what has made you be indifferent without love?" The man explained it in these words: "King Kitavasa was my name, a mighty king was I. My boy a Buddha's basin broke, and so he had to die." Said the king then, "What was it, good friend, that made you to be without anger?" And the other made the matter clear in these lines: "As a Raka for 7 years I practiced charity, and then for 7 ages dwelt in Brahma's heaven on high." When Chatapani had thus explained his 4 attributes,
The king made a sign to his attendants, and in an instant all the court, priests and laymen and all, rose up and cried out upon Kalaka. "Fie, bribe-swallowing thief and scoundrel! You couldn't get your bribes, and so you would murder the wise man by speaking ill of him." They seized him by hand and foot and bundled him out of the palace, and catching up whatever they could get hold of, this a stone and this a staff, they broke his head and did him to death, and dragging him by the feet they cast him upon a dunghill. Thenceforward the king ruled in righteousness until he passed away according to his deserts. End of section 20. Section 21 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Defeating the King of Death. Once upon a time reigned at Benares a wicked and unjust king named Makhādeva, the great yellow king, who did sinfully after his own will and pleasure. With taxes and fines and many mutilations and robberies, he crushed the folk as it were sugarcane in a mill. He was cruel, fierce, ferocious. For other people he had not a grain of pity. At home he was harsh and implacable towards his wives, his sons and daughters, to his Brahmin courtiers and the householders of the country. He was like a speck of dust that falls in the eye, like gravel in the broth, like a thorn sticking in the heel. Now the Bodhisattva was a son of King Makhādeva. After this king reigned for a long time, he died. When he died, all the citizens of Benares were overjoyed and laughed a great laugh. They burnt his body with 1,000 cartloads of logs, and quenched the place of burning with thousands of jars of water, and consecrated the Bodhisattva to be king. They caused a drum of rejoicing to beat about the streets for joy that they had got them a righteous king. They raised flags and banners, and decked out the city. At every door was set a pavilion, and scattering parched corn and flowers, they sat them down upon the decorated platforms under fine canopies, and did eat and drink. The Bodhisattva himself sat upon a fine divan on a great raised dais in great magnificence, with a white parasol stretched above him. The courtiers and householders, the citizens and the doorkeepers stood around their king. But one doorkeeper, standing not far from the king, was sighing and sobbing. "Good porter," said the Bodhisattva, observing him, "all the people are making merry for joy that my father is dead, but you stand weeping. Come, was my father good and kind to you?" And with the question he uttered the first stanza. "The yellow king was cruel to all men. Now he is dead, all freely breathe again. Was he, the yellow-eyed, so very dear? Or, porter, why do you stand weeping here?" The man heard and answered, "I am not weeping for sorrow that Pingala is dead. My head would be glad enough, for King Pingala, every time he came down from the palace or went up into it, would give me 8 blows over the head with his fist, like the blows of a blacksmith's hammer. So when he goes down to the other world, he will deal 8 blows on the head of Yama, the gatekeeper of hell, as though he were striking me. Then the people will cry, 'He is too cruel for us,' and will send him up again. And I fear he will come and deal fisticuffs on my head again, and that is why I weep." To explain the matter, he uttered the second stanza. "The yellow king was anything but dear. It is his coming back again, I fear. What if he beat the king of death, and then the king of death should send him back again?" Then said the Bodhisattva, "That king has been burnt with 1,000 cartloads of wood. The place of his burning has been soaked with water from thousands of pitchers, and the ground has been dug up all round. Beings that have gone to the other world otherwise than by rebirth do not return to the same bodily shape as they had before. Do not be afraid." And to comfort him, he repeated the following stanza. "Thousands of loads of wood have burnt him quite. Thousands of pitchers quenched what still did burn. The earth is dug about to left and right. Fear not, the king will never more return." After that, the porter took comfort, and the Bodhisattva ruled in righteousness, and after giving gifts and doing other good acts, he passed away to fare according to his deserts. The Jackal's Spell. Once upon a time, Brahmadatta was king of Benares, and the Bodhisattva was his family priest, and he had mastered the 3 Vedas and the 18 branches of knowledge. He knew the spell entitled Of Subduing the World. Now this spell is one which involves religious meditation. One day the Bodhisattva thought that he would recite this spell, so he sat down in a place apart upon a flat stone, and there went through his reciting of it. It is said that this spell could be taught to no one without the use of a special rite, for which reason he recited it in the place just described. It so happened that a jackal lying in a hole heard the spell at the time that he was reciting it, and got it by heart. We are told that this jackal in a previous existence had been some Brahmin who had learnt the charm of subduing the world. The Bodhisattva ended his recitation and rose up, saying, "Surely I have that spell by heart now." Then the jackal arose out of his hole and cried, "Ho, Brahmin, I have learnt the spell better than you know it yourself." And off he ran. The Bodhisattva set off in chase and followed some way, crying, "Yon jackal will do a great mischief. Catch him, catch him." But the jackal got clear off into the forest. The jackal found a she-jackal and gave her a little nip upon the body. "What is it, master?" she asked. "Do you know me?" he asked, "or do you not?" "I do not know you." He repeated the spell, and thus had under his orders several hundreds of jackals, and gathered round him all the elephants and horses, lions and tigers, swine and deer, and all other 4-footed creatures. And the king he became under the title of Sabadatta, or All-Tusk, and a she-jackal he made his consort. On the back of 2 elephants stood a lion, and on the lion's back sat Sabadatta, the jackal king, along with his consort the she-jackal, and great honor was paid to them. Now the jackal was tempted by his great honor, and became puffed up with pride, and as he resolved to capture the kingdom of Benares, so with all the 4-footed creatures in his train he came to a place near to Benares. His host covered 12 leagues of ground. From his position there he sent a message to the king. "Give up your kingdom or fight for it." The citizens of Benares, smitten with terror, shut close their gates and stayed within. Then the Bodhisattva drew near the king and said to him, "Fear not, mighty king. Leave me the task of fighting the jackal king Sabadatta. Except only me, no one is able to fight with him at all." Thus he gave heart to the king and the citizens. "I will ask him at once," he went on, "what he will do in order to take the city." So he mounted the tower over one of the gates and cried out, "Sabadatta, what will you do to get possession of this realm?" "I will cause the lions to roar, and with roaring I will frighten the multitude. Thus I will take it." "Oh, that's it," thought the Bodhisattva, and down he came from the tower. He made proclamation by beat of drum that all the dwellers in the great city of Benares, over all its 12 leagues, must stop up their ears with flour. The multitude heard the command. They stopped up their own ears with flour, so that they could not hear each other speak. Nay, they even did the same to all their animals, down to the cats. Then the Bodhisattva went up a second time into the tower and cried out, "Sabadatta!" "What is it, Brahmin?" quoth he. "How will you take this realm?" he asked. "I will cause the lions to roar, and I will frighten the people and destroy them. Thus I will take it," he said. "You will not be able to make the lions roar. These noble lions with their tawny paws and shaggy manes will never do the bidding of an old jackal like you." The jackal, stubborn with pride, answered, "Not only will other lions obey me, but I will make this one upon whose back I sit roar alone." "Very well," said the Bodhisattva. "Do it if you can." So he tapped with his foot on the lion which he sat upon to roar, and the lion, resting his mouth upon the elephant's temple, roared thrice, without any manner of doubt. The elephants were terrified, and dropped the jackal down at their feet. They trampled upon his head and crushed it to atoms. Then and there Sabadatta perished, and the elephants, hearing the roar of the lion, were frightened to death, and wounding one another,
they all perished there. The rest of the creatures, deer and swine, down to the hares and cats, perished then and there, all except the lions, and these ran off and took to the woods. There was a heap of carcasses covering the ground for 12 leagues. The Bodhisattva came down from the tower and had the gates of the city thrown open. By beat of drum he caused proclamation to be made throughout the city. Let all the people take the flour from out of their ears, and they that desire meat, meat let them take. The people all ate what meat they could fresh, and the rest they dried and preserved. It was at this time, according to tradition, that people first began to dry meat. The Judas-Tree. Once on a time, Brahmadatta, the king of Benares, had 4 sons. One day they sent for the charioteer and said to him, "We want to see a Judas-Tree. Show us one." "Very well, I will," the charioteer replied. But he did not show it to them all together. He took the eldest at once to the forest in the chariot, and showed him the tree at the time when the buds were just sprouting from the stem. To the second he showed it when the leaves were green, to the third at the time of blossoming, and to the fourth when it was bearing fruit. After this it happened that the 4 brothers were sitting together, and someone asked, "What sort of tree is the Judas-Tree?" Then the first brother answered, "Like a burnt stump." And the second cried, "Like a banyan tree." And the third, "Like a piece of meat." And the fourth said, "Like the acacia." They were vexed at each other's answers, and ran to find their father. "My lord," they asked, "what sort of a tree is the Judas-Tree?" "What is that you say?" he asked. They told him the manner of their answers. Said the king, "All 4 of you have seen the tree. Only when the charioteer showed you the tree, you did not ask him, 'What is the tree like at such a time?' or 'at such another time.' You made no distinctions, and that is the reason of your mistake." And he repeated the first stanza. "All have seen the Judas-Tree. What is your perplexity? No one asked the charioteer, what its form the livelong year." End of section 21. Section 22 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Judgments of King Mirrorface. Once upon a time, brethren, when Janasanda was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as the son of his chief queen. His face was resplendent, wearing a look of auspicious beauty, like a golden mirror well polished. On the day of his naming, they called him Adasa Mukha, Prince Mirrorface. Within the space of 7 years, his father caused him to be taught the 3 Vedas and all the duties of this world. And then he died when the lad was 7 years old. The courtiers performed the king's obsequies with great pomp and made the offerings for the dead. And on the 7th day they gathered together in the palace court and talked together. The prince was very young, they thought, and he could not be made king. Before they made him king, they would test him. So they prepared a court of justice and set a divan. Then they came into the prince's presence, and said they, "You must come, my lord, to the law court." To this the prince agreed, and with a great company he repaired thither, and sat upon the dais. Now, at the time when the king sat down for judgment, the courtiers had dressed up a monkey in the garb of a man who is skilled in the lore which tells what are good sites for a building. They made him go upon 2 feet, and brought him into the judgment hall. "My lord," said they, "in the time of the king your father, this man was one who divined by magic as to desirable sights, and well did he know his art. Down in the earth as deep as 7 cubits he can see a fault. By his help there was a place chosen for the king's house. Let the king provide for him and give him a post." The prince scanned him from head to foot. "This is no man, but a monkey," he thought. "And monkeys can destroy what others have made, but of themselves can neither make anything nor carry out such a thing." And so he repeated the first stanza to his court. "It is not a clever builder, but an ape with a wrinkled face. He can destroy what others make. That is the way of his race."
"It must be so, my lord," said the courtiers, and took him away. But after a day or two they dressed this same creature in grand clothes, and brought him again to the judgment hall. "In the king your father's time, my lord, this was a judge who dealt justice. Him should you take to help you in the awarding of justice." The prince looked at him. Thought he, "A man with mind and reason is not so hairy as all that. This witless ape cannot dispense justice." And he repeated the second stanza. "There is no wit in this hairy creature. He breeds no confidence. He knows not. As my father taught, the animal has no sense." "So it must be, my lord," said the courtiers, and led him away. Yet once again did they dress up the very same monkey, and bring him to the hall of judgment. "Sire," said they, "in the time of the king your father, this man did his duty to father and mother, and paid respect to old age and his family. Him you should keep with you." Again the prince looked at him and thought, "Monkeys are fickle of mind. Such a thing they cannot do." And then he repeated the third stanza. "One thing Dasaratha has taught me, no help such a creature would send to father or mother, to sister or brother, or any who call him friend." "So must it be, my lord," answered they, and took him away again. And they said amongst themselves, "'Tis a wise prince, he will be able to rule." And they made the Bodhisattva king, and throughout the city by beat of drum they made proclamation, saying, "The edicts of King Mirrorface." From that time the Bodhisattva reigned righteously, and his wisdom was noised abroad throughout all India. To show forth the matter of this wisdom of his, these 14 problems were brought to him to decide. An ox, a lad, a horse, a basket knight, a squire, a light o' love, and a young dame, a snake, a deer, a partridge, and a sprite, a snake, ascetics, a young priest I name. This happened as we shall now explain. When the Bodhisattva was inaugurated king, a certain servant of King Janasanda named Gamani Kanda thus considered within himself, "This kingdom is glorious if it be governed by aid of those who are of an age with the king. Now I am old, and I cannot wait upon a young prince, so I will get me a living by farming in the country." So he departed from the city a distance of 3 leagues, and abode in a certain village. But he had no oxen for farming, and so, after rain had fallen, he begged the loan of 2 oxen from a friend. All day long he plowed with them, and then he gave them grass to eat, and went to the owner's house to give them back again. At the moment it happened that the owner sat at meat with his wife, and the oxen entered the house, quite at home. As they entered, the master was raising his plate, and the wife putting hers down. Seeing that they did not invite him to share the meal, Gamani Kanda departed without formally making over the oxen. During the night, thieves broke into the cow pen and stole the oxen away. Early on the morrow, the owner of these oxen entered the cowshed, but cattle there were none. He perceived that they had been stolen away by thieves. "I'll make Gamani pay for it," thought he, and to Gamani he went. "I say, return me my oxen," cried he.
"Are they not in their stall?"
"Now did you return them to me?"
"No, I didn't."
"Here's the king's officer, come along."
Now, this people have a custom that they pick up a bit of stone or a potsherd and say, "Here's the king's officer, come along." If any man refuses to go, he is punished. So when Gamani heard the word officer, he went along. So they went together towards the king's court. On the way, they came to a village where dwelt a friend of Gamani's. Said he to the other, "I say, I am very hungry. Wait here till I go in and get me something to eat." And he entered his friend's house. But his friend was not at home. The wife said, "Sir, there is nothing cooked. Wait but a moment, I will cook at once and set before you." She climbed a ladder to the grain store, and in her haste she fell to the ground. And as she was 7 months gone with child, a miscarriage followed. At that moment in came the husband and saw what had happened. "You have struck my wife," cried he, "and brought her labor upon her untimely. Here's a king's officer for you, come along." And he carried him off. After this they went on, the two of them, with Gamani between. As they went, there was a horse at a village gate, and the groom could not stop it, but it ran along with them. The horsekeeper called out to Gamani, "Uncle Kanda Gamani, hit the horse with something and head him back." Gamani picked up a stone and threw it at the horse. The stone struck his foot and broke it like the stalk of a castor oil plant. Then the man cried, "Oh, you have broken my horse's leg. Here's a king's officer for you." And he laid hold of him. Gamani was thus 3 men's prisoner. As they led him along, he thought, "These people will denounce me to the king. I can't pay for the oxen, much less the fine for causing an untimely birth. And then where shall I get the price of the horse? I were better dead." So as they went along, he saw a wood hard by the road, and in it a hill with a precipice on one side of it. In the shadow of it were 2 basket makers, father and son, weaving a mat. Said Gamani, "I say, I want to retire for a moment. Wait here while I go aside." And with these words he climbed the hill and threw himself down the precipice. He fell upon the back of the elder basket maker and killed him on the spot. Gamani got up and stood still. "Ah, you villain! You've murdered my father!" cried the younger basket maker. "Here's the king's officer." He seized Gamani's hands and came out of the thicket. "What's this?" asked the others. "The villain has murdered my father." So on they went, the 4 of them, with Gamani in the middle. They came to the gate of another village. A headman was there, who hailed Gamani. "Uncle Kanda, whither away?" "To see the king," says Gamani. "Oh, indeed, to see the king. I want to send him a message. Will you take it?" "Yes, that I will." "Well, I am usually handsome, rich, honored, and healthy, but now I am miserable and have the jaundice too. Ask the king why this is. He is a wise man, so they say. He will tell you, and you can bring me his message again." To this the other agreed. At another village, a light o' love called out to him. "Whither abound, Uncle Kanda?" "To see the king," says he. "They say the king is a wise man. Take him a message from me," says the woman. "Aforetime I used to make great gains. Now I don't get the worth of a betel nut, and nobody courts me. Ask the king why this may be, and then you can tell me." At a third village there was a young woman who told Gamani, "I can live neither with my husband nor without my own family. Ask the king how this is, and then tell me." A little further on there was a snake living in an anthill near the road. He saw Gamani and called out, "Whither away, Kanda?" "To see the king." "The king is wise. Take him a message from me. When I go out to get my food, I leave this anthill faint and famishing, and yet I fill the entrance hole with my body, and I get out with difficulty, dragging myself along. But when I come in again, I feel satisfied and fat. Yet I pass quickly through the hole without touching the sides. How is this? Ask the king and bring me his answer." And further on, a deer saw him and said, "I can eat grass anywhere but underneath this tree. Ask the king the reason." And again a partridge said, "When I sit at the foot of this ant heap and utter my note, I can make it prettily, but nowhere else. Ask the king why." And again a tree spirit saw him and said,
"Whither away, Kanda?"
"To the king."
"The king is a wise man, they say. In former times I was highly honored. Now I don't receive as much as a handful of twigs. Ask the king what the reason is."
And further on again he was seen by a Naga king, who spoke to him thus,
"The king is said to be a wise man. Then ask him this question. Heretofore the water in this pool has been clear as crystal. Why is it that now it has become turbid with scum all over it?"
Further on, not far from a town, certain ascetics who dwelt in a park saw him and said in the same way, "They say the king is wise. Of yore there were in this park sweet fruits in plenty. Now they have grown tasteless and dry. Ask him what the reason is." Further on again, he was accosted by some Brahmin students who were in a hall at the gate of a town. They said to him, "Where are you going, Khanda, eh?" "To the king," says Khanda. "Then take a message for us. Till now, whatever passage we learnt was bright and clear. Now it does not stay with us. It is not understood, but all is darkness. It is like water in a leaky jar. Ask the king what the reason is." Gamani Khanda came before the king with his 14 questions. When the king saw him, he recognized him. "This is my father's servant who used to handle me in his arms. Where has he been living all this time?" And, "Khanda," said he, "where have you been living all this time? We've seen nothing of you for a long while. What brings you here?"
"When my lord the late king went to heaven, I departed into the country and kept myself by farming. Then this man summoned me for a suit regarding his cattle, and here he has brought me."
"If you had not been brought here, you had never come. But I'm glad that you were brought anyhow. Now I can see you. Where is that man?" "Here, my lord." "Is it you that summoned our friend Khanda?" "Yes, my lord." "Why?" "He refuses to give back my pair of oxen." "Is this so, Khanda?"
"Hear my story too, my lord,"
said Khanda, and told him the whole. When he had heard the tale, the king accosted the owner of the oxen. "Did you see the oxen," said he, "entering the stall?" "No, my lord," the man replied. "Why, man, did you never hear my name? They call me King Mirrorface. Speak out honestly." "I saw them, my lord," said he. "Now, Khanda," said the king, "you failed to return the oxen, and therefore you are his debtor for them. But this man, in saying that he had not seen them, told a direct lie. Therefore you with your own hands shall pluck his eyes out, and you shall yourself pay him 24 pieces of money as the price of the oxen." Then they led the owner of the oxen out of doors. "If I lose my eyes, what do I care for the money?" thought he, and he fell at Gamani's feet and besought him, "Oh, Master Khanda, keep those 24 pieces and take these too." And he gave him other pieces and ran away. The second man said, "My lord, this fellow struck my wife and made her miscarry." "Is this true, Khanda?" asked the king. Khanda begged for a hearing and told the whole story. "Did you really strike her and cause her to miscarry?" asked the king.
"No, my lord, I did no such thing."
"Now, can you," to the other, "can you heal the miscarriage which he has caused?" "No, my lord, I cannot." "Now, what do you want to do?" "I ought to have my son, my lord." "Now then, Khanda, you take the man's wife to your house, and when a son shall be born to you, hand him over to the husband." Then this man also fell at Khanda's feet, crying, "Don't break up my home, master," threw down some money, and made off. The third man then accused Khanda of laming his horse's foot. Khanda, as before, told what had happened. Then the king asked the owner, "Did you really bid Khanda strike the horse and turn him back?" "No, my lord, I did not." But on being pressed, he admitted that he had said so. "This man," said the king, "has told a direct lie in saying that he did not tell you to head back the horse. You may tear out his tongue, and then pay him 1,000 pieces for the horse's price, which I will give you." But the fellow even gave him another sum of money and departed. Then the basket maker's son said, "This fellow's a murderer, and he killed my father." "Is it so, Khanda?" asked the king.
"Hear me, my lord,"
said Khanda, and he told him about it. "Now, what do you want?" asked the king. "My lord, I must have my father." "Khanda," said the king, "this man must have a father, but you cannot bring him back from the dead. Then take his mother to your house, and do you be a father to him." "Oh, master," cried the man, "don't break up my dead father's home." He gave Gamani a sum of money and hurried away. Thus Gamani won his suit, and in great delight he said to the king,
"My lord, I have several questions for you from several persons. May I tell you them?"
"Say on," said the king. So Gamini told them all in reverse order, beginning with the young Brahmins. The king answered them in turn. To the first question he answered, "In the place where they lived, there used to be a crowing cock that knew the time. When they heard his crow, they used to rise up and repeat their texts until the sun rose, and thus they did not forget what they learned. But now there is a cock that crows out of season. He crows at dead of night or in broad day. When he crows in the depth of night, up they rise, but they are too sleepy to repeat the text. When he crows in broad day, they rise up, but they have not the chance to repeat their texts. Thus it is that whatever they learn, they soon forget." To the second question he answered, "Formerly these men used to do all the duties of the ascetic, and they induced the mystic trance. Now they have neglected the ascetic's duties, and they do what they ought not to do. The fruits which grow in the park they give to their attendants. They live in a sinful way, exchanging their alms. This is why this fruit does not grow sweet. If they once more with one consent do their duty as ascetics, again the fruit will grow sweet for them. Those hermits know not the wisdom of kings. Tell them to live the ascetic life." He heard the third question and answered, "Those Naga chiefs quarrel one with another, and that is why the water becomes turbid. If they make friends as before, the water will be clear again." After hearing the fourth, "The tree spirit," said he, "used formerly to protect men passing through the wood, and therefore it received many offerings. Now it gives them no protection, and so it receives no offerings. If it protects them as before, it will receive choice offerings again. It knows not that there are kings in the world. Tell it then to guard the men who go up into that wood." And on hearing the fifth, "Under the anthill where the partridge finds himself able to utter a pleasant cry is a crock of treasure. Dig it up and get it." To the sixth he answered, "On the tree under which the deer found he could eat grass is a great honeycomb. He craves the grass on which this honey has dropped, and so he can eat no other. You get the honeycomb, send the best of it to me, and eat the rest yourself." Then on hearing the seventh, "Under the snake's anthill lies a large treasure crock, and there he lives guarding it. So when he goes out, from greed for this treasure, his body sticks fast. But after he has fed, his desire for the treasure prevents his body from sticking, and he goes in quickly and easily. Dig up the treasure and keep it." Then he replied to the eighth question, "Between the villages where dwell the young woman's husband and her parents lives a lover of hers in a certain house. She remembers him, and her desire is toward him. Therefore she cannot stay in her husband's house, but says she will go and see her parents, and on the way she stays a few days with her lover. When she has been at home a few days, again she remembers him, and saying she will return to her husband, she goes again to her lover. Go, tell her there are kings in the land. Say she must dwell with her husband, and if she will not, let her have a care. The king will cause her to be seized, and she will die." He heard the ninth, and to this he said, "The woman used formerly to take a price from the hand of one, and not to go with another until she was off with him, and that is how she used to receive much. Now she has changed her manner, and without leave of the first she goes with the last, so that she receives nothing, and none seek after her. If she keeps to her old custom, it will be as it was before. Tell her that she should keep to that." On hearing the 10th, he replied, "That village headman used once to deal justice indifferently, so that men were pleased and delighted with him, and in their delight they gave him many a present. This is what made him handsome, rich, and honored. Now he loves to take bribes, and his judgment is not fair. So he is poor and miserable and jaundiced. If he judges once again with righteousness, he will be again as he was before. He knows not that there are kings in the land. Tell him that he must use justice in giving judgment." And Gamini Kanda told all these messages as they were told him. And the king, having resolved all these questions by his wisdom, like Buddha omniscient, gave rich presents to Gamini Kanda, and the village where Kanda dwelt he gave to him as a Brahmin's gift, and let him go. Kanda went out of the city and told the king's answer to the Brahmin youths and the ascetics, to the Naga and to the tree spirit. He took the treasure from the place where the partridge sat, and from the tree beneath which the deer did eat. He took the honeycomb and sent honey to the king. He broke into the snake's anthill and gathered the treasure out of it. And to the young woman, and to the light o' love, and the village headman, he said even as the king had told him. Then he returned to his own village, and dwelt there so long as he lived, and afterward passed away to fare according to his deserts. And King Mirrorface also gave alms, and wrought goodness, and finally, after his death, attained to heaven. End of section 22. Section 23 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Crab and the Elephant. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, there was a great lake in Himalaya, wherein was a great golden crab. Because he lived there, the place was known as the Crab Tarn. The crab was very large, as big round as a threshing floor. It would catch elephants and kill and eat them. And from fear of it, the elephants durst not go down and browse there. Now the Bodhisattva was conceived by the mate of an elephant, and leader of a herd, living hard by this crab tarn. The mother, in order to be safe till her delivery, sought another place on a mountain, and there she was delivered of a son, who in due time grew to years of wisdom, and was great and mighty, and prospered, and he was like a purple mountain of collyrium. He chose another elephant for his mate, and he resolved to catch this crab. So with his mate and his mother, he sought out the elephant herd, and finding his father, proposed to go and catch the crab.
"You will not be able to do that, my son,"
said he. But he begged the father again and again to give him leave, till at last he said,
"Well, you may try."
So the young elephant collected all the elephants beside the crab tarn, and led them close by the lake.
"Does the crab catch them when they go down, or while they are feeding, or when they come up again?"
They replied, "When the beasts come up again."
"Well then," said he, "do you all go down to the lake and eat whatever you see and come up first? I will follow last behind you."
And so they did. Then the crab, seeing the Bodhisattva coming up last, caught his feet tight in his claw, like a smith who seizes a lump of iron in a huge pair of tongs. The Bodhisattva's mate did not leave him, but stood there close by him. The Bodhisattva pulled at the crab, but could not make him budge. Then the crab pulled and drew him towards himself. In deadly fear, the elephant roared the cry of capture, hearing which all the other elephants in deadly terror ran off, trumpeting and dropping excrement. Even his mate could not stand, but began to make off. Then, to tell her how he was held a prisoner, he uttered the first stanza, hoping to stay her from her flight. "Gold-clawed creature with projecting eyes, tarn-bred, hairless, clad in bony shell, he has caught me, hear my woeful cries. Mate, don't leave me, for you love me well." Then his mate turned round and repeated the second stanza to his comfort. "Leave you? Never, never will I go, noble husband, with your years threescore, all 4 quarters of the earth can show, none so dear as you have been of yore." In this way she encouraged him, and saying, "Noble sir, now I will talk to the crab a while to make him let you go," she addressed the crab in the third stanza. "Of all the crabs that in the sea, Ganges or Nabruda be, you are the best and chief I know. Hear me, let my husband go." As she spoke thus, the crab's fancy was smitten with the sound of the female voice, and forgetting all fear, he loosed his claws from the elephant's leg, and suspected nothing of what he would do when he was set free. Then the elephant lifted his foot and stepped upon the crab's back, and at once his eyes started out. The elephant shouted the joy cry. Up ran the other elephants all, pulled the crab along and set him upon the ground, and trampled him to mincemeat. His 2 claws broken from his body lay apart. And this crab tarn, being near the Ganges, when there was a flood in the Ganges, was filled with Ganges water. Then the water subsided, it ran from the lake into the Ganges. Then these 2 claws were lifted and floated along the Ganges. One of them reached the sea, the other was found by the 10 royal brothers while playing in the water, and they took it and made of it a little drum called Anaka. The Titans found that which reached the sea, and made it into the drum called Alambara. These afterwards, being worsted in battle with Saka, ran off and left it behind. Then Saka caused it to be kept for his own use, and it is of this they say, there is thunder like the Alambara cloud. The Owl as King. Once upon a time, the people who lived in the first cycle of the world gathered together and took for their king a certain man, handsome, auspicious, commanding, altogether perfect. The quadrupeds also gathered and chose for king the lion, and the fish in the ocean chose them a fish called Ananda. And all the birds in the Himalayas assembled upon a flat rock, crying, "Among men there is a king, and among beasts and the fish have one too, but amongst us birds, king there is none. We should not live in anarchy, we too should choose a king. Fix on someone fit to be set in the king's place." They searched about for such a bird, and chose the owl. "Here's the bird we like," said they, and a bird made proclamation 3 times to all that there would be a vote taken on this matter. After patiently hearing this announcement twice, on the 3rd time uprose a crow, and cried out,
"Stay now, if that is what he looks like when he is being consecrated king, what will he look like when he is angry? If he only looks at us in anger, we shall be scattered like sesame seeds thrown on a hot plate. I don't want to make this fellow king."
And enlarging upon this, he uttered the first stanza.
"The owl is king, you say, o'er all bird kind. With your permission may I speak my mind?"
The birds repeated the second, granting him leave to speak. "You have our leave, sir, so it be good and right, for other birds are young and wise and bright." Thus permitted, he repeated the third.
"I like not, with all deference be it said, to have the owl anointed as our head. Look at his face. If this good humor be, what will he do when he looks angrily?"
Then he flew up into the air, cawing out,
"I don't like it, I don't like it."
The owl rose and pursued him. Thenceforward those 2 nursed enmity one towards another, and the birds chose a golden mallard for their king, and dispersed. The Elephant Trainer's Luck. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta reigned in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into a Brahmin family in the realm of Kasi. On growing up, he was educated at Takasila and lived among his family. But when his parents died, much distressed, he retired to the life of a recluse in the Himalaya, and there he cultivated the attainments. A long time passed, and he came down to inhabited parts for salt and savoring, and took up his quarters in the gardens of the king of Benares. Next day, on his begging rounds, he came to the door of an elephant trainer. This man took a fancy to his ways and manners, fed him, and gave him lodging in his own grounds, waiting upon him continually. Now it happened just then that a man whose business it was to gather firewood failed to get back to town from the woods in time. He lay down for the night in a temple, placing a bundle of sticks under his head for a pillow. At this temple there were a number of cocks quite free, which had perched close by on a tree. Towards morning, one of them, who was roosting high, let fall a dropping on the back of a bird below. "Who dropped that on me?" cried this one.
"I did,"
said the first. "And why?"
"Didn't think,"
said the other, and then did it again.
Hereupon they both began to abuse each other, crying, "What power have you? What power have you?" At last, the lower one said, "Anybody who kills me and eats my flesh roasted on the coals gets 1,000 pieces of money in the morning." And the one above answered, "Pooh, pooh, don't boast about a little thing like that. Anybody who eats my fleshy parts will become king. If he eats my outside, he'll become commander-in-chief, or chief queen, according as he's man or woman. If he eats the flesh by my bones, he'll get the post of royal treasurer. If he be a householder, or if a holy man, will become the king's favorite." The stick-picker heard all this and pondered, "Now, if I become king, there will be no need of 1,000 pieces of money." Quietly he climbed the tree, caught the topmost cock, and killed him. He fastened him in a fold of his dress, saying to himself, "Now I will be king." As soon as the gates were opened, in he walked. He plucked the fowl and cleaned it and gave it to his wife, bidding her make the meat nice for eating. She got ready the meat with some rice and set it before him, bidding her lord eat. "Good wife," said he, "there's great virtue in this meat. By eating it I shall become king, and you my queen." So they took the meat and rice down to the Ganges bank, intending to bathe before eating it. Then, putting meat and rice down upon the bank, in they went to bathe. Just then, a breeze stirred up the water, which washed away the meat. Down the river it floated till it came in sight of an elephant trainer, a great personage, who was giving his elephant a bath lower down. "What have we here?" said he, and picked it up. "It's fowl and rice, my lord," was the reply. He bade wrap it up and seal it, and sent it home to his wife, with a message not to open it till he returned. The stick-picker also ran off, with his belly puffed out with sand and water which he had swallowed. Now a certain ascetic who had divine vision, the family priest of the elephant trainer, was thinking to himself,
My patron friend does not leave his post with the elephants. When will he attain promotion?
As he thus pondered, he saw this man by his divine insight, and perceived what was a-doing. He went on before and sat in the patron's house. When the master returned, he greeted him respectfully and sat down on one side. Then, sending for the parcel, he ordered food and water to be brought for the ascetic. The ascetic took the rice which was offered, but not the meat, and said, "I will divide this meat." The master gave him leave. Then, separating the meat into portions, he gave to the elephant trainer the fleshy parts, the outside to his wife, and took the flesh about the bones for his own share. After the meal was over, he said, "On the 3rd day from this you will become king. Take care what you do." And away he went. On the 3rd day, a neighboring king came and beleaguered Benares. The king told his elephant trainer to dress in the royal robes, bidding him go mount his elephant and fight. He himself put on a disguise and mingled with the ranks. Swift came an arrow and pierced him, so that he perished then and there. The trainer, learning that the king was dead, sent for a great quantity of money and beat the drum, proclaiming, "Let those who want money advance and fight." The warrior host, in a twinkling, slew the hostile king. After the king's obsequies, the courtiers deliberated who was to be made king. Said they, "While our king was yet alive, he put his royal robes upon the elephant trainer. This very man has fought and won the kingdom. To him the kingdom shall be given." And they consecrated him king, and his wife they made the chief queen. The Bodhisattva became his confidant. The Wishing Cup. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a rich merchant's son, and after his father's death took his place. In his house was buried a treasure of 400 million. He had an only son. The Bodhisattva gave alms and did good until he died, and then he came to life again as Saka, king of the gods. His son proceeded to make a pavilion across the road and sat down with many friends round him to drink. He paid 1,000 pieces to runners and tumblers, singers and dancers, and passed his time in drinking, gluttony, and debauchery.
He wandered about, asking only for song, music, and dancing, devoted to his boon companions, sunken sloth. So in a short time he squandered all his treasure of 400 millions, all his property, goods, and furniture, and got so poor and miserable that he had to go about clad in rags. Sokka, as he meditated, became aware how poor he was. Overcome with love for his son, he gave him a wishing cup with these words, "Son, take care not to break this cup. So long as you keep it, your wealth will never come to an end. So take good care of it." And then he returned to heaven. After that, the man did nothing but drink out of it. One day he was drunk and threw the cup into the air, catching it as it fell. But once he missed it. Down it fell upon the earth and smashed. Then he got poor again and went about in rags, begging, bowl in hand, till at last he lay down by a wall and died. End of section 23. Section 24 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jackal and the Crow. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva became a tree spirit in a certain rose-apple grove. A crow perched upon a branch of his tree and began to eat the fruit. Then came a jackal and looked up and spied the crow. Thought he, "If I flatter this creature, perhaps I shall get some of that fruit to eat." So in flattery he repeated the first stanza. "Who is it sits in a rose-apple tree, sweet singer, whose voice trickles so gently to me? Like a young peacock she coos with soft grace, and ever sits still in her place." The crow, in his praise, responded with the second.
He that is noble in breeding and birth can praise others' breeding, knows what they are worth. Like a young tiger thou seemest to be. Come, eat what I give, sir, to thee.
With these words she shook the branch and made some fruit drop. Then the spirit of the tree, beholding these two eating, after flattering each other, repeated the third stanza. "Liars, full gather, I very well know. Here, for example, a carrion crow and a corpse-eating jackal with puerile clatter proceed one another to flatter." After repeating this stanza, the tree spirit, assuming a fearful shape, scared them both away. The Wolf's Sabbath. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta reigned king in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as Sokka, king of the gods. At that time, a wolf lived on a rock by the Ganges bank. The winter floods came up and surrounded the rock. There he lay upon the rock, with no food and no way of getting it. The water rose and rose, and the wolf pondered. "No food here, and no way to get it. Here I lie, with nothing to do. I may as well keep a Sabbath fast." Thus resolved to keep a Sabbath, as he lay, he solemnly resolved to keep the religious precepts. Sokka, in his meditations, perceived the wolf's weak resolve. Thought he, "I'll plague that wolf." And taking the shape of a wild goat, he stood near and let the wolf see him. "I'll keep Sabbath another day," thought the wolf as he spied him. Up he got and leapt at the creature. But the goat jumped about so that the wolf could not catch him. When our wolf saw that he could not catch him, he came to a standstill and went back, thinking to himself as he lay down again, "Well, my Sabbath is not broken after all." Then Sokka, by his divine power, hovered above in the air. Said he, "What have such as you, all unstable, to do with keeping a Sabbath? You didn't know that I was Sokka and wanted a meal of goat's flesh." And thus plaguing and rebuking him, he returned to the world of the gods. The King and the Fruit Girl. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king at Benares, the Bodhisattva was his minister and his temporal and spiritual advisor. Now one day the king stood at an open window looking into the palace court. And at this very moment, the daughter of a fruiterer, a beautiful girl in the flower of her youth, stood with a basket of jujubes on her head, crying, "Jujubes, ripe jujubes, who'll buy my jujubes?" But she did not venture into the royal court. And the king no sooner heard her voice than he fell in love with her, and when he learned that she was unmarried, he sent for her and raised her to the dignity of chief queen, and bestowed great honor upon her. Now she was dear and pleasing in the king's eyes. And one day the king sat eating jujubes in a golden dish. And the queen Sujata, when he saw the king eating jujubes, asked him, saying, "My lord, what in the world are you eating?" And she uttered the first stanza. "What is this egg-shaped fruit, my lord, so pretty and red of hue, in a gold dish set before thee? Pray tell me where they grew." And the king was wroth and said, "O daughter of a greengrocer, dealer in ripe jujubes, do you not recognize the jujubes, the special fruit of your own family?" And he repeated 2 stanzas. "Bareheaded and meanly clad, my queen, thou once didst feel no shame to fill thy lap with the jujube fruit, and now thou dost ask its name. Thou art eaten up with pride, my queen, thou findest no pleasure in life. Begone and gather thy jujubes again, thou shalt be no longer my wife." Then the Bodhisattva thought, "No one except myself will be able to reconcile this pair. I will appease the king's anger and prevent him from turning her out of doors." Then he repeated the 4th stanza. "These are the sins of a woman, my lord, promoted to high estate. Forgive her and cease from thine anger, O king, for 'twas thou didst make her great." So the king at his word put up with the offense of the queen and restored her to her former position. And thenceforth they lived amicably together. The Woodpecker and the Lion. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as a woodpecker in the Himalaya country. Now a certain lion, while devouring his prey, had a bone stick in his throat. His throat swelled up so that he could not take any food, and severe pains set in. Then this woodpecker, while intent on seeking its own food, as it was perched on a bough, saw the lion and asked him, saying, "Friend, what ails you?" He told him what was the matter, and the bird said, "I would take the bone out of your throat, friend, but I dare not put my head into your mouth for fear you should eat me up."
"Do not be afraid, friend. I will not eat you up. Only save my life."
"All right," said the bird, and ordered the lion to lie down upon his side. Then it thought, "Who knows what this fellow will be about?" And to prevent his closing his mouth, it fixed a stick between his upper and lower jaw, and then, entering into the lion's mouth, it struck the end of the bone with its beak. The bone fell out and disappeared. And then the woodpecker came out of the lion's mouth, and with a blow from its beak knocked out the stick, and hopping off sat on the top of a bough. The lion recovered from his sickness, and one day was devouring a wild buffalo which he had killed. Thought the woodpecker, "I will now put him to the test." And perching on a bough above the lion's head, it fell to conversing with him and uttered the first stanza. "Kindness as much as in us lay, to thee, my lord, we once did show. On us in turn we humbly pray, do thou a trifling boon bestow." On hearing this, the lion repeated the 2nd stanza. "To trust thy head to a lion's jaw, a creature red in tooth and claw, to dare such a deed and be living still, is token enough of my good will." The woodpecker, on hearing this, uttered 2 more stanzas. "From the base ingrate hope not to obtain the due requital of good services done. From bitter thought and angry word refrain, but haste the presence of the wretch to shun." With these words, the woodpecker flew away. End of section 24. Section 25 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hare's Self-Sacrifice. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as a young hare and lived in a wood. On one side of this wood was the foot of a mountain, on another side a river, and on the third side a border village. The hare had 3 friends, a monkey, a jackal, and an otter. These 4 wise creatures lived together, and each of them got his food on his own hunting ground, and in the evening they again came together. The hare in his wisdom, by way of admonition, preached the truth to his 3 companions, teaching that alms are to be given, the moral law to be observed, and holy days to be kept. They accepted his admonition and went each to his own part of the jungle and dwelt there. And so, in the course of time, the Bodhisattva, one day observing the sky and looking at the moon, knew that the next day would be a fast day, and addressing his 3 companions, he said, "Tomorrow is a fast day. Let all 3 of you take upon you the moral precepts and observe the holy day. To one that stands fast in moral practice, almsgiving brings a great reward. Therefore, feed any beggars that come to you by giving them food from your own table." They readily assented, and abode each in his own place of dwelling. On the morrow, quite early in the morning, the otter sallied forth to seek his prey, and went down to the bank of the Ganges. Now it came to pass that a fisherman had landed 7 red fish, and stringing them together on a withe, he had taken and buried them in the sand on a river's bank. And then he dropped down the stream, catching more fish. The otter, scenting the buried fish, dug up the sand till he came upon them, and pulling them out, cried thrice, "Does anyone own these fish?" And not seeing any owner, he took hold of the withe with his teeth, and laid the fish in the jungle where he dwelt, intending to eat them at a fitting time. And then he lay down, thinking how virtuous he was. The jackal too sallied forth in quest of food, and found in the hut of a field watcher 2 spits, a lizard, and a pot of milk curd. And after thrice crying aloud, "To whom do these belong?" and not finding an owner, he put on his neck the rope for lifting the pot, and gasping the spits and the lizard with his teeth, he brought and laid them in his own lair, thinking, "In due season I will devour them," and so lay down, reflecting how virtuous he had been. The monkey also entered the clump of trees, and gathering a bunch of mangoes, laid them up in his part of the jungle, meaning to eat them in due season, and then lay down, thinking how virtuous he was. But the Bodhisattva in due time came out, intending to browse on the kusa grass, and as he lay in the jungle, the thought occurred to him, "It is impossible for me to offer grass to any beggars that may chance to appear, and I have no sesame rice and such like. If any beggar shall appeal to me, I shall have to give him my own flesh to eat." At this splendid display of virtue, Saka's white marble throne manifested signs of heat. Saka, on reflection, discovered the cause and resolved to put his royal hair to the test. First of all, he went and stood by the otter's dwelling place, disguised as a Brahmin, and being asked why he stood there, he replied, "Wise sir, if I could get something to eat after keeping the fast, I would perform all my ascetic duties." The otter replied, "Very well, I'll give you some food." And as he conversed with him, he repeated the first stanza. 7 red fish I safely brought to land from Ganges' flood. O Brahmin, eat thy fill, I pray, and stay within this wood. The Brahmin said, "Let be till tomorrow. I will see to it by and by." Next he went to the jackal, and when asked by him why he stood there, he made the same answer. The jackal too readily promised him some food, and in talking with him repeated the second stanza. "A lizard jar of curds, the keeper's evening meal. 2 spits of roasted flesh withal I wrongfully did steal. Such as I have I give to thee, O Brahmin, eat, I pray, if thou shouldst deign within this wood a while with us to stay." Said the Brahmin, "Let be till tomorrow. I will see to it by and by." Then he went to the monkey, and when asked what he meant by standing there, he answered just as before. The monkey readily offered him some food, and in conversing with him gave utterance to the third stanza.
An icy stream, a mango ripe, a pleasant greenwood shade, 'tis thine to enjoy, if thou canst dwell content in forest glade.
Said the Brahmin, Let be till tomorrow, I will see to it by and by. And he went to the wise hare, and on being asked by him why he stood there, he made the same reply. The Bodhisattva, on hearing what he wanted, was highly delighted, and said, Brahmin, you have done well in coming to me for food. This day I will grant you a boon that I have never granted anyone before, but you shall not break the moral law by taking animal life. Go, friend, and when you have piled together logs of wood and kindled a fire, come and let me know, and I will sacrifice myself by falling into the midst of the flames, and when my body is roasted, you shall eat my flesh and fulfill all your ascetic duties. And in thus addressing him, the hare uttered the fourth stanza. Nor sesame, nor beans, nor rice have I as food to give, but roast with fire my flesh I yield, if thou with us wouldst live. Saka, on hearing what he said, by his miraculous power caused a heap of burning coals to appear, and came and told the Bodhisattva. Rising from his bed of kusa grass and coming to the place, he thrice shook himself that, if there were any insects within his coat, they might escape death. Then, offering his whole body as a free gift, he sprang up, and, like a royal swan alighting on a cluster of lotuses, in an ecstasy of joy he fell on the heap of live coals. But the flame failed even to heat the pores of the hair on the body of the Bodhisattva, and it was as if he had entered a region of frost. Then he addressed Saka in these words. Brahmin, the fire you have kindled is icy cold. It fails to heat even the pores of the hair on my body. What is the meaning of this? Wise sir, he replied, I am no Brahmin. I am Saka, and I have come to put your virtue to the test. The Bodhisattva said, If not only thou, Saka, but all the inhabitants of the world were to try me in this matter of almsgiving, they would not find me in any unwillingness to give. And with this the Bodhisattva uttered a cry of exultation, like a lion roaring. Then said Saka to the Bodhisattva, O wise hare, be thy virtue known throughout a whole aeon. And squeezing the mountain, with essence thus extracted, he daubed the sign of a hare on the orb of the moon. And after depositing the hare on a bed of young kusa grass, in the same wooded part of the jungle, Saka returned to his own place in heaven. And these four wise creatures dwelt happily and harmoniously together, fulfilling the moral law and observing holy days, till they departed to fare according to their deeds. Unasked-For advice. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta reigned in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as a young Singila bird. And when he grew to be a big bird, he settled in the Himalaya country and built him a nest to his fancy that was proof against the rain. Then a certain monkey in the rainy season, when the rain fell without intermission, sat near the Bodhisattva, his teeth chattering by reason of the severe cold. The Bodhisattva, seeing him thus distressed, fell to talking with him and uttered the first stanza. Monkey, in feet and hands and face so like the human form, why buildest thou no dwelling place to hide thee from the storm? The monkey, on hearing this, replied with a second stanza.
In feet and hands and face, O bird, though close to man allied, wisdom, chief boon on him conferred, to me has been denied.
The Bodhisattva, on hearing this, repeated yet two more couplets. He that inconstancy betrays, a light and fickle mind, unstable proved in all his ways, no happiness may find. Monkey, in virtue to excel, do thou thy utmost strive, and safe from wintry blast to dwell, go, hut of leaves contrive. Thought the monkey,
This creature, though dwelling in a place that is sheltered from the rain, despises me. I will not suffer him to rest quietly in this nest.
Accordingly, in his eagerness to catch the Bodhisattva, he made a spring upon him. But the Bodhisattva flew up into the air and winged his way elsewhere. And the monkey, after smashing up and destroying his nest, betook himself off. The Flight of the Beasts. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta reigned in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as a young lion, and when fully grown, he lived in a wood. At this time, there was near the Western Ocean a grove of palms mixed with vilva trees. A certain hare lived here beneath a palm sapling at the foot of a vilva tree. One day this hare, after feeding, came and lay down beneath the young palm tree, and the thought struck him.
If this earth should be destroyed, what would become of me?
And at this very moment, a ripe vilva fruit fell on a palm leaf. At the sound of it, the hare thought, "This solid earth is collapsing," and started up. He fled, without so much as looking behind him. Another hare saw him scampering off as if frightened to death, and asked the cause of his panic flight. "Pray, don't ask me," he said. The other hare cried, "Pray, sir, what is it?" and kept running after him. Then the hare stopped a moment, and without looking back, said, "The earth here is breaking up." And at this, the second hare ran after the other. And so first one and then another hare caught sight of him running, and joined in the chase, till 100,000 hares all took to flight together. They were seen by a deer, a boar, an elk, a buffalo, a wild ox, a rhinoceros, a tiger, a lion, and an elephant. And when they asked what it meant and were told that the earth was breaking up, they too took flight. So by degrees this host of animals extended to the length of a full league. When the Bodhisattva saw this headlong flight of the animals and heard the cause of it was that the earth was coming to an end, he thought, "The earth is nowhere coming to an end. Surely it must be some sound which was misunderstood by them. And if I don't make a great effort, they will all perish. I will save their lives." So with the speed of a lion, he got before them to the foot of a mountain, and lion-like roared 3 times. They were terribly frightened at the lion, and stopping in their flight, stood all huddled together. The lion went amongst them and asked why they were running away. "The earth is collapsing," they answered.
"Who saw it collapsing?" he said.
"The elephants know all about it," they replied. He asked the elephants.
"We don't know,"
they said.
"The lions know."
But the lion said,
We don't know. The tigers know.
The tigers said,
"The rhinoceroses know."
The rhinoceroses said,
The wild oxens know.
The wild oxen said,
The buffaloes.
The buffaloes,
"The elks."
the elks,
"The boars."
the boars.
The deer.
The deer said, "We don't know. The hares know." When the hares were questioned, they pointed to one particular hare and said, "This one told us." So the Bodhisattva asked,
"Is it true, sir, that the earth is breaking up?"
"Yes, sir, I saw it," said the hare.
"Where," he asked, "were you living when you saw it?"
"Near the ocean, sir, in a grove of palms mixed with vilva trees. For as I was laying beneath the shade of a palm sapling at the foot of a vilva tree, methought, if this earth should break up, where shall I go? And at that very moment I heard the sound of the breaking up of the earth, and I fled." Thought the lion, "A ripe vilva fruit evidently must have fallen on a palm leaf and made a thud." And this hare jumped to the conclusion that the earth was coming to an end and ran away. I will find out the exact truth about it. So he reassured the herd of animals and said,
"I will take the hare and go find out exactly whether the earth is coming to an end or not in the place pointed out by him. Until I return, do you stay here."
Then, placing the hare on his back, he sprang forward with the speed of a lion, and putting the hare down in the palm grove, he said,
"Come, show us the place you meant."
"I dare not, my lord," said the hare.
"Come, don't be afraid,"
said the lion. The hare, not venturing to go near the vilva tree, stood afar off and cried,
Yonder, sir, is the place of dreadful sound." And so saying, he repeated the first stanza. "From the spot where I did dwell issued forth a fearful thud. What it was I could not tell, nor what caused it understood." After hearing what the hare said, the lion went to the foot of the vilva tree and saw the spot where the hare had been lying beneath the shade of the palm tree, and the ripe vilva fruit that fell on the palm leaf. And having carefully ascertained that the earth had not broken up, he placed the hare on his back, and with the speed of a lion soon came again to the herd of beasts. Then he told them the whole story and said,
"Don't be afraid."
And having thus reassured the herd of beasts, he let them go. Verily, if it had not been for the Bodhisattva at that time, all the beasts would have rushed into the sea and perished. It was all owing to the Bodhisattva that they escaped death. The Conceited Mendicant. Once upon a time the Bodhisattva was born in a merchant family and plied his trade. At that time a certain religious mendicant, clad in a leather garment, in going his rounds for alms, came to the ram's fighting ground, and on seeing a ram falling back before him, he fancied it did this as a mark of respect, and did not himself retire. "In the whole world," thought he, "this ram alone recognizes my merits." And raising his joined hands in respectful salutation, he stood and repeated the first stanza. "The kindly beast obeisance makes before the high caste Brahmin versed in holy lore. Good, honest creature Thon, famous above all other beasts, I vow." At this moment, the wise merchant sitting in his stores to restrain the mendicant uttered the second stanza. "Brahmin, be not so rash as this beast to trust, else he will haste to lay thee in the dust. For this the ram falls back, to gain an impetus for his attack." While this wise merchant was still speaking, the ram came on at full speed, and striking the mendicant on the thigh knocked him down. He was maddened with the pain and lay groaning. The master, to explain the incident, gave utterance to the third stanza. "With broken leg and bowl for alms upset, his damaged fortune he will sore regret. Let him not weep with outstretched arms in vain. Haste to the rescue ere the priest is slain." Then the mendicant repeated the fourth stanza. "Thus all that honor to the unworthy pay shall the same fate that I have met today. Prone in the dust by butting ram laid low, to foolish confidence my death I owe." Thus lamenting, he there and then came by his death. End of section 25. Section 26 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Impermanence of Worldly Joys. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into a Brahmin family. And when he grew up, he studied all the arts at Takasala, and then returned to his parents. In this birth, the great being became a wholly young student. Then his parents told him they would look out a wife for him. "I have no desire for a married life," said the Bodhisattva. "When you are dead, I will adopt the religious life of an ascetic." And being greatly importuned by them, he had a golden image made and said, "If you can find me a maiden like unto this, I will take her to wife." His parents sent forth some emissaries with a large escort, and bade them place the golden image in a covered carriage, and go and search through the plains of India, till they found just such a Brahmin girl, when they were to give this golden image in exchange, and bring the girl back with them. Now at this time a certain holy man, passing from the Brahma world, was born again in the form of a young girl, in a town in the kingdom of Kasi, in the house of a Brahmin worth 80 crores, and the name given her was Samalabhasani. At the age of 16 she was a fair and gracious maiden, like to an asperus, endued with all the marks of female beauty. And since no thought of evil was ever suggested to her by the power of sinful passion, she was perfectly pure. So the men took the golden image and wandered about till they reached this village. The inhabitants, on seeing the image, asked,
"Why is Samalabhasini, the daughter of such and such a Brahmin, placed there?" The messengers, on hearing this, found the Brahmin family and chose Samalabhasini for the young man's bride. She sent a message to her parents saying, "When you are dead, I shall adopt the religious life. I have no desire for the married state." They said, "What art thou thinking of, maiden?" And, accepting the golden image, they sent off their daughter with a great retinue. The marriage ceremony took place against the wishes of both the Bodhisatta and Samalabhasini. Though sharing the same room and the same bed, they did not regard one another with the eye of passion, but dwelt together like two holy men or two female saints. By and by, the father and mother of the Bodhisatta died. He performed their funeral rites, and, calling to him Samalabhasini, said to her, "My dear, my family property amounts to 80 crores, and yours too is worth another 80 crores. Take all this and enter upon household life. I shall become an ascetic." "Sir," she answered, "if you become an ascetic, I will become one too. I cannot forsake you." "Come then," he said. So spending all their wealth in almsgiving, and throwing up their worldly fortune as it were a lump of phlegm, they journeyed into the Himalaya country, and both of them adopted the ascetic life. There, after living for a long time on wild fruits and roots, they at length came down from the Himalayas to procure salt and vinegar, and gradually found their way to Benares, and dwelt in the royal grounds. And while they were living there, this young and delicate female ascetic, from eating insipid rice of a mixed quality, was attacked by dysentery, and not being able to get any healing remedies, she grew very weak. The Bodhisatta, at the time foregoing his rounds to beg for alms, took hold of her and carried her to the gate of the city, and there laid her on a bench in a certain hall, and himself went into the city for alms. He had scarce gone out when she expired. The people, beholding the great beauty of this female ascetic, thronged about her, weeping and lamenting. The Bodhisatta, after going his round of begging, returned, and hearing of her death, he said, "That which has the quality of dissolution is dissolved. All impermanent existences are of this kind." With these words, he sat down on the bench whereon she lay, and, eating the mixture of food, he rinsed out his mouth. The people that stood by gathered round him and said, "Reverend sir, what was this female ascetic to you?" "When I was a layman," he replied, "she was my wife." "Holy sir," they said, "while we weep and lament and cannot control our feelings, why do you not weep?" The Bodhisatta said, "While she was alive, she belonged to me in some sort. Nothing belongs to her that is gone to another world. She has passed into the power of others. Wherefore should I weep?" And teaching the people the truth, he recited these stanzas. "Why should I shed tears for thee, fair Samalabhasini? Past to death's majority, thou art henceforth lost to me. Wherefore should frail man lament what to him is only lent? He too draws his mortal breath, forfeit every hour to death. Be he standing, sitting still, moving, resting, what he will, in the twinkling of an eye, in a moment death is nigh. Life I count a thing unstable, loss of friends inevitable. Cherish all that are alive, sorrow not shouldst thou survive." Thus did the great being teach the truth, illustrating by these 4 stanzas the impermanence of things. The people performed funeral rites over the female ascetic, and the Bodhisatta returned to the Himalayas, and entering on the higher knowledge arising from mystic meditation, was destined to birth in the Brahma world. The Testing of Virtue. This was a story told by the master when at Jetavana about a Brahmin who was ever proving his virtue. 2 similar stories have been told before. In this case, the Bodhisatta was the family priest of the king of Benares. In testing his virtue, he for 3 days took a coin from the royal treasurer's board. They informed against him as a thief, and when brought before the king, he said, "Power on earth beyond compare, this virtue owns a wondrous charm.
Putting on a virtuous air, the deadly snake escapes all harm.
After thus praising virtue in the first stanza, he gained the king's consent and adopted the ascetic life. Now a hawk seized a piece of meat in a butcher's shop and darted up into the air. The other birds surrounded him and struck at him with feet, claws, and beaks. Unable to bear the pain, he dropped the piece of meat. Another bird seized it. He too, in like manner, being hard pressed, let the meat fall. Then another bird pounced on it, and whoever got the meat was pursued by the rest, and whosoever let it go was left in peace. The Bodhisattva, on seeing this, thought, "These desires of ours are like pieces of meat. To those that grasp at them is sorrow, and to those that let them go is peace." And he repeated the second stanza. While the bird had aught to eat, ospreys pecked at him full sore. When perforce he dropped the meat, then they pecked at him no more. The ascetic, going forth from the city, in the course of his journey came to a village, and at evening lay down in a certain man's house. Now a female slave there, named Pingala, made an assignation with a man, saying, "You are to come at such and such an hour." After she had bathed the feet of her master and his family, when they had lain down, she sat on the threshold, looking out for the coming of her lover, and passed the first and the middle watch, repeating to herself, "Now he will be coming." But at daybreak, losing hope, she said, "He will not come now," and lay down and fell asleep. The Bodhisattva, seeing this happen, said, "This woman sat ever so long in the hope that her lover would come, but now that she knows he will not come, in her despair she slumbers peacefully." And with the thought that while hope in the passions brings sorrow, despair brings peace, he uttered the third stanza. "The fruit of hope fulfilled is bliss. How differs loss of hope from this? Though dull despair her hope destroys, lo, Pingala calm sleep enjoys." Next day, going forth from that village, he entered into a forest, and beholding a hermit seated on the ground and indulging in meditation, he thought, "Both in this world and in the next there is no happiness beyond the bliss of meditation." And he repeated the fourth stanza. "In this world and in worlds to be, naught can surpass ecstatic joy. To holy calm a devotee, himself unharmed, will none annoy." Then he went into the forest and adopted the ascetic life of a rishi and developed the higher knowledge born of meditation, and became destined to birth in the Brahma world. A king's life saved by spells. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta reigned in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a far-famed teacher at Takasila and trained many young princes and sons of Brahmins in the arts. Now the son of the king of Benares, when he was 16 years old, came to him after he had acquired the 3 Vedas and all the liberal arts and was perfect in them. He took leave of his master. The teacher, regarding him by his gift of prognostication, thought, "There is danger coming to this man through his son. By magic power I will deliver him from it." And composing 4 stanzas, he gave them to the young prince and spoke as follows. "My son, after you are seated on the throne, when your son is 16 years old, utter the first stanza while eating your rice. Repeat the second stanza at the time of the great levee. The third, as you are ascending to the palace roof, standing at the head of the stairs, and the fourth, when entering the royal chamber as you stand on the threshold." The prince readily assented to this, and, saluting his teacher, went away. And after acting as viceroy on his father's death, he ascended the throne. His son, when he was 16 years of age, on the king's going forth to take his pleasure in the garden, observing his father's majesty and power, was filled with a desire to kill him and seize upon his kingdom, and spoke to his attendants about it. They said, "True, sir, what is the good of obtaining power when one is old? You must by some means or other kill the king and possess yourself of his kingdom." The prince said, "I will kill him by putting poison in his food." So he took some poison and sat down to eat his evening meal with his father. The king, when the rice was just served in the bowl, spoke the first stanza. With sense so nice, the husks from rice, rats keen are to discriminate. They cared not much for the husks to touch, but grain by grain the rice they ate. I am discovered, thought the prince, and not daring to administer the poison in the bowl of rice, he rose up and, bowing to the king, went away. He told the story to his attendants and said, Today I am found out. How now shall I kill him? From this day forth they lay concealed in the garden, and, consulting together in whispers, said, There is still one expedient. When it is time to attend the great levee, gird on your sword, and, taking your stand amongst the counselors, when you see the king off his guard, you must strike him a blow with your sword and kill him. Thus they arranged it. The prince readily agreed, and at the time of the great levee, he girt on his sword, and, moving about from place to place, looked out for an opportunity to strike the king. At this moment, the king uttered the second stanza. The secret counsel taken in the wood by me is understood. The village plot soft whispered in the ear, that too I hear. Thought the prince, My father knows that I am his enemy, and ran away and told his attendants. After the lapse of 7 or 8 days, they said, Prince, your father is ignorant of your feeling toward him. You only fancy this in your own mind. Put him to death. So one day he took his sword and stood at the top of the stairs in the royal closet. The king, standing at the head of the staircase, spoke the third stanza. A monkey once did cruel measures take, his tender offspring impotent to make. Thought the prince, My father wants to seize me. And in his terror he fled away and told his attendants he had been threatened by his father. After the lapse of a fortnight, they said, Prince, if the king knew this, he would not have put up with it so long a time. Your imagination suggests this to you. Put him to death. So one day he took his sword, and, entering the royal chamber on the upper floor of the palace, he lay down beneath the couch, intending to slay the king as soon as he came. At the close of the evening meal, the king sent his retinue away, wishing to lie down, and entering the royal chamber. As he stood on the threshold, he uttered the fourth stanza. Thy cautious creeping ways, like one-eyed goat in mustard field that strays, and who thou art that lurkest here below, this too I know. Thought the prince, My father has found me out. Now he will put me to death. And seized with fear, he came out from beneath the couch, and, throwing down his sword at the king's feet and saying, Pardon me, my lord, he lay groveling before him. The king said, You thought no one knows what I am about. And after rebuking him, he ordered him to be bound in chains and put into the prison house, and set a guard over him. Then the king meditated on the virtues of the Bodhisattva, and by he died. When they had celebrated his funeral rites, they took the young prince out of prison and set him on the throne. End of section 26. Section 27 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Heron's Revenge. This story was told by the master at Jedhavana concerning a heron that lived in the house of the king of Kosala. She carried messages, they say, for the king, and had 2 young ones. The king sent this bird with a letter to some other king. When she was gone away, the boys in the royal family squeezed the young birds to death in their hands. The mother bird came back and, missing her young ones, asked who had killed her offspring. They said, so-and-so. And at this time there was a fierce and savage tiger kept in the palace, fastened by a strong chain. Now these boys came to see the tiger, and the heron went with them, thinking, Even as my young ones were killed by them, just so I will deal with these boys. And she took hold of them and threw them down at the foot of the tiger. The tiger, with a growl, crunched them up. The bird said, Now is the wish of my heart fulfilled. and flying up into the air, made straight for the Himalayas. On hearing what had happened, they started a discussion in the Hall of Truth, saying, "Sirs, a heron, it is said, in the king's palace threw down before a tiger the boys who killed her young ones, and when she had thus brought about their death, she made off." The master came and inquired what it was the brethren were discussing, and said, "Not now only, brethren, but formerly also did she bring about the death of those who killed her young ones." And herewith he related a legend of the past. Once upon a time the Bodhisattva Benares ruled his kingdom with justice and equity. A certain heron in his house carried messages for him, and so on, just as before. But the special point here is that in this case the bird, having let the tiger kill the boys, thought, "I can no longer remain here. I will take my departure. But though I am going away, I will not leave without telling the king. But as soon as I have told him, I will be off." And so she drew nigh and saluted the king, and standing a little way off, said, "My lord, it was through your carelessness that the boys killed my young ones, and under the influence of passion I, in revenge, caused their death. Now I can no longer live here." And uttering the first stanza, she said, "Long I held this house as mine, honor great I did receive. It is due to act of thine, I am now compelled to leave." The king, on hearing this, repeated the second stanza. "Should one to retaliate, wrong with equal wrong repay, then his anger should abate. So, good heron, prithee stay." Hearing this, the bird spoke the third stanza. "Wrong can with wrongdoer ne'er, as of old, be made at one. Naught, O king, can keep me here. Lo, from henceforth I am gone." The king, on hearing this, spoke the fourth stanza. "Should they wise, not foolish be, with the wronged wrongdoer may live in peace and harmony. So, good heron, prithee stay." The bird said, "As things are, I cannot stay, my lord." And saluting the king, she flew up into the air and made straight for the Himalayas. The Lion and the Bull. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as his son, and after acquiring all the arts at Takasila, on his father's death, he ruled his kingdom righteously. At that time, a certain neatherd who was tending cattle in their sheds in the forest came home and inadvertently left behind him a cow that was in calf. Between the cow and a lioness sprang up a firm friendship. The two animals became fast friends and went about together. So after a time the cow brought forth a calf, and the lioness a cub. These two young creatures also, by force of family ties, became fast friends and wandered about together. Then a certain forester, after observing their affection, took such wares as are produced in the forest, and went to Benares and presented them to the king. And when the king asked him, "Friend, have you seen any unusual marvel in the forest?" he made answer, "I saw nothing else that was wonderful, my lord, but I did see a lion and a bull wandering about together, very friendly one towards another." "Should a third animal appear," said the king, "there will certainly be mischief. Come and tell me if you see the pair joined by a third animal." "Certainly, my lord," he answered. Now when the forester had left for Benares, a jackal ministered to the lion and the bull. When he returned to the forest and saw this, he said, "I will tell the king that a third animal has appeared," and departed for the city. Now the jackal thought, "There is no meat that I have not eaten except the flesh of lions and bulls. By setting these two at variance, I will get their flesh to eat." And he said, "This is the way he speaks of you." And thus dividing them one from another, he soon brought about a quarrel and reduced them to a dying condition. But the forester came and told the king, "My lord, a third animal has turned up." "What is it?" said the king. "A jackal, my lord." Said the king, "He will cause them to quarrel and will bring about their death. We shall find them dead when we arrive." And so saying, he mounted upon his chariot, and traveling on the road pointed out by the forester, he arrived just as the two animals had by their quarrel destroyed one another. The jackal, highly delighted, was eating, now the flesh of the lion, now that of the bull. The king, when he saw that they were both dead, stood just as he was upon his chariot, and, addressing his charioteer, gave utterance to these verses. Naught in common had this pair, neither wives nor food did share. Yet behold how slanderous word, keen as any two-edged sword, did devise with cunning art, friends of old to keep apart. Thus did bull and lion fall, prey to meanest beast of all. So will all bedfellows be with this pair in misery, if they lend a willing ear to the slanderer's whispered sneer. But they thrive exceeding well, e'en as those in heaven that dwell, who to slander ne'er attend, slander parting friend from friend. The king spoke these verses, and bidding them gather together the mane, skin, claws, and teeth of the lion, returned straight to his own city. The Quails as Friends. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as a young elephant, and growing up a fine, comely beast, he became the leader of the herd, with a following of 80,000 elephants, and dwelt in the Himalayas. At that time, a quail laid her eggs in the feeding ground of the elephants. When the eggs were ready to be hatched, the young birds broke the shells and came out. Before their wings had grown, and when they were still unable to fly, the great being with his following of 80,000 elephants, in ranging about for food, came to this spot. On seeing them, the quail thought, "This royal elephant will trample on my young ones and kill them. Lo, I will implore his righteous protection for the defense of my brood." Then she raised her 2 wings, and standing before him repeated the first stanza. "Elephant of 60 years, forest lord among thy peers, I am but a puny bird, thou a leader of the herd. With my wings I homage pay, spare my little ones, I pray." The great being said, "O quail, be not troubled, I will protect thy offspring." And standing over the young birds while the 80,000 elephants passed by, he thus addressed the quail. "Behind us comes a solitary rogue elephant. He will not do our bidding. When he comes, do thou entreat him too, and so ensure the safety of thy offspring." And with these words he made off. And the quail went forth to meet the other elephant, and with both wings uplifted, making respectful salutation, she spoke the second stanza. "Roaming over the hill and dale, cherishing thy lonely way, thee, O forest king, I hail, and with wings my homage pay. I am but a wretched quail, spare my tender brood to slay." On hearing her words, the elephant spoke the third stanza. "I will slay thy young ones, quail. What can thy poor help avail? My left foot can crush with ease many thousand birds like these." And so saying, with his foot he crushed the young birds to atoms, and sailing over them washed them away in a flood of water, and went off loudly trumpeting. The quail sat down on a bough of a tree and said, "Then be off with you, and trumpet away. You shall very soon see what I will do. You little know what a difference there is between strength of body and strength of mind. Well, I will teach you this lesson." And thus, threatening him, she repeated the fourth stanza. "Power abused is not all gain. Power is often folly's bane. Beast that didst my young ones kill, I will work thee mischief still." And so saying, shortly afterwards, she did a good turn to a crow, and when the crow, who was highly pleased, asked, "What can I do for you?" the quail said, "There is nothing else, sir, to be done, but I shall expect you to strike with your beak and to peck out the eyes of this rogue elephant." The crow readily assented, and the quail then did a service to a blue fly. And when the fly asked, "What can I do for you?" she said, "When the eyes of this rogue elephant have been put out by the crow, then I want you to let fall a nit upon them." The fly agreed, and then the quail did a kindness to a frog. And when the frog asked what it was to do, she said, "When this rogue elephant becomes blind and shall be searching for water to drink,
Then take your stand and utter a croak on the top of the mountain, and when he has climbed to the top, come down and croak again at the bottom of the precipice. This much I shall look for at your hands." After hearing what the quail said, the frog readily assented. So one day the crow with its beak pecked out both the eyes of the elephant, and the fly dropped its eggs upon them, and the elephant, being eaten up with maggots, was maddened by the pain, and overcome with thirst, wandered about seeking for water to drink. At this moment the frog, standing on the top of a mountain, uttered a croak. Thought the elephant,
"There must be water there,"
and climbed up the mountain. Then the frog descended, and standing at the bottom croaked again. The elephant thought,
"There must be water there,"
and moved forward toward the precipice, and rolling over, fell to the bottom of the mountain and was killed. When the quail knew that the elephant was dead, she said, "I have seen the back of mine enemy," and in a high state of delight, strutted over his body and passed away to fare according to her deeds. Queen Susundee. Once upon a time, King Tamba reigned in Benares, and his queen consort, named Susundee, was a woman of surpassing beauty. At that time, the Bodhisattva came to life as a young Garuda. Now, the Naga island was then known as Saruma Island, and the Bodhisattva lived on this island in the abode of the Garudas. And he went to Benares disguised as a youth and played at dice with his Tamba. Remarking his beauty, they said to Susundee, "Such and such a youth plays at dice with our king." She longed to see him, and one day she adorned herself and repaired to the dice chamber. There, taking her stand amongst the attendants, she fixed her gaze on the youth. He too gazed on the queen, and the pair fell in love with one another. The Garuda king, by an act of supernatural power, stirred up a storm in the city. The people, through fear of the house falling, fled out of the palace. By his power, he caused it to be dark, and carrying off the queen with him in the air, he made his way to his own abode in Naga Island. But no one knew of the coming or going of Susundee. The Garuda took his pleasure with her, and still came to play at dice with the king. Now the king had a minstrel named Saga, and not knowing where the queen had gone, the king addressed the minstrel and said, "Go now and explore every land and sea and discover what has become of the queen." And so saying, he bade him begone. He took what was necessary for his journey, and beginning the search from the city gate, at last came to Barukacha. At that time certain merchants of the Barukacha were setting sail for the Golden Land. He approached them and said, "I am a minstrel. If you remit my passage money, I will act as your minstrel. Take me with you." They agreed to do so, and putting him on board, weighed anchor. When the ship was fairly off, they called him and bade him make music for them. He said, "I would make music, but if I do, the fish will be so excited that your vessel will be wrecked." "If a mere mortal," they said, "make music, there will be no excitement on the part of the fish. Play to us." "Then do not be angry with me," he said, and turning his lute and keeping perfect harmony between the words of his song and the accompaniment of the lute string, he made music for them. The fish were maddened at the sound and splashed about, and a certain sea monster, leaping up, fell upon the ship and broke it in two. Saga, lying on a plank, was carried along by the wind till he reached a banyan tree in the Naga Island, where the Garuda king lived. Now Queen Susundee, whenever the Garuda king went to play at dice, came down from her place of abode, and as she was wandering on the edge of the shore, she saw and recognized the minstrel Saga, and asked him how he got there. He told her the whole story, and she comforted him and said, "Do not be afraid," and embracing him in her arms, she carried him to her abode and laid him on a couch. And when he was greatly revived, she fed him with heavenly food, bathed him in heavenly scented water, arrayed him in heavenly raiment, and adorned him with flowers of heavenly perfume, and made him recline upon a heavenly couch. Thus did she watch over him, and whenever the Garuda king returned, she hid her lover, and so soon as the king was gone, under the influence of passion, she took her pleasure with him.
At the end of a month and a half from that time, some merchants who dwelt at Benares landed at the foot of the banyan tree in this island to get firewood and water. The minstrel went on board ship with them, and on reaching Benares, as soon as he saw the king, while he was playing at dice, Saga took his lute, and making music recited the first stanza. I scent the fragrance of the Tamara grove, I hear the moaning of the weary sea. Tamba, I am tormented with my love, for fair Susondi dwells afar from me. On hearing this, Garuda King uttered the second stanza. How didst thou cross the stormy main, and Saruma in safety gain? How didst thou, Saga, tell me, pray, to fair Susondi win thy way? Then Saga repeated 3 stanzas. With trading folk from Barukacha land, my ship was wrecked by monsters of the sea. I on a plank did safely gain the strand, when an anointed queen with gentle hand upbore me tenderly upon her knee, as though to her a true son I might be. She food and raiment brought, and as I lay with lovelorn eyes hung o'er my couch all day, know, Tamba, well, this word is sooth, I say. The Garuda, while the minstrel thus spoke, was filled with regrets, and said, Though I dwelt in the abode of the Garudas, I failed to guard her safely. What is this wicked woman to me? So he brought her back, and presented her to the king, and departed. And thenceforth he came not there any more. End of section 27. Section 28 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Betrayer Betrayed. Once upon a time in the reign of Brahmadatta, king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was reborn as Saka. At that time, a certain young Brahmin of Benares acquired all the liberal arts at Takasila, and having attained to proficiency in archery, he was known as the clever little archer. Then his master thought, This youth has acquired skill to my own, and he gave him his daughter to wife. He took her, and wishing to return to Benares, he set out on the road. Halfway on his journey, an elephant laid waste a certain place, and no man dared to ascend to that spot. The clever little archer, though the people tried to stop him, took his wife and climbed up to the entrance of the forest. Then, when he was in the midst of the wood, the elephant rose up to attack him. The archer wounded him in the forehead with an arrow, which, piercing him through and through, came out at the back of his head, and the elephant fell down dead on the spot. The clever archer, after making this place secure, went on further to another wood, and there 50 robbers were infesting the road. Up to this spot, too, though the men tried to stop him, he climbed till he found the regular place where the robbers killed the deer and roasted and ate the venison close to the road. The robbers, seeing him approach with his gaily attired wife, made a great effort to capture him. The robber chief, being skilled in reading a man's character, just gave one look at him, and recognizing him as a distinguished hero, did not suffer them to rise up against him, though he was single-handed. The clever archer sent his wife to these robbers, saying, Go and bid them give us a spit of meat, and bring it to me. So she went and said, Give me a spit of meat. The robber chief said, He is a noble fellow, and bade them give it her. The robbers said, What? Is she to eat our roast meat? And they gave her a piece of raw meat. The archer, having a good opinion of himself, was wroth with the robbers for offering him raw meat. The robbers said, What? Is he the only man, and are we merely women? And thus threatening him, they rose up against him. The archer wounded and struck to the ground 50 robbers, save one, with the same number of arrows. He had no arrow left to wound the robber chief. There had been full 50 arrows in his quiver. With one of them he had wounded the elephant, and with the rest the 50 robbers save one. He knocked down the robber chief, and sitting on his chest, bade his wife bring him his sword in her hand to cut off his head. At that very moment, she conceived a passion for the robber chief, and placed the hilt of the sword in his hand, and the sheath in that of her husband. The robber, grasping the hilt, drew out the sword and cut off the head of the archer. After slaying her husband, he took the woman with him, and as they journeyed together, he inquired of her origin. "I am the daughter," she said, "of a world-famed professor at Takasila." "How did he get you for his wife?" he said. "My father," she said, "was so pleased at his having acquired from him an art equal to his own, that he gave me to him to wife. And because I fell in love with you, I let you kill my lawful husband." Thought the robber chief, "This woman now has killed her lawful husband. As soon as she sees some other man, she will treat me too after the same sort. I must get rid of her." And as he went on his way, he saw their path cut off by what was usually a poor little shallow stream, but which was now flooded, and he said, "My dear, there is a savage crocodile in this river. What are we to do?" "My lord," she said, "take all the ornaments I wear and make them into a bundle in your upper robe, and carry them to the further side of the river, and then come back and take me across." "Very well," he said, and took all her adornments, and going down to the stream, like one in great haste, he gained the other bank and left her and fled. On seeing this, she cried, "My lord, you go as if you were leaving me. Why do you do this? Come back and take me with you." And addressing him, she uttered the first stanza. "Since thou hast gained the other side, with all my goods in bundle tied, return as quickly as may be, and carry me across with thee." The robber, on hearing her, as he stood on the further bank, repeated the second stanza. "The fancy lady ever roves from well-tried faith to lighter loves. Me too thou wouldst ere long betray, should I not hence flee far away." But when the robber said, "I will go further hence, you stop where you are," she screamed aloud, and he fled with all her adornments. Such was the fate that overtook the poor fool through excess of passion. And being quite helpless, she drew nigh to a clump of cassia plants and sat there weeping. At that moment Saka, looking down upon the world, saw her smitten with desire and weeping for the loss of both husband and lover. And thinking he would go and rebuke her and put her to shame, he took with him Matali and Pansasika, and went and stood on the bank of the river and said, "Matali, you become a fish. Pansasika, you change into a bird, and I will become a jackal. And taking a piece of meat in my mouth, I will go and place myself in front of this woman. And when you see me there, you, Matali, are to leap up out of the water and fall before me. And when I shall drop the piece of meat I have taken in my mouth, and shall spring up to seize the fish, at that moment you, Pansasika, are to pounce upon the piece of meat and to fly up into the air, and you, Matali, are to fall into the water." Thus did Saka instruct them, and they said, "Good, my lord." Matali was changed into a fish, Pansasika into a bird, and Saka became a jackal. And taking a piece of meat in his mouth, he went and placed himself in front of the woman. The fish, leaping up out of the water, fell before the jackal. The jackal, dropping the piece of meat he held in his mouth, sprang up to catch the fish. The fish jumped up and fell into the water, and the bird seized the piece of meat and flew up into the air. The jackal thus lost both fish and meat, and sat sulkily looking toward the clump of cassia. The woman, seeing this, said, "Through being too covetous, he got neither flesh nor fish." And, as if she saw the point of the trick, she laughed heartily. The jackal, on hearing this, uttered the third stanza. "Who makes the cassia thicket ring with laughter, though none dance or sing, or clap their hands, good time to keep? Fair one, laugh not when thou shouldst weep." On hearing this, she repeated the fourth stanza. "O silly jackal, thou must wish thou hadst not lost both flesh and fish. Poor fool, well mayst thou grieve to see what comes of thy stupidity." Then the jackal repeated the fifth stanza.
Another's faults are plainly seen. 'Tis hard to see one's own, I ween. Methinks thou too must count the cost when spouse and lover both are lost. On hearing his words, she spoke this stanza. King Jackal, 'tis just as you say, so I will hie me far away, and seek another wedded love, and strive a faithful wife to prove. Then Saka, king of heaven, hearing the words of this vicious and unchaste woman, repeated the final stanza. He that would steal a pot of clay would steal a brass one any day, and thou who wast thy husband's bane wilt be as bad or worse again. Thus did Saka put her to shame and brought her to repent, and then returned to his own abode. The Cat and the Cock. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta was king in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a cock and lived in the forest with a retinue of many hundred cocks. Not far away lived a she-cat, and she deceived by devices the other cocks except the Bodhisattva and ate them. But the Bodhisattva did not fall into her power. She thought, This cock is very crafty, but he knows not that I am crafty and skillful in device. It is good that I cajole him, saying, I will be your wife, and so eat him when he comes into my power. She went to the root of the tree where he perched, and praying him in a speech preceded by praise of his beauty, she spoke the first stanza. Bird with wings that flash so gaily, crest that droops so gracefully, I will be your wife for nothing. Leave the bough and come to me. The Bodhisattva, hearing her, thought, She has eaten all my relatives. Now she wishes to cajole me and eat me. I will get rid of her. So he spoke the second stanza. Lady fair and winning, you have 4 feet. I have only 2. Beasts and birds should never marry. For some other husband sue. Then she thought, He is exceedingly crafty. By some device or other, I will deceive him and eat him. So she spoke the third stanza. I will bring thee youth and beauty, pleasant speech and courtesy. Honored wife or simple slave girl, at thy pleasure deal with me. Then the Bodhisattva thought, It is best to revile her and drive her away. So he spoke the fourth stanza. Thou hast drunk my kindred's blood, and robbed and slain them cruelly. Honored wife, there is no honor in thy heart when wooing me. She was driven away and did not endure to look at him again. The language of animals. Once upon a time when a king named Sanaka was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was Saka. The king Sanaka was friendly with a certain Naga king. This Naga king, they say, left the Naga world and ranged the earth seeking food. The village boys, seeing him, said, This is a snake, and struck him with clods and other things. The king, going to amuse himself in his garden, saw them, and being told they were beating a snake, said, Don't let them beat him, drive them away. And this was done. So the Naga king got his life, and when he went back to the Naga world, he took many jewels, and coming at midnight to the king's bedchamber, he gave them to him, saying, I got my life through you. So he made a friendship with the king, and came again and again to see him. He appointed one of his Naga girls, insatiate in pleasures, to be near the king and protect him, and he gave the king a charm, saying, If ever you do not see her, repeat this charm. One day the king went to the garden with the Naga girl, and was amusing himself in the lotus tank. The Naga girl, seeing a water snake, quitted her human shape and made love with him. The king, not seeing the girl, said, Where is she gone? And repeated the spell. Then he saw her in her misconduct, and struck her with a piece of bamboo. She went in anger to the Naga world, and when she was asked, Why are you come? She said, Your friend struck me on the back because I did not do his bidding, showing the mark of the blow. The Naga king, not knowing the truth, called 4 Naga youths and sent them with orders to enter Sanaka's bedchamber and destroy him like chaff by the breath of their nostrils.
They entered the chamber at the royal bedtime. As they came in, the king was saying to the queen, "Lady, do you know where the Naga girl has gone?"
"King, I do not."
"Today, when we were bathing in the tank, she quitted her shape and misconducted herself with a water snake. I said, 'Don't do that,' and struck her with a piece of bamboo to give her a lesson. And now I fear she may have gone to the Naga world and told some lie to my friend, destroying his goodwill to me." The young Nagas, hearing this, turned back at once to the Naga world and told their king. He, being moved, went instantly to the king's chamber, told him all, and was forgiven. Then he said, "In this way I make amends," and gave the king a charm giving knowledge of all sounds. "This, O king, is a priceless spell. If you give anyone this spell, you will at once enter the fire and die." The king said, "It is well," and accepted it. From that time he understood the voice even of ants. One day he was sitting on the dais eating solid food with honey and molasses, and a drop of honey, a drop of molasses, and a morsel of cake fell on the ground. An ant, seeing this, comes crying, "The king's honey jar is broken on the dais. His molasses cart and cake cart are upset. Come and eat the honey and molasses and cake." The king, hearing the cry, laughed. The queen, being near him, thought, "What has the king seen that he laughs?" When the king had eaten his solid food and bathed and sat down cross-legged, a fly said to his wife, "Come, lady, let us enjoy love." She said, "Excuse me for a little, husband. They will soon be bringing perfumes to the king. As he perfumes himself, some powder will fall at his feet. I will stay there and become fragrant. Then we will enjoy ourselves lying on the king's back." The king, hearing the voice, laughed again. The queen thought again, "What has he seen that he laughs?" Again, when the king was eating his supper, a lump of rice fell on the ground. The ants cried, "A wagon of rice has broken in the king's palace, and there is none to eat it." The king, hearing this, laughed again. The queen took a golden spoon and, helping him, reflected, "Is it at the sight of me that the king laughs?" She went to the bedchamber with the king, and at bedtime she asked, "Why did you laugh, O king?" He said, "What have you to do with why I laugh?" But being asked again and again, he told her. Then she said, "Give me your spell of knowledge." He said, "It cannot be given." But though repulsed, she pressed him again. And the king said, "If I give you this spell, I shall die." "Even though you die, give it me." The king, being in the power of womankind, saying, "Very well," consented, and went to the park in a chariot, saying, "I shall enter the fire after giving away this spell." At that moment, Saka, king of gods, looked down on the earth, and seeing this case, said, "This foolish king, knowing that he will enter the fire through womankind, is on his way. I will give him his life." So he took Suja, daughter of the Asuras, and went to Benares. He became a he-goat and made her a she-goat, and resolving that the people should not see them, he stood before the king's chariot. The king and the scent horses yoked in the chariot saw him, but none else saw him. For the sake of starting talk, he was as if making love with the she-goat. One of the scent horses yoked in the chariot, seeing him, said,
"Friend goat, we have heard before but not seen that goats are stupid and shameless. But you are doing, with all of us looking on, this thing that should be done in secret and in a private place, and are not ashamed. What we have heard before agrees with this that we see." And so he spoke the first stanza. "Goats are stupid, say the sages, and the words are surely true. This one knows not he's parading what in secret he should do." The goat, hearing him, spoke 2 stanzas. "Truly you're a stupid fool, you donkey. Let me make it plain. With a bit your mouth is wrenched, your head is twisted with the rein. When you're loosed, you don't escape, sir. That's a stupid habit too. And that Senaka you carry, he's more stupid still than you."
The king understood the talk of both animals, and hearing it, he quickly sent away the chariot. The horse, hearing the goats talk, spoke the fourth stanza.
Well, Sir King of Goats, you fully know my great stupidity, but how Sanaka is stupid, prithee do explain to me.
The goat, explaining this, spoke the fifth stanza.
He who his own special treasure on his wife will throw away, cannot keep her faithful ever, and his life he must betray.
The king, hearing his words, said, King of the goats, you will surely act for my advantage. Tell me now, what is right for me to do? Then the goat said,
King, to all animals no one is dearer than self. It is not good to destroy oneself and abandon the honor one has gained for the sake of anything that is dear.
So he spoke the sixth stanza.
A king like thee may have conceived desire, and yet renounced it if his life's the cost. Life is the chief thing. What can man seek higher? If life's secured, desires need ne'er be crossed.
So the Bodhisattva exhorted the king. The king, delighted, asked, King of goats, whence come you?
I am Saka, O king, come to save you from death out of pity for you.
King of gods, I promised to give her the charm. What am I to do now?
There is no need for the ruin of both of you. You say, it is the way of the craft, and have her beaten with some blows. By this means she will not get it.
The king said, Very well, and agreed. The Bodhisattva, after exhortation to the king, went to his own place. The king went to the garden, had the queen summoned, and then said, Lady, will you have the charm?
Yes, lord.
Then go through the usual custom.
What custom?
100 stripes on the back, but you must not make a sound. She consented through greed for the charm. The king made his slaves take whips and beat her on both sides. She endured 2 or 3 stripes, and then cried, I don't want the charm. And so, flogging the skin off her back, he sent her away. After that, she could not bear to talk of it again. End of section 28. Section 29 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Theft of a Smell. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin family of a village in Kasi. When he grew up, he learned the arts at Takisila, and afterwards became an ascetic and lived near a lotus pool. One day he went down into the pool and stood smelling a lotus in full flower. A goddess who was in a hollow in a trunk of a tree, alarming him, spoke the first stanza. You were never given that flower you smell, though it is only a single bloom. 'Tis a species of larceny, reverend sir. You are stealing its perfume. Then the Bodhisattva spoke the second stanza. I neither take nor break the flower. From afar I smell the bloom. I cannot tell on what pretense you say I steal perfume. At the same moment, a man was digging in the pool for lotus fibers and breaking the lotus plants. The Bodhisattva, seeing him, said, You call a man a thief if he smells the flower from afar. Why do you not speak to that other man? So in talk with her he spoke the third stanza. A man who digs the lotus roots and breaks the stalks I see. Why don't you call the conduct of that man disorderly? The goddess, explaining why she did not speak to him, spoke the fourth and fifth stanzas. Disgusting like a nurse's dress are men disorderly. I have no speech with men like him, but I deign to speak to thee. When a man is free from evil stains and seeks for purity, a sin like a hair-tip shows on him like a dark cloud in the sky. So alarmed by her, the Bodhisattva in emotion spoke the sixth stanza. Surely, fairy, you know me well, to pity me you deign. If you see me do the like offense, pray, speak to me again. Then the goddess spoke to him the seventh stanza. I am not here to serve you, no hireling folk are we. Find, brother, for yourself the path to reach felicity." So exhorting him, she entered her own abode. The Bodhisattva entered on high meditation and was born in the Brahma world. The Lion in Bad Company. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a lion, and living with a lioness had 2 children, a son and a daughter. The son's name was Manoja. When he grew up, he took a young lioness to wife, and so they became 5. Manoja killed wild buffaloes and other animals, and so got flesh to feed his parents, sister, and wife. One day, in his hunting ground, he saw a jackal called Gorilla, unable to run away and lying on his belly. "How now, friend?" he said.
"I wish to wait on you, my lord."
"Well, do so," said he. So he took the jackal to his den. The Bodhisattva, seeing him, said,
"Dear Manoja, jackals are wicked and sinners, and give wrong advice. Don't bring this one near you."
But could not hinder him. Then one day the jackal wished to eat horseflesh and said to Manoja,
"Sir, except horseflesh there is nothing we have not eaten. Let us take a horse."
"But where are these horses, friend?"
"At Benares, by the river bank."
He took this advice and went with him there when the horses bathed in the river. He took one horse, and throwing it on his back, he came with speed to the mouth of his den. His father, eating the horseflesh, said,
"Dear, horses are kings' property. Kings have many stratagems. They have skillful archers to shoot. Lions who eat horseflesh don't live long. Henceforward, don't take horses."
The lion, not following his father's advice, went on taking them. The king, hearing that a lion was taking the horses, had a bathing tank for horses made inside the town, but the lion still came and took them. The king had a stable made and had fodder and water given them inside it. The lion came over the wall and took the horses even from the stable. The king had an archer called who shot like lightning and asked if he could shoot a lion. He said he could, and making a tower near the wall where the lion came, he waited there. The lion came and, posting the jackal in a cemetery outside, sprang into the town to take the horses. The archer, thinking, "His speed is very great when he comes," did not shoot him, but when he was going away after taking a horse, hampered by the heavy weight, he hit him with a sharp arrow in the hindquarters. The arrow came out at his front quarters and flew in the air. The lion yelled,
"I am shot!"
The archer, after shooting him, twanged his bow like thunder. The jackal, hearing the noise of lion and bow, said to himself,
"My comrade is shot and must be killed. There is no friendship with the dead. I will now go to my old home in the wood."
And so he spoke to himself in 2 stanzas.
"The bow is bent, the bowstring sounds amain. Manoja, king of beasts, my friend, is slain. Alas, I seek the woods as best I may. Such friends are not, others must be my stay." The lion, with a rush, came and threw the horse at the den's mouth, falling dead himself. His kinsfolk came out and saw him blood-stained, blood flowing from his wounds, dead from following the wicked. And his father, mother, sister, and wife, seeing him, spoke 4 stanzas in order.
"His fortune is not prosperous, whom wicked folk entice. Look at Manoja lying there, through Giriya's advice."
No joy have mothers in a son whose comrades are not good. Look at Manoja lying there, all covered with his blood.
And even so fares still the man, in low estate he lies, who follows not the counsel of the true friend and the wise. This worse, or worse than this his fate, who is high but trusts the low. See, 'tis thus from kingly state he has fallen to the bow. The Otters and the Jackal. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a tree spirit by a river bank. A jackal named Makhādeva had taken a wife and lived in a place by that river bank. One day his mate said to him, "Husband, a longing has come upon me. I desire to eat a fresh rohita fish." He said,
"Be easy, I will bring it to you."
And going to the river, he wrapped his feet in creepers and went along the bank. At the moment, two otters, Gildmaster and Unasked-For, were standing on the bank looking for fish. Gildmaster saw a great rohita fish, and entering the water with a bound, he took it by the tail. The fish was strong and went away, dragging him. He called to the other,
"This great fish will be enough for both of us. Come and aid me."
Speaking the first stanza,
"Friend Unasked-For, rush to my aid, I pray. I've caught a great fish, but by force he's carrying me away."
Hearing him, the other spoke the second stanza.
"Gildmaster, luck to you. Your grip be firm and stout, and as a rock would lift a snake, I'll lift the fellow out."
Then the two together took out the rohita fish, laid him on the ground, and killed him, but saying each to the other,
"You divide him."
They quarreled and could not divide him, and so sat down, leaving him. At the moment the jackal came to the spot. Seeing him, they both saluted him and said,
"Lord of the gray grass color, this fish was taken by both of us together. A dispute arose because we could not divide him. Do you make an equal division and part it."
Speaking the third stanza,
"A strife arose between us, mark, O thou of grassy hue. Let our contention, honored sir, be settled fair by you."
The jackal, hearing them, said, declaring his own strength,
"I've arbitrated many a case and done it perfectly. Let your contention, honored sirs, be settled fair by me."
Having spoken that stanza and making the division, he spoke this stanza.
"Tail, Unasked-For, Gildmaster, head, the middle to the arbiter will properly be paid."
So having divided the fish, he said,
"You eat head and tail without quarreling."
And seizing the middle portion in his mouth, he ran away before their eyes. They sat downcast, as if they had lost 1,000 pieces, and spoke the sixth stanza.
"But for our strife it would have long sufficed us without fail. But now the jackal takes the fish and leaves us head and tail."
The jackal was pleased and thinking,
"Now I will give my wife rohita fish to eat."
He went to her. She saw him coming and saluting him spoke a stanza.
"Even as a king is glad to join a kingdom to his rule, so I am glad to see my lord today with his mouth full."
Then she asked him about the means of attainment, speaking a stanza.
"How, being of the land, have you from water caught a fish? How did you do the feat, my lord? Pray answer to my wish."
The jackal, explaining the means to her, spoke the next stanza.
"By strife it is their weakness comes, by strife their means decay. By strife the otters lost their prize, Makhādeva eat the prey."
End of section 29. Section 30 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brahmin and the Snake. Once upon a time, a king called Janaka was reigning in Benares. At that time, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin family, and they called his name young Sanaka. When he grew up, he learned all the arts of Takasila, and returning to Benares, saw the king. The king set him in the place of minister and gave him great glory. He taught the king things temporal and spiritual. Being a pleasant preacher of the law, he established the king in the 5 precepts, in almsgiving, in keeping the fasts, in the 10 ways of right action, and so established him in the path of virtue. Throughout the kingdom it was as it were the time of the appearing of the Buddhas. On the fortnightly fast, the king, the viceroys, and others would all assemble and decorate the place of meeting. The Bodhisattva taught the law in a decorated room in the middle of a deer-skinned couch, with the power of a Buddha, and his word was like the preaching of Buddhas. Then a certain old Brahmin, begging for money alms, got 1,000 pieces, left them in a Brahmin family, and went to seek alms again. When he had gone, that family spent all his pieces. He came back and would have his pieces brought him. The Brahmin, being unable to give them to him, gave him his daughter to wife. The other Brahmin took her and made his dwelling in a Brahmin village not far from Benares. Because of her youth, his wife was unsatisfied in desires and sinned with another young Brahmin. There are 16 things that cannot be satisfied. And what are these 16? The sea is not satisfied with all rivers, nor the fire with fuel, nor a king with his kingdom, nor a fool with his sins, nor a woman with 3 things, intercourse, adornment, and childbearing, nor a Brahmin with sacred texts, nor a sage with ecstatic meditation, nor a novice with honor, nor one free from desire with penance, nor the energetic man with energy, nor the talker with talk, nor the politic man with the council, nor the believer with serving the church, nor the liberal man with giving away, nor the learned with hearing the law, nor the 4 congregations with seeing the Buddha. So this Brahmin woman, being unsatisfied with intercourse, wished to put her husband away and do her sin with boldness. So one day in her evil purpose she lay down. When he said, "How is it, wife?" she answered, "Brahmin, I cannot do the work of your house. Get me a maid." "Wife, I have no money. What shall I give to get her?" "Seek for money by begging for alms, and so get her." "Then, wife, get ready something for my journey." She filled a skin bag with baked meal and unbaked meal, and gave them to him. The Brahmin, going through villages, towns, and cities, got 700 pieces, and thinking, "This money is enough to buy slaves, male and female," he was returning to his own village. At a certain place convenient for water, he opened his sack, and eating some meal, he went down to drink water without tying the mouth. Then a black snake in a hollow tree, smelling the meal, entered the bag and lay down in a coil, eating the meal. The Brahmin came and, without looking inside, fastened the sack, and putting it on his shoulder, went his way. Then a spirit living in a tree, sitting in a hollow of the trunk, said to him on the way,
"Brahmin, if you stop on the way, you will die. If you go home today, your wife will die," and vanished. He looked, but not seeing the spirit, was afraid and troubled with the fear of death, and so came to the gate of Benares, weeping and lamenting. It was the fast on the 15th day, the day of the Bodhisattva's preaching, seated on the decorated seat of the law, and a multitude with perfumes and flowers and the like in their hands came in troops to hear the preaching. The Brahmin said, "Where are ye going?" and was told, "O Brahmin, today wise Sanaka preaches the law with sweet voice and the charm of a Buddha. Do you not know?" He thought, "They say he is a wise preacher, and I am troubled with the fear of death. Wise men are able to take away even great sorrow. It is right for me to go there and hear the law." So he went with them, and when the assembly and the king among them had sat down round about the Bodhisattva, he stood at the outside, not far from the seat of the law, with his meal sack on his shoulder, afraid with the fear of death. The Bodhisattva preached as if he were bringing down the heavenly Ganges or showering ambrosia. The multitude became well pleased, and making applause, listened to the preaching. Wise men have far sight. At that moment, the Bodhisattva, opening his eyes, gracious with the 5 graces, surveyed the assembly on every side, and, seeing that Brahmin, thought, "This great assembly has become well pleased, and listens to the law, making applause. But that one Brahmin is ill-pleased and weeps. There must be some sorrow within him to cause his tears, as if touching rust with acid, or making a drop of water roll from a lotus leaf. I will teach him the law, making him free from sorrow, and well pleased in mind." So he called him.
Brahmin, I am wise Sanaka. Now will I make thee free from sorrow. Speak boldly. And so talking with him, he spoke the first stanza. Thou art confused in thought, disturbed in sense. Tears streaming from thine eyes are evidence. What hast thou lost, or what dost wish to gain by coming hither? Give me answer plain. Then the Brahmin, declaring his cause of sorrow, spoke the second stanza. If I go home, my wife it is must die. If I go not, the Yaka said, 'tis I. That is the thought that pierces cruelly. Explain the matter, Sanaka, to me. The Bodhisattva, hearing the Brahmin's words, spread the net of knowledge as if throwing a net in the sea, thinking, there are many causes of death to beings in this world. Some die sunk in the sea, or seized therein by ravenous fish. Some falling in the Ganges, or seized by crocodiles. Some falling from a tree, or pierced by a thorn. Some struck by weapons of divers kinds. Some by eating poison, or hanging or falling from a precipice, or by extreme cold, or attacked by diseases of diverse kinds, so they die. Now among so many causes of death, from which cause shall this Brahmin die, if he stays on the road today, or his wife if he goes home? As he considered, he saw the sack on the Brahmin's shoulder and thought, there must be a snake who has gone into that sack, and entering he must have gone in from the smell of the meal when the Brahmin at his breakfast had eaten some meal and gone to drink water without fastening the sack's mouth. The Brahmin, coming back after drinking water, must have gone on after fastening and taking up the sack without seeing that the snake had entered. If he stays on the road, he will say at evening when he rests, I will eat some meal, and opening the sack will put in his hand. Then the snake will bite him in the hand and destroy his life. This will be the cause of his death if he stays on the road. But if he goes home, the sack will come into his wife's hand. She will say, I will look at the ware within, and opening the sack, put in her hand. Then the snake will bite her and destroy her life, and this will be the cause of her death if he goes home today. This he knew by his knowledge of expedients. Then this came into his mind. The snake must be a black snake, brave and fearless. When the sack strikes against the Brahmin's broadside, he shows no motion or quivering. He shows no sign of his being there amidst such an assembly. Therefore, he must be a black snake, brave and fearless. From his knowledge of expedients, he knew this as if he was seeing with a divine eye. So, as if he had been a man who had stood by and seen the snake enter the sack, deciding by his knowledge of expedients, the Bodhisattva, answering the Brahmin's question in the royal assembly, spoke the third stanza. First, with many a doubt I deal, now my tongue the truth declares. Brahmin, in your bag of meal, a snake has entered unawares. So saying, he asked, O Brahmin, is there any meal in that sack of yours? There is, O sage. Did you eat some meal today at your breakfast time? Yes, O sage. Where were you sitting? In a wood at the root of a tree. When you ate the meal and went to drink water, did you fasten the sack's mouth or not? I did not, O sage. When you drank water and came back, did you look in before fastening the sack? I fastened it without looking in, O sage. O Brahmin, when you went to drink water, I think a snake entered the sack, owing to the smell of the meal without your knowledge. Such is the case. Therefore, put down your sack, set it in the midst of the assembly, and, opening the mouth, stand back and, taking a stick, beat the sack with it. Then, when you see a black snake coming out with its hood spread and hissing, you will have no doubt. So he spoke the fourth stanza. Take a stick and beat the sack. Dumb and double-tongued is he. Cease your mind with doubts to rack. Ope the sack, the snake you'll see. The Brahmin, hearing the great being's words, did so, though alarmed and frightened. The snake came out of the sack when his hood was struck with the stick, and stood looking at the crowd. When the question had been so answered by the Bodhisattva, a certain snake charmer made a mouthband for the snake, caught him, and let him loose in the forest. The Brahmin, coming up to the king, saluted him and made obeisance, and praising him spoke half a stanza. Well won is Janaka the king's great gain, that he, wise Sanaka, doth see. After praising the king, he took 700 pieces from the bag, and praising the Bodhisattva, he spoke a stanza and a half, wishing to give a gift in delight. Art thou the all-seer, queller of what is vain? Doth wisdom dread belong to thee? These 700 pieces, see, take them all, I give them thee. 'Tis to thee I owe my life, and the welfare of my wife. Hearing this, the Bodhisattva spoke the 8th stanza. For reciting poetry, wise men can't accept a wage. Rather, let us give to thee, ere thou take the homeward stage. So saying, the Bodhisattva made a full 1,000 pieces to be given to the Brahmin, and asked him, By whom were you sent to beg for money? By my wife, O sage. Is your wife old or young? Young, O sage. Then she is doing sin with another, and sent you away, thinking to do so in security. If you take these pieces home, she will give to her lover the pieces won by your labor. Therefore, you should not go home straight, but only after leaving the pieces outside the town at the root of a tree or somewhere. So he sent him away. He, coming near the village, left his pieces at the root of a tree, and came home in the evening. His wife at that moment was seated with her lover. The Brahmin stood at the door and said, Wife. She recognized his voice, and putting out the light, opened the door. When the Brahmin came in, she took the other and put him at the door. Then, coming back and not seeing anything in the sack, she asked, Brahmin, what alms have you got on your journey? 1,000 pieces. Where is it? It is left at such and such a place. Never mind. We will get it tomorrow. She went and told her lover. He went and took it as if it were his own treasure. Next day the Brahmin went, and not seeing the pieces, came to the Bodhisattva, who said, What is the matter, Brahmin? I don't see the pieces, O sage. Did you tell your wife? Yes, O sage. Knowing that the wife had told her lover, the Bodhisattva asked, Brahmin, is there a Brahmin who is a friend of your wife's? There is, O sage. Is there one who is a friend of yours? Yes, O sage. Then the great being caused 7 days' expenses to be given him, and said, Go, do you invite and entertain the first day 14 Brahmins, 7 for yourself and 7 for your wife. From next day onwards, take 1 less each day, till on the 7th day you invite 1 Brahmin and your wife 1. Then if you notice that the Brahmin your wife asks on the 7th day has come every time, tell me. The Brahmin did so, and told the Bodhisattva, O sage, I have observed the Brahmin who is always our guest. The Bodhisattva sent men with him to bring that other Brahmin, and asked him, Did you take 1,000 pieces belonging to this Brahmin from the root of such and such a tree? I did not, O sage. You do not know that I am the wise Sanaka. I will make you fetch those pieces. He was afraid and confessed, saying, I took them. What did you do? I put them in such and such a place, O sage. The Bodhisattva asked the first Brahmin, Brahmin, will you keep your wife or take another? Let me keep her, O sage. The Bodhisattva sent men to fetch the pieces and the wife, and gave the Brahmin the pieces from the thief's hand. He punished the other, removing him from the city, punished also the wife, and gave great honor to the Brahmin, making him dwell near himself. The Brahmin's Revenge on the Monkeys. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a monkey and lived in the king's garden with a retinue of 500 monkeys. Devadatta was also born as a monkey and lived there also with a retinue of 500 monkeys. Then one day, when the king's family priest had gone to the garden, bathed and adorned himself, one tricky monkey going ahead of him sat above the gateway arch of the garden, and let excrement fall on the priest's head as he went out. When the priest looked up,
he let it fall again in his mouth. The priest turned back, saying in threat to the monkeys,
"Very well, I shall know how to deal with you,"
and went away after washing. They told the Bodhisattva that he had been angry and threatened the monkeys. He made announcement to the 1,000 monkeys. "It is not well to dwell near the habitation of the angry. Let the whole troop of monkeys flee and go elsewhere." A disobedient monkey took his own retinue and did not flee, saying,
"I will see about it afterwards."
The Bodhisattva took his own retinue and went to the forest. One day a female slave pounding rice had put some rice out in the sun, and a goat was eating it. Getting a blow with a torch and running away on fire, he was rubbing himself on the wall of a grass hut near an elephant stable. The fire caught the grass hut, and from it the elephant stable. In it the elephants' backs were burnt, and the elephant doctors were attending the elephants. The family priest was always going about watching for an opportunity of catching the monkeys. He was sitting in attendance on the king, and the king said, "Sir, many of our elephants have been injured, and the elephant doctors do not know how to cure them. Do you know any remedy?"
"I do, great king."
"What is it?"
"Monkey's fat, great king."
"How shall we get it?"
"There are many monkeys in the garden."
The king said, "Kill monkeys in the garden and get their fat." The archers went and killed 500 monkeys with arrows. One old monkey fled, although wounded by an arrow, and though he did not fall on the spot, fell when he came to the Bodhisattva's place of abode. The monkeys said, "He has died when he reached our place of abode," and told the Bodhisattva that he was dead from a wound he had got. He came and sat down among the assembly of monkeys and spoke these stanzas by way of exhorting the monkeys with the exhortation of the wise, which is, "Men dwelling near their enemies perish in this way. Let not the wise man dwell where dwells his foe. 1 night, 2 nights, so near will bring him woe. A fool's a foe to all who trust his word. 1 monkey brought distress on all the herd. A foolish chief, wise in his own conceit, comes ever, like this monkey, to defeat. A strong fool is not good to guard the herd. Curse to his kindred, like the decoy bird. 1 strong and wise is good the herd to guard, like Indra to the gods, his kin's reward. Who virtue, wisdom, learning doth possess, his deeds himself and other men will bless. Therefore virtue, knowledge, learning, and himself let him regard. Either be a lonely saint, or o'er the flock keep watch and ward." So the Bodhisattva, becoming king of monkeys, explained the way of learning the discipline. End of section 30. Section 31 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Monkey's Heroic Self-Sacrifice. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a monkey. When he grew up and attained stature and stoutness, he was strong and vigorous, and lived in the Himalaya with a retinue of 80,000 monkeys. Near the Ganges bank there was a mango tree, others say it was a banyan, with branches and forks, having a deep shade and thick leaves like a mountain top. Its sweet fruits of divine fragrance and flavor were as large as water pots. From one branch the fruits fell on the ground, from one into the Ganges water, from 2 into the main trunk of the tree. The Bodhisattva, while eating the fruit with a troop of monkeys, thought, "Someday danger will come upon us owing to the fruit of this tree falling on the water." And so, not to leave one fruit on the branch which grew over the water, he made them eat or throw down the flowers at their season, from the time they were of the size of a chickpea. But notwithstanding, one ripe fruit, unseen by the 80,000 monkeys, hidden by an ant's nest, fell into the river, and stuck in the net above the king of Benares, who was bathing for amusement with a net above him and another below. When the king had amused himself all day and was going away in the evening, the fishermen who were drawing the net saw the fruit, and not knowing what it was, showed it to the king.
The king asked,
"What is this fruit?"
"We do not know, sire."
"Who will know?"
"The foresters, sire." He had the foresters called, and learning from them that it was a mango, he cut it with a knife, and first making the foresters eat of it, he ate of it himself and had some of it given to his seraglio and his ministers. The flavor of the ripe mango remained pervading the king's whole body. Possessed by desire of the flavor, he asked the foresters where that tree stood, and hearing that it was on a river bank in the Himalaya quarter, he had many rafts joined together and sailed upstream by the route shown by the foresters. The exact account of days is not given. In due course they came to the place, and the foresters said to the king, "Sire, there is the tree." The king stopped the rafts and went on foot with a great retinue, and having a bed prepared at the foot of the tree, he lay down after eating the mango fruit and enjoying the various excellent flavors. At every side they set a guard and made a fire. When the men had fallen asleep, the Bodhisattva came at midnight with his retinue. 80,000 monkeys moving from branch to branch ate the mangoes. The king, waking and seeing the herd of monkeys, roused his men and, calling his archers, said, "Surround these monkeys that eat the mangoes, so that they may not escape, and shoot them. Tomorrow we will eat mangoes with monkey's flesh." The archers obeyed, saying, "Very well," and surrounding the tree stood with arrows ready. The monkeys, seeing them and fearing death, as they could not escape, came to the Bodhisattva and said, "Sire, the archers stand round the tree, saying, 'We will shoot those vagrant monkeys. What are we to do?' And so stood shivering. The Bodhisattva said, 'Do not fear, I will give you life.' And so comforting the herd of monkeys, he ascended a branch that rose up straight, went along another branch that stretched toward the Ganges, and springing from the end of it, he passed 100 bow lengths and lighted on a bush on a bank. Coming down, he marked the distance, saying, 'That will be the distance I have come.' And cutting a bamboo shoot at the root and stripping it, he said, 'So much will be fastened to the tree, and so much will stay in the air,' and so reckoned the 2 lengths, forgetting the part fastened on his own waist. Taking the shoot, he fastened one end of it to the tree on the Ganges bank and the other to his own waist, and then cleared the space of 100 bow lengths with the speed of a cloud torn by the wind. From not reckoning the part fastened to his waist, he failed to reach the tree. So, seizing a branch firmly with both hands, he gave signal to the troop of monkeys, 'Go quickly with good luck, treading on my back along the bamboo shoot.' The 80,000 monkeys escaped thus, after saluting the Bodhisattva and getting his leave. Devadatta was then a monkey, and among that herd, he said,
'This is a chance for me to see the last of my enemy.'
So climbing up a branch, he made a spring and fell on the Bodhisattva's back. The Bodhisattva's heart broke, and great pain came on him. Devadatta, having caused that maddening pain, went away, and the Bodhisattva was alone. The king, being awake, saw all that was done by the monkeys and the Bodhisattva, and he lay down thinking, 'This animal, not reckoning his own life, has caused the safety of his troop.' When day broke, being pleased with the Bodhisattva, he thought, 'It is not right to destroy this king of the monkeys. I will bring him down by some means and take care of him.' So, turning the raft down the Ganges and building a platform there, he made the Bodhisattva come down gently, and had him clothed with a yellow robe on his back and washed in Ganges water, made him drink sugared water, and had his body cleansed and anointed with oil refined 1,000 times. Then he put an oiled skin on a bed, and making him lie there, he set himself on a low seat and spoke the first stanza. 'You made yourself a bridge for them to pass in safety through. What are you then to them, monkey, and what are they to you?' Hearing him, the Bodhisattva, instructing the king, spoke the other stanzas. 'Victorious king, I guard the herd. I am their lord and chief. When they were filled with fear of thee, and stricken sore with grief,
I leapt 100 times the length of bow outstretched that lies, when I had bound a bamboo shoot firmly around my thighs. I reached the tree like thundercloud, sped by the tempest's blast. I lost my strength, but reached a bough, with hands I held it fast. And as I hung extended there, held fast by shoot and bough, my monkeys passed across my back, and are in safety now. Therefore I fear no pain of death, bonds do not give me pain. The happiness of those was one o'er whom I used to reign. A parable for thee, O king, if thou the truth wouldst read. The happiness of kingdom and of army and of steed and city must be dear to thee, if thou wouldst rule indeed.
The Bodhisattva, thus instructing and teaching the king, died. The king, calling his ministers, gave orders that the Monkey King should have obsequies like a king, and he sent to the seraglio, saying, "Come to the cemetery as retinue for the Monkey King, with red garments and disheveled hair, and torches in your hands." The ministers made a funeral pile with 100 wagon loads of timber. Having prepared the Bodhisattva's obsequies in a royal manner, they took his skull and came to the king. The king caused a shrine to be built at the Bodhisattva's burial place, torches to be burnt there, and offerings of incense and flowers to be made. He had the skull inlaid with gold and put it in front, raised on a spear point. Honoring it with incense and flowers, he put it at the king's gate when he came to Benares, and having the whole city decked out, he paid honor to it for 7 days. Then, taking it as a relic and raising a shrine, he honored it with incense and garlands all his life. And established in the Bodhisattva's teaching, he did alms and other good deeds, and ruling his kingdom righteously, became destined for heaven. The Adventures of the Prince and His Brother. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as the son of his chief queen. When he grew up, he learned all the arts at Takasila and acquired a spell for the understanding of all animals' cries. After listening duly to his teacher, he returned to Benares. His father appointed him viceroy, but though he did so, he became anxious to kill him and would not even see him. A she-jackal with 2 cubs entered the city at night by a sewer when men were retired to rest. In the Bodhisattva's palace, near his bedroom, there was a chamber where a single traveler who had taken his shoes off and put them by his feet on the floor was lying down, not yet asleep, on a plank. The jackal cubs were hungry and gave a cry. Their mother said in the speech of jackals, "Do not make a noise, dears. There is a man in that chamber who has taken his shoes off and laid them on the floor. He is lying on a plank, but is not asleep yet. When he falls asleep, I will take his shoes and give you food." By the power of the spell, the Bodhisattva understood her call, and leaving his bedroom, he opened a window and said, "Who is there?" "I, your majesty, a traveler." "Where are your shoes?" "On the floor." "Lift them and hang them up." Hearing this, the jackal was angry with the Bodhisattva. One day she entered the city again by the same way. That day a drunken man went down to drink in a lotus tank. Falling in, he sank and was drowned. He possessed the 2 garments he was wearing, 1,000 pieces in his undergarment, and a ring on his finger. The jackal cubs cried out for hunger, and the mother said, "Be quiet, dears. There is a dead man in this lotus tank. He has such and such property. He is lying dead on the tank stair. I will give you his flesh to eat." The Bodhisattva, hearing her, opened the window and said, "Who is in the chamber?" One rose and said, "I." "Go and take the clothes, the 1,000 pieces, and the ring from the man who is lying dead in yonder lotus tank, and make the body sink so that it cannot rise out of the water." The man did so. The jackal was angry again. "The other day you prevented my children eating the shoes. Today you prevent them eating the dead man. Very well. On the 3rd day from this, a hostile king will come and encompass the city. Your father will send you to battle. They will cut off your head.
I will drink your throat's blood and satisfy my enmity. You make yourself an enemy of mine, and I will see to it." So she cried, abusing the Bodhisattva. Then she took her cubs and went away. On the third day the hostile king came and encompassed the city. The king said to the Bodhisattva, "Go, dear son, and fight him." "O king, I have seen a vision. I cannot go, for I fear I shall lose my life."
"What is your life or death to me? Go!" The great being obeyed. Taking his men, he avoided the gate where the hostile king was posted, and went out by another which he had opened. As he went, the whole city became as it were deserted, for all men went out with him. He encamped in a certain open space and waited. The king thought, "My viceroy has emptied the city and fled with all my forces. The enemy is lying all round the city. I am but a dead man." To save his life, he took his chief queen, his family priest, and a single attendant named Parantapa. With them, he fled in disguise by night and entered a wood. Hearing of his flight, the Bodhisattva entered the city, defeated the hostile king in battle, and took the kingdom. His father made a hut of leaves on a riverbank and lived there on wild fruits. He and the family priest used to go looking for wild fruits. The servant Parantapa stayed with the queen in the hut. She was with child by the king, but owing to being constantly with Parantapa, she sinned with him. One day she said to him, "If the king knows, neither you nor I would live. Kill him." "In what way?"
"He makes you carry his sword and bathing dress when he goes to bathe. Take him off his guard at the bathing place, cut off his head and chop his body to pieces with the sword, and then bury him in the ground." He agreed. One day the priest had gone out for wild fruits. He had climbed a tree near the king's bathing place and was gathering the fruit. The king wished to bathe and came to the waterside with Parantapa carrying his sword and bathing dress. As he was going to bathe, Parantapa, meaning to kill him when off his guard, seized him by the neck and raised the sword. The king cried out in fear of death. The priest heard the cry and saw from above that Parantapa was murdering him, but he was in great terror, and slipping down from his branch in the tree, he hid in a thicket. Parantapa heard the noise he made as he slipped down, and after killing and burying the king, he thought, "There was a noise of slipping from a branch thereabouts. Who is there?" But seeing no man, he bathed and went away. Then the priest came out of his hiding place. Knowing that the king had been cut in pieces and buried in a pit, he bathed in fear of his life. He pretended to be blind when he came back to the hut. Parantapa saw him and asked what had happened to him. He feigned not to know him and said, "O king, I am come back with my eyes lost. I was standing by an anthill in a wood full of serpents, and the breath of some venomous serpent must have fallen on me." Parantapa thought the priest was addressing him as king in ignorance, and to put his mind at rest, he said, "Brahmin, never mind, I will take care of you," and so comforted him and gave him plenty of wild fruits. From that time it was Parantapa who gathered the fruits. The queen bore a son. As he was growing up, she said to Parantapa one day at early morning when seated comfortably, "Someone saw you when you were killing the king?" "No one saw me, but I heard the noise of something slipping from a bough. Whether it was man or beast I cannot tell, but whenever fear comes on me, it must be from the cause of the boughs creaking." And so in conversation with her, he spoke the first stanza. "Terror and fear fall on me even now, for then a man or beast did shake a bough." They thought the priest was asleep, but he was awake and heard their talk. One day when Parantapa had gone for wild fruits, the priest remembered his Brahmin wife and spoke the second stanza in lamentation. "My true wife's home is near at hand. My love will make me pale like Parantapa and thin at quivering of a tree." The queen asked what he was saying. He said, "I was only thinking." But one day again he spoke the third stanza. "My dear wife's in Benares, her absence wears me now.
to pallor like Parantapa's at shaking of a bough. Again one day he spoke a fourth stanza. Her black eyes glow, her speech and smiles and thought do bring me now to pallor like Parantapa's at shaking of a bough. In time, the young prince grew up and reached the age of 16. Then the Brahmin made him take a stick, and going with him to the bathing place, opened his eyes and looked. "Are you not blind, Brahmin?" said the prince. "I am not, but by this means I have saved my life. Do you know who is your father?" "Yes." "That man is not your father. Your father was king of Benares. That man is a servant of your house. He sinned with your mother, and in this spot killed and buried your father." And so saying, he pulled up the bones and showed them to him. The prince grew very angry and asked, "What am I to do?" "Do to that man what he did to your father here." And showing him the whole matter, he taught him in a few days how to handle a sword. Then one day the prince took sword and bathing dress and said, "Father, let us go bathe." Parantapa consented and went with him. When he went down into the water, the prince took his topknot in the left hand and the sword in the right, and said, "At this spot you took my father by the topknot and killed him as he cried out. Even so will I do to you." Parantapa wailed in fear of death and spoke 2 stanzas. "Surely that sound has come to you and told you what befell. Surely the man who bent the bough has come the tale to tell. The foolish thought that once I had has reached your knowledge now. That day a witness, man or beast, was there and shook the bough." Then the prince spoke the last stanza. "'Twas thus you slew my father with traitorous word untrue. You hid his body in the boughs. Now fear has come to you." So saying, he slew him on the spot, buried him and covered the place with branches. Then, washing the sword and bathing, he went back to the hut of leaves. He told the priest how he had killed Parantapa. He censured his mother, and saying, "What shall we do now?" The 3 went back to Benares. The Bodhisattva made the young prince viceroy, and doing charity and other good works, passed fully through the path to heaven. End of section 31. Section 32 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Panther and the Goat. The master told this tale while dwelling in Jedhavana, concerning a certain she-goat. At one time the elder Moggallana lived in a dwelling with one door, in a mountain enclosure, surrounded by hills. His covered walk was close by the door. Some goatherds thought the enclosure would be a good place for their goats, so they drove them in and lived there at their pleasure. One day they came in the evening, took all the goats, and went away. But one she-goat had wandered far, and not seeing the goats departing, she was left behind. As she was going after them, a panther saw her, and, thinking to eat her, stood by the door of the enclosure. She looked all around and saw the panther. "He is there because he wishes to kill and eat me," she thought. "If I turn and run, my life is lost. I must play the man." And so she tossed her horns and sprang straight at him with all her might. She escaped his grip, though he was quivering with the thought of catching her. Then, running at full speed, she came up with the other goats. The elder observed how all the animals had behaved. Next day he went and told the Buddha. "So, Lord, this she-goat performed a feat by her readiness in device, and escaped from the panther." The master answered, "Moggallana, the panther failed to catch her this time, but once before he killed her, though she cried out, and ate her." Then, at Moggallana's request, he told an old tale. Once upon a time the Bodhisattva was born in a certain village of the Makhādeva kingdom, in a wealthy family. When he grew up, he renounced desires and adopted the religious life, reaching the perfection of meditation. After dwelling along the Himalaya, he came to Rajagaha for salt and vinegar, and dwelt in a hut of leaves which he made in a mountain enclosure.
Just as in the introductory story, the goatherds drove their goats thither, and in the same way, one day as a single she-goat was going out later than the rest, a panther waited by the door, thinking to eat her. When she saw him, she thought, "My life is forfeit. By some means I must get him into pleasant and kindly talk, and so soften his heart and save my life." Beginning a friendly talk with him from some distance, she approached and spoke the first stanza. "How fares it with you, uncle? And is it well with you? My mother sends her kind regards, and I'm your friend so true." Hearing her, the panther thought, "This baggage would beguile me by calling me uncle. She does not know how hard I am." And so he spoke the second stanza. "You've trod upon my tail, Miss Goat, and done me injury. And think you, by saying uncle, that you can go scot-free?" When she heard him, she said, "Oh, uncle, don't talk in that way," and spoke the third stanza. "I faced you as I came, good sir. You face me as you sit. Your tail is all behind you. How could I tread on it?" He answered, "What do you say, she-goat? Is there any place where my tail might not be?" And so he spoke the fourth stanza. "As far as 4 great continents, with seas and mountains spread, my tail extends. How could you fail on such a tail to tread?" The she-goat, when she heard this, thought, "This wicked one is not attracted by soft words. I will answer him as an enemy." And so she spoke the fifth stanza. "Your villain's tail is long, I know, for I had warning fair. Parents and brothers told me so, but I flew through the air." Then he said, "I know you came through the air, but as you came, you spoilt my food by your way of coming." And so he spoke the sixth stanza. "The sight of you, Miss Goat, on high, the air a-flying through, frightened a herd of deer, and so my food was spoilt by you." Hearing this, the goat, in fear of death, could bring no other excuse, but cried out, "Uncle, do not commit such cruelty. Spare my life." But though she cried out, the other seized her by the shoulder, killed her, and ate her. The ascetic saw the whole matter of the two animals. The Grateful Parrot. Once upon a time, many myriads of parrots lived in the Himalaya country on the banks of the Ganges in a grove of fig trees. A king of the parrots there, when the fruit of the tree in which he dwelt had come to an end, ate whatever was left, whether shoot or leaf or bark or rind, and drank of water from the Ganges, and being very happy and contented, he kept where he was. Owing to his happy and contented state, the abode of Saka was shaken. Saka, reflecting on the cause, saw the parrot, and to test his virtue by his supernatural power, he withered up a tree, which became a mere stump perforated with holes, and stood to be buffeted by every blast of wind, and from the holes dust came out. The parrot king ate this dust and drank the water of the Ganges, and going nowhere else, sat perched on the top of the fig stump, recking naught of wind and sun. Saka noticed how very contented the parrot was, and said, "After hearing him speak of the virtue of friendship, I will come and give him his choice of a boon, and cause the fig tree to bear ambrosial fruit." So he took the form of a royal goose, and preceded by Suja in the shape of an azura nymph, he went to the grove of fig trees, and perching on the bough of a tree close by, he entered into conversation with the parrot, and spoke the first stanza. "Wherever fruitful trees abound, a flock of hungry birds is found. But should the trees all withered be, away at once the birds will flee." And after these words, to drive the parrot thence, he spoke the second stanza. "Haste thee, Sir Redbeak, to be gone. Why dost thou sit and dream alone? Come, tell me, prithee, bird of spring, to this dead stump why dost thou cling?" Then the parrot said, "O Goose, from the feeling of gratitude I forsake not this tree.
And he repeated 2 stanzas. They who have been close friends from youth, mindful of goodness and of truth, in life and death, in weal and woe, the claims of friendship ne'er forego. I too would fain be kind and good to one that long my friend has stood. I wish to live, but have no heart from this old tree, though dead, to part. Saka, on hearing what he said, was delighted, and praising him, wished to offer him a choice, and uttered 2 stanzas. I know thy friendship and thy grateful love, virtues that wise men surely must approve. I offer thee whate'er thou wilt for choice. Parrot, what boon would mostly thy heart rejoice? On hearing this, the king parrot, making his choice, spoke the 7th stanza. If thou, O Goose, what most I crave wouldst give, grant that the tree I love again may live. Let it once more with its old vigor shoot, gather fresh sweetness and bear goodly fruit. Then Saka, granting the boon, spoke the 8th stanza. Lo, friend, a faithful and right noble tree, well fitted for the dwelling place to be. Let it once more with its old vigor shoot, gather fresh sweetness and bear goodly fruit. With these words, Saka quitted his present form, and manifesting the supernatural power of himself and Suja, took up water from the Ganges in his hand and dashed it against the fig tree stump. Straightway the tree rose up, rich in branch and stem, and with honey-sweet fruit, and stood a charming sight, like unto the bare jewel mount. The parrot king, on seeing it, was highly pleased, and singing the praises of Saka, he spoke the 9th stanza. May Saka and all loved by Saka blessed be, as I today am blessed this goodly sight to see. Saka, after granting the parrot his choice, and causing the fig tree to bear ambrosial fruit, returned with Sujata to his own abode. End of section 32. Section 33 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Goblin's Gift. Once upon a time, in the reign of Brahmadatta, king of Benares, his queen consort, after falling into sin, was questioned by the king, and taking an oath, she said, If I have sinned against you, I shall become a female Yaka with a face like a horse. After her death, she became a horse-faced Yaka, and dwelt in a rock cave in a vast forest at the foot of a mountain, and used to catch and devour the men that frequented the road leading from the east to the western border. After serving Vesavana 3 years, it is said, she got leave to eat people in a certain space 30 leagues long by 5 leagues broad. Now one day a rich, wealthy, handsome Brahmin, accompanied by a large suite, ascended that road. The Yaka, on seeing him, with a loud neigh, rushed upon him, and his attendants all fled. With the speed of the wind, she seized the Brahmin and threw him on her back, and in entering the cave, through coming into contact with the man under the influence of passion, she conceived an affection for him, and instead of devouring him, she made him her husband, and they lived harmoniously together. And thenceforth the Yaka, whenever she captured men, also took their clothes and rice and oil and the like, and serving him with various dainty food, she herself would eat man's flesh. And whenever she went away, for fear of his escaping, she closed the mouth of the cave with a huge stone before leaving. And while they were thus living amicably together, the Bodhisatta, passing from his former existence, was conceived in the womb of the Yaka by the Brahmin. After 10 months, she gave birth to a son, and filled with love for the Brahmin and her child, she fed them both. By and by, when the boy was grown up, she put him also inside the cave with his father and closed the door. Now one day the Bodhisatta, knowing she had gone away, removed the stone and let his father out. And when she asked on her return who had removed the stone, he said, I did, mother. We cannot sit in darkness. And through love for her child, She did not say another word. Now one day the Bodhisattva asked his father, saying, "Dear father, your mouth is different from my mother's. What is the reason?" "My son, your mother is a Yaka and lives on man's flesh, but you and I are men." "If so, why do we live here? Come, we will go to the haunts of men." "My dear boy, if we shall try to escape, your mother will kill us both." The Bodhisattva reassured his father and said, "Do not be afraid, dear father. That you shall return to the haunts of men shall be my charge." And next day, when his mother had gone away, he took his father and fled. When the Yaka returned and missed them, she rushed forward with the swiftness of the wind and caught them and said,
"O Brahmin, why do you run away? Is there anything that you want here?"
"My dear," he said, "do not be angry with me. Your son carried me off with him." And without another word, owing to her love for her child, she comforted them, and, making for her place of abode, she brought them back after a flight of some days. The Bodhisattva thought, "My mother must have a limited sphere of action. Suppose I were to ask her the limits of space over which her authority extends, then I will escape by going beyond this." So one day, sitting respectfully near his mother, he said, "My dear, that which belongs to a mother comes to the children. Tell me now, what is the boundary of our ground?" She told him all the landmarks, mountains, and such like in all directions, and pointed out to her son the space 30 leagues long and 5 leagues broad, and said,
"Consider it to be so much, my son."
After the lapse of 2 or 3 days, when his mother had gone to the forest, he put his father on his shoulder, and rushing on with the swiftness of the wind, by the hint given him by his mother, he reached the bank of the river that was the limit. The mother, too, when on her return she missed them, pursued after them. The Bodhisattva carried his father into the middle of the river, and she came and stood on the river bank, and when she saw that they had passed beyond the limits of her sphere, she stopped where she was and cried,
"My dear child, come here with your father. What is my offense? In what respect do not things go well with you? Come back, my lord."
Thus did she beseech her child and husband. So the Brahmin crossed the river. She prayed to her child also and said,
"Dear son, do not act after this sort. Come back again."
"Mother, we are men. You are a Yaka. We cannot always abide with you."
"And will you not return?"
"No, mother."
"Then, if you refuse to return, as it is painful to live in the world of men, and they who know not any craft cannot live, I am skilled in the lore of a wishing jewel. By its power one can follow after the lapse of 12 years in the steps of those that have gone away. This will prove a livelihood to you. Take, my child, this invaluable charm." And though overcome by such great sorrow, through love of her child, she gave him the charm. The Bodhisattva, still standing in the river, folded his hands tortoise-wise and took the charm, and saluting his mother, cried, "Goodbye, mother." The Yaka said, "If you do not return, my son, I cannot live." And she smote upon her breast, and straightway in sorrow for her son, her heart was broken, and she fell down dead on the spot. The Bodhisattva, when he knew his mother was dead, called to his father, and went and made a funeral pile and burned her body. After extinguishing the flames, he made offerings of various colored flowers, and with weeping and lamentation returned with his father to Benares. It was told the king, "A youth skilled in tracking footsteps is standing at the door." And when the king bade him enter, he came in and saluted the king.
"My friend," said he, "do you know any craft?"
"My lord, following on the track of one who has stolen any property 12 years ago, I can catch him."
"Then enter my service," said the king.
"I will serve you for 1,000 pieces of money daily."
"Very well, friend, you shall serve me."
And the king had him paid 1,000 pieces of money daily. Now one day the family priest said to the king,
My lord, because this youth does nothing by the power of his art, we shall not know whether he has any skill or not. We will now test him." The king readily agreed, and the pair gave notice to the keepers of the various treasures, and taking the most valuable jewels, descended from the terrace, and after groping their way 3 times round the palace, they placed a ladder on the top of the wall, and by means of it descended to the outside. Then they entered the Hall of Justice, and after sitting there, they returned, and again placing the ladder on the wall, descended into the harem. Coming to the edge of a tank, they thrice marched rightwise round it, and then dropped their treasure in the tank, and climbed back to the terrace. Next day there was a great outcry, and men said, "Treasure has been stolen from the palace." The king, pretending ignorance, summoned the Bodhisattva and said, "Friend, much valuable treasure has been stolen from the palace. We must trace it." "My lord, for one who is able to follow the traces of robbers and recover treasure stolen 12 years ago, there is nothing marvelous in his recovering stolen property after a single day and night. I will recover it. Do not be troubled." "Then recover it, friend."
"Very well, my lord," he said, and went, and saluting his mother's memory, he repeated the spell, still standing on the terrace, and said, "My lord, the steps of 2 thieves are to be seen." And following in the steps of the king and the priest, he entered the royal closet, and issuing thence he descended from the terrace, and after thrice making a circuit of the palace, he drew near the wall. Standing on it, he said, "My lord, starting in this place from the wall, I see footsteps in the air. Bring me a ladder." And having had a ladder placed for him against the wall, he descended by it, and still following in their track, he came to the Hall of Justice. Then returning to the palace, he had the ladder planted against the wall, and descending by it, he came to the tank. Going thrice rightwise round it, he said, "My lord, the thieves went down into this tank." And taking out the treasure as if he had deposited it there himself, he gave it to the king and said, "My lord, these 2 thieves are men of distinction. By this way they climbed up to the palace." The people snapped their fingers in a high state of delight, and there was a great waving of cloths. The king thought, "This youth, methinks, by following in their steps, knows the place where the thieves put the treasure, but the thieves he cannot catch." Then he said, "You at once brought us the property carried off by the thieves, but will you be able to catch the thieves and bring them to us?" "My lord, the thieves are here. They are not far off."
"Who are they?"
"Great king, let anyone that likes be the thief. From the time you recovered your treasure, why should you want the thieves? Do not ask about that."
"Friend, I pay you daily 1,000 pieces of money. Bring the thieves to me."
"Sire, when the treasure is recovered, what need of the thieves?"
"It is better, friend, for us to catch the thieves than to recover the treasure."
"Then, sire, I will not tell you so and so are the thieves, but I will tell you a thing that happened long ago. If you are wise, you will know what it means." And herewith he told an old tale. "Once upon a time, sire, a certain dancer named Patala lived not far from Benares in a village on the river's bank. One day he went into Benares with his wife, and after gaining money by his singing and dancing, at the end of the fete he procured some rice and strong drink. On his way to his own village, he came to a bank of the river, and sat down watching the freshly flowing stream to drink his strong drink. When he was drunk and unconscious of his weakness, he said, 'I will fasten my big lute about my neck and go down into the river.' And he took his wife by the hand and went down into the river. The water entered into the holes of the lute, and then by weight of his lute made him begin to sink. But when his wife saw he was sinking, she let go of him and went up out of the river and stood upon the bank. The dancer Patala now rises and now sinks, and his belly became swollen from swallowing the water. So his wife thought, 'My husband will now die. I will beg of him one song, and by singing this in the midst of the people, I shall earn my living.' And saying, My lord, you are sinking in the water. Give me just one song, and I will earn my living by it. Then she spoke this stanza. O Patala, by Ganges swept away, famous in dance and skilled in roundelay. Patala, all hail, as thou art borne along. Sing me, I pray, some little snatch of a song. Then the dancer Patala said, My dear, how shall I give you a little song? The water that has been the salvation of the people is killing me. And he spoke a stanza. Wherewith are sprinkled fainting souls in pain, I straight am killed, my refuge proved my bane. The Bodhisattva, in explanation of this stanza, said, Sire, even as water is the refuge of the people, so also it is with kings. If danger arises from them, who shall avert that danger? This, sire, is a secret matter. I have told a story intelligible to the wise. Understand it, sire.
Friend, I understand not a hidden story like this. Catch the thieves and bring them to me.
Then the Bodhisattva said, Hear then this, sire, and understand. And he told yet another tale. My lord, formerly in a village outside the city gates of Benares, a potter used to fetch clay for his pottery, and constantly getting it in the same place, he dug a deep pit inside a mountain cave. Now one day, while he was getting the clay, an unseasonable storm cloud sprang up and let fall a heavy rain, and the flood overwhelmed and threw down the side of the pit, and the man's head was broken by it. Loudly lamenting, he spoke this stanza. That by which seeds do grow, man to sustain, has crushed my head, my refuge proved my bane. For even as the mighty earth, sire, which is the refuge of the people, broke the potter's head, even so when a king, who like the mighty earth is the refuge of the whole world, rises up and plays the thief, who shall avert the danger? Can you, sire, recognize the thief hidden under the guise of this story?
Friend, we do not want any hidden meaning. Say, here is the thief, and catch him, and hand him over to me.
Still shielding the king, and without saying in words, Thou art the thief, he told yet another story. In this very city, sire, a certain man's house was on fire. He ordered another man to go into the house and bring out his property. When this man had entered the house and was bringing out his goods, the door was shut. Blinded with smoke and unable to find his way out and tormented by the rising flame, he remained inside lamenting, and spoke this stanza. That which destroys the cold and parches grain, consumes my limbs, my refuge proves my bane. A man, O king, who like fire was the refuge of the people, stole the bundle of jewels. Do not ask me about the thief.
Friend, just bring me the thief.
Without telling the king that he was a thief, he told yet another story. Once, sire, in this very city a man ate to excess and was unable to digest his food. Maddened with pain and lamenting, he spoke this stanza. Food on which countless Brahmins life sustain killed me outright. My refuge proved my bane. One who like rice, sire, is the refuge of the people, stole the property. When that is recovered, why ask about the thief?
Friend, if you can, bring me the thief.
To make the king comprehend, he told yet another story. Formerly, sire, in this very city a wind arose and broke a certain man's limbs. Lamenting, he spoke this stanza. Wind, that in June wise men by prayer would gain, my limbs doth break, my refuge proved my bane. Thus, sire, did danger arise from his refuge. Understand this story.
Friend, bring me the thief.
To make the king understand, he told him yet another story. Once upon a time, sire, on the side of the Himalayas, grew a tree with forked branches, the dwelling place of countless birds. Two of its boughs rubbed against one another. Hence arose smoke, and sparks of fire were let fall. On seeing this, the chief bird uttered this stanza. Flame issues from the tree where we have lain. Scatter, ye birds, our refuge proves our bane. For just as, sire, the tree is the refuge of birds, so is the king the refuge of his people. Should he play the thief, who shall avert the danger? Take note of this, sire.
Friend, only bring me the thief.
Then he told the king yet another story. In a village of Benares, sire, on the western side of a gentleman's house, was a river full of savage crocodiles, and in this family was an only son, who on the death of his father watched over his mother. His mother against his will brought home a gentleman's daughter as his wife. At first she showed affection for her mother-in-law, but afterwards, when blessed with numerous sons and daughters of her own, she wished to get rid of her. Her own mother also lived in the same house. In her husband's presence she found all manner of fault with her mother-in-law, to prejudice him against her, saying, "I cannot possibly support your mother, you must kill her." And when he answered, "Murder is a serious matter, how am I to kill her?" she said, "When she has fallen asleep, we will take her, bed and all, and throw her into the crocodile river. Then the crocodiles will make an end of her." "And where is your mother?" he said. "She sleeps in the same room as your mother." "Then go and set a mark on the bed on which she lies by fastening a rope on it." She did so, and said, "I have put a mark on it." The husband said, "Excuse me a moment, let the people go to bed first." And he lay down, pretending to go to sleep, and then went and fastened the rope on his mother-in-law's bed. Then he woke his wife, and they went together, and lifting her up, bed and all, threw her into the river, and the crocodiles there killed her and ate her. Next day she found out what had happened to her own mother, and said, "My lord, my mother is dead, now let us kill yours." "Very well then," he said, "we will make a funeral pile in the cemetery, and cast her in the fire and kill her." So the man and his wife took her while she was asleep to the cemetery, and deposited her there. Then the husband said to his wife, "Have you brought any fire?" "I have forgotten it, my lord." "Then go and fetch it." "I dare not go, my lord, and if you go, I dare not stay here. We will go together." When they were gone, the old woman was awakened by the cold wind, and finding it was a cemetery, she thought, "They wish to kill me. They are gone to fetch fire. They do not know how strong I am." And she stretched a corpse on the bed and covered it over with a cloth, and ran away and hid herself in a mountain cave in that same place. The husband and wife brought the fire, and taking the corpse to be the old woman, they burned it and went away. A certain robber had left his bundle in the mountain cave, and coming back to fetch it, he saw the old woman and thought, "This must be a Jātaka. My bundle is possessed by goblins." And he fetched a devil doctor. The doctor uttered a spell and entered the cave. Then she said to him, "I am no Jātaka. Come, we will enjoy this treasure together." "How is this to be believed?" "Place your tongue on my tongue." He did so, and she bit a piece off his tongue and let it drop to the ground. The devil doctor thought, "This is certainly a Jātaka," and he cried aloud and fled away with the blood dripping from his tongue. Next day the old woman put on a clean undergarment and took the bundle of all sorts of jewels and went home. The daughter-in-law, on seeing her, asked, "Where, mother-in-law, did you get this?" "My dear, all that are burned on a wooden pile in this cemetery receive the same." "My dear mother, can I too get this?" "If you become like me, you will." So without saying a word to her husband, in her desire for a lot of ornaments to wear, she went there and burned herself. Her husband next day missed her and said, "My dear mother, at this time of day is not your daughter-in-law coming?" Then she reproached him, saying, "Fie, you bad man, how do the dead come back?" And she uttered this stanza: "A maiden fair, with wreath upon her head, fragrant with sandal oil, by me was led, a happy bride within my home to reign. She drove me forth, my refuge proved my bane." As a daughter-in-law, sire, is to the mother-in-law, so is the king a refuge to his people. If danger rises thence, what can one do? Take note of this, sire.
Friend, I do not understand the things you tell me. Only bring me the thief, he thought.
I will shield the king. And he told yet another story. Of old, sire, in this very city, a man in answer to his prayer had a son. At his birth, the father was full of joy and gladness at the thought of having got a son, and cherished him. When the boy was grown up, he wedded him to a wife, and by he himself grew old and could not undertake any work. So his son said, "You cannot do any work, you must go from hence." And he drove him out of the house. With great difficulty he kept himself alive on alms, and lamenting he uttered this stanza: "He for whose birth I longed, nor longed in vain, drives me from home, my refuge proved my bane." Just as an aged father, sire, ought to be cared for by an able-bodied son, so too ought all the people to be protected by the king, and this danger now present has arisen from the king, who is the guardian of all men. Know, sire, from this fact, that the thief is so-and-so.
I do not understand this. Be it fact or no fact, either bring me the thief, or you, yourself, must be the thief.
Thus did the king again and again question the youth. So he said to him, "Would you, sire, really like the thief to be caught?"
"Yes, friend."
"Then I will proclaim it in the midst of the assembly. So-and-so is the thief."
"Do so, friend."
On hearing his words, he thought, "This king does not allow me to shield him. I will now catch the thief." And when the people had gathered together, he addressed them and spoke these stanzas. "Let town and country folk assembled all give ear. Lo, water is ablaze, from safety cometh fear. The plundered realm may well of king and priest complain. Henceforth protect yourselves, your refuge proves your bane." When they heard what he said, the people thought, "The king, though he ought to have protected others, threw the blame on another. After he had with his own hands placed his treasure in the tank, he went about looking for the thief. That he may not in future go on playing the part of a thief, we will kill this wicked king." So they rose up with sticks and clubs in their hands, and then and there beat the king and the priest till they died. But they sprinkled the Bodhisattva with the ceremonial sprinkling, and set him on the throne. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wise Goat and the Jackal. Once upon a time in the reign of Brahmadatta, king of Benares, many hundreds of wild goats dwelt in a mountain cave in a wooded district on the slopes of the Himalayas. Not far from their place of abode, a jackal named Putimamsa with his wife, Veni, lived in a cave. One day, as he was ranging about with his wife, he spied those goats and thought, "I must find some means to eat the flesh of these goats." And by some device he killed a single goat. Both he and his wife, by feeding on goat's flesh, waxed strong and gross of body. Gradually the goats were destroyed. Amongst them was a wise she-goat named Melamata. The jackal, though skillful in devices, could not kill her. And taking counsel with his wife, he said, "My dear, all the goats have died out. We must devise how to eat this she-goat. Now here is my plan. You are to go by yourself and become friendly with her, and when confidence has sprung up between you, I will lie down and pretend to be dead. Then you are to draw nigh to the goat and say, 'My dear, my husband is dead, and I am desolate. Except you, I have no relative. Come, let us weep and lament, and bury his body. And with these words, come and bring her with you. Then I will spring up and kill her by a bite on the neck.'" She readily agreed, and after making friends with the goat, when confidence was established, she addressed her in the words suggested by her husband. The goat replied, "My dear, all my kinsfolk have been eaten by your husband. I am afraid I cannot come." "Do not be afraid.
What harm can the dead do you?"
"Your husband is cruelly minded, I'm afraid."
But afterwards, being repeatedly importuned, the goat thought,
"He certainly must be dead,"
and consented to go with her. But on her way there, she thought,
"Who knows what will happen?"
And being suspicious, she made the she-jackal go in front, keeping a sharp lookout for the jackal. He heard the sound of their steps and thought, "Here comes the goat," and put up his head and, rolling his eyes, looked about him. The goat, on seeing him do this, said,
"This wicked wretch wants to take me in and kill me. He lies there making a pretense of being dead."
And she turned about and fled. When the she-jackal asked why she ran away, the goat gave the reason and spoke the first stanza.
"Why thus does Putimamsa stare? His look misliketh me. Of such a friend one should beware, and far away should flee."
With these words, she turned about and made straight for her own abode. And the she-jackal, failing to stop her, was enraged with her, and went to her husband and sat down lamenting. Then the jackal, rebuking her, spoke the second stanza. "Veni, my wife, has lost her wit. She boasts of friends that she has made. Left in the lurch she can but sit and grieve. My Mela's art betrayed." On hearing this, the she-jackal spoke the third stanza. "You too, my lord, were hardly wise, and witless creature raised your head, staring about with open eyes, though feigning to be dead." But the she-jackal comforted Putimamsa and said, "My lord, do not vex yourself. I will find a way to bring her here again, and when she comes, be on your guard and catch her." Then she sought the goat and said, "My friend, your coming proved of service to us, for as soon as you appeared, my lord recovered consciousness, and he is now alive. Come and have friendly speech with him." And so saying, she spoke the fifth stanza. "Our former friendship, goat, once more revive, and come with well-filled bowl to us, I pray. My lord I took for dead is still alive. With kindly greeting visit him today." The goat thought,
"This wicked wretch wants to take me in. I must not act like an open foe. I will find means to deceive her."
And she spoke the sixth stanza.
"Our former friendship to revive, a well-willed bowl I gladly give. With a big escort I shall come. To feast us well, go hasten home."
Then the she-jackal inquired about her followers and spoke the seventh stanza. "What kind of escort will you bring, that I am bid to feast you well? The names of all remembering to us, I pray you truly tell." The goat spoke the eighth stanza and said,
"Hounds gray and tan, and four-eyed too, with jambook form my escort true. Go hurry home and quick prepare, for all abundance of good fare." "Each of these," she added, "is accompanied by 500 dogs, so I shall appear with a guard of 2,000 dogs. If they should not find food, they will kill and eat you and your mate." On hearing this, the she-jackal was so frightened that she thought, "I have had quite enough of her coming to us. I will find means to stop her from coming." And so she spoke the ninth stanza. "Don't leave your house, or else I fear your goods will all soon disappear. I'll take your greeting to my lord. Don't stir, nay, not another word." With these words, she ran in great haste as for her life, and taking her lord with her, fled away, and they never durst come back to that spot. The Ungrateful Son. Once upon a time, when Brahmadanta was king of Benares, there was in a family of a certain village of Kasi an only son named Vasitaka. This man supported his parents, and after his mother's death, he supported his father and has been described in the introduction. But there is this difference. When the woman said,
"Look there! That is your father's doing. I am constantly begging him not to do this and that, and he only gets angry." She went on, "My lord, your father is fierce and harsh, for ever picking quarrels. A decrepit old man like that, tormented with disease, is bound to die soon, and I can't live in the same house with him. He will die of himself before many days are out. Well, take him to a cemetery and dig a pit, throw him in and break his head with a spade, and when he is dead, shovel the earth upon him and leave him there." At last, by dint of this dinning in his ears, said he, "Wife, to kill a man is a serious matter. How can I do it?" "I will tell you a way," quoth she. "Say on, then." "Well, my lord, at break of day, go to the place where your father sleeps. Tell him very loud, that all may hear, that a debtor of his is in a certain village, that you went and he would not pay you, and that if he dies the man will never pay at all. And say that you both will drive there together in the morning. Then at the appointed time get up and put the animals to the cart and take him into the cemetery. When you get there, bury him in a pit, make a noise as if you had been robbed, wound and wash your head, and return." "Yes, that plan will do," said Vasitaka. He agreed to her proposal and got the cart ready for the journey. Now the man had a son, a lad of 7 years, but wise and clever. The lad overheard what his mother said. "My mother," thought he, "is a wicked woman and is trying to persuade father to murder his father. I will prevent my father from doing this murder." He ran quickly and lay down beside his grandsire. Vasitaka, at the time suggested by the wife, prepared the cart. "Come, father, let us get that debt," said he, and placed his father in the cart. But the boy got in first of all. Vasitaka could not prevent him, so he took him to the cemetery with them. Then, placing his father and his son together in a place apart with the cart, he got down, took spade and basket, and in a spot where he was hidden from them, began to dig a square hole. The boy got down and followed him, and, as though ignorant what was afoot, opened a conversation by repeating the first stanza. "No bulbs are here, no herbs for cooking meat, no catmint, nor no other plant to eat. Then, father, why this pit, if need be done? Delve in death's acre, mid the woods alone." Then his father answered by repeating the second stanza. "Thy grandsire, son, is very weak and old, oppressed by pain from ailments manifold. Him will I bury in a pit today. In such a life I could not wish him stay." Hearing this, the boy answered by repeating a half stanza. "Thou hast done sinfully in wishing this, and for the deed a cruel deed it is." With these words, he caught the spade from his father's hands, and at no great distance began to dig another pit. His father, approaching, asked why he dug that pit, to whom he made a reply by finishing the third stanza. "I too, when thou art aged, father mine, will treat my father as thou treatest thine. Following the custom of the family, deep in a pit I too will bury thee." To this the father replied by repeating the fourth stanza. What a harsh saying for a boy to say, and to upbraid his father in this way, to think that my own son should rail at me, and to his truest friend unkind should be. When the father had thus spoken, the wise lad recited 3 stanzas, one by way of answer, and 2 as a solemn utterance. "I am not harsh, my father, nor unkind. Nay, I regard thee with a friendly mind. But this thou dost, this act of sin, thy son will have no strength to undo again, once done. Whoso Vasita hurts with ill intent, his mother or his father innocent, he, when the body is dissolved, shall be in hell for his next life undoubtedly. Whoso with the meat and drink, Vasita, shall his mother or father feed withal, he, when the body is dissolved, shall be in heaven for his next life undoubtedly." The father, after hearing his son thus discourse, repeated the 8th stanza. "Thou art no heartless ingrate son, I see, but kindly-hearted, O my son, to me. 'Twas an obedience to thy mother's word. I thought to do this horrid deed abhorred. Said the lad when he heard this, Father, women, when a wrong is done and they are not rebuked, again and again commit sin. You must bend my mother, that she may never again do such a deed as this. And he repeated the 9th stanza. That wife of yours, that ill-conditioned dame, my mother, she that brought me forth, that same, let us from out our dwelling far expel, lest she work other woe on thee as well. Hearing the words of his wise son, well pleased was Vasitaka, and saying, Let us go, my son. He seated himself in the cart with son and father, and set off. Now the woman, too, this sinner, was happy at heart, for, thought she, this ill luck is out of the house now. She plastered the place with wet cow dung, and cooked a mess of rice porridge. But as she sat watching the road by which they would return, she espied them coming. There he is, back with old ill luck again, thought she, much in anger. Fie, good for nothing, cried she. What, bring back the ill luck you took away with you? Vasitaka said not a word, but unyoked the cart. Then said he, Wretch, what is it that you say? He gave her a sound drubbing, and bundled her head over heels out of doors, bidding her never darken his door again. Then he bathed his father and his son, and took a bath himself, and the 3 of them ate the rice porridge. The sinful woman dwelt for a few days in another house. Then the son said to his father, Father, for all this my mother does not understand. Now let us try to vex her. You give out that in such and such a village lives a niece of yours, who will attend upon your father and your son and you. So you will go and fetch her. Then take flowers and perfumes, set off with your cart, and ride about the country all day, returning in the evening. And so he did. The women in the neighbor's family told his wife this. Have you heard, said they, that your husband has gone to get another wife in such a place? Ah, then I am undone, quoth she, and there is no place for me left. But she would inquire of her son, so quickly she came to him and fell at his feet, crying, Save thee, I have no other refuge. Henceforward I will tend your father and grandsire as I would tend a beauteous shrine. Give me entrance into this house once more. Yes, mother, replied the lad. If you do no more as you did, I will. Be in earnest. And at his father's coming, he repeated the 10th stanza. That wife of yours, that ill-conditioned dame, my mother, she that brought me forth, that same, like a tamed elephant in full control, let her return again, that sinful soul. So said he to his father, and then went and summoned his mother. She, being reconciled to her husband and the husband's father, was thenceforward tamed, and endued with righteousness, and watched over her husband and his father and her son. And these two, steadfastly following their son's advice, gave alms and did good deeds, and became destined to join the hosts of heaven. End of section 34. Section 35 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 10 Slave Brethren. Once upon a time, a king named Mahakamsa reigned in Uttarapatha, in the Kamsa district, in the city of Asitanjana. He had 2 sons, Kamsa and Upakamsa, and 1 daughter named Devagaba. On her birthday, the Brahmins skilled in omens foretold of her, A son born of this girl will one day destroy the country and the lineage of Kamsa. The king was too fond of the girl to put her to death, but leaving her brothers to settle it, lived his days out, and then died. When he died, Kamsa became king, and Upakamsa was viceroy. They thought that there would be an outcry were they to put their sister to death, so resolved to give her in marriage to none, but to keep her husbandless and watch. And they built a single round tower for her to live in. Now she had a serving woman named Nandagopa,
and the woman's husband, Andakavanu, was the servant who watched her. At that time, a king named Mahasagara reigned in Upper Madura, and he had 2 sons, Sagara and Upasagara. At their father's death, Sagara became king, and Upasagara was viceroy. This lad was Upakamsa's friend, brought up together with him and trained by the same teacher. But he intrigued in his brother Zenana, and being detected, ran away to Upakamsa in the Kamsa estate. Upakamsa introduced him to King Kamsa, and the king had him in great honor. Upasagara, while waiting upon the king, observed the tower where dwelt Devagaba, and on asking who lived there, heard the story, and fell in love with the girl. And Devagaba one day saw him as he went with Upakamsa to wait upon the king. She asked who that was, and being told by Nandagopa that it was Upasagara, son of the great King Sagara, she too fell in love with him. Upasagara gave a present to Nandagopa, saying, "Sister, can you arrange a meeting for me with Devagaba?" "Easy enough," quoth Nandagopa, and told the girl about it. She, being already in love with him, agreed at once. One night, Nandagopa arranged a tryst and brought Upasagara up into the tower. And there he stayed with Devagaba, and by their constant intercourse, Devagaba conceived. By and by, when the affair became known, the 2 brothers questioned Nandagopa. She made them promise her pardon, and then told the ins and outs of the matter. When they heard the story, they thought, "We cannot put our sister to death. If she bears a daughter, we will spare the babe also. If a son, we will kill him." And they gave Devagaba to Upasagara to wife. When her full time was come, she gave birth to a daughter. The brothers, on hearing this, were delighted, and gave her the name of Lady Anjana. And they allotted to them a village for their estate, named Govardhamana. Upasagara took Devagaba and lived with her at the village of Govardhamana. Devagaba was again with child, and that very day Nandagopa conceived also. When their time was come, they brought forth on the same day Devagaba a son, and Nandagopa a daughter. But Devagaba, in fear that her son might be put to death, sent him secretly to Nandagopa, and received Nandagopa's daughter in return. They told the brothers of the birth. "Son or daughter?" they asked. "Daughter," was the reply. "Then see that it is reared," said the brothers. In the same way, Devagaba bore 10 sons, and Nandagopa 10 daughters. The sons lived with Nandagopa, and the daughters with Devagaba, and not a soul knew the secret. The eldest son of Devagaba was named Vasudeva, the second Baladeva, the third Kandadeva, the fourth Suryadeva, the fifth Agideva, the sixth Varunadeva, the seventh Arjuna, the eighth Pajuna, the ninth Gadapindita, the 10th Amkura. They were well known as the sons of Andakavanu the servitor, the 10 slave brethren. In course of time they grew big, and being very strong, and withal fierce and ferocious, they went about plundering. They even went so far as to plunder a present being conveyed to the king. The people came crowding in the king's courtyard, complaining, "Andakavanu's sons, the 10 brethren, are plundering the land." So the king summoned Andakavanu and rebuked him for permitting his sons to plunder. In the same way, complaint was made 3 or 4 times, and the king threatened him. He, being in fear of his life, craved the boon of safety from the king, and told the secret, that how these were no sons of his, but of Upasagara. The king was alarmed. "How can we get hold of them?" he asked his courtiers. They replied, "Sire, they are wrestlers. Let us hold a wrestling match in the city, and when they enter the ring, we will catch them and put them to death." So they sent for 2 wrestlers, Kanura and Mutika, and caused proclamation to be made throughout the city by beat of drum, that on the 7th day there would be a wrestling match.
The wrestling ring was prepared in front of the king's gate. There was an enclosure for the games. The ring was decked out gaily. The flags of victory were ready tied. The whole city was in a whirl. Line over line rose the seats, tier above tier. Kanura and Mutika went down into the ring and strutted about, jumping, shouting, clapping their hands. The 10 brethren came too. On their way they plundered the washerman's street and clad themselves in robes of bright colors, and stealing perfume from the perfumers' shops, and wreaths and flowers from the florists, with their bodies all anointed, garlands upon their heads, earrings in their ears. They strutted into the ring, jumping, shouting, clapping their hands. At the moment, Kanura was walking about clapping his hands. Baladeva, seeing him, thought, "I won't touch yon fellow with my hand." So catching up a thick strap from the elephant stable, jumping and shouting, he threw it round Kanura's belly, and joining the 2 ends together, brought them tight. Then lifting him up, swung him round over his head, and dashing him on the ground, rolled him outside the arena. When Kanura was dead, the king sent for Mutika. Up got Mutika, jumping, shouting, clapping his hands. Baladeva smote him and crushed in his eyes, and as he cried out, "I'm no wrestler! I'm no wrestler!" Baladeva tied his hands together, saying, "Wrestler or no wrestler, it is all one to me," and dashing him down on the ground, killed him and threw him outside the arena. Mutika, in his death throes, uttered a prayer, "May I become a goblin and devour him!" And he became a goblin in a forest called by the name of Kalamatia. The king said, "Take away the 10 slave brethren." At that moment Vasudeva threw a wheel which lopped off the heads of the 2 brothers. The crowd, terrified, fell at his feet and besought him to be their protector. Thus the 10 brethren, having slain their 2 uncles, assumed the sovereignty of the city of Asitanjana, and brought their parents thither. They now set out, intending to conquer all India. In a while they arrived at the city of Ayodhya, the seat of King Kalasena. This they encompassed about and destroyed the jungle around it, breached the wall and took the king prisoner, and took the sovereignty of the place into their hands. Thence they proceeded to Dvarati. Now this city had on one side the sea, and on one the mountains. They say that the place was goblin-haunted. A goblin would be stationed on the watch, who, seeing his enemies in the shape of an ass, would bray as an ass brays. At once, by goblin magic, the whole city used to rise in the air and deposit itself on an island in the midst of the sea. When the foe was gone, it would come back and settle in its own place again. This time, as usual, no sooner the ass saw those 10 brethren coming, than he brayed with the bray of an ass. Up rose the city in the air and settled upon the island. No city could they see, and turned back. Then back came the city to its own place again. They returned. Again the ass did as before. The sovereignty of the city of Dvaravati they could not take. So they visited Kanhadipayana and said, "Sir, we have failed to capture the kingdom of Dvarati. Tell us how to do it." He said, "In a ditch in such a place is an ass walking about. He brays when he sees an enemy, and immediately the city rises in the air. You must clasp hold of his feet, and that is the way to accomplish your end." Then they took leave of the ascetic, and went all 10 of them to the ass, and falling at his feet said, "Sir, we have no help but thee. When we come to take the city, do not bray." The ass replied, "I cannot help but braying. If you come first, and 4 of you bring great iron plows, and at the 4 gates of the city dig great iron posts in the ground, and when the city begins to rise, if you will fix on the post a chain of iron fastened to the plow, the city will not be able to rise." They thanked him, and he did not utter a sound while they got plows, and fixed the posts in the ground at the 4 gates of the city, and stood waiting. Then the ass brayed. The city began to rise. But those who stood at the 4 gates with the 4 plows, having fixed to the posts iron chains which were fastened to the plows, the city could not rise. Thereupon the 10 brethren entered the city, killed the king, and took his kingdom. Thus they conquered all India, and in 63,000 cities they slew by the wheel all the kings of them, and lived at Dvaravati, dividing the kingdom into 10 shares. But they had forgotten their sister, the lady Anjana. So,
"Let us make 11 shares of it,"
said they. But Amkura answered, "Give her my share, and I will take to some business for a living. Only you must remit my taxes, each in your own country." They consented, and gave his share to his sister. And with her they dwelt in Dvaravati, 9 kings, while Amkura embarked in trade. In course of time they were all increased with sons and with daughters, and after a long time had gone by, their parents died. At that period they say that a man's life was 20,000 years. Then died one dearly beloved son of the great king Vasudeva. The king, half dead with grief, neglected everything, and lay lamenting and clutching the frame of his bed. Then Gatapandita thought to himself, "Except me, no one else is able to soothe my brother's grief. I will find some means of soothing his grief for him." So assuming the appearance of madness, he paced through the whole city, gazing up at the sky, and crying out, "Give me a hair! Give me a hair!" All the city was excited. "Gatapandita has gone mad," they said. Just then a courtier named Rohineya went into the presence of King Vasudeva, and opened a conversation with him by reciting the first stanza. "Black Kanha, rise! Why close the eyes to sleep? Why lying there? Thine own born brother, see, the winds away his wit to bear, away his wisdom. Gata raves, thou of the long black hair." Up rose the king, and quickly came down from his chamber, and proceeding to Gatapandita, he got fast hold of him with both hands, and speaking to him uttered the 3rd stanza. "In manic fashion, why do you pace Dvaraka all through, and cry, 'Hair, hair'? Say, who is there has taken a hair from you?" To these words of the king, he only answered by repeating the same cry over and over again. But the king recited 2 more stanzas. "Be it of gold or made of jewels fine, or brass or silver as you may incline, shell, stone, or coral I declare, I'll make a hair. And many other hairs there be that range the woodland wide, they shall be brought, I'll have them caught, say, which do you decide?" On hearing the king's words, the wise man replied by repeating the 6th stanza. "I crave no hair of earthly kind, but that within the moon. O bring him down, O Kesava, I ask no other boon." "Undoubtedly my brother has gone mad," thought the king when he heard this. In great grief he repeated the 7th stanza. "In sooth, my brother, you will die if you make such a prayer, and ask for what no man may pray, the moon's celestial hair." Gatapandita, on hearing the king's answer, stood stock still and said, "My brother, you know that if a man prays for the hair in the moon and cannot get it, he will die. Then why do you mourn for your dead son? If, Kanha, this you know and can console another's woe, why are you mourning still the son who died so long ago?" Then he went on, standing there in the street. "And I, brother, pray only for what exists, but you are mourning for what does not exist." Then he instructed him by repeating 2 more stanzas. "My son is born, let him not die, nor man nor deity can have that boon. Then wherefore pray for what can never be? Nor mystic charm, nor magic roots, nor herbs, nor money spent can bring the life again that ghost whom, Kanha, you lament." The king, on hearing this, answered, "Your reminder was good, dear one. You did it to take away my trouble." Then in praise of Gatapandita, he repeated 4 stanzas. Men had I, wise and excellent, to give me good advice, but now hath Gata Pandita opened this day mine eyes. Blazing was I, as when a man pours oil upon a fire. Thou didst bring water, and didst quench the pain of my desire. Grief for my son, a cruel shaft, was lodged within my heart. Thou hast consoled me for my grief, and taken out the dart. That dart extracted, free from pain, tranquil and calm I keep. Hearing, O youth, thy words of truth, no more I grieve nor weep. In this manner was Vasudeva consoled by Prince Gata. After the lapse of a long time during which he ruled his kingdom, the sons of the 10 brethren thought, "They say that Kanhadipayana is possessed of the divine eye. Let us put him to the test." So they procured a young lad and dressed him up, and by binding a pillow about his belly, made it appear as though he were with child. Then they brought him into his presence and asked him, "To what, sir, will this girl give birth?" The ascetic perceived that the time was come for the destruction of the 10 royal brothers. Then, looking to see what the term of his own life should be, he perceived that he must die that very day. Then he said, "Young sirs, what is this man to you?" "Answer us," they replied persistently. He answered, "This man on the 7th day from now will bring forth a knot of acacia wood. With that he will destroy the line of Vasudeva, even though ye should take the piece of wood and burn it, and cast the ashes into the river." "Ah, false ascetic," they said, "a man can never bring forth a child." And they did the rope and string business, and killed him at once. The king sent for the young men, and asked them why they had killed the ascetic. When they heard all, they were frightened. They set a guard upon the man, and when on the 7th day he voided from his belly a knot of acacia wood, they burnt it and cast the ashes into the river. The ashes floated down the river and stuck on one side by a postern gate. From thence sprung an areca plant. One day the kings proposed that they should go and disport themselves in the water. So to this postern gate they came, and they caused a great pavilion to be made, and in that gorgeous pavilion they ate and drank. Then, in sport, they began to catch hold of hand and foot, and dividing into 2 parts, they became very quarrelsome. At last, one of them, finding nothing better for a club, picked a leaf from the areca plant, which, even as he plucked it, became a club of acacia wood in his hand. With this he beat many people. Then the others plucked also, and the things as they took them became clubs, and with them they cudgeled one another until they were killed. As these were destroying each other, 4 only, Vasudeva, Baladeva, the lady Anjana, their sister, and the family priest, mounted a chariot and fled away. The rest perished, every one. Now these 4, fleeing away in the chariot, came to the forest of Kalamatika. There Mutika the wrestler had been born, having become, according to his prayer, a goblin. When he perceived the coming of Baladeva, he created a village in that spot, and taking the semblance of a wrestler, he went jumping about and shouting, "Who's for a fight?" snapping his fingers the while. Baladeva, as soon as he saw him, said, "Brother, I'll try a fall with this fellow." Vasudeva tried and tried his best to prevent him, but down he got from the chariot and went up to him, snapping his fingers. The other just seized him in the hollow of his hand and gobbled him up like a radish bulb. Vasudeva, perceiving that he was dead, went on all night long with his sister and the priest, and at sunrise arrived at a frontier village. He lay down in the shelter of a bush, and sent his sister and the priest into the village with orders to cook some food and bring it to him. A huntsman, his name was Jara, or Old Age, noticed the bush shaking. "A pig, sure enough," thought he. He threw a spear and pierced his feet. "Who has wounded me?" cried Vasudeva. The huntsman, finding that he had wounded a man, set off running in terror. The king, recovering his wits, got up and called the huntsman. "Uncle, come here, do not be afraid." When he came, "Who are you?" asked Vasudeva. "My name is Jara, my lord." "Ah," thought the king, "whom old age wounds to die, so the ancients used to say. Without doubt I must die today." Then he said, "Fear not, uncle, come, bind up my wound." The mouth of the wound bound up, the king let him go. Great pains came upon him. He could not eat the food that the others brought. Then, addressing himself to the others, Vasudeva said, "This day I am to die. You are delicate creatures and will never be able to learn anything else for a living, so learn this science from me." So saying, he taught them a science and let them go, and then died immediately. Thus, excepting the lady Anjana, they perished, every one, it is said. End of section 35. Section 36 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rama and Sita. Once upon a time at Benares, a great king named Dasaratha renounced the ways of evil and reigned in righteousness. Of his 16,000 wives, the eldest and queen consort bore him 2 sons and a daughter. The elder son was named Rama Pandita, or Rama the Wise. The second was named Prince Lakana, or Lucky, and the daughter's name was the Lady Sita. In course of time, the queen consort died. At her death, the king was for a long time crushed by sorrow, but urged by his courtiers, he performed her obsequies and set another in her place as queen consort. She was dear to the king and beloved. In time she also conceived, and all due attention having been given her, she brought forth a son, and they named him Prince Bharata. The king loved his son much, and said to the queen, "Lady, I offer you a boon. Choose." She accepted the offer, but put it off for the time. When the lad was 7 years old, she went to the king and said to him, "My lord, you promised a boon for my son. Will you give it me now?" "Choose, lady," said he. "My lord," quoth she, "give my son the kingdom." The king snapped his fingers at her. "Out, vile jade," said he angrily. "My other 2 sons shine like blazing fires. Would you kill them and ask the kingdom for a son of yours?" She fled in terror to her magnificent chamber, and on other days again and again asked the king the same. The king would not give her this gift. He thought within himself, "Women are ungrateful and treacherous. This woman might use a forged letter or a treacherous bribe to get my sons murdered." So he sent for his sons and told them all about it, saying, "My sons, if you live here, some mischief may befall you. Go to some neighboring kingdom or to the woodland, and when my body is burnt, then return and inherit the kingdom which belongs to your family." Then he summoned soothsayers and asked them the limits of his own life. They told him he would live yet 12 years longer. Then he said, "Now, my sons, after 12 years you must return and uplift the umbrella of royalty." They promised, and after taking leave of their father, went forth from the palace weeping. The lady Sita said, "I too will go with my brothers." She bade her father farewell and went forth weeping. These 3 departed amidst a great company of people. They sent the people back and proceeded until at last they came to Himalaya. There, in a spot well watered and convenient for the getting of wild fruits, they built a hermitage and there lived, feeding upon the wild fruits. Lakana Pandita and Sita said to Rama Pandita, "You are in a place of a father to us. Remain then in the hermitage, and we will bring fruits and feed you." He agreed. Thenceforward Rama Pandita stayed where he was. The others brought the fruits and fed him. Thus they lived there, feeding upon the wild fruit, but King Dasaratha pined after his sons, and died in the 9th year. When his obsequies were performed, the queen gave orders that the umbrella should be raised over her son, Prince Bharata. But the courtiers said, The lords of the umbrella are dwelling in the forest, and they would not allow it. Said Prince Bharata, I will fetch back my brother Ramapandita from the forest, and raise the royal umbrella over him. Taking the 5 emblems of royalty, he proceeded with the complete host of the 4 arms to the dwelling place. Not far away he caused camp to be pitched, and then with a few courtiers he visited the hermitage, at the time when Lakana Pandita and Sita were away in the woods. At the door of the hermitage sat Rama Pandita, undismayed and at ease, like a figure of fine gold firmly set. The prince approached him with a greeting and, standing on one side, told him of all that had happened in the kingdom, and, falling at his feet along with the courtiers, burst into weeping. Ramapandita neither sorrowed nor wept. He showed no change of feeling. When Bharata had finished weeping and sat down, towards evening the other 2 returned with wild fruits. Ramapandita thought, These 2 are young, all-comprehensive wisdom like mine is not theirs. If they are told on a sudden that our father is dead, the pain will be greater than they can bear, and who knows but their hearts may break. I will find a device to persuade them to go down into the water, and then tell them the news. Then, pointing out to them a place in front where there was water, he said, You have been out too long. Let this be your penance. Go into that water and stand there. Then he repeated a half stanza. Let Lakana and Sita both into that pond descend. 1 word sufficed, into the water they went and stood there. Then he told them the news by repeating the other half stanza. Bharata says King Dasaratha's life is at an end. When they heard the news of their father's death, they fainted. Again he repeated it, again they fainted, and when even a 3rd time they fainted away, the courtiers raised them and brought them out of the water and set them upon dry ground. When they had been comforted, they all sat weeping and wailing together. Then Prince Bharata thought, My brother, Prince Lakana, and my sister, the Lady Sita, cannot restrain their grief to hear our father's death. But Ramapandita neither wails nor weeps. I wonder what can the reason be that he grieves not. I will ask. Then he repeated the 2nd stanza, asking the question, Say by what power thou grievest not, Brahma, when grief should be. Though it is said thy sire is dead, grief overwhelms not thee. Then Ramapandita explained the reason of his not grieving by saying, When man can never keep a thing, though loudly he may cry, why should a wise intelligence torment itself thereby? The young in years, the older grown, the fool, and eke the wise, for rich, for poor, one end is sure, each man among them dies. As sure as for the ripened fruit there comes the fear of fall, so surely comes the fear of death to mortals one and all. Who in the morning light are seen by evening oft are gone, and seen at evening time is gone by morning many a one. If to a fool infatuate a blessing could accrue, when he torments himself with tears, the wise this same would do. By this tormenting of himself he waxes thin and pale. This cannot bring the dead to life, and nothing tears avail. Even as a blazing house may be put out with water, so the strong, the wise, the intelligent, who well the scriptures know, scatter their grief like cotton when the stormy winds do blow. One mortal dies, to kindred ties born is another straight. Each creature's bliss dependent is on ties associate. The strong man therefore skilled in sacred text, keen contemplating this world and the next, knowing their nature not by any grief, however great, in mind and heart is vexed. So too my kindred I will give, them will I keep and feed, all that remain I will maintain, such is the wise man's deed. In these stanzas he explained the impermanence of things. When the company heard this discourse of Ramapandita illustrating the doctrine of impermanence, they lost all their grief. Then Prince Bharata saluted Rama Pandita, begging him to receive the kingdom of Benares. "Brother," said Rama, "take Lakkhana and Sita with you and administer the kingdom yourselves." "No, my lord, you take it. Brother, my father commanded me to receive the kingdom at the end of 12 years. If I go now, I shall not carry out his bidding. After 3 more years I will come." "Who will carry on the government in all that time?" "You do it." "I will not." "Then, until I come, these slippers shall do it," said Rama, and doffing his slippers of straw, he gave them to his brother. So these 3 persons took the slippers, and, bidding the wise man farewell, went to Benares with their great crowd of followers. For 3 years the slippers ruled the kingdom. The courtiers placed these straw slippers upon the royal throne when they judged a cause. If the cause were decided wrongly, the slippers beat upon each other, and at that sign it was examined again. When the decision was right, the slippers lay quiet. When the 3 years were over, the wise man came out of the forest and came to Benares, and entered the park. The princes, hearing of his arrival, proceeded with a great company to the park, and making Sita the queen consort, gave to them both the ceremonial sprinkling. The sprinkling thus performed, the great being, standing in a magnificent chariot, and surrounded by a vast company, entered the city, making a solemn circuit rightwise. Then, mounting to the great terrace of his splendid palace Sukandaka, he reigned there in righteousness for 16,000 years, and then went to swell the hosts of heaven. The Wicked Stepmother. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as the son of his chief queen, and because his all-blessed countenance was like a lotus full-blown, Paduma Kumara they named him, which is to say, the Lotus Prince. When he grew up, he was educated in all arts and accomplishments. Then his mother departed this life. The king took another consort and appointed his son viceroy. After this, the king, being about to set forth to quell a rising on the frontier, said to his consort, "Do you, lady, stay here while I go forth to quell the frontier insurrection." But she replied, "No, my lord, here I will not remain, but I will go with you." Then he showed her the danger which lay on the field of battle, adding to it this, "Stay then here without vexation until my return, and I will give charge to Prince Paduma that he be careful in all that should be done for you, and then I will go." So thus he did, and departed. When he had scattered his enemies and pacified the country, he returned and pitched his camp without the city. The Bodhisattva, learning of his father's return, adorned the city, and setting a watch over the royal palace, went forth alone to meet his father. The queen, observing the beauty of his appearance, became enamored of him. In taking leave of her, the Bodhisattva said, "Can I do anything for you, mother?" "Mother, you call me?" quoth she. She rose up and seized his hand, saying, "Lie on my couch." "Why?" he asked. "Just until the king comes," she said. "Let us both enjoy the bliss of love." "Mother, my mother you are, and you have a husband living. Such a thing I have never before seen, that a woman, a matron, should break the moral law in the way of fleshy lust. How can I do such a deed with you?" Twice and thrice she besought him, and when he would not, said she, "Then you refuse to do as I ask?" "Indeed I do refuse." "Then I will speak to the king, and cause you to be beheaded." "Do as you will," answered the great being, and having shamed her, he left her. Then in fear she thought, "If he tell the king first, there is no life for me. I must get speech of him first myself." Accordingly, leaving her food untouched, she donned a soiled robe and made nail scratches upon her body, giving orders to her attendants that when the king should ask of the queen's whereabouts, he should be told she was ill. She lay down, making a pretense of illness. Now the king made solemn procession about the city rightwise, and went up into his dwelling. When he saw her not, he asked, "Where is the queen?" "She is ill," they said. He entered the state chamber and asked her, "What is amiss with you, lady?" She made as though she heard nothing. Twice and yet thrice he asked, and then she answered, "O great king, why do you ask? Be silent, women that have a husband must be, even as I am." "Who has annoyed you?" said he. "Tell me quickly, and I will have him beheaded."
"Whom did you leave behind in this city when you went away?"
"Prince Paduma."
"And he," she went on, "came into my room, and I said, 'My son, do not so, I am your mother.' But say what I would, he cried, 'None is king here but me, and I will take you to my dwelling and enjoy your love.' Then he seized me by the hair of my head and plucked it out again, and as I would not yield to his will, he wounded and beat me and departed." The king made no investigation, but furious as a serpent, commanded his men, "Go and bind Prince Paduma and bring him to me." They went to his house, swarming as it were through the city, and bound him up and beat him, bound his hands fast behind his back, put about his neck the garland of red flowers, making him a condemned criminal, and led him thither, beating him the while. It was clear to him that this was the queen's doing, and as he went along he cried out, "Ho, fellows, I am not one that has offended against the king. I am innocent." All the city was abubble with the news. "They say the king is going to execute Prince Paduma at the bidding of a woman." They flocked together. They fell at the prince's feet, lamenting with a great noise, "You have not deserved this, my lord." As they brought him before the king, at sight of him the king could not restrain what was in his heart, and cried out, "This fellow is no king, but he plays the king finely. My son he is, yet he has insulted the queen. Away with him, down with him over the thieves' cliff. Make an end of him." But the prince said to his father, "No such crime lies at my door, father. Do not kill me on a woman's word." The king would not listen to him. Then all those of the royal seraglio, in number 16,000, raised a great lamentation, saying, "Dear Paduma, mighty prince, this dealing you have never deserved." And all the warrior chiefs and great magnates of the land, and all the attendant courtiers cried, "My lord, the prince is a man of goodness and virtuous life, observes the traditions of his race, heir to the kingdom. Do not slay him at a woman's word without a hearing. A king's duty is to act with all circumspection." So saying, they repeated 7 stanzas. No king should punish an offense and hear no pleas at all, not thoroughly sifting it himself in all points, great and small. The warrior chief who punishes a fault before he tries is like a man born blind who eats his food all bones and flies. Who punishes the guiltless and lets go the guilty knows no more than one who blind upon a rugged highway goes. He who all this examines well in things both great and small, and so administers, deserves to be the head of all. He that would set himself on high must not all gentle be, nor all severe, but both these things practice in company. Contempt the all gentle wins, and he that's all severe has wrath. So of the pair be well aware, and keep a middle path. Much can be angry man, O king, and much the knave can say, and therefore for a woman's sake thy son thou must not slay. But for all they could say in many ways, the courtiers could not win him to do their bidding. The Bodhisattva also, for all his beseeching, could not persuade him to listen. Nay, the king, blind fool, said, "Away, down with him over the thieves' cliff," repeating the 8th stanza. "One side the whole world stands, my queen on another all alone. Yet her I cleave to, cast him down the cliff, and get you gone." At these words, not one among the 16,000 women could remain unmoved, while all the populace stretched out their hands and tore their hair with lamentations. The king said,
Let these but try to prevent the throwing of this fellow over the cliff.
And amidst his followers, though the crowd wailed around, he caused the prince to be seized and cast down the precipice over heels head first. Then, owing to the magic power due to his practice of friendliness, the deity of the hill comforted the prince, saying, "Fear not, Paduma." And in both hands he caught him, pressed him to his heart, sent a divine thrill through him, set him in the abode of the Nagas of the 8 ranges, within the hood of the Naga king. The king received the Bodhisattva into the abode of the Nagas and gave him the half of his own glory and state. There for 1 year he dwelt. Then he said, "I would go back to the ways of men." "Whither?" they asked. "To Himalaya, where I will become an ascetic." The Naga king gave his consent. Taking him, he conveyed him to the place where men go to and fro, and gave him the requisites of an ascetic, and went back to his own place. So he proceeded to Himalaya, became a hermit sage, and cultivated the faculty of ecstatic bliss. There he abode, feeding upon fruits and roots of the woodland. Now a certain wood ranger who dwelt in Benares came to that place and recognized the great being. "Are you not," he asked, "the great Prince Paduma, my lord?" "Yes, sir," he replied. The other saluted him, and there for some days he remained. Then he returned to Benares and said to the king, "Your son, my lord, has embraced the religious life in the region of Himalaya, and lives in a hut of leaves. I have been staying with him, and thence I come." "Have you seen him with your own eyes?" asked the king. "Yes, my lord." The king with a great host went thither, and on the outskirts of the forest he pitched his camp. Then with his courtiers around him went to salute the great being, who sat at the door of his hut of leaves, in all the glory of his golden form, and sat on one side. The courtiers also greeted him and spoke pleasantly to him, and sat on one side. The Bodhisattva, on his part, invited the king to share his wild fruits, and talked pleasantly with him. Then said the king, "My son, by me you were cast down a deep precipice, and how is it you are yet alive?" Asking which, he repeated the 9th stanza. "As into hell-mouth you were cast over a beetling hill. No succor, many palm trees deep. How are you living still?" These are the remaining stanzas, and of the 5 taken alternately, 3 were spoken by the Bodhisattva and 2 by the king. "A Naga mighty, full of force, born on that mountain land, caught me within his coils, and so here safe from death I stand. Lo, I will take you back, O prince, to my own home again, and there, what is the wood to you? With blessing you shall reign. As who a hook has swallowed, and drawn it forth all blood, drawn forth is happy, so I see in me this bliss and good. Why speak you thus about a hook? Why speak you thus of gore? Why speak about the drawing out? Come, tell me, I implore. Lust is the hook, fine elephants and horse by blood I show. These by renouncing I have drawn. This, chieftain, you must know. Thus, O great king, to be king is nothing to me, but to you see to it that you break not the 10 royal virtues, but forsake evil-doing and rule in righteousness." In those words, the great being admonished the king. He with weeping and wailing departed, and on the way to his city he asked his courtiers, "On whose account was it that I made a breach with a son so virtuous?" They replied, "The queen's." Her the king caused to be seized, and cast headlong over the thieves' cliff, and, entering his city, ruled in righteousness. End of section 36. Section 37 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lost Charm. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the family of his household priest was destroyed by malarial fever.
One son only broke through the wall and escaped. He came to Takasala and under a world-renowned teacher learnt the Vedas and the other arts. Then he bade his teacher farewell and departed, with the intent to travel in different regions. And on his travels he arrived at a frontier village. Near to this was a great village of low caste, Kandalas. Then the Bodhisatta abode in this village, a learned sage. A charm he knew which could make fruit to be gathered out of due season. Early of a morning he would take his carrying pole forth from that village. He would go until he reached a mango tree which grew in the forest, and standing 7 foot off, he would recite that charm and throw a handful of water so as to strike on that tree. In a twinkling, down fall sere leaves, sprout forth the new. Flowers blow and flowers fall, the mango fruits swell out. But one moment they are ripe, they are sweet and luscious, they grow like fruit divine, they drop from the tree. The great being chooses and eats such as he will, then fills the baskets hung from his pole, goes home and sells the fruit, and so finds a living for wife and child. Now the young Brahmin saw the great being offer ripe mangoes for sale out of season. Without doubt, thought he, it must be by virtue of some charm that these are grown. This man can teach me a charm which has no price. He watched to see the manner in which the great being procured his fruit, and found it out exactly. Then he went to the great being's house at the time when he was not yet returned from the forest, and making as though he knew nothing, asked the wise man's wife, "Where is the teacher?" Quoth she, "Gone to the woods." He stood waiting until he saw him come, then went to him, and taking the pole and baskets from him, carried them into the house, and there set them. The great being looked at him and said to his wife, "Lady, this youth has come to get the charm, but no charm will stay with him, for no good man is he." But the youth was thinking, "I will get the charm by being my teacher's servant." And so from that time he did all that was to be done in the house, brought wood, pounded the rice, did the cooking, brought all that was needed for washing the face, washed the feet. One day, when the great being said to him, "My son, bring me a stool to support my feet," the youth, seeing no other way, kept the great teacher's feet on his own thigh all night. When at a later season the great being's wife brought forth a son, he did all the service that has to be done at a childbirth. The wife said one day to the great being, "Husband, this lad, well born though he is, for the charm's sake performs menial services for us. Let him have the charm, whether it stays with him or no." To this he agreed. He taught him the charm, and spoke after this fashion, "My son, 'tis a priceless charm, and you will get great gain and honor thereby. But when the king or his great minister shall ask you who was your teacher, do not conceal my name. For if you are ashamed that a low-caste man taught you the charm, and say your teacher was a great magnate of the Brahmins, you will have no fruit of the charm." "Why should I hide your name?" quoth the lad. "Whenever I am asked, I shall say it is you." Then he saluted his teacher, and from the low-caste village he departed, pondering on the charm, and in due time came to Benares. There he sold mangoes and gained much wealth. Now on a day the keeper of the park presented to the king a mango which he had bought from him. The king, having eaten it, asked whence he procured so fine a fruit. "My lord," was the answer, "there is a young man who brings mangoes out of season and sells them. From him I procured it."
"Tell him," says the king, "from henceforth to bring the mangoes hither to me."
This man did, and from that time the young man took his mangoes to the king's household. The king inviting him to enter his service, he became a servant of the king, and gaining great wealth, by degrees he grew into the king's confidence. One day the king asked him, he said,
"Young man, where do you get these mangoes out of season, so sweet and fragrant and of fine color?
Does some Naga or Garula give them to you, or a god? Or is this the power of magic?"
"No one gives them to me, O mighty king," replied the young man. "But I have a priceless charm, and this is the power of the charm."
"Well then, we should like to see the power of the charm one of these days."
"By all means, my lord, I will show it," quoth he. Next day the king went with him into the park, and asked to be shown this charm. The young man was willing, and approaching a mango tree, stood at a distance of 7 foot from it, and repeated the charm, throwing water against the tree. On the instant the mango tree had fruit in the manner above described, a shower of mangoes fell, a very storm. The company showed great delight, waving their kerchiefs. The king ate of the fruit and gave him a great reward, and said,
"Young man, who taught you this charm so marvelous?"
Now thought the young man, "If I say a low-caste Kandala taught me, I shall be put to shame, and they will flout at me. I know the charm by heart, and now I can never lose it. Well, I will say it was a world-renowned teacher." So he lied, and said, "I learned it at Takasala from a teacher renowned the wide world over." As he said the words, denying his teacher, that very instant the charm was gone. But the king, greatly pleased, returned with him into the city. On another day the king desired mangoes to eat, and going into the park and taking his seat upon a stone bench, which was used on state occasions, he bade the youth get him mangoes. The youth, willing enough, went up to a mango tree, and, standing at a distance of 7 foot from the tree, set about repeating the charm. But the charm would not come. Then he knew that he had lost it, and stood there ashamed. But the king thought,
"Formerly this fellow gave me mangoes even in the midst of a crowd, and like a heavy shower rained the fruit down. Now there he stands, like a stalk. What can the reason be?"
Which he inquired by repeating the first stanza.
"Young student, when I asked it you of late, you brought the mango fruit both small and great. Now no fruit, Brahmin, on the tree appears, though the same charm you still reiterate."
When he heard this, the young man thought to himself, if he should say this day no fruit was to be had, the king would be wroth. Wherefore he thought to deceive him with a lie, and repeated the second stanza. "The hour and moment suit not, so wait I, fit junction of the planets in the sky. The due conjunction and the moment come, then I will bring you mangoes plenteously."
"What is this?" the king wondered. "The fellow said nothing of planetary conjunctions before."
To resolve which questions, he repeated 2 stanzas.
"You said no word of times and seasons, nor of planetary junctions heretofore, but mangoes, fragrant, delicate in taste, of color fine, you brought in plenteous store. Aforetime, Brahmin, you produced so well fruit on the tree by muttering of your spell. Today you cannot, mutter as you may. What means this conduct? I would have you tell."
Hearing this, the youth thought, "There is no deceiving the king with lies. If, when the truth is told, he punishes me, let him punish me, but the truth I will tell." Then he recited 2 stanzas. "A low-caste man my teacher was, who taught duly and well the charm, and how it wrought, saying, if you are asked by name and birth, hide nothing, or the charm will come to naught. Asked by the Lord of men, though well I knew, yet in deceit I said what was not true. A Brahmin's spells, I lying said, and now, charm lost, my folly bitterly I rue." This heard, the king thought within himself,
"This sinful man took no care of such a treasure. When one has a treasure so priceless, what has birth to do with it?"
And in anger he repeated the following stanzas.
"Nim, castor oil, or Judas-Tree, whatever be the tree, Where he who seeks finds honeycombs, 'tis best of trees, thinks he. Be it Katiya, Brahmin, Vesa, he from whom a man learns right, Suda, Kandala, Pukasa, seems chiefest in his sight. Punish the worthless churl, or even slay, hence hail him by the throat without delay, who having gained a treasure with great toil, throws it with overweening pride away. The king's men so did, saying, Go back to your teacher and win his forgiveness. Then, if you can learn the charm once more, you may come hither again. But if not, never more may you set eyes on this country. Thus they banished him. The man was all forlorn. There is no refuge for me, he thought, except my teacher. To him I will go and win his pardon and learn the charm again. So lamenting, he went on his way to that village. The great being perceived him coming and pointed him out to his wife, saying, See, lady, there comes that scoundrel again, with his charm lost and gone. The man approached the great being and greeted him and sat on one side. Why are you here? Asked the other. Oh, my teacher, the man said, I uttered a lie and denied my teacher, and I am utterly ruined and undone. Then he recited his transgression in a stanza, asking again for the charms. Oft he who thinks the level ground is lying at his foot falls in a pool, pit, precipice, trips on a rotten root. Another treads what seems a cord, a jet-black snake to find. Another steps into the fire because his eyes are blind. So I have sinned and lost my spell, but you, O teacher wise, forgive, and let me once again find favor in your eyes. Then his teacher replied, What say you, my son? Give but a sign to the blind. He goes clear of pools and what not. But I told it to you once, and what do you want here now? Then he repeated the following stanzas. To you in right due manner I did tell, you in due manner rightly learnt the spell. Full willingly its nature I explained, ne'er had it left you, had you acted well. Who with much toil, O fool, hath learnt to spell, full hard for those who now in this world dwell. Then, foolish one, a living gained at last, throws all away because he lies will tell. To such a fool unwise of lying feign, ungrateful who cannot himself restrain. Spells, quotha, mighty spells we give not him. Go hence away, and ask me not again. Thus dismissed by his teacher, the man thought, What is life to me? And plunging into the woods, died forlorn. The Prince's Wooing and the Throne of the Buddhas. Once upon a time in the kingdom of Kalinga and in the city of Dantapura reigned a king named Kalinga. He had 2 sons named Mahakalinga and Kula Kalinga. Kalinga the greater and the less. Now, fortune-tellers had foretold that the eldest son would reign after his father's death, but that the youngest would live as an ascetic and live by alms. Yet his son would be a universal monarch. Time passed by, and on his father's death, the eldest son became king, the youngest viceroy. The youngest, ever thinking that a son born of him was to be a universal monarch, grew arrogant on that account. This the king could not brook, so sent a messenger to arrest Kalinga the less. The man came and said, Prince, the king wishes to have you arrested, so save your life. The prince showed the courtier charged with this mission his own signet ring, a fine rug, and his sword. These 3. Then he said, By these tokens you shall know my son, and make him king. With these words he sped away into the forest. There he built him a hut in a pleasant place, and lived as an ascetic upon the bank of a river. Now in the kingdom of Mada, and in the city of Sagala, a daughter was born to the king of Mada. Of the girl, as of the prince, fortune-tellers foretold that she should live as an ascetic, but her son was to be a universal monarch.
The kings of India, hearing this rumor, came together with one accord and surrounded the city. The king thought to himself, "Now, if I give my daughter to one, all the other kings will be enraged. I will try to save her." So, with wife and daughter, he fled, disguised away into the forest. And after building him a hut some distance up the river, above the hut of Prince Kalinga, he lived there as an ascetic, eating what he could pick up. The parents, wishing to save their daughter, left her behind in the hut, and went out to gather wild fruits. While they were gone, she gathered flowers of all kinds, and made them into a flower wreath. Now on the bank of the Ganges there was a mango tree with beautiful flowers, which forms a kind of natural ladder. Upon this she climbed, and playing managed to drop the wreath of flowers into the water. One day, as Prince Kalinga was coming out of the river after a bath, this flower wreath caught in his hair. He looked at it and said, "Some woman made this, and no full-grown woman, but a tender young girl. I must make search for her." So deeply in love, he journeyed up the Ganges until he heard her singing in a sweet voice as she sat in the mango tree. He approached the foot of the tree, and seeing her, said, "What are you, fair lady?" "I am human, sir," she replied. "Come down, then," quoth he. "Sir, I cannot. I am of the warrior caste." "So am I also, lady. Come down." "No, no, sir, that I cannot do. Saying will not make a warrior. If you are so, tell me the secrets of the caste." Then they repeated to each other these caste secrets, and the princess came down, and they were united one with the other. When their parents returned, she told them about this son of the king of Kalinga, and how he came into the forest in all detail. They consented to give her to him. While they lived together in happy union, the princess conceived, and after 10 months brought forth a son with the signs of good luck and virtue. And they named him Kalinga. He grew up and learned all arts and accomplishments from his father and grandfather. At length his father knew from conjunctions of the stars that his brother was dead. So he called his son and said, "My son, you must not spend your life in the forest. Your father's brother, Kalinga the Greater, is dead. You must go to Dantapura and receive your hereditary kingdom." Then he gave him the things he had brought away with him, signet, rug, and sword, saying, "My son, in the city of Dantapura, in such a street, lives a courtier who is my very good servant. Descend into his house and enter his bedchamber, and show him these 3 things, and tell him, 'You are my son.' He will place you upon the throne." The lad bade farewell to his parents and grandparents. By the magic power of his virtue, he passed through the air, and descending into the house of that courtier, entered his bedchamber. "Who are you?" asked the other. "The son of Kalinga, the less," he said, disclosing the 3 tokens. The courtier told it to the palace, and all those of the court decorated the city and spread the umbrella of royalty over his head. Then the family priest, who was named Kalinga Bharadvaja, taught him the 10 ceremonies which a universal monarch has to perform, and he fulfilled those duties. Then, on the 15th day, the fast day, came to him from Kakadaha the precious wheel of empire, from the Upasata stock, the precious elephant, from the royal Valaha breed, the precious horse, from Vipula, the precious jewel, and the precious wife, retinue, and prince made their appearance. Then he achieved sovereignty in the whole terrestrial sphere. One day, surrounded by a company which covered 36 leagues, and mounted upon an elephant all white, tall as a peak of Mount Kailasa, in great pomp and splendor, he went to visit his parents. But beyond the circuit, around the great bow tree, the throne of victory of all the Buddhas, which has become the very navel of the earth, beyond this the elephant was unable to pass. Again and again the king urged him on, but pass he could not. Hereupon the king's chaplain, who was traveling with the king, thought to himself, "In the air is no hindrance. Why cannot the king make his elephant go on? I will go and see." Then, descending from the air, he beheld the throne of victory of all Buddhas, the navel of the earth, that circuit around the great bow-tree. At that time, it is said, for the space of a royal carissa was never a blade of grass, not so big as a hare's whisker. It seemed as it were a smooth spread sand, bright like a silver plate. But on all sides were grass, creepers, mighty trees like the lords of the forest, as though standing in reverent wise all about, with their faces turned towards the throne of the bow-tree. When the Brahmin beheld this spot of earth, "This," thought he, "is the place where all the Buddhas have crushed all the desire of the flesh, and beyond this none can pass. No, not if he were Saka himself." Then approaching the king, he told him the quality of the bow-tree circuit, and bade him descend. Pierced and pierced again by the king, this elephant could not endure the pain, and so died. But the king knew not he was dead, and sat there still on his back. Then Kalinga Bharadvaja said, "O great king, your elephant is dead. Pass on to another." By the magical power of the king's virtue, another beast of the Uposatha breed appeared and offered his back. The king sat on his back. At that moment the dead elephant fell upon the earth. Thereupon the king came down from the air, and, beholding the precinct of the bow-tree, and the miracle that was done, he praised Bharadvaja, saying, "To Kalinga Bharadvaja, King Kalinga thus did say, all thou knowest and understandest, and thou seest all, alway." Now the Brahmin would not accept this praise, but standing in his own humble place, he extolled the Buddhas and praised them. The king, hearing the virtues of the Buddhas, was delighted in heart, and he caused all the dwellers in the world to bring fragrant wreaths in plenty, and for 7 days he made them do worship at the circuit of the great bow-tree. Having in this manner done worship to the great bow-tree, he visited his parents and took them back with him again to Dantapura, where he gave alms and did good deeds, until he was born again in the heaven of the 33. End of section 37. Section 38 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Folly of Garrulity. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, his family priest was tawny brown and had lost all his teeth. His wife committed sin with another Brahmin. This man was just like the other. The priest tried times and again to restrain his wife, but could not. Then he thought, "This is my enemy. I cannot kill with my own hands, but I must devise some plan to kill him." So he came before the king and said, "O king, your city is the chiefest city of all India, and you are the chiefest king. But chief king though you are, your southern gate is unlikely and ill put together." "Well now, my teacher, what is to be done?" "You must bring good luck into it and set it right." "What is to be done?" "We must pull down the old door, get new and lucky timbers, do sacrifice the spirits that guard the city, and set up the new on a lucky conjunction of the stars." "So do then," said the king. And at that time the Bodhisattva was a young man named Takariya, who was studying under this man. Now the priest caused the old gate to be pulled down, and the new one was made ready, which done, he went and said to the king, "The gate is ready, my lord. Tomorrow is an auspicious conjunction. Before the morrow is over, we must do sacrifice and set up the new gate." "Well, my teacher, what is necessary for the rite?" "My lord, a great gate is possessed and guarded by great divinities. A Brahmin, tawny brown and toothless, of pure blood on both sides, must be killed. His flesh and blood must be offered in sacrifice, and his body laid beneath and the gate raised upon it. This will bring luck to you and your city." "Very well, my teacher. Have such a Brahmin slain, and set up the gate upon him." The priest was delighted. "Tomorrow," said he.
I shall see the back of my enemy."
Full of energy, he returned to his home, but could not keep a still tongue in his head, and said quickly to his wife,
"Ah, you foul hag, whom will you have now to take your pleasure with? Tomorrow I shall kill your leman and take sacrifice of him."
Why will you kill an innocent man?
"The king has commanded me to slay and sacrifice a tawny brown Brahmin, and to set up the city gate upon him. Your leman is tawny brown, and I mean to slay him and sacrifice him."
She sent her paramour a message, saying,
They say the king wishes to slay a tawny brown Brahmin in sacrifice. If you would save your life, flee away in time, and with you all they who are like you.
So the man did. The news spread abroad in the city, and all those in the whole city who were tawny brown fled away. The priest, nothing aware of his enemy's flight, went early next morning to the king and said,
"My lord, in such a place is a tawny brown Brahmin to be found. Have him taken."
The king sent some men for him, but they saw none, and returning informed the king that he was fled away. "Search elsewhere," said the king. All over the city they searched, but found none. "Search quickly," said the king. "My lord," they replied, "except your family priest there is no such other." "A priest," quoth he, "cannot be killed." "What do you say, my lord? According to the priest, if the gate is not set up today, the city will be in danger." When the priest explained the matter, he said that if we let this day go by, the auspicious moment will not come again until the end of a year. The city without a gate for a year, what a chance for our enemies! Let us kill someone and sacrifice by the aid of some other wise Brahmin and set up the gate. "But is there another wise Brahmin like my teacher?" "There is, my lord, his pupil, a young man named Takaria. Make him your family priest and do the lucky ceremony." The king sent for him and did honor to him and made him priest and commanded to do as had been said. The young man went to the gate with a great crowd following. In the king's name they bound and brought the priest. The great being caused a pit to be dug in the place where the gate was to be set up, and a tent to be placed over it, and with his teacher entered into the tent. The teacher, beholding the pit and seeing no escape, said to the great being, "My aim had succeeded. Fool that I was, I could not keep a still tongue, but hastily told that wicked woman. I have slain myself with my own weapon." Then he recited the first stanza. "I spoke in folly as a frog might call upon a snake, I, the forest, so I fall into this pit. Takaria, how true! Words spoken out of season, one must rue." Then the other, addressing him, recited this stanza. "The man who out of season speaks will go like this to ruin, lamentation, woe. Here you should blame yourself. Now you must have this delved pit, my teacher, for your grave." To these words he added yet this, "O teacher, not thou only, but many another likewise has come to misery because he set not a watch upon his words." So saying, he told him a story of the past to prove it. Once upon a time, they say, there lived a courtesan in Benares named Kali, and she had a brother named Tundila. One day Kali would earn 1,000 pieces of money. Now Tundila was a debauchee, a drunkard, a gambler. She gave him money, and whatever he got, he wasted. Do what she would to restrain him she could not. One day he was beaten at hazard, and lost the very clothes he was clad in. Wrapping about him a rag of loincloth, he repaired to his sister's house. But command had been given by her to her serving maids that, if Tundila should come, they were to give him nothing, but to take him by the throat and cast him out. And so they did. He stood by the threshold and made his moan. Now a certain guild merchant's son, who used constantly to give Kali 1,000 pieces of money, on that day happened to see him, and says he, "Why are you weeping, Tundila?" "Master," said he, I have been beaten at the dice and came to my sister, and the serving maids took me by the throat and cast me out. Well, stay here, quoth the other, and I will speak to your sister. He entered the house and said, Your brother stands waiting clad in a rug of loincloth. Why do you not give him something to wear? Indeed, she replied, I will give nothing. If you are fond of him, give it yourself. Now in that house of ill fame, the fashion was this. Out of every 1,000 pieces of money received, 500 were for the women, 500 were the price of clothes, perfumes, and garlands. The men who visited that house received garments to clothe themselves in, and stayed the night there. Then on the next day they put off the garments they had received, and put on those they had brought, and went their ways. On this occasion the merchant's son put on the garments provided for him, and gave his own clothes to Tundila. He put them on, and with loud shouts hastened to the tavern. But Kali ordered her woman that when the young man should depart next day, they should take away his clothes. Accordingly, when he came forth, they ran up from this side and that, like so many robbers, and took the clothes from him and stripped him naked, saying, Now, young sir, be off. Thus they got rid of him. Away he went naked. The people made sport of him, and he was ashamed, and lamented, saying, It is my own doing, because I could not keep watch over my lips. To make this clear, the great being recited the third stanza. Why ask of Tundila how he should fare at Kalika his sister's hands? Now see, my clothes are gone, naked am I and bare. 'Tis very like what happened late to thee. Another person relates this story. By carelessness of the goat herds, 2 rams fell a-fighting on a pasture at Benares. As they were hard at it, a certain bird, a forktail, thought to himself,
These 2 will crack their poles and perish. I must restrain them.
So he tried to restrain them by calling out,
Uncle, don't fight.
Not a word he got from them. In the midst of the battle, mounting first on the back, then on the head, he besought them to stop, but could do nothing. At last he cried,
Fight then, but kill me first,
and placed himself between the 2 heads. They went on butting away at each other. The bird was crushed as by a pounder, and came to destruction by his own act. To explain this other tale, the great being repeated the 4th stanza. Between 2 fighting rams a forktail flew, though in the fray he had no part nor share. The 2 rams' heads did crush him then and there. He in his fate was very like to you. There was a tall tree which the cowherds set great store by. The people of Benares, seeing it, sent a certain man up the tree to gather fruit. As he was throwing down the fruit, a black snake issuing forth from an anthill began to ascend the tree. They who stood below tried to drive him off, striking at him with sticks and other things, but could not. Then they called out to the other, A snake is climbing the tree! And he in terror uttered a loud cry. Those who stood below seized a stout cloth by 4 corners and bade him fall into the cloth. He let himself drop and fell in the midst of the cloth, between the 4 of them. Swift as the wind he came, and the men could not hold him, but jawed their 4 heads together and broke them, and so died. To explain this story, the great being recited the 5th stanza. 4 men, to save a fellow from his fate, held the 4 corners of a cloth below. They all fell dead, each with a broken pate. These men were very like you, I trow. Others again tell this. Some goat thieves, who lived at Benares, having stolen a she-goat one night, determined to make a meal in the forest. To prevent her bleeding, they muffled her snout and tied her up in a bamboo clump. Next day, on their way to kill her, they forgot the chopper. Now we will kill the goat and cook her, said they. Bring the chopper here. But nobody had one. Without a chopper, said they, we cannot eat the beast, even if we kill her. Let her go. This is due to some merit of hers. So they let her go. Now it happened that a worker in the bamboos, who had been there for a bundle of them, left a basket maker's knife there hidden among the leaves, intending to use it when he came again. But the goat, thinking to herself to be free, began playing about under the bamboo clump, and kicking with her hind legs made the knife drop. The thieves heard the sound of the falling knife, and on coming to find out what it was, saw it to their great delight. Then they killed the goat and ate her flesh. Thus, to explain how this she-goat was killed by her own act, the great being recited the 6th stanza. A she-goat in a bamboo thicket bound, frisking about, herself a knife had found. With that same knife they cut the creature's throat. It strikes me you are very like that goat. After recounting this, he explained, "But they who are moderate of speech, by watching their words, have often been freed from the fate of death," and then told a story of fairies. A hunter, we are told, who lived in Benares, being once in the region of Himalaya, by some means or other captured a brace of supernatural beings, a fairy and her husband, and them he took and presented to the king. The king had never seen such beings before. "Hunter," quoth he, "what kind of creatures are these?" Said the man, "My lord, these can sing with a honey voice, they dance delightfully, no men are able to dance or sing as they can." The king bestowed a great reward on the hunter, and commanded the fairies to sing and dance. But they thought, "If we are not able to convey the full sense of our song, the song will be a failure, they will abuse and hurt us. And then again, those who speak much speak falsely." So for fear of some falsehood or other, they neither sang nor danced, for all the king begged them again and again. At last the king grew angry and said, "Kill these creatures, and cook them and serve them up to me." This command he delivered in the words of the 7th stanza. "No gods are these, nor heaven's musicianers, beasts brought by one who fain would fill his purse. So for my supper let them cook me one, and one for breakfast by the morrow's sun." Then the fairy dame thought to herself, "Now the king is angry. Without doubt he will kill us. Now it is time to speak." And immediately she recited a stanza. 100,000 ditties, all sung wrong, all are not worth a tithe of one good song. To sing ill is a crime, and this is why, not out of folly, fairy would not try. The king, pleased with the fairy, at once recited the stanza. "She that hath spoken, let her go, that she the Himalaya hill again may see. But let them take and kill the other one, and for tomorrow's breakfast have him done." But the other fairy thought, "If I hold my tongue, surely the king will kill me. Now is the time to speak." And then he recited another stanza. "The kine depend upon the clouds, and men upon the kine. And I, O king, depend on thee, on me this wife of mine. Let one, before he seek the hills, the other's fate divine." When he said this, he repeated a couple of stanzas to make it clear that they had been silent not from unwillingness to obey the king's word, but because they saw that speaking would be a mistake. "O monarch, other people's other ways, 'tis very hard to keep you clear of blame. The very thing which for the one wins praise, another finds reproof for just the same. Someone there is who each man foolish finds, each by imagination different still. All different, many men and many minds. No universal law is one man's will." Quoth the king, "He speaks the truth. 'Tis a sapient fairy." And much pleased, he recited the last stanza. "Silent they were, the fairy and his mate, and he who now did utter speech for fear, unhurt, free, happy, let him go his gait. This is the speech brings good as oft we hear." Then the king placed the 2 fairies in a golden cage, and sending for the huntsman, made him set them free in the same place where he had caught them. The great being added, "See, my teacher, in this manner the fairies kept watch on their words, and by speaking at the right time were set free for their well-speaking. But you by your ill-speaking have come to great misery."
Then, after showing him this parallel, he comforted him, saying, "Fear not, my teacher, I will save your life."
"Is there indeed a way?"
asked the other.
"How you can save me?"
He replied, "It is not yet the proper conjunction of the planets." He let the day go by, and in the middle watch of the night brought thither a dead goat. "Go when you will, Brahmin, and live," said he. Then let him go, and never a soul the wiser. And he did sacrifice with the flesh of the goat, and set up the gate upon it. The Hawks and Their Friends. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, certain men of the marches used to make a settlement, wheresoever they could best find much meat, dwelling in the forest and killing for meat for themselves and their families the game which abounded there. Not far from their village was a large natural lake, and upon its southward shore lived a hawk. On the west a she-hawk. On the north a lion, king of the beasts. On the east an osprey, king of the birds. In the middle dwelt a tortoise on a small island. The hawk asked the she-hawk to become his wife. She asked him, "Have you any friends?" "No, madame," he replied. "We must have someone who can defend us against any danger or trouble that may arise, and you must find some friends." "Whom shall I make friends with?" "Why, with King Osprey, who lives on the eastern shore, and with the lion on the north, and with the tortoise who dwells in the middle of this lake." He took her advice and did so. Then the two lived together. It should be said that on a little islet in the same lake grew a kadamba tree surrounded by the water on all sides, in a nest which they made. Afterwards there were given to them 2 sons. One day, while the wings of the younglings were yet callow, some of the country folk went foraging through the woods all day and found nothing. Not wishing to return home empty-handed, they went down to the lake to catch a fish or a tortoise. They got on the island and lay down beneath the kadamba tree, and there, being tormented by the bites of gnats and mosquitoes, to drive these away, they kindled a fire by rubbing sticks together and made a smoke. The smoke, rising, annoyed the birds, and the young ones uttered a cry. "'Tis the cry of birds," said the country folk. "Up, make the fire, we cannot lie here hungry, but before we lie down we will have a meal of fowl's flesh." They made the fire blaze and built it up, but the mother bird, hearing the sound, thought, "These men wish to eat our young ones. We made friends to save us from that danger. I will send my mate to the great osprey." Then she said, "Go, my husband, tell the osprey of the danger which threatens our young." Repeating this stanza, "The country churls build fires upon the isle, to eat my young ones in a little while. O hawk, to friend and comrade give the word, my children's danger tell to every bird." The cockbird flew at all speed to the place and gave a cry to announce his arrival. Leave given, he came near to the osprey and made his greeting. "Why have you come?" asked the osprey. Then the cock repeated the second stanza. "O winged fowl, chiefest of the birds art thou, so osprey king, I seek thy shelter now. Some country folk a-hunting now are fain, to eat my young, be thou my joy again." "Fear not," said the osprey to the hawk, and, consoling him, he repeated the third stanza. "In season, out of season, wise men make both friends and comrades for protection's sake. For thee, O hawk, I will perform this deed. The good must help each other at their need." Then he went on to ask, "Have the churls climbed up the tree, my friend?" "They are not climbing yet. They are just piling wood on the fire." "Then you had better go quickly and comfort my friend your mate, and say I am coming." He did so. The osprey went also, and from a place near to the kadamba tree he watched for the men to climb, sitting upon a treetop. Just as one of the boars who was climbing the tree had come near to the nest, the osprey dived into the lake, and from wings and beak sprinkled water over the burning brands, so that they were put out. Down came the men and made another fire to cook the bird and its young. When they climbed again, once more the osprey demolished the fire. So whenever a fire was made, the bird put it out, and midnight came. The bird was much distressed. The skin under his stomach had become quite thin. His eyes were bloodshot. Seeing him,
The hen bird said to her mate,
"My lord, the osprey is tired out. Go and tell the tortoise that he may have a rest."
When he heard this, the bird approaching the osprey addressed him in a stanza.
Good help the good, the necessary deed thou hast in pity done for us at need. Our young are safe, thou living, have a care of thy own self, nor all thy strength outwear.
On hearing these words, loud as a lion's roar, he repeated the 5th stanza.
While I am keeping guard about this tree, I care not if I lose my life for thee. So use the good, thus friend will do for friend, yea, even if he perish at the end.
Then the hawk said,
Rest a while, friend osprey,
and went away to the tortoise whom he aroused.
"What is your errand, friend?"
asked the tortoise.
Such and such a danger has come upon us, and the royal osprey has been laboring hard ever since the first watch, and is very weary. That is why I have come to you.
With these words he repeated the 7th stanza.
Even they who fall through sin or evil deed may rise if friends will help them in their need. My young in danger, straight I fly to thee. O dweller in the lake, come, succor me.
On hearing this, the tortoise repeated another stanza.
"The wise man to a man who is his friend, both food and goods, even life itself will lend. For thee, O hawk, I will perform this deed. The good must help each other at their need."
His son, who lay not far off, hearing the words of his father, thought,
I would not have my father troubled, but I will do my father's part.
And therefore he repeated the 9th stanza.
Here at thy ease remain, O father mine, and I, thy son, will do this task of thine. A son should serve a father, so 'tis best. I'll save the hawk his young ones in the nest.
The father tortoise addressed his son in a stanza.
"So do the good, my son, and it is true that a son for father service ought to do. Yet they may leave the hawk's young brood alone, perchance if they see me so fully grown."
With these words the tortoise sent the hawk away, adding,
"Fear not, my friend, but go you before, and I will come presently after."
He dived into the water, collected some mud, and went to the island, quenched the flame, and lay still. Then the countryman cried, "Why should we trouble about the young hawks? Let us roll over this one-eyed tortoise and kill him. He will be enough for all." So they plucked some creepers and got some strings. But when they had made them fast in this place or that, and torn their clothes to strips for the purpose, they could not roll the tortoise over. The tortoise lugged them along with him and plunged in deep water. The men were so eager to get him that in they fell after, splashed about, and scrambled out with a bellyful of water. "Just look," said they. "Half the night the osprey kept putting out our fire, and now this tortoise has made us fall into the water and swallow it to our great discomfort. Well, we will light another fire, and at sunrise we will eat these young hawks." Then they began to make a fire. The hen bird heard the noise they were making and said, "My husband, sooner or later these men will devour our young and depart. You go and tell our friend the lion." At once he went to the lion, who asked him why he came at such an unseasonable hour. The bird told him all from the beginning, and repeated the 11th stanza. "Mightiest of the beasts, both beasts and men, fly to the strongest when beset with fear. My young ones are in danger. Help me then. Thou art our king, and therefore I am here." This said, the lion repeated the stanza.
"Yes, I will do this service, hawk, for thee. Come, let us go and slay this gang of foes. Surely the prudent, he who wisdom knows, protector of a friend, must try to be."
Having thus spoken, he dismissed him, saying, "Now go and comfort your young ones." Then he went forward, churning up the crystal water. When the churls perceived him approaching, they were frightened to death. "The osprey!" they cried. "Put out our firebrands. The tortoise made us lose the clothes we had on, but now we are done for. This lion will destroy us at once." They ran this way and that. When the lion came to the foot of the tree, nothing could he see. Then the osprey, the hawk, and the tortoise came up and accosted him. He told them the profitableness of friendship and said, "From this time forth be careful never to break the bonds of friendship." With this advice he departed, and they also went each to his own place. The hen hawk, looking upon her young, thought,
Ah, through friends have my young been given back to me.
and as she rejoiced, she spoke to her mate and recited 6 stanzas declaring the effect of friendship.
Get friends, a houseful of them without fail. Get a great friend, a blessing he'll be found. Vain strike the arrows on a coat of mail, and we rejoice our younglings safe and sound, through the kind help of their own friend who stayed to take their part. The old birds chirp, the young reply, with notes that charm the heart. The wise ask help at friend's or comrade's hand, lives happy with his goods and brood of kind. So I, my mate, and young together stand, because our friend to pity was inclined. A man needs king and warriors for protection, and these are his whose friendship is perfection. Thou cravest happiness, he is famed and strong, he surely prospers to whom friends belong. Even by the poor and weak, O hawk, good friends must needs be found. By a friend's kindness we and ours, behold, are safe and sound. The bird who wins a hero strong to play a friendly part, as thou and I are happy, hawk, is happy in his heart. So she declared the quality of friendship in 6 stanzas, and all this company of friends lived all their lives long without breaking the bond of friendship, and then passed away according to their deeds. End of section 38. Section 39 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Prince Who Could Not Laugh. Once upon a time there reigned a King Suruchi in Matila. This king, having a son born to him, gave him the name of Suruchi Kumara, or Prince Splendid. When he grew up, he determined to study at Takisila. So thither he went and sat down in a hall at the city gate. Now the son of the king of Benares also, whose name was Prince Brahmadatta, went to the same place and took his seat on the same bench where Prince Suruchi sat. They entered into converse together and became friends, and went both together to the teacher. They paid the fee and studied, and ere long their education was complete. Then they took leave of their teacher and went on their road together. After traveling thus a short distance, they came to a stop at a place where the road parted. Then they embraced, and in order to keep their friendship alive, they made a compact together. If I have a son and you have a daughter, or if you have a son and I have a daughter, we will make a match of it between them. When they were on the throne, a son was born to King Suruchi, and to him also the name of Prince Suruchi was given. Brahmadatta had a daughter, and her name was Sumedha, the wise lady. Prince Suruchi in due time grew up and went to Takisila for his education, and that finished, returned. Then his father, wishing to mark out his son for king by ceremonial sprinkling, thought to himself, "My friend the king of Benares has a daughter, so they say. I will make her my son's consort." For this purpose he sent an ambassador with rich gifts. But before they had yet come, the king of Benares asked his queen this question: "Lady, what is the worst misery for a woman?" "To quarrel with her fellow wives." "Then, my lady, to save our only daughter, the Princess Sumedha, from this misery, we will give her to none but him that will have her and no other." So when the ambassadors came and named the name of his daughter, he told them, "Good friends, indeed it is true I promised my daughter to my old friend long ago, but we have no wish to cast her into the midst of a crowd of women, and we will give her only to one who will wed her and no other." This message they brought back to the king, but the king was displeased. "Ours is a great kingdom," said he. "The city of Matila covers 7 leagues. The measure of the whole kingdom is 300 leagues. Such a king should have 16,000 women at the least." But Prince Suruchi, hearing the great beauty of Sumedha, fell in love from hearing of it only. So he sent word to his parents, saying,
I will take her and no other. What do I want with a multitude of women? Let her be brought." They did not thwart his desire, but sent a rich present and a great embassage to bring her home. Then she was made his queen consort, and they were both together consecrated by sprinkling. He became King Suruchi, and ruling in justice lived a life of high happiness with his queen. But although she dwelt in his palace for 10,000 years, never son nor daughter she had of him. Then all the townsfolk gathered together in the palace courtyard with upbraidings. "What is it?" the king asked. "Fault we have no other to find," said they, "but this, that you have no son to keep up your line. You have but one queen, yet a royal prince should have 16,000 at least. Choose a company of women, my lord. Some worthy wife will bring you a son." "Dear friends, what is this you say? I passed my word I would take no other but one, and on those terms I got her. I cannot lie. No host of women for me." So he refused their request, and they departed. But Sumedha heard what was said. "The king refuses to choose him other wives for his truth's sake," thought she. "Well, I will find him someone." Playing the part of mother and wife to the king, she chose at her own will 1,000 maidens of the warrior caste, 1,000 of the courtiers, 1,000 daughters of householders, 1,000 of all kinds of dancing girls, 4,000 in all, and delivered them to him. And all these dwelt in the palace for 10,000 years, and never a son or daughter they brought between them. In this way she 3 times brought 4,000 maidens, but they had neither son nor daughter. Thus she brought him 16,000 wives in all. 40,000 years went by, that is to say 50,000 in all, counting the 10,000 he had lived with her alone. Then the townsfolk again gathered together with reproaches. "What is it now?" the king asked. "My lord, command your women to pray for a son." The king was not unwilling, and commanded so to pray. Thenceforward, praying for a son, they worship all manner of deities and offer all kinds of vows, yet no son appeared. Then the king commanded Sumedha to pray for a son. She consented. On the fast of the 15th day of the month, she took upon her the 8-fold Sabbath vows, and sat meditating upon the virtues in a magnificent room upon a pleasant couch. The others were in the park, vowing to do sacrifice with goats or kine. By the glory of Sumedha's virtue, Saka's dwelling place began to tremble. Saka pondered and understood that Sumedha prayed for a son. Well, she should have one. "But I cannot give her this or that son indifferently. I will search for one which shall be suitable." Then he saw a young god called Nalakara, the basket weaver. He was a being endowed with merit, who in a former life lived in Benares when this befell him. At seed time, as he was on his way to the fields, he perceived a Paseka Buddha. He sent on his hinds, bidding them sow the seed, but himself turned back and led the Paseka Buddha home and gave him to eat, and then conducted him again to the Ganges bank. He and his son together made a hut, trunks of fig trees for the foundation, and reeds interwoven for the walls. A door he put to it, and made a path for walking. There for 3 months he made the Paseka Buddha dwell. And after the rains were over, the 2 of them, father and son, put on him the 3 robes and let him go. In the same manner they entertained 7 Paseka Buddhas in that hut, and gave them the 3 robes and let them go their ways. So men still tell how these 2, father and son, turned basket weavers and hunted for osiers on the banks of the Ganges, and whenever they spied a Paseka Buddha, did as we have said. When they died, they were born in the heaven of the 33, and dwelt in the 6 heavens of sense, one after the other in direct and in reverse succession, enjoying great majesty among the gods. These 2, after dying in that region, were desirous of winning to the upper god world. Saka, perceiving that one of them would be the Tathagata, went to the door of their mansion, and saluting him as he arose and came to meet him, said, "Sir, You must go into the world of men. But he said, O king, the world of men is hateful and loathsome. They who dwell there do good and give alms, longing for the world of the gods. What shall I do when I get there? Sir, you shall enjoy there all that can be enjoyed in the world of gods. You shall dwell in a palace made with stones of price, 25 leagues in height. Do consent. He consented. When Sokka had received his promise, in the guise of a sage, he descended into the king's park and showed himself soaring above those women to and fro in the air, while he chanted, To whom shall I give the blessing of a son? Who craves the blessing of a son? To me, sir, to me! Thousands of hands were uplifted. Then he said, I give sons to the virtuous. What is your virtue? What your life and conversation? They drew down their uplifted hands, saying, If you would reward virtue, go seek Sumeda. He went his ways through the air and stayed at the window of her bedchamber. Then they went and told her, saying, See, my lady, a king of the gods has come down through the air and stands at your bedchamber window, offering you the boon of a son. With great pomp she proceeded thither, and opening the window said, Is this true, sir, that I hear, how you offer the blessing of a son to a virtuous woman? It is, and so I do. Then grant it to me. What is your virtue? Tell me, and if you please me, I grant you the boon. Then, declaring her virtue, she recited these 15 stanzas. I am King Ruchi's consort queen, the first he ever wed. With Suruchi 10,000 years my wedded life I led. Suruchi, king of Matila, Videha's chiefest place. I never lightly held his wish, nor deemed him mean or base, in deed or thought or word behind his back, nor to his face. If this be true, O Holy One, so may that son be given. But if my lips are speaking lies, then burst my head in 7. The parents of my husband dear, so long as they held sway, and while they lived, would ever give me training in the way. My passion was to hurt no life, and willingly do right. I served them with extremest care, unwearied day and night. If this be true, etc. No less than 16,000 dames my fellow wives have been, yet Brahmin, never jealousy nor anger came between. At their good fortune I rejoice, each one of them is dear. My heart is soft to all these wives, as though myself it were. If this be true, etc. Slaves, messengers, and servants all, and all about the place, I give them food, I treat them well, with cheerful, pleasant face. If this be true, etc. Ascetics, Brahmins, any man who begging here is seen, I comfort all with food and drink, my hands all wash and clean. If this be true, etc. The 8th of either fortnight, the 14th, 15th days, and the special fast I keep, I walk in holy ways. If this be true, O Holy One, so may that son be given. But if my lips are speaking lies, then burst my head in 7. Indeed, not 100 verses nor 1,000 could suffice to sing the praise of her virtues. Yet Sokka allowed her to sing her own praises in these 15 stanzas, nor did he cut the tale short, though he had much to do elsewhere. Then he said, Abundant and marvelous are your virtues. Then in her praise he recited a couple of stanzas. All these great virtues, glorious dame, O daughter of a king, are found in thee, which of thyself, O lady, thou dost sing. A warrior born of noble blood, all glorious and wise, Videha's righteous emperor, thy son, shall soon arise. When these words she heard, in great joy she recited 2 stanzas, putting a question to him. Unkempt, with dust and dirt begrimed, high poised in the sky, thou speakest in a lovely voice that pricks me to the heart. Art thou a mighty god, O sage, and dwellst in heaven on high? O tell me whence thou comest here, O tell me who thou art. He told her in 6 stanzas. Sokka, the 100-eyed thou seest, for so the gods me call, when they are wont to assemble in the heavenly judgment hall. When women virtuous, wise, and good here in the world are found, True wives to husbands' mothers kind, even as in duty bound. When such a woman wise of heart and good indeed they know, to her, though woman, they divine, the gods themselves will go. So, lady, thou, through worthy life, through store of good deeds done, a princess born, all happiness the heart can wish hast won. So thou dost reap thy deeds, princess, by glory on the earth, and after in the world of gods a new and heavenly birth. O wise, O blessed, so live on, preserve thy conduct right. Now I to heaven must return, delighted with thy sight. I have business to do in the world of gods, quoth he, therefore I go, but do thou be vigilant. With his advice he departed. In the morning time the god Nalakara came down and was conceived. When she discovered it, she told the king, and he did what was necessary for a woman in her state. At the end of 10 months she brought forth a son, and they gave him Makhādeva to his name. All the people of the 2 countries came crying out, "My lord, we bring this for the boy's milk bunny," and each dropped a coin in the king's courtyard. A great heap there was of them. The king did not wish to accept this, but they would not take the money back, but said as they departed, "When the boy grows up, my lord, it will pay for his keep." The lad was brought up amid great magnificence, and when he came of years, no more than 16, he was perfect in all accomplishments. The king, thinking of his son's age, said to the queen, "My lady, when the time comes for the ceremonial sprinkling of our son, let us make him a fine palace for that occasion." She was quite willing. The king sent for those who had skill in divining the lucky place for a building, and said to them, "My friends, get a master mason and build me a palace not far from my own. This is for my son, whom we are about to consecrate as my successor." They said it was well, and proceeded to examine the surface of the ground. At that moment, Saka's throne became hot. Perceiving this, he at once summoned Visakama and said, "Go, my good Visakama, make for Prince Makhādeva a palace 1/2 league in length and breadth and 25 leagues in height, all with stones of price." Visakama took on the shape of a mason, and approaching the workman said, "Go and eat your breakfast, then return." Having thus got rid of the men, he struck on the earth with his staff. In that instant up rose a palace 7 stories high, of the aforesaid size. Now for Makhādeva, these 3 ceremonies were done together: the ceremony for consecrating the palace, the ceremony for spreading above him the royal umbrella, the ceremony of his marriage. At the time of the ceremony, all the people of both countries gathered together and spent 7 years of feasting, nor did the king dismiss them. Their clothes, their ornaments, their food, and their drink, and all the rest of it, these things were all provided by the royal family. At the 7 years' end, they began to grumble, and King Saruchi asked why. "O king," said they, "while we have been reveling at this feast 7 years have gone by. When will the feast come to an end?" He answered, "My good friends, all this while my son has never once laughed. So soon as he shall laugh, we will disperse again." Then the crowd went beating the drum and gathered the tumblers and jugglers together. Thousands of tumblers were gathered, and they divided themselves into 7 bands and danced. But they could not make the prince laugh. Of course, he that had seen the dancing of dancers divine could not care for such dancers as these. Then came 2 clever jugglers, Bandukana and Pandukana, Crop Ear and Yellow Ear, and they said, "We will make the prince laugh." Bandukana made a great mango tree, which he called Sansparale, grow before the palace door. Then he threw up a ball of string and made it catch on a branch of the tree. Then up he climbed into the mango Sansparale. Now the mango Sansparale, they say, is a Vesavana's mango. And the slaves of the Vesavana took him as usual, chopped him up limb meal, and threw down the bits. The other jugglers joined the pieces together and poured water upon them.
The man donned upper and undergarments of flowers and rose up and began dancing. Even the sight of this did not make the prince laugh. Then Pandukana had some firewood piled in the courtyard and went into the fire with his troop. When the fire was burnt out, the people sprinkled the pile with water. Pandukana with his troop rose up dancing with upper and undergarments of flowers. When the people found they could not make him laugh, they grew angry. Saka, perceiving this, sent down a divine dancer, bidding him make Prince Mahapanada laugh. Then he came and remained poised in the air above the royal courtyard and performed what is called the half-body dance. One hand, one foot, one eye, one tooth go a-dancing, throbbing, flickering to and fro. All the rest stone still. Mahapanada, when he saw this, gave a little smile. But the crowd roared and roared with laughter, could not cease laughing, laughed themselves out of their wits, lost control of their limbs, rolled over and over in the royal courtyard. That was the end of the festival. The rest of it, great Panada, mighty king, with his palace all of gold, must be explained in the Mahapanada birth. King Mahapanada did good and gave alms, and at his life's end went to the world of gods. End of section 39. Section 40 of Jātaka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A lost friend found by a song. Once upon a time, in the realm of Avanti and the city of Ujjaini, reigned a great king named Avanti. At that time, a Kandala village lay outside Ujjaini, and there the great being was born. Another person was born, the son of his mother's sister. The one of these two was named Sita, and the other Sambuta. These two, when they grew up, having learned what is called the art of sweeping in the Kandala breed, thought one day they would go and show off this art at the city gate. So one of them showed off at the north gate, and one at the east. Now in this city were two women wise in the omens of sight, the one a merchant's daughter, and the other a family priest's. They went forth to make merry in the park, having ordered food to be brought hard and soft, garlands and perfumes, and it so happened that one went out by the northern gate and one the eastern. Seeing the two young Kandalas showing their art, the girls asked, "Who are these?" "Kandalas," they were informed. "This is an evil omen to see," they said, and after washing their eyes with perfumed water, they returned back. Then the multitude cried, "O vile outcasts, you have made us lose food and strong drink, which would have cost us nothing." They belabored the two kinsmen and did them much misery and mischief. When they recovered their senses, up they got and joined company, and told each other what woe had befallen him, weeping and wailing, and wondering what to do now. "All the misery has come upon us," they thought, "because of our birth. We shall never be able to play the part of Kandalas. Let us conceal our birth and go to Takisila in the disguise of young Brahmins and study there." Having made this decision, they went thither and followed their studies in the law under a far-famed master. A rumor was blown abroad over India that two young Kandalas were students and had concealed their birth. The wise Sita was successful in his studies, but Sambuta not so. One day a villager invited the teacher, intending to offer food to the Brahmins. Now it happened that rain fell in the night and flooded all the hollows in the road. Early in the morning the teacher summoned wise Sita and said, "My lad, I cannot go. Do you go with the young men and pronounce a blessing. Eat what you get for yourself and bring home what there is for me." Accordingly, he took the young Brahmins and went. While the young men bathed and rinsed their mouths, the people prepared rice porridge, which they set ready for them, saying, "Let it cool." Before it was cool, the young men came and sat down. The people gave them the water of offering and set the bowls in front of them. Sambuta's wits were somewhat muddled, and imagining it to be cool, took up a ball of the rice and put it in his mouth.
but it burnt him like a red-hot ball of metal. In his pain, he forgot his part altogether, and glancing at wise Sita, he said in Kandala dialect, "Hot, ain't it?" The other forgot himself too, and answered in their manner of speech, "Spit it out! Spit it out!" At this, the young men looked at each other and said, "What kind of language is this?" Wise Sita pronounced a blessing. When the young men came home, they gathered in little knots and sat here and there discussing the words used. Finding that it was the dialect of the Kandalas, they cried out on them, "O vile outcasts, you have been tricking us all this while and pretending to be Brahmins." And they beat them both. One good man drove them out, saying, "Away, the blot's in the blood, be off, go somewhere and become ascetics." The young Brahmins told their teacher that the two were Kandalas. The pair went out into the woods, and there took up the ascetic life, and after no long time died, and were born again as the young of a doe on the banks of the Naranjara. From the time of their birth, they always went about together. One day, when they had fed, a hunter espied them under a tree, ruminating and cuddling together, very happy, head to head, nozzle to nozzle, horn to horn. He cast a javelin at them and killed them both by one blow. After this, they were born as the young of an osprey on the bank of Neruda. There, too, when they grew up after feeding, they would cuddle together, head to head and beak to beak. A bird snare saw them, caught them together, and killed them both. Next, the wise Sita was born at Kosambi as the son of a family priest. The wise Sambhuta was born as the son of the king of Udara Panchala. From their name days, they could remember their former births. But Sambhuta was not able to remember all without breaks, and all he could remember was the fourth or Kandala birth. Sita, however, remembered all four in due order. When Sita was 16 years old, he went away and became an ascetic in Himalaya, and developed the faculty of the religious ecstasy, and dwelt in the bliss of ecstatic trance. Wise Sambhuta, after his father's death, had the umbrella spread over him, and on the very day of the umbrella ceremony, in the midst of a great concourse, made a ceremonial hymn, and uttered 2 stanzas in inspiration. When they heard this, the royal wives and the musicians all chanted them, saying, "Our king's own coronation hymn." And in course of time, all the citizens sang it as the hymn which their king loved. Wise Sita, in his dwelling place in Himalaya, wondered whether his brother Sambhuta had assumed the umbrella or not. Perceiving that he had, he thought, "I shall never be able to instruct a young ruler, but when he is old, I will visit him and persuade him to be an ascetic." For 50 years he went not, and by that time the king was increased with sons and daughters. Then, by his supernatural power, he went and alighted in the park and sat on the seat of ceremony like an image of gold. Just then a lad was picking up sticks, and as he did so, he sang that hymn. Wise Sita called him to approach. He came up with an obeisance and waited. Sita said to him, "Since early morning you have been singing that hymn. Do you know no other?" "Oh, yes, sir, I know many more, but these are the verses the king loves. That is why I sing no others." "Is there anyone who can sing a refrain to the king's hymn?" "No, sir." "Could you?" "Yes, if I'm taught one." "Well, when the king chants these 2 verses, you sing this by way of a third." And he recited a hymn. "Now," said he, "go and sing this before the king, and the king will be pleased with you and make much of you for it." The lad went to his mother quickly and got himself dressed up, spick and span, then to the king's door and sent in word that a lad would sing him a refrain to his hymn. The king said, "Let him approach." When the lad had come in and saluted him, quoth the king, "They say you will sing me an answering refrain to my hymn." "Yes, my lord," said he. "Bring in the whole court to hear." As soon as the court had assembled, the lad said, "Sing your hymn, my lord, and I will answer with mine." The king repeated a pair of stanzas. "Every good deed bears fruit or soon or late. no deed without result, and nothing vain. Who knows if Sita also may be great, and like myself his heart have brought him gain. At the end of this hymn, the lad chanted the third stanza. Every good deed bears fruit, or soon or late, no deed without result, and nothing vain. Behold, my lord, see Sita at thy gate, and like thyself his heart has brought him gain. On hearing this, the king repeated the fourth stanza. Then art thou Sita, or the tale didst hear from him, or did some other make thee know? Thy hymn is very sweet, I have no fear, a village and a bounty I bestow. Then the lad repeated the fifth stanza. I am not Sita, but I heard the thing. It was a sage laid on me this command. Go and recite an answer to the king, and be rewarded by his grateful hand. Hearing this, the king thought, it must be my brother Sita. Now I'll go and see him. Then he laid his bidding upon his men in the words of these two stanzas. Come, yoke the royal chariots so finely wrought and made, gird up with girths the elephants in necklets bright arrayed. Beat drums for joy, and let the conches be blown. Prepare the swiftest chariots I own. For that hermitage I will away, to see the sage that sits within this day. So he spoke, then mounting his fine chariot, he went swiftly to the park gate. There he checked his chariot and approached wise Sita with an obeisance, and sat down on one side. Greatly pleased, he recited the eighth stanza. A precious hymn it is I sang so sweet, while thronging multitudes around me pressed. For now this holy sage I come to greet, and all is joy and gladness in my breast. Happy from the instant he saw wise Sita, he gave all necessary directions, bidding prepare a seat for his brother, and repeated the ninth stanza. Accept a seat, and for your feet fresh water. It is right to offer gifts of food to guests, accept as we invite. After this sweet invitation, the king repeated another stanza, offering him the half of his kingdom. Let them make glad the place where thou shalt dwell. Let throngs of waiting women wait on thee. Oh, let me show thee that I love thee well, and let us both kings here together be. When he had heard these words, wise Sita discoursed to him in 6 stanzas. Seeing the fruit of evil deeds, O king, seeing what profit deeds of goodness bring, I fain would exercise stern self-control. Sons, wealth, and cattle cannot charm my soul. 10 decades has this mortal life, which each to each succeed. This limit reached, man withers fast, like to a broken deed. Then what is pleasure, what is love, wealth hunting, what to me? What sons and daughters? Know, O king, from fetters I am free. For this is true, I know it well, death will not pass me by. And what is love, or what is wealth, when you must come to die? The lowest race that go upon 2 feet are the Kandalas, meanest men on earth. When all our deeds were ripe as guerdon meet, we both as young Kandalas had our birth. Kandalas in Avanti land, deer by Naranjara, ospreys by the Nerbudda, now Brahmin and Katiya. Having thus made clear his mean births in time past, here also in this birth he declared the impermanency of things created, and recited 4 stanzas to arouse an effort. Life is but short, and death the end must be. The aged have no hiding where to flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds which grow to misery eschew. Life is but short, and death the end must be. The aged have no hiding where to flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds whose fruit is misery eschew. Life is but short, and death the end must be. The aged have no hiding where to flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds that are with passion stained eschew. Life is but short, and death the end must be. Old age will sap our strength, we cannot flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds that lead to lowest hell eschew. The king rejoiced as the great being spoke, and repeated 3 stanzas.
3 is the word, O brother, which you say. You like a holy saint your words dictate. But my desires are hard to cast away. By such as I am, they are very great. As elephants deep sunken in the mire cannot climb out, although they see the land, so sunken in the slough of strong desire, upon the brethren's path I cannot stand. As father or as mother would their son admonish, good and happy how to grow. How happiness after this life is won, tell me, and by which way I ought to go. Then the great being said to him, O Lord of men, thou canst not cast away these passions which are common to mankind. Let not thy people unjust taxes pay, equal and righteous ruling let them find. Send messengers to north, south, east, and west, the Brahmins and ascetics to invite. Provide them food and drink, a place to rest, clothes and all else that may be requisite. Give thou the food and drink which satisfies, sages and holy Brahmins full of faith, who gives and rules as well as in him lies, will go to heaven all blameless after death. But if surrounded by thy womankind, thou feel thy passion and desire too strong, this verse of poetry then bear in mind, and sing it in the midst of all the throng. No roof, no shelter from the sky, amid the dogs he lay, but mother nursed him as she walked, but he's a king today. Such was the great being's advice. Then he said, I have given you my counsel, and now do you become an ascetic or not, as you think fit, but I will follow up the ripening of my own deeds. Then he rose up in the air and shook off the dust of his feet over him, and departed to Himalaya. And the king saw it, and was greatly moved, and relinquishing his kingdom to his eldest son, he called out his army, and set his face in the direction of Himalaya. When the great being heard of his coming, he went with his attendant sages, and received him, and ordained him to the holy life, and taught him the means of inducing mystic ecstasy. He developed the faculty of mystical meditation. Thus these two together became destined for Brahma's world. End of section 40.